In a dimly lit room, only the flickering glow of a computer on the desk illuminated the space. Before the screen sat a figure, deeply engrossed in the words displayed before him. As Xia Muan's gaze remained fixed on the screen, his hand incessantly maneuvered the mouse. Recently plagued by a lack of reading material, a friend from the internet had recommended several books to him. Bored on this particular day, he decided to peruse them. However, after reading a while, Xia Muan couldn't help but voice his frustrations. Is this for real? The male protagonist and the male antagonist are vying for the female lead's affection, yet in the end, the protagonist turns dark and imprisons the antagonist, and the female lead gets sidelined? This defies logic. He muttered to himself as he scrutinized the plot's progression, simultaneously browsing the reviews. Oh my gosh, a dark and loyal dog type and a gentle, slow-witted love interest are the most endearing combination. The love interest is far too oblivious. The protagonist's intentions are glaringly evident, yet he remains unresponsive. The chemistry between the leads is simply adorable, dear author. We beg for more romance. Reading these comments, Xia Muan found himself momentarily stunned. Am I truly that out of touch, or has the world shifted too rapidly? It simply doesn't make sense for the protagonist and antagonist to be together. And why is the female lead being sidelined? What about that innocent younger brother of the antagonist? Why is he always with the antagonist, and how does that provoke the protagonist? The younger brother hasn't done anything wrong. As he mulled over the comments, a sense of injustice welled within him. Just as he was about to leave a remark in the review section, a new page suddenly popped up on his screen. Dear user, do you wish to embark on a journey through time? Do you yearn for an extraordinary life? Do you aspire to alter the fates of those unfortunate supporting characters? If you desire a life filled with legendary experiences, click here. We will craft an existence brimming with passion and adventure, allowing you to relish unprecedented excitement. Really? This advertisement is utterly tedious. A journey through time? Do you think you're a character in a novel? Altering the fate of supporting characters? You think you're the author, able to change things at will? How ridiculous! Xia Muan thought, exasperated, as he attempted to close the page. Yet, despite his fervent clicking, the page refused to disappear. In his frantic efforts, he unwittingly clicked yes. Finally managing to close the page, Xia Muan stretched and glanced at the time, shaking his head as he powered down the computer, preparing for sleep. In the silent room, as he drifted into slumber, he remained blissfully unaware of the swirling blue light that flickered in the air, resembling a misty cloud. Beep. System 007 has selected a host. Beep. Host selection successful. Beep. Does the host wish to bind with the system? In his hazy state of sleep, Xia Muan felt as though he heard a voice. Opening his eyes, he discovered a misty figure hovering at the edge of his bed. Beep. Host defaulting system binding commencing. Binding progress. 1-7-94-100. System binding successful. The electronic voice resonated through the mist, creating an eerily unsettling atmosphere in the quiet room. What is this? Xia Muan exclaimed, eyes wide in astonishment, clutching the blanket tightly as he stared at the speaking mist. The system is not merely an object. The electronic voice faded, replaced by an adorably cheerful tone. Wait, that's not right. The system is an entity. Well, that's not quite accurate either. The playful voice seemed to be floundering in its explanation. Observing the mist's confusion, Xia Muan couldn't suppress a smirk. Could this system possibly be foolish? The system is not foolish. Just as he entertained that thought, the system darted toward him, declaring, "Don't think for a moment that I cannot hear your inner musings." Taken aback, Xia Muan tightened his grip on the blanket, staring incredulously at the system. "You can hear my thoughts?" "Of course. We are now bound, so I can hear everything." "Bound? You mean that was what just happened? When did I agree to this? You must unbind me at once." He felt a wave of annoyance. Such an inexplicable binding was clearly not a good sign. "I am bound to you because you defaulted." Moreover, you can only unbind after completing certain tasks. Otherwise, the system cannot be released. 007 seemed perplexed by Xia Muan's desire to be unbound, its tone tinged with a hint of grievance. The system's tone inexplicably tugged at his heartstrings, leaving Xia Muan in a state of reluctant resignation. Then what do you propose I do? The host can fulfill the tasks assigned by the system. Once you complete the tasks in each world, you will have the opportunity to unbind. The system, sensing his reluctance, responded cheerfully. And how do I go about completing these tasks? The system will select the world for you. Your role is to replace a designated individual within that world and alter their fate, fulfilling their desires. The system appeared delighted, circling around Xia Muan in excitement. How will I communicate with you during the task? And how can I prevent you from hearing my thoughts? Xia Muan inquired, watching the system whirl about him. The system will reside in your mind, allowing you to communicate at any moment. Moreover, merely pressing the red button on the panel will silence the system's ability to hear your thoughts. To facilitate your task, every character you replace will be named Xia Muan. But won't that raise suspicions among those familiar with the original character? After all, I am not the original. Our personalities differ fundamentally. Xia Muan voiced his concerns. Do not fret. The system will grant you the original character's memories to aid you in your tasks. While the system cannot alter the memories of those around you, it can blur their recollections of the original character. So, please proceed with confidence. 007 seemed to radiate excitement, its misty form swaying vigorously. Nodding, Xia Muan processed the system's explanation. Following the instructions provided, he located the system panel and pressed the red button, stating, I understand. Can we commence the task now? Indeed, dear host. Please hold on. Beep, System 007 has chosen a world. World selection successful commencing host transmission. Beep, transmission successful. System 007 wishes the host a perfect journey of tasks. Chapter 2. The campus MASU. A gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, stirring the corner of the curtain as it swept through the unclosed window. Sunlight filtered through the narrow gap, illuminating the room with a warm glow. The spacious room was exceptionally tidy, with a desk near the window, meticulously arranged with a computer and books. On the opposite side of the desk stood a white, intricately carved wardrobe, one door closed while the other remained ajar. At the center of the room lay a large bed, spacious enough for 3 or 4 individuals, comfortably nestled under the soft duvet. Xia Muan could not resist rolling around several times before slowly sitting up to examine the storylines sent by the system. As the system indicated it was her first mission, she opted for the simplistic narrative of a campus MASU. The protagonist, Su Yun, despite being a financially challenged student, gained admission to the prestigious Inglan Noble Academy through her outstanding academic performance. With her resilient, optimistic nature and charming appearance, Su Yun quickly garnered the affection of numerous male classmates. However, her admirers were matched by an equal number of detractors, particularly since most students at Inglan hailed from powerful, influential families, making it all too easy to target someone without connections. The narrative delves deeply into the aftermath of Su Yun's initial confrontations with her peers. After enduring relentless bullying, Su Yun found solace in a secluded grove, where she encountered Xia Muan, who had initially intended to ignore her plight. Yet, upon witnessing Su Yun's distress, Xia Muan was reminded of her own mother, a woman who had sacrificed everything for love, only to be abandoned by the one she cherished most. This empathy compelled Xia Muan to protect Su Yun. As an illegitimate child of the Xia family, Xia Muan faced his own struggles at the academy. Although the Xia family provided for his material needs, they remained indifferent to his emotional welfare, an approach that could be described as neglectful. In this elite institution, individuals of illegitimate status were seldom welcomed, resulting in Xia Muan having no friends at school. Xia Muan's defense of Su Yun piqued the interest of his brother, Xia Xian. Consequently, Xia Xian began to approach Su Yun, quickly introducing her to Xiao Ran and Yifeng. Together, these 3 young men, known as the 3 princes of Inglan Academy, enjoyed both noble lineage and striking looks, earning widespread admiration among their peers. As Su Yun spent time with the three princes, the animosity directed at her only grew. Yet the initially detached trio became increasingly captivated by her resilient spirit. As events unfolded, the male leads began to recognize their feelings for Su Yun amidst various rivalries and misunderstandings. Eventually, they confronted those who had bullied her, including Xia Muin, reasoning that, as an illegitimate child, he held no standing to compete with them. After navigating through a series of miscommunications, the male leads and Su Yun ultimately found themselves united. Indeed, the three male leads and the protagonist became entangled romantically. Truly, this narrative epitomizes the quintessential schoolyard Mary Sue tale, rife with melodrama. After absorbing the storyline, Xia Muin could not help but smirk at its absurdity. "So, what is my task?" she inquired of the system, casting aside the narrative. "Indeed, as the host, you are likely to trigger side missions while undertaking the main storyline," the system replied cheerfully. "Thus, the primary task must be assigned first." "Oh, how I should have anticipated this unreliable system," Xia Muin lamented. Rubbing her head, she slowly prepared to rise. After washing her face and gazing into the mirror, she was momentarily taken aback by the reflection of the youth staring back at her. His already fair complexion appeared even paler, and the damp fringe clung to his forehead, only to be swept behind his ear. His long hidden eyes now sparkled brightly, while his delicate lips were pursed in a slight frown. Contemplating the face before her, Xia Muin struggled to reconcile the narrative's description of a somber personality with her own identity. The storyline portrayed her as taciturn and unlikable, despite her assistance to the protagonist. Yet, with the memories of the original owner now her own, she recognized that her true self was not melancholic. Rather, her long hair obscured her eyes, and her discomfort in socializing with strangers led others to misinterpret her demeanor. In truth, Xia Muin was a gentle soul, harboring a modest dream of opening her own bubble tea shop, a desire so simple yet forever unattainable. With a sigh, she let her bangs fall back into place. Since she had now assumed the identity of the original owner, she resolved to fulfill the aspirations of this unfortunate character. If that is the case, then it shall be so. As long as I maintain distance from the protagonist, I should be able to alter the original ending. Furthermore, I could earn some money and utilize the original owner as savings to open a grocery store. Upon hearing the system's confirmation, Xia Muin nodded. "Indeed, host," she affirmed, contemplating how to navigate the challenges posed by the Xia family, particularly from Xia Xian, who often regarded the original owner with disdain. Chapter 3. The Campus Mary Sue Part 2. Upon alighting from the taxi and gazing at the opulent villa before her, Xia Muin couldn't help but marvel once more at the remarkable family background of the male lead. In her moment of distraction, she was jostled from behind. "Hey, don't just stand there like a fool. It's utterly disgraceful for the Xia family," Xia Xian coldly remarked, observing the immobile youth before her. Hearing Xia Xian's words, Xia Muin turned to glance at her before striding directly inside. She had never comprehended what had displeased the eldest son of the Xia family regarding the original owner, who was practically an invisible entity within the household. Was Xia Xian truly so averse to him, the illegitimate child? Was the plot so overwhelmingly powerful? As the silent youth entered the house without uttering a word, a flicker of frustration crossed Xia Xian's eyes, though her expression remained unchanged. Quickening her pace, she entered the home ahead of Xia Muin. Xia Xian nodded and strode inside confidently. Xia Muin followed closely behind, indifferent to the butler's demeanor, for his status in the Xia family was merely that of an illegitimate child. "Go prepare yourself. This evening is your Uncle Song's birthday banquet, and you shall accompany me," Xiaomu's father declared, glancing at the clock before setting down the newspaper. "Yes, father," Xia Xian replied with a nod before ascending the stairs. Only after Xia Xian had gone upstairs did Xiaomu's father fix his gaze upon Xia Muin, his sharp eyes scanning him thoroughly. Feeling the weight of Xiaomu's father's scrutinizing gaze, Xia Muin felt a tightening sensation enveloping him. It was inevitable. The intensity of Xiaomu's father's glare was formidable. Lowering his head, his long hair obscured his eyes filled with derision, and he murmured, "Understood." If the original owner's tragic fate was intertwined with the protagonist's, then Xiaomu's father was undoubtedly the architect of all this turmoil. He could have saved the original owner with a mere word, yet in the end, He never once extended his assistance. Lying on his bed, contemplating his next steps, Xiaomuan suddenly recalled the plot. According to the unfolding storyline, he was destined to encounter the female lead soon. It seemed prudent to remain vigilant in the coming days. He must avoid any encounter with her, he thought as he prepared for sleep. Yet, some events are destined to occur, especially when one wishes them to be absent. Before him stood the female lead, crying and apologizing profusely, and Xiaomuan could only lament the unfortunate turn of events. Despite his careful avoidance of the grove in recent days, he had still crossed paths with her. Isn't this what you humans call fate? The system quipped, reveling in his misfortune. Is this truly fate? 007. Are you certain you're not deceiving me? Weren't you supposed to inform me of the female lead's whereabouts? Wasn't it promised that I could evade her? Xiaomuan questioned, observing the still weeping female lead.
Ding.
The host should understand that the system is not omnipotent, and the progression of events ultimately relies on your actions. Despite being aware of the system's unreliability, Xiaomuan found himself questioning it further. Su Yun, standing before him with a furrowed brow, continued to apologize, her tears flowing incessantly. Sighing, Xiaomuan retrieved a tissue from his pocket and offered it to the distressed female lead. Here, stop crying. If you continue, you'll only grow less attractive. Su Yun stared blankly at the fair, slender hand extending the tissue. In this school, few had ever genuinely cared for her, and the thought made her tears flow even more profusely. Wait, I haven't bullied you. Why are you crying more? Xiaomuan was at a loss as he witnessed her sobbing even harder. Surely, he had merely handed her a tissue and hadn't done anything to provoke her further? I'm sorry, I was just reminded of some unhappy memories. It has nothing to do with you, she said, dabbing at her eyes with the tissue he had given her. But I still want to thank you. After calming herself, Su Yun shyly glanced at Xiaomuan and said, I'm sorry for bumping into you earlier. It's quite all right. I wasn't paying attention either. Xiaomuan waved his hand dismissively, indicating he bore no ill will. Nodding, Su Yun checked the time before departing. That female lead seems rather pleasant, Xiaomuan murmured as he watched her retreating figure. Ever since their accidental encounter, he had not paid much attention to her whereabouts. His daily routine was so comforting that he had nearly forgotten the unfolding plot, and the system had offered no reminders. Seated on a bench by the roadside, Xiaomuan observed Xia Xian standing before him, puzzled as to why the other was angry. Had he inadvertently provoked him recently? Chapter 4. The Campus Marries Sue. Part 3. Ding. The host should know that the trajectory of the world does not necessarily follow the script. The cheerful voice of System 007 resonated in the mind.
Ha!
Xiaomuan rolled his eyes. Host, how can you be so heartless and unreasonable? System 007 suddenly manifested, its misty form swirling around Xiaomuan, its tone imbued with unprecedented grievance. Xiaomuan observed the system circling him and eventually could not help but remark, "Don't you think your appearance is somewhat incongruous with your voice?" Upon hearing this, System 007's swirling form abruptly froze. Xiaomuan, thinking it had become upset, was about to offer consolation when the system interjected, "Isn't this rather adorable? Where did you get the notion that this is cute?" Xiaomuan raised an eyebrow, gesturing towards the system's form. "I saw it in the system discussion space. Moreover, 002 also said I looked quite adorable like this." 007's voice seemed tinged with a hint of grievance. Xiaomuan was at a loss for words. Watching 007's cloud-like form droop dejectedly, he comforted. "Perhaps our aesthetic sensibilities simply differ." "Really?" Upon hearing Xiaomuan's words, 007's spirits immediately lifted. Indeed, Xiaomuan thought for a moment and offered a reassuring smile. Unbeknownst to Xiaomuan, not far away, a figure was gazing at his smiling face with a dazed expression. Yi Feng had intended to approach the student council office, but was taken aback to see Xia Xian conversing with someone. He initially planned to walk past, but found himself inexplicably halted in his tracks. After Xia Xian departed, he stood there, bewildered, staring at the boy's cheerful smile, eager to uncover the reason behind such joy. Xiaomuan had assumed he would not encounter the female lead, Su Yun, again, yet unexpectedly, he soon found himself face to face with her once more.
Ha!
Clearly just a financially struggling student, yet foolishly attempting to associate with Prince Xian. Who granted you the right to approach Prince Xian? Have you even considered whether you are worthy? Su Yun listened to the group of girls surrounding her, their venomous words piercing her heart. She had not even approached senior Xia Xian. Why were they treating her this way? Xia Muin, overhearing their taunts, felt these girls were excessively cruel. They were all young women, yet they inflicted such emotional wounds out of jealousy, seemingly oblivious to the pain their actions could cause others. What are you doing here? Striding towards them, Xia Muin furrowed his brow as he addressed the group. Nothing. The leading girl glanced at Xia Muin before turning away with the others. Are you alright? As he watched the group of girls retreat, Xia Muin turned to Su Yun, who was looking down, and quietly inquired. In response, Xia Muin rubbed his nose, opting for silence. After smoothing his disheveled hair, he smiled and extended his hand, saying, I apologize for the trouble I bring each time we meet. My name is Su Yun. After exchanging introductions, the two conversed for a while before parting ways. Returning home, Xia Muin prepared a simple meal. As a secretive foodie, he had thoroughly explored the culinary arts.
Ding.
Side mission activated. Assist male lead Yi Feng in evading pursuit. That day, as Xia Muin settled in at home to play games, System 007 suddenly chimed in. He hasn't gone anywhere these past few days. How is a side mission triggered? Despite his internal grumbling, Xia Muin complied with the system's instructions to assist Yi Feng. In a dim alley, Yi Feng pressed on his injured arm, narrowing his eyes. According to the plan, he was to act as bait while his brother operated from the shadows. However, now that his brother was trapped and unable to escape, and he himself was injured and immobile, it was impossible to believe there were no traitors among them. It seemed those old codgers had too much time on their hands. With piercing eyes scanning the surroundings for a place to hide, Xia Muin walked silently through the alley, continuously questioning the system. Didn't you say the male lead Yi Feng would be here? Why do I see no one?
Ding.
The system only provided a general location. The host must locate the specifics.
Ha.
I should never have trusted you. Engaged in conversation with the system, Xia Muin remained oblivious to the approaching figure behind him. Taking a few steps forward, Xia Muin tightened his clothing, sensing an eerie chill in the air. Suddenly, his body was forcefully shoved aside, and his mouth was covered. Xia Muin immediately began to struggle. The system had not warned him of any danger here. Don't move. Realizing the individual pinning him down, Yi Feng inadvertently applied more pressure. Please ease up a bit. Fearing the stranger's strength would only intensify, Xia Muin ceased his struggles. Once Yi Feng noticed his captive had stopped resisting, he finally recognized who he had caught. I want to harm you, but please refrain from speaking, alright? After speaking, Yi Feng glanced at the youth, who nodded in acknowledgement, reluctantly releasing his hand from Xia Muin's mouth.
Who are you?
Xia Muin took a few cautious steps back, eyeing Yi Feng warily.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, for successfully rescuing male lead Yi Feng. Is he really Yi Feng? Xia Muin inquired of the system, glancing at the figure a few steps away. Indeed. Please do not hesitate to approach. What does do not hesitate to approach even mean? Yi Feng pressed his hand against a wound that had reopened from excessive force, his gaze fixed on the youth's eyes, which shone brightly with vigilance. Chapter 5. The Campus MASU, Part 4. With great effort, Xia Muin lifted Yi Feng and staggered homeward. After resting for a considerable while, she entered her room, retrieved a first aid kit, and began to disinfect and bandage Yi Feng's wounds. By the time she finished, night had already fallen. Glancing at the time, she took a blanket from the wardrobe and draped it over Yi Feng before climbing into bed herself. The following morning, sunlight spilled across the floor, streaming through the open window and illuminating the room. Yi Feng furrowed his brow and slowly opened his eyes, scanning the room with a piercing gaze. He recalled seeing Xia Xian's younger brother just before losing consciousness. The boy wore loose-fitting shorts that reached his knees, his fair and slender legs slightly curled. Due to an awkward sleeping position, his shirt had rolled up slightly, revealing a gently rising and falling abdomen with each breath, while his hair appeared tousled from a restless night. As his gaze shifted to the boy's face, he noticed his pinkish lips slightly puckered, a hint of color gracing his cheeks from sleep. Reaching out, Yi Feng felt a twinge of pain as he inadvertently tugged at his wound. Just then, he noticed the boy turning over, letting out a few soft sounds of discomfort. Inadvertently, his hand brushed against the boy's, and he instinctively squeezed it, raising an eyebrow in surprise. "Thank you for last night," Yifeng said, gesturing towards his wound. "Oh, it's nothing." Xia Muan waved his hand dismissively, feeling overwhelmed by the gratitude from the male lead. "Yifeng."
Huh?
Xia Muan looked at Yifeng in confusion, astonished that the male lead had just uttered his own name. "My name is Yifeng," he reiterated firmly. "Oh, I know. You're the vice president of the Yinglan Student Council and my senior." Xia Muan nodded, continuing, "I am Xia Muan." "Yes, Muan," Yifeng said, a slight smile tugging at his lips upon hearing the boy's name. "We're not that familiar, so you can just call me by my name," Xia Muan replied, dressed simply in home attire as he made his way to the kitchen. Leaning against the wall, Yifeng observed Xia Muan bustling about, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Waking up to see the boy working in the kitchen was nothing short of delightful. If this continued, it would be quite pleasant indeed. Unbeknownst to him, Yifeng had yet to realize the peculiarity of his own thoughts. "What are you doing standing there?" Xia Muan exclaimed, turning around with a plate of breakfast in hand, only to find Yifeng leaning against the wall. Wow, truly the male lead. He looks effortlessly handsome even in that pose. A pang of dissatisfaction arose within Xia Muan as he compared their physiques. It was already enough that the male lead came from a better family. Why did he also have to be more physically appealing? "Just observing you making breakfast," Yifeng replied, taking the plate from Xia Muan's hands. The pair fell into a comfortable silence, quietly enjoying their meal. As he watched the boy's departing figure, Yifeng pondered why he felt drawn to him. He wasn't typically the kind of person to take an interest in others without reason. If it hadn't been Xia Muan who saved him, would he still be lingering in this person's company? This line of thought left Yifeng unexpectedly agitated. Previously, he had heard rumors about the boy, the illegitimate child of the Xia family, unlikable, sullen, taciturn, and timid. He had brushed them off with a laugh. Indifferent at the time, yet now he found himself inexplicably feeling a twinge of sympathy for the boy. How could such a pure-hearted person be misrepresented in such a way? Sighing, Yifeng surveyed the room and pulled out his phone to make a call. Stepping back a few paces, Xia Muan glanced at the door and then around the room. Surely, he hadn't gone astray. This was his home. How had his own house transformed in such a manner? "Why did you do this? Is it to thank me for helping you that day?" Xia Muan blinked, inquiring. Yifeng hesitated momentarily before replying, "Why don't you check to see if anything is missing? If there is, I can have someone replace it." Setting down what he was holding, Xia Muan entered the room to inspect. Almost everything had been replaced. The television, the sofa, the refrigerator, all brand new. The male lead had completely renovated the space. Did this mean he intended to move out? "Do you really wish for me to leave?" Yifeng's voice was tinged with a somber note, clearly questioning whether he truly wanted him gone. "Isn't it you who wants to move out?" Xia Muan stammered, taken aback. "I will leave shortly. There's no need for you to act this way," Yifeng asserted. "Wait, what about him? Wasn't I just asking?" Xia Muan felt a pang of concern, sensing a hint of sadness in Yifeng's tone. Yifeng cast a deep gaze at Xia Muan before gathering his belongings and departing. The intensity of Yifeng's stare made Xia Muan shiver. Surely, the male lead wasn't he contemplating how to reprimand him? After all, he had done nothing wrong. Chapter 6, The Campus Marries Sue. Part 5. Since Yifeng's departure, Xia Muan initially found it somewhat disconcerting to be alone, perhaps due to the prolonged absence of solitude. Her days gradually returned to a tranquil state, with the system occasionally assigning a few side quests pertaining to the female protagonist, all of which Xia Muan dutifully completed. Despite Xia Muan's absence, Su Yun continued to grow closer to the three prominent princes, which only led to an increase in the number of individuals who once bullied her.
Consequently,
Xia Muan's side quests multiplied significantly. In recent days, Xia Xian's mood had taken a downturn. Although he did not outwardly express it, his two companions were keenly aware of his discontent. "It's nothing," he muttered through clenched teeth, harboring a sense of indignation. That foolish Xia Muan keeps aiding that Su Yun, oblivious to what kind of person she truly is. She might just be one of those materialistic girls. Such a simpleton. helping everyone but me. Why does he have to be so close to her? Xia Xian tilted his head back, pushing Xiao Ran playfully and exclaiming, "Who would ever like that Su Yun? Only that fool would." Xiao Ran chuckled, unfazed by Xia Xian's antics, and casually remarked, "Fool? Are you referring to your illegitimate brother?" At this moment Yi Feng, seated nearby, turned to Xia Xian intrigued. "What illegitimate brother? How can you speak so?" Xia Xian shot Xiao Ran a glare and continued, "I've seen him help that Su Yun on multiple occasions, yet he never assisted me. He always avoids me. Why does he persist in aiding Su Yun? Helping you? Have you considered how you appear every time you see him? If I were him, I would avoid you too," Xiao Ran retorted with a hearty laugh. He knew well that Xia Xian did not truly despise that illegitimate brother. On the contrary, Xia Xian harbored a considerable fondness for him. Unfortunately, every time they met, Xia Xian wore a scowl that intimidated the boy, making it impossible for him to feel comfortable approaching. Upon hearing Xia Xian's words, Yi Feng felt a surge of anger. Reflecting on his strange behavior since leaving Xia Muan's home, he sighed, realizing he might have developed feelings for that boy. Yi Feng was not oblivious to the fact that love could blossom between men. Within their aristocratic circles, there were certainly those who preferred youthful and handsome boys. However, he had never imagined he would one day find himself attracted to a man, especially one who was the younger brother of his friend. As he pondered this, images of the boy sleeping, cooking, expressing anger, and displaying joy flooded Yi Feng's mind, softening his heart. Yi Feng had always prided himself on being rational. Having fallen in love, he resolved to earn the boy's affection in return. Regardless of whether the boy liked him at present, he had ample time to open the boy's heart and cultivate love as long as the boy remained unattached. Regarding Xia Xian's concerns, Yi Feng considered that he should pay the boy a visit. Carrying the groceries he had just purchased, Xia Muan spotted Yi Feng standing at her door and glanced at her shopping bags. Surely, the male lead had not come by hoping for a free meal. Yi Feng casually took the bags from Xia Muan's hands as she opened the door and followed her inside. "I came to check if the furniture I replaced last time was damaged. After all, you saved me once. I must ensure you are well taken care of." Yi Feng fabricated a casual excuse, as he could hardly confess that he was intrigued by her assistance to Su Yun. "Oh," Xia Muan replied, accepting it without suspicion. "Do you mind if I join you for dinner?" Yi Feng inquired, raising an eyebrow at the food laid out on the table. "Given your question, how could I possibly mind?" Seeing the boy's resigned expression, Yi Feng couldn't help but smile, finding him inexplicably endearing. During dinner, Yi Feng feigned casual interest, asking, "I've heard you've helped Su Yun on numerous occasions. Do you have feelings for her?" After speaking, Xia Muan cautiously regarded Yi Feng, proclaiming, "You needn't worry. I have no feelings for Su Yun." Yi Feng felt a wave of relief upon hearing this, as it confirmed that the boy genuinely did not harbor affection for Su Yun. However, Xia Muan's subsequent statement left him speechless. "If you like her, then pursue her. I want to compete for her affections. Moreover, ensure you treat her well. Never allow anyone else to be with Su Yun. Besides, even if I wanted to compete, I wouldn't stand a chance." Xia Muan mused internally. Yi Feng, caught between laughter and exasperation, gazed at Xia Muan and said, "Who told you I liked her? You don't like her?" Xia Muan's eyes widened in disbelief. "I never said I liked Su Yun. Then why ask me if I liked her? I'm merely concerned for you. I fear you might be deceived by certain individuals." When you mention certain individuals, you aren't referring to the female protagonist, are you? Surely not. Xia Muan pondered, questioning the system. Has the plot been disrupted?
Ding.
The system had long informed the host that this was a genuine and independent world, where its inhabitants possessed their own thoughts and could not be expected to follow the plot line rigidly. System 007 looked at its dim-witted host with disdain, thinking, how could such a simpleton possibly complete the tasks ahead? Chapter 7. The Campus MASU, Part 6. The Yi residence was ablaze with light, surrounded by an unsettling silence that stirred anxiety within. "Do you even comprehend what you are saying?" Yi Lin suppressed his fury, gazing at his younger brother Yi Feng, who wore an earnest expression. "I do. It is precisely because I understand that I am telling you this." Yi Feng nodded gravely. Observing the resolute demeanor of his younger sibling, Yi Lin could no longer contain his ire. You never liked the idea of our engagement. And while I can accept your revelation of liking men, why must it be that illegitimate son from the Xia family? Even if the head of the Xia family harbors disdain towards him, it is inconceivable that he would allow him to be with another man. I am aware of that, which is why I merely hope you can give him a heads up. If he truly does not accept it, I will simply take it in and depart. Yilin scoffed. Depart? Has he even agreed to be with you? Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Yilin let out a cold laugh. Oh, right. You probably haven't even confessed your feelings to him, have you? As he noted his brother's reaction, Yilin continued, It seems you truly haven't expressed your affections. What if he prefers women? What if he already has someone he admires? What if, is this a threat? Is it? Yi Feng's lips twitched as Yilin resolved to no longer concern himself with his obstinate brother. Do as you wish. But you cannot coerce him if he has not agreed. Yilin sighed, taking a step back. Moreover, I do not intend to spare those old fools. You better prepare yourself. After contemplating Yilin's words for a moment, Yi Feng finally spoke. What do you mean by that? Yilin raised an eyebrow at his brother's response. Well, you are capable of handling those old geezers now. And I do not wish for them to cause trouble and once they learn of my affections. Yilin's expression darkened. So the reason you refused my plea to deal with those old men was this? And now you seek to confront them because of that person? How do you truly perceive me as your elder brother, you little rascal? He's not wrong. Why is Big Brother so dissatisfied? Yi Feng nodded, glancing at the time.
Disregarding Yilin's displeasure.
I must take my leave now. I will discuss the specifics with you later. As he watched Yi Feng's retreating figure, Yilin couldn't help but chuckle. Although he had felt a twinge of anger upon learning that his brother favored men, particularly Xia Muan, he had no intention of hindering his happiness. He understood his brother's character all too well. Initially, he believed Yi Feng might never find someone to cherish. Yet, he was pleasantly surprised by this turn of events. It was truly a mix of astonishment and joy. This was indeed for the best. He no longer needed to worry about Yi Feng facing the world alone. At least there was now someone to care for him. Yilin had never intended to excessively meddle in his brother's affairs, but should that individual genuinely not reciprocate Yi Feng's feelings, he would never force the issue. With that thought, Yilin remembered his wife and smiled as he made a phone call. Where have you been? Xia Xian inquired coolly, her brow furrowing as she regarded Xia Muan. Just as she was about to say more, a man beside her interrupted. Oh, so Muan's younger brother can cook. Would you mind if we joined you for a meal? He eagerly took the ingredients from Xia Muan's hands. Even if he were to object, it would be of no consequence. And who do you think you are calling my brother? Yi Feng had been waiting at home for Xia Muan, and as he assessed the time, he smiled as he opened the door. Staring blankly at Yi Feng, Xia Xian then turned to Xia Muan, her displeasure evident. What is he doing here? She pointed at Yi Feng, visibly upset. He has never invited me in when I visited before. Why is he staying here now? Seeing Yi Feng in casual attire only added to Xia Xian's irritation. It was clear he had been residing there for some time. Why does this tone feel oddly peculiar? And why don't you head to the kitchen? I'll entertain these two, Yi Feng said with a smile directed at Xia Muan. Nodding, Xia Muan took the ingredients and retreated into the kitchen. Yi Feng, you better explain how you came to be here with Muan. Xia Xian confronted him, grabbing his shirt. Why do you still call him an in? Yi Feng gently pried Xia Xian's hand away, glancing toward the kitchen before responding. Keep your voice down. And will be upset if he hears you. Xia Xian looked toward the kitchen and lowered her voice. Then you better tell me quickly. The reason I am here is that I treat him well, unlike some people who show discontent upon first meeting. The mention of some people felt like a dagger to Xia Xian's heart. And I don't care for him, nor do I cause him trouble, she retorted weakly. Then why does he fear you? Yi Feng raised an eyebrow in response. Xia Xian pondered. He used to cling to me as a child, sweetly calling me brother. But now. Enough of this. Xiao Ran interjected, pulling the two to sit down. As Xia Xian settled into her seat, she couldn't shake the thought of why Xia Muan would be so afraid of her. Chapter 8. The campus MASU observing the two seated on the sofa. Each ignoring the other, Xiao Ran raised an eyebrow. Yi Feng glanced at Xia Xian and whispered, You're just like Xia Xian. Xiao Ran paused, turning to look at Xia Xian, who was lost in thought, and asked Yi Feng, Are you really sure about this?
Huh?
The way you say it makes it seem like you're considering my feelings, but aren't you just afraid that when Xia Xian finds out you've taken his brother, he'll chase you with a knife? Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Xiao Ran let out a cold laugh. Even if that is the case, you need not voice it. The group fell silent once more, merely sitting quietly. Before long, Xia Muan emerged with the prepared dishes. 4 dishes and a soup, 2 meat and 2 vegetable. All simple home-cooked meals. During dinner, Xia Xian frequently cast longing glances at Xia Muan, causing Xia Muan to feel anxious, fearing his cooking did not suit Xia Xian's taste. After the meal, Yifeng took the initiative to tidy up. Xia Xian pulled Xia Muan to the balcony and gazed intently at him. Why are you so afraid of me? And why have you stopped calling me brother? Xia Xian's question left Xia Muan momentarily stunned. What was happening? Was this seemingly aggrieved person truly the original's brother? Wasn't it established that he despised the original? Why did it feel so contrary to the narrative? I am not afraid of you. After uttering this line, Xia Muan covered his face. Stuttering while claiming he wasn't afraid was hardly convincing. You truly are not afraid of me? Upon hearing Xia Muan's words, Xia Xian's eyes brightened. Meeting Xia Xian's gaze, Xia Muan nodded. Then, could you call me brother? Xia Xian's eyes lit up even more at Xia Muan's nod. Xia Muan remained silent, leading Xia Xian to believe he still did not like him. And he lowered his head, feeling dejected. Was it truly impossible? Witnessing the usually serious Xia Xian displaying such an expression made Xia Muan realize that Xia Xian's disdain for the original was not genuine. Smiling softly, he gently called out, "Brother." Upon hearing Xia Muan refer to him as brother, Xia Xian joyfully embraced him. From then on, the two continued to chat, even ignoring Yifeng and Xiao Ran when they approached. Yifeng, watching Xia Xian with some resentment, felt a twinge of displeasure. Although he understood that Xia Xian was merely a brother to Nen, jealousy stirred within him. He envied the ease with which others could approach Nen and stay by her side. Yifeng's mood soured, and Xiao Ran's was worse. Despite always knowing that Xia Xian genuinely cared for Xia Muan, he had not shown it previously, and Xia Muan had been somewhat afraid of him. Consequently, the two had never been this close, and he had never regarded Xia Muan highly. Reflecting on this, Xiao Ran glanced at the two embracing. Surely watching a horror film did not necessitate such closeness. With a huff, Xiao Ran considered that now that Xia Xian and Xia Muan had reconciled, would they spend all their time together from now on? The very thought further dampened his spirits. Staring at them for a while, Xiao Ran sighed. Xia Xian truly adored Xia Muan. He just wondered whether Xia Muan held more importance in Xia Xian's heart than he did. Meanwhile, the two remained blissfully unaware of the other's thoughts. Shortly after they settled into their companionship, Xiao Ran found an excuse to whisk Xia Xian away. Lying on his bed, Xia Muan continued to ponder about Xia Xian. Moreover, the anticipated conflict among the 3 princes vying for the heroine's affection had yet to unfold. Despite the narrative suggesting they would reconcile under the heroine's persuasion, had the storyline undergone such significant changes unbeknownst to him? System, as long as I fulfill the main quest, I need not undertake anything else, correct?
Indeed, host.
Since this is the first world, it is quite simple. System 007 chirped cheerfully. So far, the original's fate has not befallen you. You merely need to fulfill the original's wishes. Yet, why does it seem like you have done nothing? And yet the plot has changed so drastically? Must I remain in this world until natural death? Xia Muan mused, recalling that the original's wishes seemed to imply as much. Not necessarily. If the host wishes to leave this world after completing the task, that can be arranged. The system explained. All right, I understand. Sighing, Xia Muan rolled around on the bed several times before speaking. When Yifeng entered with a glass of milk, he found the youth pouting and rolling on the bed. Chuckling, he extended the milk toward him. Get up, drink your milk, and then sleep. Upon hearing Yifeng's voice, Xia Muan felt a bit embarrassed but smiled, sitting up to accept the milk. Watching Xia Muan drink eagerly, even licking his lips unconsciously, stirred a fire within Yifeng. His gaze darkened as he hoarsely said, "Make sure to rest early tonight." Without waiting for Xia Muan to respond, he took the cup and exited the room. Observing Yifeng's hasty departure, Xia Muan felt perplexed. Had he done something wrong? Why did Yifeng seem so peculiar? Was it merely a careless gesture that elicited such a reaction from him? Was he simply too easily provoked, or did the youth possess an irresistible allure? When would he be able to capture the youth's affections in return? With a bitter smile, Yi Feng turned on the cold water to wash away the heat within him. Since Xia Xian reconciled with Xia Muan, he had virtually brought Xiao Ran to Xia Muan's home for dinner every day, leading to Yi Feng's growing disdain for Xia Xian. Chapter 9. The campus MASU. With a gentle gaze directed at Xia Muan, Xia Xian once again disregarded Yi Feng's discontented glances, embracing his younger brother while watching television. He was well aware of Yi Feng's feelings towards Muan. As long as he was present, he would never allow Yi Feng to whisk away his brother. After much effort in making Muan unafraid of him, he was determined to protect Muan well. He would not allow that little scoundrel to lead Muan astray. Observing Xia Xian's hand resting on Xia Muan's shoulder, Yi Feng yearned to expel Xia Xian, yet he found himself unable to do so. Casting a cold smirk toward Xiao Ran, Yi Feng inquired, "Are you not the least bit angry?"
Angry?
"Why should I be angry? Xian has finally made his brother unafraid of him. I can only rejoice." Xiao Ran twirled his phone in hand, smiling, seemingly indifferent. Narrowing his eyes, Yi Feng raised an eyebrow. "Oh, really? I heard Xia Xian has decided to let Muan move in with him, claiming they would live together from now on." Although Xiao Ran understood this was not the implication, the mere thought that he had never lived with Xian while someone else could, even if that person was Xian's brother, irked him. "What do you suggest we do?" Xiao Ran asked, pocketing his phone. "Keep an eye on your friend. As long as Xia Xian does not actively seek out an will not approach him either." Xiao Ran hesitated for a moment, but nodded upon seeing the two seated on the sofa, huddled together. While the two were negotiating terms, the other two remained blissfully unaware. They sat reminiscing about the past, with Xia Muan listening to Xia Xian recount how he had chased after him, calling him brother, and crying when Xia Xian did not respond. Listening to Xia Xian narrate the original host's childhood tales left Xia Muan feeling relieved he had no memories before the age of 7. Sparing him from confronting his foolish former self. After several days at home, Xia Muan contemplated fulfilling the original host's dream of opening a milk tea shop.
Ding.
"Congratulations, host, on completing the main quest," the long-absent system suddenly announced. Somewhat bewildered, Xia Muan stared at the system, struggling to comprehend how the task had been accomplished until Yi Feng took him to a location. Gazing at the exquisitely decorated milk tea shop and the employees working within, Xia Muan turned to the man beside him in astonishment. "Did you help me with all this? How do you like it? If there's anything you are dissatisfied with, please let me know, and I shall have it altered," Yi Feng said with a smile, observing the astonished youth. As long as it was what Anan desired, he would ensure it was perfect. Anan only needed to live happily and joyfully each day, while he would shoulder all worries and burdens. "And no, I really like it." As Xia Muan looked at the man before him, who gazed at him with such indulgence, his ears flushed red. So, it was this person who had assisted him in completing the task. But why would Yi Feng help him? Moreover, why did he feel strangely different in Yi Feng's presence? Since the matter of opening the shop, Yi Feng had noticed that Xia Muan seemed to be avoiding him. Uncertain of what had transpired to cause the youth's withdrawal, he discreetly sent someone to investigate while silently continuing to protect him. Xia Muan felt something was amiss. Particularly when facing Yi Feng, his heart would race uncontrollably. Moreover, he would inexplicably blush upon seeing Yi Feng. Such reactions frightened him, prompting him to instinctively evade Yi Feng these past few days. After evading Yi Feng for several days, Xia Muan decided to visit the shop while Yi Feng was absent, only to find that Yi Feng was indeed there. As he stepped into the shop, Xia Muan spotted a group of girls surrounding Yi Feng. Xia Muan had always known Yi Feng to be an exceptionally handsome individual. Though his expression was neutral, his extraordinary demeanor and aura revealed his uniqueness. Yet, this did not deter those eager to approach Yi Feng. Rather, his demeanor attracted certain women even more. Xia Muan stood at the entrance, watching Yi Feng amidst the throng of girls, seemingly unfazed by their attention. It appeared Yi Feng rather enjoyed their company. This thought brought an inexplicable discomfort to Xia Muan's heart, as if something that once belonged to him was no longer his. Realizing this, Xia Muan was taken aback. Why did he feel this way when Yi Feng was merely being kind to him? Turning to observe Yi Feng, surrounded by admirers. Xiaomuan pondered that perhaps Yifeng's kindness was simply due to the fact that he had saved him once. He was not a special person to Yifeng, nor was he someone who could hold a place in Yifeng's heart. Thinking this, a sense of heaviness and discomfort enveloped Xiaomuan's heart. Are you going in or not? Don't just stand at the door. Someone behind him remarked, noticing Xiaomuan's hesitation. As if he had heard the commotion, Yifeng turned to see Xiaomuan standing at the entrance. Their eyes met, but Xiaomuan pouted, turned his head, and left the scene. Chapter 10. The campus Mary Su Yifeng was initially in a foul mood, surrounded by a group of girls. The crux of the matter was that he could not directly ask them to leave. After all, this store belonged to an and he did not wish for his presence to adversely affect her profits. While he half-heartedly engaged with the girls, he suddenly heard a sound from the entrance. Turning his head, he spotted Xiaomuan standing at the door, staring intently in his direction. A surge of anxiety gripped his heart. Before he could utter a word, he saw Xiaomuan turn and leave. He quickly beckoned the girls surrounding him and dashed after Xiaomuan. And then, wait for me. With his long legs, Yifeng swiftly caught up and grasped Xiaomuan's arm. Why are you following me? There are so many girls around you. Why do you still care about me? Xiaomuan exclaimed, shaking off his hand. Unbeknownst to her, the combination of her expression and tone only conveyed her feelings of injustice. And it's not what you think. Yifeng, sensing her distress, pulled her aside to explain. It's not what you saw. What do you mean by that? You just want me to keep an eye on the store for those girls, right? Of course, someone of your status wouldn't waste time on someone like me. As she spoke, Xiaomuan felt an ache in her heart. And then, it's not like that. Those girls are customers of your store. I can't just chase them away. Yifeng, noticing the redness in her eyes, anxiously continued to explain. Who would believe you? You must like those girls and not me. Do you hate me? If you do, then don't live with me. The more she spoke, the more sorrowful she became, leaning against the wall and quietly sobbing. Hearing her words, Yifeng realized that Xiaomuan didn't dislike him but was, in fact, jealous. So she liked him too? Before he could revel in this newfound joy, the sight of Xiaomuan in tears filled him with heartache. Yifeng hurriedly approached her, wrapping his arms around her and gently patting her back. And I don't like those girls. I only love you. So, do you understand now? Upon hearing his declaration, Xiaomuan froze, momentarily forgetting her tears. She lifted her head and gazed blankly at Yifeng. Indeed, just like her, soft and sweet. Yifeng sighed contentedly before releasing the still-dazed Xiaomuan. When I kiss you, will you feel disgusted? Will you hate it? Yifeng cupped Xiaomuan's face. His voice low, though his eyes betrayed his nervousness. Just then, she realized that he had kissed her, hadn't he? She shook her head, indicating that she felt neither disgust nor hatred. Seeing her nod, Yifeng's gaze softened. Suddenly recalling something, he asked, and you like me too, don't you? As he spoke, Yifeng stared intently at Xiaomuan, fearful of missing her true feelings. After a moment of hesitation, Xiaomuan nodded and bashfully lowered her head. Seeing her agreement, Yifeng joyfully embraced her, a grin spreading across his face. Really, Anan? You truly like me? I'm so happy. Xiaomuan, blushing, chose to ignore his exuberance and stood up, pulling him away. Honestly, can't you be a bit more mindful? We're in public. Upon returning home, Yifeng, with a beaming smile, busied himself with cooking, refusing to let Xiaomuan help, which exasperated her enough to deliver a playful punch. Since they had cleared the air, Yifeng moved into Xiaomuan's room. Although they were now in a romantic relationship, their interactions remained innocent, confined to kisses and embraces. This was primarily due to Xiaomuan's innocence and Yifeng's desire to leave her with a good impression. Eventually, Xia Xian learned of their relationship and was infuriated, nearly chasing Yifeng with a knife. Yet, it was merely a fleeting thought, after all. He didn't want to jeopardize the progress he had made with Mu, and because of that scoundrel Yifeng. Though Xia Xian could not confront Yifeng openly, she sought to find faults with him in secret. Yifeng, however, allowed her to vent, as he appreciated her concern for Anan. Not long after, Yifeng brought Xiaomuan to a place he had meticulously prepared. The ground was adorned with candlelight and flowers, forming several large heart shapes. intertwined with many of Xia Mu-An's favorite things. Yifeng's friends watched from afar, cheering them on.
From the outside,
Xia Mu-An appeared as though she were enveloped in protection. Yifeng slowly approached Xia Mu-An, his eyes filled with affection. Kneeling on one knee, he produced a ring. "Anan, I will always cherish you, protect you, and love you with all my heart. Will you be with me?" Xia Mu-An's face flushed as she glanced around at the gathering crowd. Turning back to Yifeng, she nodded. Yifeng slipped the ring onto her finger, then stood to kiss her forehead. The surrounding crowd erupted in cheers, and Xia Mu-An's face turned an even deeper shade of red. Observing Yifeng's elation, Xia Xian felt an overwhelming urge to kick him. How could this shameless fellow steal away her adorable and innocent brother? It was enough to make anyone furious. Xiao Ran tugged at Xia Xian, exasperated. "Honestly, ever since Xia Mu-An called you Brother Xian, your protective brother persona has been fully unleashed." Chapter 11. The campus Mary Sue. Upon returning home, Xia Mu-An's cheeks were still flushed, causing a delightful stir in Yifeng's heart. Anan closed the door to her room and shed her garments. Yifeng gently kissed Xia Mu-An's slightly trembling eyes, reassuringly whispering, "Do not be afraid. I will not harm you." With a soft chuckle, he pressed his lips against hers, allowing his kisses to trail down her cheek to her neck, leaving a few marks in his wake. His hands began to explore her body, seeking out her sensitive spots. This feels so strange," Xia Mu-An shyly exclaimed as she heard her own voice. It felt peculiar, and her body was growing warmer.
not strange at all, Anan.
"Let it out. I adore your voice." Observing Xia Mu-An's innocent reaction, Yifeng tenderly kissed her lips again, his movements unwavering. As he continued to kiss her gently, Yifeng retrieved a small item from the nightstand, pouring a bit into his palm before guiding his hand behind Xia Mu-An, slowly introducing a single finger inside her. The sensation of the foreign object was acutely pronounced, and Xia Mu-An squirmed uncomfortably. Yifeng comforted her with kisses while his fingers inched in and out, gradually increasing to 2. Yifeng patiently engaged in the act of expansion, enduring his own discomfort for the sake of not hurting Anan. Once he felt she was adequately prepared, he withdrew his fingers. A sense of emptiness enveloped Xia Mu-An, causing her to shift uncomfortably. Yifeng then gently inserted his already erect member. Despite having prepared her, Xia Mu-An still felt a notable pain from the size difference. "Anan, relax," he soothed, kissing her lips again. He understood the pain she felt, but insisted that if he did not proceed, it would only hurt more. Obediently, Xia Mu-An relaxed her body, allowing Yifeng to fully enter her. Yifeng. Call me Feng." His voice, laden with a sultry undertone, resonated in the air. Feng. Feng. Hearing Xia Mu-An utter his name drove Yifeng to abandon restraint, urging them both into a passionate tide. The night was filled with fervent intimacy, and as dawn approached, Yifeng finally relented. When Xia Mu-An next opened her eyes, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Rubbing her eyes, she turned over, feeling a fatigue in her waist and legs, a certain part of her still tinged with a lingering ache. "Awake? Come, have some porridge." Yifeng, carrying a bowl of freshly made porridge, helped Xia Mu-An sit up, explaining that it was customary to eat porridge after their first time, as it was beneficial for her body. "I was wrong last night. I exhausted you." At Yifeng's words, Xia Mu-An recalled their tender entanglement from the previous night, her cheeks flushing once more. With one person smiling and feeding the other, their gazes brimming with affection, the room was enveloped in a warm atmosphere. After Xia Mu-An finished her meal, she slowly rose from bed. Despite Yifeng's attentive foreplay, she still felt a tinge of discomfort. Once dressed, they spent the day together at home, watching television and enjoying fruit. Gazing affectionately at Xia Mu-An as she focused on the screen, Yifeng reflected on his newfound happiness. How long had he yearned for such ordinary yet blissful days? Without Anan's presence, would there have been any joy in his life? When Xia Mu-An turned to find Yifeng watching her, her face turned crimson. Embarrassed, she averted her gaze, asking, "What is wrong? Why do you keep staring at me?" Her words only intensified her blush. Placing her hand on his, she whispered, "I feel the same way." The two fell into a comfortable silence, yet the atmosphere around them was palpably tender. After being together with Xia Mu-An, Yi Feng began to heed the advice of his elder brother, Yi Lin, taking on responsibilities within the family business. Initially uninterested, he was now determined to provide the best life for Anin, wanting to fulfill her every desire. Thus, he knew he must embrace the role of taking over the company. University life flew by in the blink of an eye, and Xia Muin graduated. Yi Feng had graduated 3 years prior and had already stepped into his role at the company. After graduation, Xia Muin had no plans to seek employment. Over the years, the milk tea shop Yi Feng had opened for her thrived, providing her with a comfortable living. Shortly after Yi Feng's graduation, Xia Muin's father discovered their relationship and sternly demanded that she part ways with Yi Feng. However, Xia Muin did not heed her father's wishes. The once deeply respectful son had transformed into a version of himself that lived solely for his own happiness. Before long, Yi Feng introduced Xia Muin to his family, which consisted only of his brother and sister-in-law. They offered their support without any admonitions, simply wishing for the couple to cherish their lives together. As time passed, Xia Muin met Su Yun a few times. After overcoming initial struggles, Su Yun proved her mettle, achieving unexpected success. Upon graduating, she chose to remain at the university as a teacher and eventually entered a relationship with a man who had pursued her for some time. Su Yun had expressed gratitude to Xia Muin for his past assistance, but as time went on, their paths diverged. Primarily due to Yi Feng's desire to keep Xia Muin away from Su Yun, as she was one of the 2 women he cherished most, the other being Xia Muin's mother. Eventually, after an indeterminate period, Xia Xian began a relationship with Xiao Ran, despite their father's threats to sever ties with her. Nevertheless, Xia Xian remained resolute in her decision. Chapter 12. The conclusion of the campus Mary Sue tale. The life of Xia Muin can be described as one of smooth sailing. Although the original owner did not fare well in the first few decades, everything began to change gradually after Xia Muin arrived in this world. Yi Feng dotes on Xia Muin, fulfilling his every wish, as if he would pluck the stars from the sky to grant him joy. At times, Xia Muin, spoiled by Yi Feng, would throw tantrums for no apparent reason, yet Yi Feng always indulged him, encouraging him to express his feelings openly, which often left Xia Muin both amused and exasperated. When Yi Feng turned 30, his brother Yi Lin, concerned about their future, suggested that they consider surrogacy for a child. However, Yi Feng vehemently refused. His possessiveness was profound. He could not bear the thought of any woman bearing Xia Muin's child or any child sharing Xia Muin's bloodline, even through surrogacy. Moreover, he could not allow himself to father a child through such means. On another front, Yi Feng wished to keep Xia Muin's attention solely on him, believing that it should be exclusively directed towards him. Though Xia Muin sometimes felt helpless, the knowledge that Yi Feng cared deeply for him made him willingly accept the situation. They had often been the subject of teasing, with others questioning why 2 individuals whose personalities seemed so incompatible remained together for so long. They speculated that Yi Feng's possessiveness would likely prove unbearable for Xia Muin. Yet, every time they heard such remarks, Xia Muin and Yi Feng would simply exchange knowing smiles, unfazed by the opinions of others. To them, the mere fact of having met and shared their lives was a blessing beyond measure. The couple continued their tranquil existence for many years. Just as Xia Muin had resigned himself to a life of simplicity with Yi Feng, an unforeseen incident struck fear into their hearts. This incident occurred when Yi Feng was 35. One day, while on a business trip, he was involved in a minor car accident. Although he was not seriously injured, the doctors advised him to take ample time for recovery. During this period, Xia Muin remained by Yi Feng's side, visibly anxious. Whenever Yi Feng was out of sight, Xia Muin would become despondent, and at times, tears would inexplicably stream down his face. Eventually, it was through the gentle persuasion of Xia Xian that the cause of Xia Muin's unusual behavior was revealed. On the day of Yi Feng's accident, Xia Muin had a vivid dream in which Yi Feng was gravely injured in a catastrophic accident, with doctors issuing multiple grave notifications. Upon waking, Xia Muin hurriedly called Yi Feng, only to discover that the person who answered was not him. Rushing to the hospital, Xia Muin's mind was filled with the terrifying dream he had experienced, leading to his previous erratic behavior. After listening to Xia Muin's account, the others glanced at Yi Feng. Xia Xian embraced Xia Muin, soothingly patting his back, while Yi Feng looked on with concern for Xia Muan. During his recovery, Yi Feng pondered many things, particularly regarding Xia Muan. He understood that the two children he planned to adopt might not care for Xia Muan as he did, but at least they would be there to look after him in Yi Feng's absence. After careful consideration, Yi Feng shared his thoughts with Xia Muan, suggesting that adopting two children could provide companionship for him when Yi Feng was away. Xia Muan reflected on this and agreed. Upon his discharge from the hospital, Yi Feng and Xia Muan promptly visited an orphanage to adopt two twin boys, one registered under Yi Feng's name and the other under Xia Muan's. In the ensuing years, Xia Muan nurtured the boys at home while Yi Feng balanced his time between work and family. Their lives progressed in a gentle rhythm for several decades, with their bond remaining as strong as ever. Their enduring affection rendered all those who wished to see them falter speechless. Xia Muan's life was indeed smooth sailing. Cherished by Yi Feng and protected by Xia Xian, the two adopted boys were also dutiful and respectful towards them. It could be said that after encountering Yi Feng, Xia Muan had never endured any hardship. In their twilight years, Yi Feng continued to shower Xia Muan with the same affection he had in his youth until his last day. Due to the toll of his earlier struggles, Yi Feng's health suffered, and after Xia Muan celebrated his 65th birthday, Yi Feng passed away. On the day of Yi Feng's departure, Xia Muan summoned the system.
Ding.
The first world has concluded. In the expanse of the white void, Xia Muan felt a profound ache over Yi Feng's absence, realizing that the one who had cherished and loved him had indeed departed.
Ding.
The system has detected the host's emotional state as excessively low, initiating memory confinement. The familiar voice of System 007 was replaced by an electronic tone.
Ding.
Memory confinement successful.
Ding.
Proceeding to the selection of the second world.
G.
System 007 has successfully chosen the second world for the host, initiating transmission. The electronic voice transformed back into that of System 007. Chapter 13, The Ancient Time Travel Tale. When Xia Muan opened her eyes once more, she was greeted by a cascade of purple drapery. Rising to a seated position, she surveyed the antique charm of the room. The furniture, crafted from exquisite sandalwood, and the silken fabric she touched exuded an air of luxury. The intricately carved purple canopy bed faintly emanated a delicate fragrance. A frown crossed Xia Muan's brow as she pondered how she had completed her task in the previous world. Why did she possess no recollection of it? And why did she feel an unsettling sense of having forgotten someone of great importance? 007. How did I complete my task in the last world? She inquired, shaking her head and addressing the system. Furrowing her brow, she continued, Then please provide me with the plot of this world and the identity of the original host.
Ding.
The information has been transmitted to the host. Echoed the familiar voice of System 007. 007. Why did your voice change just now? Xia Muan asked, fixating her gaze on the system, recalling the previous tone. The previous voice was not that of System 007. It belonged to the management system, 007 explained, circling around her. What is the management system? Xia Muan questioned, a hint of confusion in her tone. It oversees certain permissions for both the host and the system. Without adequate permissions, one cannot access specific information or acquire certain materials. How can I ascertain if my permissions are sufficient? The host is merely bound to a standard system. After completing a certain number of tasks, the binding can be dissolved. Permissions cannot be elevated. That only applies to permanent binders. So, it is impossible to learn about the previous world? Xia Muan thought, shaking her head. Surely, there was nothing of particular significance? Calming her mind, she began to read the plot provided by System 007. This time, the narrative revolved around time travel to the ancient era. It told the tale of a modern-day university student who traversed back in time, transforming from an unfavored legitimate daughter into the queen of a kingdom. Yi Wan'er, an ordinary university student in the modern world, was introverted and enjoyed reading novels and comics. By a twist of fate, she found herself inhabiting the body of a neglected legitimate daughter of Prime Minister Morong in the Kingdom of Lini. After her time travel, Yi Wan'er began to utilize the knowledge she had acquired in the modern era to make a name for herself. Following the typical trajectory of such narratives, Warlords showcased her protagonist advantages, garnered the loyalty of devoted maidservants, suppressed her stepmother and half-sister, and earned the affections of the male lead, Xia Hoyuan. Where there is a male lead, there naturally exists supporting characters. In an unexpected turn, the female lead, Warlords, saved the male supporting character, General Xun Li, who, under her care, developed feelings for her and began to protect her in secret. The female antagonist was Warlords' half-sister, Warlords, whose arrogant and jealous nature led her to target the increasingly flourishing Warlords. As she delved deeper, Xia Muan uncovered the reasons for the growing distance between supporting character Xun Li and the female lead Warlords. During an outing, Warlords encountered the charming Wang Shi, who playfully flirted with her. This interaction was interrupted by Prince N, Xia Muan, who intervened with his guards. Logically, one would expect gratitude from the female lead towards Prince N. However, for reasons unknown, Warlords harbored a deep disdain for him. Ultimately, after becoming queen, she fabricated a pretext to have Prince N eliminated. This led to Xun Li distancing himself from her, opting to serve in the borderlands under the now Emperor Xia Hoyuan. Later, as Warlords grew increasingly close to Xia Hoyuan, she found herself falling for him, using her modern knowledge to assist him, which only deepened his affection for her. Amidst the relentless schemes of male and female antagonists, Warlords and male lead Xia Hoyuan finally united after a series of misunderstandings, while Xun Li, burdened by guilt over Prince N's demise, distanced himself from Warlords and volunteered for border duty, remaining unmarried for life. 007. What is this mission? Xia Muan asked, rubbing her temples as she closed the system panel.
Ding.
Main Task 1. Avert the original host's predetermined fate.
Ding.
Main Task 2. Uncover the true cause of the original host's parents' deaths.
Ding.
Main Task 3. Dismantle the relationship between the male and female leads. After reviewing the tasks assigned by the system, Xia Muan reclined on the bed, sifting through the memories left by the original host. Within these recollections, she learned that the original host's father was a great general. As she scrutinized these memories, she noticed that details regarding her parents were shrouded in obscurity. Summoning the system panel once more, Xia Muan requested information about the original host's parents. Opening the file, she examined it closely. The original host's father had begun his military career at the tender age of 13 and fought alongside the current emperor at 15, contributing to the strength of the kingdom of Lini. At 22, he wed the original host's mother, and their marriage was marked by deep affection, culminating in the birth of the original host a year later. The original host's mother was a woman of extraordinary beauty, accompanying her husband to battle when the original host was merely 7 months old, devising numerous strategies and earning much admiration. Tragically, both parents perished in turmoil when the original host was 8 years old. The original host harbored doubts about the circumstances surrounding her parents' deaths. However, despite her investigations, she uncovered no tangible evidence, leaving her suspicions unsubstantiated. Perhaps to console the Xia family following the funeral of Xia Muan's parents, the current emperor conferred the title of prince and upon Xia Muan and took her into the palace, entrusting her to the Empress Dowager's care. Although Xia Muan was granted the title of prince and she was, in essence, a powerless prince. After organizing the original host's memories, Xia Muan remarked, "It is evident that the current emperor must know something about my parents' deaths. Otherwise, why would he shower such affection upon me yet deny me any real power?" However, this was merely conjecture. The true circumstances required further investigation. Running her fingers through her hair, Xia Muan rose, dressing according to the original host's memories, and summoned a maidservant. After a brief wash under the maid's attentive service, she proceeded to the dining hall, guided by the recollections of the original host. Chapter 14. The Ancient Time Travel Part 2. As she savored the meticulously prepared meal in the kitchen, Xia Muan suddenly recalled her curiosity about the progress of the storyline. 007. Where does the plot stand now?
Ding.
Today marks the day the female protagonist has crossed over. Pausing mid-bite, Xia Muan realized that the protagonist had just arrived in this world, indicating that the narrative was only just beginning. Did this mean she had ample time to complete her tasks? Meanwhile, in the Prime Minister's residence, within a rather dilapidated courtyard, faint sounds of weeping could be heard. "Miss, please wake up." A maid, clad in worn attire, leaned over the bedside, gently shaking the person lying there, her tears falling incessantly.
Who is it?
Why are you crying in my ear? Can't one find peace even in death? Yuana stirred her fingers, suddenly recalling that she had indeed perished in a car accident.
How could she still feel anything?
Gradually opening her eyes, Yuana finally beheld her surroundings. Although the room appeared quite shabby, it was evident that it was not a modern dwelling. She abruptly sat up, clutching her head. Ouch, my head aches terribly.
Miss,
you have finally awakened. The maid, who had been beside the bed, wiped her tears in joy upon seeing her mistress sit up. Miss, you just woke up, your health is fragile. Please don't move around. I shall prepare something for you to eat. With that, she hurriedly dashed out.
Je venner robt Herr Tempus, striving to alleviate her discomforts.
Observing her surroundings and reflecting on the maid's earlier words, she soon comprehended that she was no longer in her original world, but had instead entered an unknown realm. Before she could ponder deeply, the maid returned with a simple meal, some porridge and a small dish of greens. Yuana frowned. Despite her uncertainty about the nature of this world, the size of the room and the maid addressing her as Miss suggested that the food could not be so meager. Noticing her mistress's displeasure, the maid explained, Miss, you have just awakened, so you should start with something light. In a few days, once my embroidery is finished, I can go out and procure some better food for you. The maid seemed to brighten at the thought. After finishing the porridge slowly, Yuana inquired, Who are you? Why do you call me Miss? And where is this place? The maid appeared momentarily stunned by Yuana's questions before bursting into tears again.
Miss, what has happened to you? How could you forget me?
It seemed she recalled something and continued. It must have been the fourth Miss who pushed you,
causing your head injury.
I may have lost my memory. Please do not cry. Seeing the maid tear up once more, Yuana hurriedly explained. Xiaoyu wiped her tears and turned to Yuana, saying, Miss, this is the kingdom of Lini, and you are the legitimate eldest daughter of Prime Minister Murong.
Murong war näher.
I am your personal maid, Xiaoyu. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, Yuana glanced around the shabby room and at her own attire. The legitimate daughter of Prime Minister Murong? It appeared she had crossed over into the life of someone who was not favored. Nodding, she pressed Xiaoyu for information about the original owner's past. From Xiaoyu's narrative, Yuana learned of the original owner's character and the circumstances leading to her predicament. The original owner's mother had passed away when she was 5, and her father had favored his concubine, the third lady, which resulted in the original owner being neglected from a young age. This neglect contributed to her timid and cowardly disposition. A few days prior, while admiring the lotus flowers in the garden, she had encountered the third lady's daughter. The fourth Miss, Murong Xiner. Given her inherently timid nature, Murong Waner had attempted to avoid confrontation. However, Murong Xiner had mocked her regarding her mother's death, inciting a moment of rage during which the original owner had pushed her, leading to her own fall into the pond. By the time help arrived, the original owner was nearly beyond saving, and lacking proper medicinal care, her consciousness had been overtaken by Yuana. Gripping her clothing tightly, Yuana resolved, Now that I inhabit this body, I shall live fully in her stead and ensure that those who have wronged her pay a price. After exchanging words for a while longer, Murong Waner succumbed to exhaustion and fell asleep. Unbeknownst to Xia Muan, who was still unaware of the protagonist's arrival, she was currently fixated on the man seated across from her, who was sipping tea. Clad and prepared to explore the ancient version of a brothel, frequented by the original owner, she was intercepted by the steward before she could step outside. He informed her that the Grand General was visiting and requested the prince's presence in the front hall. Upon entering, Xia Muan spotted Shen Li seated with admirable poise. From the original owner's memories, she understood the reasons behind Shen Li's subsequent estrangement after the original owner's demise. I hear you've been frequenting the brothels these past few days? Shen Li inquired, taking a delicate sip of tea while eyeing the disgruntled youth before him. The pampered nature of the youth was evident, and upon hearing Shen Li's question, his dissatisfaction was palpable. The 17 or 18-year-old boy appeared rather juvenile in Shen Li's eyes. His flamboyant temperament manifested in the slight raising of his eyebrows and the firm pressing of his lips, betraying his unhappiness. If so, I shall accompany you to see what sort of beauties could captivate Prince and so deeply. Shen Li raised an eyebrow, Observing the boy's wide-eyed expression, his mood visibly lifted. Initially displeased by the boy's frequent visits to such establishments, his spirits brightened upon seeing him. Startled, Xia Muan gazed at Xinli, thinking how shameless he was. If he truly took this esteemed figure to a brothel, word would spread throughout the capital in no time. Rumors of Prince N and the Grand General visiting such a place would surely ensue. At that point, it would be a matter of time before the entire city would drown him in disdain. After all, Xinli, the revered general, was the most popular figure in the capital. Ultimately, Xia Muan's plan to visit the brothel remained unfulfilled, and she could only follow Xinli to stroll through the bustling marketplace. Chapter 15. Ancient Time Travel Part 3. Since the last visit from Xinli, every time Xia Muan contemplated a visit to the brothel or the gambling house, Xinli would invariably appear before him. Gradually, Xia Muan ventured out less frequently, instead spending his days at home, indulging in the delightful snacks brought by Xinli and the meals prepared in the kitchen.
Ding!
The male lead is about to encounter the female lead. While savoring the fruits peeled by a maid, Xia Muan suddenly heard a notification from the system. 007. Why disrupt the union of the male and female leads this time? Dear host, Xia Hoyuan's original destiny was to unify the realm and become a renowned sovereign, rather than merely being a ruler of a single nation for the female lead. Moreover, the narrative omits that in the end, the female lead, driven by her selfish desires, killed the male lead and ascended to become the Empress of Lini, ultimately leading to the collapse of this timeline. 007 elucidated the reasons. Is that so? However, MASU-MANHUA in the modern world is merely an ordinary university student. How could she rise to become an empress after traveling through time? That is quite an overwhelming halo of the female lead, Xia Muan mused for a moment before leisurely preparing to step out. Upon arriving at the designated location provided by the system, Xia Muan sat upstairs, observing the throngs of people in the marketplace below. In recent days, MASU-MANHUA had finally managed to reorganize her servants, concocting a reason to expel those who had previously conspired against her. With her stepmother now subdued, she ventured out with Xiaoyu to inspect the shop left behind by her mother, only to encounter trouble immediately upon stepping outside.
Oh, whose young lady is so enchanting?
A young gentleman clad in a white robe, wielding a paper fan, circled around MASU-MANHUA, grinning at his attendants and servants.
What do you want?
MASU-MANHUA asked, slightly turning aside, her brow furrowed.
Haha, what do I want?
Seeing how lovely you are, naturally, this young master wishes to cherish you. He reached out, attempting to touch MASU-MANHUA. Shao Qi, do you see that person? Xia Muan pointed at the man harassing the female lead and addressed his personal guard. Your master finds him displeasing. Go and teach him a lesson. Shao Qi glanced at the man, then at his master, bending slightly to acknowledge, understood. Could it be that his master had taken a liking to that young lady, but did not wish to intervene directly? After all, he had never seen his master actively assist any maiden before. Before MASU-MANHUA could evade, a figure stood before her, seizing Wang Shi's hand.
Who are you?
Wang Shi, surprised, looked at Shao Qi with widened eyes. My identity is of no concern to you. Shao Qi tightened his grip on Wang Shi's hand, scoffing coldly.
Impudent.
Who are you to meddle in my affairs? Do you believe a mere word from me could render you unable to survive in the capital? Wang Shi tugged at his hand, unable to free himself, resorting to a loud shout.
Oh!
Young Master Wang intends to ensure I cannot survive in this capital? Xia Muan, who had just descended the stairs, chuckled upon hearing this. Ah, and Wang, I never said that about you. Shao Qi, let go. Look at how vexed you've made young Master Wang. Xia Muan dismissed Wang Shi's remarks, merely waving his hand to signal Shao Qi to release him. Rubbing his hand, Wang Shi stole a few glances at Xia Muan, lowering his voice to apologize. In the capital, aside from the emperor and the princes, he could least afford to offend this in Wang. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Shi concocted an excuse and departed with his entourage. MASU-MANHUA gazed at the strikingly handsome man before her, her cheeks flushing. Thank you for your assistance, kind sir. I am MASU-MANHUA. May I ask your name? Before she could finish her sentence, a cold voice interjected. An Wang, long time no see. Upon hearing the voice, Xia Muan turned, his peach blossom eyes widening slightly in surprise. How could Xinli be here? Moreover, what was he doing alongside the male lead, Xia Hoyuan? And Wang appeared somewhat astonished. Observing the youth's widened eyes, Xinli's lips curled into a faint smile. Perhaps the youth still believed he was in the military camp. The third prince, Xia Muan, shot Xinli a glare and nodded at Xia Hoyuan. Although Xia Muan wielded no real power, his father's excessive favoritism exempted him from many formalities. Save for the emperor and empress dowager. Xia Hoyuan nodded and smiled, casting a few glances at Xia Muan, who had never smiled at anyone in such a manner before. Little Lady Murong Waner pays her respects to the third prince, and Wang, and the general of the kingdom. Murong Waner bowed respectfully, her heart racing. To have encountered so many handsome gentlemen during her journey to the ancient times was simply too fortuitous. How she wished to be with one of them. After the attendants escorted Murong Waner away, Xia Hoyuan invited the two to dine at Wangjiang Tower. Who would have thought I would encounter in Wang today? Xia Hoyuan remarked, taking a sip of wine. Forget the formalities. Just call me by my name. Xia Muan replied, lifting his cup with the intention of drinking. He had never consumed strong liquor before. Although the original persona often drank, it was always fruit wine. You have yet to reach your coming of age. It would be wise to drink less. Xinli attempted to take the cup from the youth's hand, but Xia Muan skillfully evaded him. What do you mean by not yet coming of age? You two began drinking long ago. Xia Muan shot Xinli an admonishing glance before downing his drink in one gulp. You speak truly. Come, let's toast. Upon hearing Xia Muan's words, Xia Hoyuan raised his cup with a grin. The three enjoyed their meal and drink at Wangjiang Tower, and before long, night fell. Initially, Xia Muan had confidently claimed to possess a strong tolerance for alcohol. However, he soon succumbed to inebriation. Well, I shall take my leave first, Xia Hoyuan remarked, glancing at the two and nodding before departing. Once Xia Hoyuan left, Xinli scrutinized the youth before him. With eyes tightly shut, the exquisite face bore a hint of flush, lips slightly pursed, and hair in disarray. Chuckling softly, Xinli lifted Xia Muan in his arms, frowning slightly at how light the youth felt. It seemed necessary to have the steward ensure he received proper nourishment. Chapter 16. The Ancient Time Travel Section. For my first encounter with the young boy occurred around the time I turned 10. At that juncture, he was stationed at the border alongside General Xia, who cared for him immensely, teaching him martial arts, while Madame Xia diligently arranged his garments each day. Sharing tales concerning Xia Muan. One fateful day, General Xia, brimming with joy, summoned me to the tent to reveal that the emperor, displaying compassion, had sent for Xia Muan to visit them, allowing the family to converse together. At that time, Xia Muan was merely 5 years old. Upon entering, my gaze was immediately captivated by the cherubic child nestled in Madame Xia's embrace. He was pale and plump, exuding an aura of comfort, with round, curious eyes that surveyed his surroundings, often breaking into a smile directed at me. In a blink, both General Xia and Madame Xia met their untimely demise. Following the completion of his parents' funeral rites, the young boy was taken into the palace by the emperor, entrusted to the care of the Empress Dowager. Meanwhile, I plunged into the chaos of the battlefield, seeking vengeance against those who had wronged us in the past. When I encountered the young boy once more, he had blossomed into a refined young gentleman, having entirely forgotten me, considering himself merely a disciple of his father. Although I occasionally visited the prince and's residence to see Muan, he did not seem particularly welcoming towards me. I once believed I regarded Muan as a younger brother, but it now appeared otherwise. Every gesture and smile of his continuously drew me in. With a sigh, I gazed out at the moonlight, a wry smile gracing my lips. What was I contemplating? The circumstances surrounding the deaths of General Xia and Madame Xia were beginning to unravel. If I persisted in my inquiries, I would inevitably uncover the truth. As for Muan, I merely needed to protect him diligently. Since our last gathering at Wangjiang Tower, Xia Hoyuan had frequently sought Muan's company for outings. During their time together, Muan gleaned insights about Xia Hoyuan from the system. Although Xia Hoyuan was the legitimate third prince, his mother was merely a consort, leaving him overshadowed by an elder brother of noble birth and a firstborn brother, rendering his position rather precarious. Furthermore, the emperor displayed little interest in him, while his two brothers treated him with hostility. Previously distanced from the political center, his mother and her clan faced suppression, leaving him to quietly amass his own strength. Muin held a favorable view of Xia Hoyuan, appreciating his amiable disposition, capabilities, patience, and wisdom, alongside his concern for the plight of the common folk. Before encountering the female lead, he managed affairs with remarkable rationality, making it no surprise that the system aimed to sever the bond between the male and female protagonists. Muin, will you attend the flower viewing banquet hosted by the Grand Princess tomorrow evening? Xia Hoyuan inquired, raising an eyebrow as he sipped his tea. Furthermore, it was essential to undermine the influence the female lead had begun to exert over Xia Hoyuan. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, attending was imperative. The Grand Princess's flower viewing banquet occurred every 3 years. Although labeled as such, it was in essence a veiled matchmaking event. On the day of the banquet, Muin casually found a spot to recline, with Xunli seated beside him. Initially, he assumed Xunli would be disinterested in such affairs, yet to his surprise, he had also come. Muin's gaze lingered on Xunli for a moment before he averted his eyes. For reasons unknown, Muin felt an uncanny resemblance between Xunli and someone significant from his past, though he could recall nothing about that individual. Yet that sensation persisted. As he turned his head, Muin noticed Xia Hoyuan engaged in lively conversation with Murong Wana nearby. Rising to approach, he was interrupted by a maid announcing the arrival of the Grand Princess. Those still conversing rose in unison, respectfully greeting her. The Grand Princess nodded, gesturing for everyone to be seated, and approached the main seat with a smile, stating, "I am genuinely delighted to see you all here today. There is no need for further pleasantries. Let us commence the banquet." No sooner had her words left her lips than music filled the air, and the dancers entered to perform gracefully. Following the conclusion of the music, the theme of the evening was introduced. Poetry and songs filled the atmosphere. While not everyone excelled in every aspect, each possessed their own forte. A group of individuals strained to showcase their talents, while Muin leisurely sat nearby, savoring the fruits that Xunli had peeled for him. "Why don't you go and take a look? Is it that none of these fair maidens capture your heart? If you have someone you fancy, do let me know, and I shall act as your matchmaker," the Grand Princess remarked playfully, approaching Muin, who was reclining and enjoying his fruit. This child had grown under her watchful eye, always exquisite and charming. Had it not been for the loss of his parents, she might have already begun seeking a match for him. Reflecting on this, the Grand Princess couldn't help but sigh. After all, their royal family owed him much. "Grand Princess, I have no one I admire," Muin replied, somewhat embarrassed by her unexpected inquiry. "You know, people outside say you're indifferent. Even if it is not entirely true, you ought to be cautious. Should you come to fancy a lady in the future, she may not lend you an ear for explanations." The Grand Princess chuckled, shaking her head. This child's demeanor was nothing like his father's. It remained uncertain whether that was a blessing or a curse. "Grand Princess, look over there. It seems quite splendid. Do go and see." Muin stood, shaking the Grand Princess's arm, gesturing towards another area. "Very well, I shall go." The Grand Princess smiled, patting Muin's hand before following her attendants. Chapter 17. Ancient Time Travel Part 5. Seated somewhat absent-mindedly, Xia Muin savored the fruits offered by Xunli. Glancing at Xia Mu and then at the retreating figure of the Grand Princess, Xunli handed the freshly peeled fruit to Xia Muin and inquired, "The Grand Princess seems quite concerned about you." Upon hearing Xia Muin's words, Xunli paused momentarily. While it was indeed true, his expression hinted at a trace of guilt as he regarded the Grand Princess. What could a royal Grand Princess possibly feel guilty about concerning Xia Muin? It appeared to be linked to an incident from years past. "Hey, what are you thinking about?" Xia Muin, curious about Xunli's demeanor, leaned in closer. She had called out to Xunli several times, yet he remained unresponsive. It was rare for General Xun to be so lost in thought. "Nothing much. Let us go take a look," Xunli replied, setting aside his thoughts and taking Xia Muin by the hand as they moved forward. As they approached, they overheard the voices nearby. "They say Miss Lin has remarkable talents, but I beg to differ. My elder sister is the true paragon of talent. It's just that she seldom composes poetry and never showcases her abilities." Murong Xiner pouted at Yi Shi and then glanced at Murong Waner, turning to smile at everyone. Miss Murong speaks rightly. My talents are modest, yet this Miss Murong has never produced any poetry, Lin Shi remarked calmly, seemingly unperturbed. Such childish jealousy is hardly worth my concern. Upon hearing this, Murong Exiner chuckled, covering her mouth as she addressed Murong Wanner, sister. Why not compose a poem or two for Miss Lin to witness? She was well aware that Murong Wanner had never received any education in poetry. It was unlikely she could create verses. However, if Murong Wanner failed to produce a poem today, her reputation would be tarnished. Indeed, if that's the case, Sister Wanner, why not attempt a couple of verses? Those surrounding Murong Wanner began to tease her. Surveying the crowd, Murong Wanner let out a cold laugh. Recognizing that some simply could not bear to see her thrive and resorted to such petty tactics to ruin her name. Very well. I shall use the plum blossom as my subject. With a flourish, she pointed to a budding plum tree, declaring, "It is well known that plum blossoms bloom in winter. Today, I shall craft a poem inspired by them." After stepping forward a few paces, she began to recite, "The plum snow contends with spring, refusing to yield. The poet's quill falters, unable to capture its grace." Who knows if this is merely a rehearsed performance, for she has never before composed a single verse. Murong Exiner bit her lip and addressed the assembly. Then, might I suggest a topic for all to ponder? I shall compose another poem on the spot. Murong Wanner smiled at Murong Exiner, who seemed blissfully unaware of the trouble she was courting. After a lengthy discussion, the group had yet to settle on a theme when Xia Muin and Xia Hoyuan arrived. What has transpired here? Xia Hoyuan inquired, glancing around. Such peculiar occurrences were rare at a banquet hosted by the Grand Princess, and it was unclear who had instigated the matter. Having gathered the essentials, Xia Hoyuan looked at Murong Wanner and then at Xia Muin, suggesting, "Since it has come to this, let Princeton propose a topic." At this, Xia Muin shot Xia Hoyuan a displeased glare. Why should he be the one to propose a topic? It was not his doing. Reluctantly, he surveyed the surroundings and pointed at Xinli. In that case, let the theme be the battlefield. Let General Shan have a listen. Murong Wanner regarded Xia Muin thoughtfully. Very well, I shall begin. She took a few steps back and then recited, "Dark clouds press upon the city, intent to destroy. The glint of armor catches the sun. Golden scales unfurl. The horn's call fills the autumn sky. Dyes of rouge congeal beneath the night's purple veil. Half a roll of crimson banners by the Yi River. Frost weighs heavy upon the drums, silence prevails. Report to the golden terrace of intent, but carry the jade dragon to die for the sovereign." As her voice echoed, silence enveloped the crowd. Xinli and Xia Hoyuan exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with intensity. Rumor had it that this young Lady Murong had never stepped outside nor composed any poetry. Her sudden display warranted thorough investigation. Should Xia Muin realize that her unintentional actions had piqued the suspicions of both the male lead Xia Hoyuan and the male supporting character Xin Li towards the female lead, she would be at a loss whether to laugh or lament. With a smile, Murong Wanner nodded. "The poem I recited is but modest. It is Miss Lin who is the true literary talent." Xia Muin pouted, aware that she had merely borrowed the verses. Yet here was Murong Wanner brazenly claiming them as her own.
Standing nearby, Murong Sinar gled at Murong Wanner.
When had this so-called waste become capable of composing poetry? Had all who once regarded her as a rival perished? Ignoring Murong Exiner's discontent, Murong Wanner approached Xia Muin and the others. "Thank you, Third Prince." "Why thank Xia Hoyuan? He has done nothing."
Ding.
Perhaps it is due to the host's alteration of the plot that the system surmises the current female lead is striving to win the heart of the male lead. The system, 007, remarked with an air of seriousness. Where does she derive such confidence that Xia Hoyuan would fall for her? Xia Muin mused, puzzled by the system's assertion. Here I thought the system might have grown wiser after such a long absence, yet it appears I overestimated 007 once more. Just as foolish as ever. Unbeknownst to Xia Muin, the system was, in fact, quite accurate. Chapter 18, Ancient Time Travel Part 6. Murong Wanner, in the modern era, is a person who enjoys reading novels and indulging in fantasies. The reason she chose to converse with Xia Hoyuan is that many of the novels she has read depict scenarios where the neglected prince ultimately achieves a triumphant reversal. Her goal is to capture Xiahou Yuan's attention and win his affection before he embarks on his own journey of success.
Oh.
Is that not my third brother? Before Morong Wanner could make a move, a man approached. Second imperial brother? Xiahou Yuan gazed at the approaching figure, cupping his fists in a respectful gesture. I pay my respects to the second prince. Xunli also performed a similar gesture, while Morong Wanner offered a polite bow.
Ah.
Xiahou Chun nodded, fixing his gaze on Xia Muin for a prolonged moment before stating, it seems that Prince N is also present. Xia Muin merely nodded, refraining from further comments. For reasons unknown, the original owner had always harbored a dislike for this second prince. Now, he felt an unsettling aura emanating from him, as if he harbored some ill intentions. Strangely, the original owner had never provoked this second prince in any manner, subtly blocking Xiahou Chun's gaze. A flicker of discontent crossed Shen Li's eyes. The second prince was known for his profound cunning, and such scrutiny towards Muin could indicate ominous thoughts. Noticing Xia Muin's silence, Xiahou Chun refrained from continuing to speak, turning his attention to Morong Wanner instead. This prince has heard quite a bit about Miss Morong tonight. Such literary talent indeed befits such a remarkable person. The group fell silent, and after a moment, Xiahou Chun glanced around once more and remarked, I presume my presence has rendered you all somewhat reticent. If that is the case, I shall not intrude further, and will take my leave. With that, Xiahou Chun turned and departed. What is it? Xunli inquired, noticing Xia Muin lost in thought. After a brief pause, Xunli advised, keep your distance from the second prince. He is not a person easy to get along with. Gently patting Xia Muin's head, he whispered a warning. Understood. I will certainly steer clear of him. Xia Muin swatted Shen Li's hand away, shooting him an annoyed glare. Shen Li chuckled at his own hand being brushed aside, yet said nothing further. Although the truth behind past events and their connection to the second prince remained uncertain, current evidence pointed squarely in his direction. Thus, it was imperative to ensure Muin kept her distance from him. The banquet passed, and soon after, Morong Wanner's reputation soared, her name echoing throughout the capital, prompting Prime Minister Morong to take her seriously. Since the Grand Flower Appreciation Banquet hosted by the Grand Princess, Xiahou Yuan and Morong Wanner had frequently met, while Xia Muin often accompanied Xiahou Yuan in a bid to separate the two. Does the third prince have time today? As they walked along the street, standing beside Xiahou Yuan, Morong Wanner inquired softly, her gaze drifting around. I have the time, though I wonder what intriguing notion Miss Morong has in mind. Xiahou Yuan twirled a ring, chuckling softly. Upon hearing Morong Wanner's words, Xiahou Yuan paused, a fleeting shadow crossing his eyes, though his demeanor remained unchanged. Oh, in that case, I truly must see for myself. I must ascertain if that tavern is as fascinating as Miss Morong claims.
What are you going to see? Can I join you?
Xia Muin, having just approached, could not help but ask. Turning to Xia Muin with a smile, Xiahou Yuan replied, Muin has arrived. Perfect timing. Miss Morong has mentioned an intriguing tavern, and I wish to verify if it is indeed as captivating as she describes. Why not join us to explore?
Oh,
is that so? Xia Muin raised an eyebrow, glancing at Morong Wanner. Then I shall accompany you. With that, the trio, along with a retinue of servants, made their way to the location Morong Wanner had mentioned. At the Prime Minister's residence, the sound of shattered porcelain pierced the stillness of the room. This wretched girl. As a member of the Morong family, she brazenly frequents taverns and even teaches the courtesans to dance. Has she no sense of propriety as a young lady of high standing? Utterly outrageous. After hearing the steward's report, Morong Hao angrily smashed the teacup in his hand. My lord, why are you so enraged? Perhaps the young lady has her own ideas. She may come to her senses in a few days. The third concubine approached to calm Morong Hao, subtly gesturing towards her daughter. Indeed, father, perhaps elder sister will be fine in a few days. Please do not be angry. You must take good care of your health. Shiner has prepared ginseng soup for you. Morong Shiner chimed in, shaking Morong Hao's arm, pouting adorably. The steward bowed and retreated to carry out orders. Meanwhile, Morong Wanner had arrived at the tavern with Xiahou Yuan and Xia Muin. Third prince, Prince N, please follow me this way. Upon entering the tavern, Wanu took a few steps forward, gesturing for Xiahou Yuan and Xia Muan to follow. Ascending the stairs with Wanu, they entered a private room. The space was secluded, surrounded by partitions, providing sound insulation. Observing the puzzled expressions on their faces, Wanu poured 2 cups of tea and explained. Sound insulation? Xiahou Yuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Indeed. As she spoke, Wanu stood and opened one of the partitions, retrieving a listening tube. Noticing her actions, Xiahou Yuan then realized that the room was equipped with more than just one partition. Chapter 19. The Ancient Time Travel Saga 7. Xia Muan observed Wanu for a moment, then glanced at Xiahou Yuan, yet remained silent. Accepting the items handed to her by Wanu, she listened to the sounds emanating from the adjacent room. Xiahou Yuan's interest waned as he cast a sharp gaze at Wanu. It must be noted that upon his initial arrival in this chamber, Xiahou Yuan had deemed it an exceptional locale, both in terms of its layout and other aspects, particularly regarding confidentiality. This establishment was indeed well-suited for certain individuals and matters, as even a martial artist could not discern the noises from the next room without a listening device. The third prince need not concern himself. Since the commoner had allowed both the third prince and to be informed, it was evident she wished to collaborate with him. Moreover, what the third prince beheld was merely the tip of the iceberg of this establishment. Sensing the piercing gaze of Xiahou Yuan, Wanu felt a flicker of fear. However, she quickly reassured herself that her potential assistance to him would likely prevent any adverse reactions. Thus, her courage began to swell. May I inquire how Miss Murong intends to collaborate with this prince? Xiahou Yuan inquired with a smirk, masking his intrigue. This woman was quite remarkable, managing to orchestrate such affairs. Yet, her true identity remained shrouded in mystery. Wanu smiled confidently, declaring, "This establishment may appear to be a mere tavern for leisure. Yet in reality, it serves as a hub for intelligence gathering. I propose a transaction with the third prince."
Oh?
What sort of transaction? Xiahou Yuan replied, raising an eyebrow with amusement. "If you grant me protection, I shall collect information for you." "What say you, Your Highness?" "You exhibit remarkable audacity," Xiahou Yuan remarked. Glancing between Wanu and the silent Xia Muan, a smile playing on his lips, though a hint of sharpness flickered in his eyes. "I find this proposition intriguing, and shall give it due consideration." Listening to their discourse, Xia Muan pondered in her mind, querying System 007. "Is this a bug? How does the heroine possess such capabilities to create this soundproof barrier?"
Ding.
"The world of the narrative is beyond our comprehension."
Ha. What use are you?
Xia Muan scoffed, shutting down the system interface. Throughout the dialogue, she had said naught. Once Xiahou Yuan and Wanu concluded their negotiations, they exited the tavern. "I say, could it be that you have taken a liking to Miss Murong?" Xia Muan queried, observing the departing figure of Wanu. Her lips pursed. "How should I respond?" Xiahou Yuan raised an eyebrow at her question, pondering if his demeanor had indeed led others to believe he was enamored with Wanu. "You seem quite considerate of her. I have yet to witness you show such regard for any other young lady," Xia Muan remarked. "Haha, Muan, your thoughts are far too simplistic." Xiahou Yuan laughed heartily, dismissing her confusion as he walked away. Xia Muan stood there, contemplating the implications of his words. At the Prime Minister's residence, Wanu pays her respects to father. Wanu bowed as she entered the study. "Humph, do you still regard me as your father?" Wanu exclaimed, casting aside the documents in his hand, his voice stern. "What do you mean by that, father? Has Wanu erred in any way?" Wanu lifted her gaze, tears glistening in her eyes. This old man, who favored concubines and illegitimate daughters, had driven his legitimate wife to her demise, neglecting his legitimate daughter, yet now feigned the role of a loving father. "You, the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's residence, frequent that tavern, mingling with lowly people. You have brought shame upon our family." Upon hearing Wang's words, Wanu understood the reason for his ire. There was no need for elaboration. He was already aware of her whereabouts and companions, undoubtedly informed by someone. And that someone, apart from the third concubine and the illegitimate daughter, eluded her memory. "Murong Xiner, since you have repeatedly opposed me, I shall no longer be courteous." "Father, I have not disgraced the Prime Minister's residence. MASU-MANHUA asserted, meeting MASU-MANHUA's gaze earnestly. I visited the tavern to meet with a third prince. The company I keep serves a purpose. Is that truly your justification? What utility do those lowly individuals possess that would warrant your association with them? It is utterly outrageous. MASU-MANHUA's anger intensified at her response. Do not underestimate them, father. At times, they can procure information that we might struggle to uncover.
MASU-MANHUA continued.
Undeterred by his wrath. Moreover, I have established an agreement with a third prince. Should he grant me protection, I shall assist him in his pursuit of power. As MASU-MANHUA spoke, MASU-MANHUA felt an unsettling anxiety within him. With the princes vying for the throne, had he not contemplated the implications?
What do you mean by that?
MASU-MANHUA's heart raced. I understand your concerns, father, but have you considered supporting the third prince?
Ha!
Among the princes, the third prince possesses the least likelihood of success. Not only is he devoid of the emperor's favor, but even his mother's clan offers him no support. MASU-MANHUA retorted with a cold laugh. Father, are you aware of the importance of patience? I have spent considerable time with the third prince. While I do not claim to know him intimately, I can assure you he is no idle man. MASU-MANHUA paused, then added, my interactions with him should not be dismissed lightly. After hearing her words, MASU-MANHUA furrowed his brow, gesturing for her to leave the study while he reflected on her statements. Though the third prince lacked the emperor's affection and support from the empress's family, the fact that he could survive in the treacherous environment of the palace while safeguarding the empress had never led MASU-MANHUA to underestimate him. Yet, the third prince's demeanor often suggested disinterest in the throne, which had dulled any of his ambitions. As it stood, perhaps it was MASU-MANHUA who had misjudged the third prince. Furthermore, it was curious that Prince An always appeared when she was in the company of Xia Hoyuan. Although the reasons were unclear, she had no desire to delve deeper into it now. While Prince An had previously assisted her, she had also divulged the secrets hidden within her tavern, thus repaying his kindness. Now, anyone who obstructed her path would not escape unscathed. Chapter 20. Ancient Time Travel Part 8. Shinli approached and handed over the delicacies just delivered by the maid, remarking that MASU-MANHUA was not as she seemed. The third prince had long harbored suspicions, and these were merely tests. He was aware of his own boundaries, so there was no need for concern. After taking a few bites of the treat, Xia Muan regarded Shenli with curiosity. The crumbs clung to the corners of the boy's lips, and he unconsciously licked them away, causing Shenli's eyes to darken. This version of Muan inadvertently reminded him of a previous, enchanting dream. In the dimly lit room, two figures intertwined could be faintly discerned. On the ornate purple bed, the youth wore only a sheer red veil, his snow-white skin rendered even more alluring against the fabric. His typically bright peach blossom eyes shimmered with desire, glistening with unshed tears at the corners. Occasionally, soft sighs escaped his lips, met with the vigorous movements of the person beside him.
Hey!
Shenli, what are you doing? As Shenli leaned closer, Xia Muan instinctively recoiled. Coming back to reality, Shenli noticed the round-eyed stare of the boy and reached out to wipe the crumbs from his mouth, saying, You have some crumbs here. Let me help you. Do not worry, the third prince will not take a liking to MASU-MANHUA. Observing the slight flush on Xia Muan's face, Shenli seemed to recall something and inquired, Has the second prince sought you out? He did come looking for me, but I found him rather peculiar. So I asked the steward to dismiss him with a vague excuse. Is there a problem? Xia Muan questioned, gazing at Shenli with curiosity. Descriptions of the second prince in the narrative are scarce, despite him being a major antagonist. The specifics are not elaborated upon. It merely states that the second prince's mother, the late empress, was the emperor's most beloved, yet she met an unfortunate fate, passing away when the second prince was merely 2 years old. While everyone assumed the second prince would be entrusted to a concubine for upbringing, the emperor took him under his wing. This is why the second prince is the emperor's most cherished child. Of course, the plot is primarily narrated through the perspectives of the protagonists, leaving little room for detailed portrayals of supporting characters, remarked 007. So, there must be some undisclosed matters between the second prince and the original character, correct? Xia Muan asked the system. Indeed. Then, 007, could you assist me in uncovering what exactly transpired between the original character and the second prince? Ding, the system replied. The host's request cannot be processed. So, what exactly can you help me with, System 007? Ignoring 007's somewhat aggrieved muttering, Xia Muin scrutinized the plot once more. Upon rereading the narrative, Xia Muin found a curious inconsistency. If the emperor dotes on the second prince so much, why has he not declared him as the crown prince? Although it had been mentioned that the emperor had brought it up several times a decade ago, it was ultimately unfulfilled due to various reasons posed by certain ministers. Moreover, since the death of Xia Muin's parents, the emperor had not once broached the subject of naming the second prince as the crown prince. This alone seemed rather odd. Gazing at Xia Muin, Shunli recalled the intelligence relayed by his covert informants and said, "Muin, I know that you are secretly investigating the cause of the general's death. I am doing the same. However, I have discovered that this matter is likely connected to the second prince."
What?
Upon hearing Shun Li's words, Xia Muin sprang up in shock.
How could that be?
The second prince was only 15 or 16 10 years ago. How could he have had the power to? It is not impossible. The second prince, being of royal blood, managed to survive without the late empress's protection, which speaks volumes. Furthermore, he has the maternal lineage of the late empress. Shunli sighed, recognizing the boy's naivety. Being of royal descent was inherently complex.
Just like Xia Hoyuan,
who typically appeared indifferent to power, few realized that his influence surpassed that of several other princes. In recent years, the emperor's health had significantly declined. The court officials were all in search of new allegiances, and Xia Hoyuan had unknowingly positioned his supporters within other factions. Meanwhile, Xinli had merely struck a deal with Xia Hoyuan. Once Xia Hoyuan ascended the throne and avenged the generals, he might not spare Xinli either. If that is indeed the case, when will I be able to avenge my parents? Perhaps influenced by the original character's emotions, Xia Muin felt a surge of anger within. Shunli stepped forward, enveloping the boy in his embrace, and softly assured him, "Do not worry. You still have me. I will assist you." He then gently kissed the boy's forehead. Since the events of that day, Xia Muin had remained within the Prince of An's residence, not daring to step outside. It was difficult for him to come to terms with his inexplicable affection for a man. On the other hand, Shunli had not overlooked Xia Muin's odd behavior. He merely found himself preoccupied with numerous investigations, unable to attend to the boy's needs at that moment. Chapter 21. Ancient Time Travel Part 9. Shunli approached and handed over the pastries just delivered by the maid, remarking that warlords was not as she appeared. The third prince had long harbored suspicions, and these were merely tests. After taking a few bites of the delicacies, Xia Muin gazed at Shunli, questioning his intentions. The crumbs from the pastries lingered on the youth's lips, and he unknowingly licked them clean, causing Shun Li's eyes to darken. Such a Muin inevitably reminded him of that enchanting dream from before. In the dimly lit room, two silhouettes intertwined subtly. On the ornate purple bed, the youth wore only a sheer red veil, his fair skin accentuated by the fabric, rendering him irresistibly alluring. His typically flirtatious peach blossom eyes shimmered with desire, glistening with unshed tears at their corners. Occasionally, soft sighs escaped his lips, only to be met with the fervent embrace of another.
Hey!
Shunli, what are you doing? As Shunli drew closer, Xia Muin instinctively recoiled, coming back to his senses. Shunli noticed the wide-eyed astonishment of the boy and extended a hand to brush the crumbs from his mouth. You have some pastry crumbs here. You need not worry. The third prince will not fall for warlords. Observing Xia Muin's slightly flushed cheeks, Shunli seemed to recall something and inquired, "Has the second prince sought you out?" "He did come to see me, but I found him rather strange, so I had the steward concoct an excuse to send him away."
Why?
"Is there a problem?" As she spoke, Xia Muin looked at Shunli with a puzzled expression. There was limited information regarding the second prince in the narrative, despite being a significant antagonist. The specifics were not detailed. It merely mentioned that he was the emperor's favored son, who sabotaged the relationship between Xia Hoyuan and warlords. After framing Xia Hoyuan, he was released on a vague pretext by the emperor. And it was only after the emperor's demise that he was ultimately put to death by the newly crowned Xia Hoyuan. However, Xia Muin found it peculiar that, despite the emperor's favoritism towards the second prince, he had never been named crown prince. Although the emperor had raised the issue several times a decade ago, He ceased to mention it after the death of Xia Muin's parents.
This struck her as rather odd.
I know you are secretly investigating the deaths of the generals. I have been looking into it as well. Shunli paused before continuing, but I have uncovered evidence suggesting that this matter is likely connected to the second prince.
What?
Upon hearing Shun Li's words, Xia Muin leapt to her feet.
How could that be?
The second prince was only 15 or 16 10 years ago. How could he possibly have the power to harm my father and the others? How could it not be possible? As a member of the royal family, the fact that he survived to adulthood without the protection of the late empress speaks volumes. Moreover, he has the backing of the late empress's maternal family.
Shen Li Siga.
Realizing the youth's naivety, being royal was inherently complex. Just like Xia Hoyuan, who, despite appearing indifferent to power, had strength that surpassed that of the other princes. In the last 2 years, the emperor's health had significantly deteriorated. Courtiers were seeking their own supporters, and unbeknownst to them, Xia Hoyuan had already positioned his allies in various factions. Similarly, Shunli had merely engaged in a transaction with Xia Hoyuan. Once Xia Hoyuan ascended the throne and avenged the generals, it was likely that he would not spare Shunli either. If that is the case, when will I be able to avenge my parents? Perhaps influenced by the original owner's emotions, Xia Muin felt a surge of anger within her. Approaching the youth, Shunli enveloped him in an embrace and softly reassured him, "Do not worry. You still have me. I will assist you." With that, he gently kissed the boy's forehead. Since that fateful day, Xia Muin had remained within the confines of the prince's residence, reluctant to venture outside. It was difficult for her to reconcile her inexplicable feelings for a man. Meanwhile, Shunli, though aware of Xia Muin's unusual behavior, was preoccupied with numerous investigations and unable to attend to the youth's needs. Chapter 22, The Ancient Time Travel Volume 10 Cough, Cough, Cough. Suddenly hearing the name Shunli, Xia Muin was momentarily taken aback. "Why do you bring him up? What's the matter?" "I'm just asking. Weren't you two always together before? What happened? Did something occur between you two?" Seeing Xia Muin's reaction, Xia Hoyuan was somewhat puzzled. He had merely mentioned it, so why was Muin reacting so strongly? Nothing at all. Xia Muin tossed aside the snack in her hand and took a sip from her teacup. "By the way, what brings you here today? Aren't you currently with that Miss Morum?"
Well.
Raising his hand to produce an item he had brought, Xia Hoyuan explained, "In a few days, it will be Prime Minister Morong's 50th birthday. There will be a banquet at the Prime Minister's residence, and Morong Wanner asked me to deliver this invitation to you." "Why did she send you to give it to me?" Xia Muin inquired as she accepted the invitation. "I have no idea." Shrugging his shoulders, Xia Hoyuan expressed his ignorance. "Since the invitation is already here, I suppose I cannot refuse to attend." With a sigh, Xia Muin instructed the steward to prepare a gift. Afterward, Xia Hoyuan did not linger and soon departed. Bored, Xia Muin reclined in her chair, playing with her hair.
Ding.
A side quest has been activated. Prevent the tragic fate of the supporting character Yi Shi. The long-absent system suddenly reappeared, startling Xia Muin to the point of pulling out several strands of hair. 007. Could you please announce your presence next time? She glared at 007, feeling somewhat irked. What if one day it suddenly appeared while she was with Shunli? How awkward would that be? Understood, came 007's voice, tinged with a hint of grievance. What is it feeling aggrieved about? It is he who should be feeling wronged. Why is this management system so meddlesome? Silently grumbling about the system, Xia Muin pondered how to avoid Yishi's fate. Time flew by, and soon it was the day of the Prime Minister's grand birthday celebration. As the Prime Minister of Lini Nation, Morong Hao had numerous disciples, and with many seeking to curry favor with him, the Prime Minister's residence was bustling with activity. Xia Muin casually found a vacant spot, sitting down to leisurely observe those flattering the Prime Minister. Prince Sin. As Xia Hojun approached, he immediately spotted Xia Muin seated nearby. His eyes flickered, and he walked over. During his previous visits to the prince's residence, he had been sent away by the steward for various reasons. Though he was unsure if Xia Muin was suspicious, he at least knew she was avoiding him. Upon hearing his voice, Xia Muin turned to see Xia Hojun. Recalling what Shunli had told her, she felt no affection for Xia Hojun. Second Prince. Nodding slightly, Xia Muin turned away and ignored him. With a soft chuckle, Xia Hojun sat down beside Xia Muin, pouring himself a glass of wine. Does it seem that Prince An does not wish to see me? The second prince is jesting. I harbor no such intentions.
Oh.
Then, why does Prince An choose to disregard me? Xia Hojun inquired, studying Xia Muin. Furrowing her brows, Xia Muin rose and said to Xia Hojun, I have urgent matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. With that, she headed towards Yishi. Watching Xia Muin's departing figure, Xia Hojun sneered coldly, his eyes clouded with darkness. Cautiously following, Xia Muin saw a maid lead Morong Xiner into a room before exiting.
Ding.
Please proceed to assist Yishi promptly. The system kindly reminds you that there are medicinal herbs inside. Xia Muin stood quietly in the shadows, listening to the system's prompt. Her mouth twitching. What did it matter about the herbs? After some thought, she decided to enter. Upon entering the room, Xia Muin was greeted by a fragrant aroma. Frowning, she looked at Yishi, who appeared quite abnormal, her once calm eyes now dazed, her face flushed. Prince An, how did you end up here? Seeing Xia Muin standing there, Yishi rose unsteadily, her face rosy. You should leave at once. I saw Morong Waners maid play something in the room earlier. Xia Muin hastily fabricated a reason, intending to get Yishi to leave. However, before she could finish, Yishi stumbled and fell, her face turning crimson. In a moment of panic, Xia Muin reached out to catch Morong Xiner, but unexpectedly, she was forcefully pulled back. Simultaneously, she heard Yishi's cry of pain as she hit the ground. Shenli was investigating whether the incident from years ago was related to the second prince when he suddenly received news from the shadow guard he had stationed to protect Xia Muin. Meanwhile, in Morong Wanner's chamber, Miss, Yishi has been taken to the room. The maid entered, closing the door behind her as she addressed Morong Wanner. Did you take anyone inside? Taking a sip of tea, Morong Wanner casually inquired. What happened? Lifting her head, Morong Wanner stared at the maid.
Please forgive me, miss.
I saw Prince An enter that room, so I did not bring anyone in. The maid knelt, explaining everything she had witnessed. Upon hearing this, Morong Wanner paused. Prince An actually sought out that woman?
Ha, perfect.
If they ended up together, surely Prince An would feel awkward remaining close to Yuan. It would be quite scandalous to tarnish the Yi family's reputation in someone else's residence. With a smile, Morong Wanner rose, pulling the maid up. Why would I blame you? You did splendidly. As she spoke, she gestured for her personal maid to present a reward. You know what to do next, right? Her fingernail grazed the maid's cheek as Morong Wanner whispered. I understand. The maid bowed in acknowledgement before departing. Xiaoyu stepped forward, wiping Morong Wanner's hands. Her voice tinged with concern. Miss, if Prince An finds out.
Ha.
Will he even find out? Morong Wanner scoffed, appearing unconcerned. Xiaoyu fell silent. Ever since the miss had awakened, she had changed significantly, and even she found herself fearful of her at times. Meanwhile, Shenli hurriedly flew over, his internal energy surging. He rushed in and immediately spotted Xia Muin trying to embrace that woman. Shenli's eyes blazed with fury. This Yishi was unattractive and lacked talent. What was it about her that could capture Muin's heart? At this moment, Shenli completely forgot that Yishi was renowned as the capital's most beautiful and talented woman. Muin could only belong to him. No one could snatch her away from him. All the way, Shenli tightly gripped Xia Muin. The force so strong that she couldn't help but cry out in pain.
Ding.
Side quest completed. Hearing the system's prompt, Xia Muin, who had thought she had failed the task, let out a small sigh of relief. Lying on the bed, feeling uncomfortable, she noticed something was amiss. Her body felt feverish. Waves of heat surged within her as if threatening to burst forth. She absent-mindedly rubbed against the quilt. Seeing the youth's discomfort, Shenli, who was on the brink of anger, was momentarily amused. After a while, noticing the youth still rubbing against the quilt, he finally realized something was wrong with her. The once neat clothing had become disheveled, and now the youth was oblivious, continuing to rub. The loosely hanging garments barely covered her, exposing her fair skin against the dark bed, making her all the more striking and alluring. Seeing this scene, Shenli understood everything. The youth must have been drugged in that room. His heart raced. The youth's appearance was undeniably enticing. resisting the impulses of both heart and body. Shun Li embraced Xia Muan, gently caressing the young man's cheek. Feeling the cool touch of someone holding him, Xia Muan instinctively leaned closer to that person. As his hands tugged at his own clothing, he pressed himself against Shun Li. The desire in his peach blossom eyes was palpable, and the blush on his cheeks rendered him irresistibly alluring. Shun Li, already on the brink of losing control, felt Xia Muan leaning ever closer. With a tender kiss on the young man's forehead, Shun Li laid Xia Muan back onto the bed. As he removed the boy's garments, the pristine skin, under the influence of the drug, took on a slight flush. Shun Li gazed at Xia Muan with a captivated expression, placing kisses upon him one after another. Muan, my heart belongs to you, Shun Li murmured in a husky voice between kisses. With a gentle smile, he pressed his lips against Xia Muan's. Upon hearing a soft sound escape Xia Muan's lips, Shun Li found himself driven to intensify his affection. Despite the effects of the drug, Xia Muan cried out in response to Shun Li's extraordinary desires. Noticing the young man seemed to be in some discomfort, Shun Li tenderly soothed him, waiting for the boy to find relief before rekindling their passionate exchange. In that moment, the room was filled with a symphony of gasps and sighs, echoing through the warm embrace of the night, a night where the lotus blossoms bloomed, enveloping them in an intimate springtime reverie. Chapter 23. The Ancient Time Travel Section 11. The following day, around noon, Xia Muan finally opened his eyes languidly. As he turned his gaze, he realized he was not in his own room. He swiftly sat up, feeling a dull ache throughout his body, with a particular spot throbbing faintly. Recalling the events of the previous night, he remembered trying to persuade Warlords to leave the room, only for her to stumble and fall. In his attempt to catch her, he had not anticipated that Shun Li would pull him away. Subsequently, Shun Li had brought him here. But then, what had transpired? Lost in thought, Xia Muan was startled by the sound of the door opening. Upon entering, Shun Li immediately spotted the youth half reclined on the bed, adorned with the marks he had left the night before. Turning his head, Xia Muan met Shun Li's gaze, which triggered a vivid recollection of their shared experience. After being tossed onto the bed by Shun Li, he had begun to feel unwell and in a fervent moment had clung closely to Shun Li, so intimately, in fact, that he had unwittingly engaged in countless embarrassing poses alongside him. A flush crept onto his cheeks, prompting him to avert his gaze. Holding a bowl of congee, Shun Li gently urged, please eat something first. I need you to step outside. Xia Muan stammered, unable to meet Shun Li's eyes. I cherish you. I wish to be with you for eternity, to adore and love you forever. So, will you grant me this chance? The sorrow in Shun Li's eyes as he watched Xia Muan turn away stirred something within him. Upon hearing Shun Li's voice, Xia Muan's heart raced. It was not that he lacked feelings for Shun Li, rather, the implication in those words felt as though he had abandoned him, when in truth, it was he who had been wounded. I never accused you of anything. And you, please just let me get dressed. The sight of Shun Li's pleading expression ignited a spark of irritation within Xia Muan. Your words suggest that you hold affection for me, as well. Shun Li replied with a smile upon hearing Xia Muan's retort. Setting the congee aside, Shun Li approached and said, allow me to assist you with your clothes. For you're not feeling well. Without waiting for a response, he pulled back the covers. Despite Xia Muan's reluctance, Shun Li helped him into his attire, which naturally included tender touches and kisses. Ultimately, Xia Muan descended from the bed with a crimson face, casting a fierce glare at Shun Li before finally eating. After the meal, Xia Huiyuan came to visit Xia Muan at the general's residence. His eyes sparkled with joy as he glanced between Xia Muan and Shun Li, yet he remained silent. What do you want? Why are you here instead of with your lady Morong? Xia Muan shot a glare at Shun Li. His face flushed from embarrassment. Shun Li wrapped his arms around him and remarked, weren't you quite busy these past few days? Xia Huiyuan grimaced at the sight of the two before shaking his head and departing, exclaiming, having a beloved truly changes one. Once Xia Huiyuan had left, Xia Muan's thoughts drifted back to Morong Shiner. 007. How is Yi Shi? He wondered. Last night, he only stayed for a brief moment before succumbing to the potion. What about Yi Shi? Ding. Yi Shi is perfectly fine. The side quest for the host has been completed.
How could that be?
Xia Muan was taken aback by the system's response. So, he could have endured last night after all? Ignoring the system, Xia Muan lay against Shunli, gradually succumbing to drowsiness. Shunli gently patted Xia Muan's back, and soon, he fell asleep. With tender care, Shunli lifted him and walked toward the room. Last night was Anin's first experience, and he had not been able to control himself, undoubtedly tiring Anin. He had not had the chance to ask why Anin sought out Yishi, and today, Anin remained silent about it. However, one thing was clear: Anin did not harbor feelings for Yishi. As for why he had sought that woman, after receiving a report from his shadow guard, Shunli tapped his fingers on the table. The second prince? The information he had gathered, along with what Xia Hoyuan possessed, indicated that the events from years ago were inextricably linked to the second prince. As for Yishi, she was foolish to trust so easily, though sent by Warlords. It was one thing to fall into a trap herself, but to nearly endanger Anin was intolerable. With a flash of anger in his eyes, Shunli concluded that regardless of why Anin had found himself in that situation, Warlords, knowing Anin had gone to that room, not only failed to intervene, but sought to lure guests there herself. Had he not arrived in time, what might have happened to Anin? With a cold snort, Shunli commanded, "Inform the third prince that my patience has worn thin. He must handle those matters himself, or else I shall not show mercy."
Yes.
The shadow guard acknowledged before silently retreating. In the following days, Xia Muan enjoyed a period of peace, free from the system's relentless side quests to disrupt the main characters. "Anin, come, try this pastry." Shunli offered a treat brought by a maid, bringing it to Xia Muan's lips. With a soft gasp, Xia Muan opened his mouth to accept the sweet, inadvertently grazing Shunli's fingers with his tongue. Embarrassed, he turned away, his ears tinged with crimson. Shunli embraced him, resting his head on Xia Muan's shoulder. Just as Xia Muan was about to speak, he felt a warm lick against his ear. "Shunli." He pushed him away, flustered and indignant. "What is it, Anin?" Shunli appeared puzzled. "What are you doing?" Xia Muan glared, his cheeks aflame. With a light laugh, Shunli held him close, repeatedly whispering his name, and in hearing his name softened Xia Muan's heart. Just as he was about to respond, he sensed something pressing against his waist, causing his face to darken. This rogue, what thoughts occupied his mind in broad daylight? Noticing the change in Xia Muan's expression, Shunli guided him into the room, gently pushing him onto the bed. "Anin, I won't touch you. Please help me, will you?" Shunli's voice was thick with desire. Initially intending to resist, Xia Muan gradually relaxed. Sensing this shift, Shunli smiled, taking Xia Muan's hand and placing it on his heated form. The coolness of Xia Muan's fingers against something so warm and firm caused a tremor in his hand. As Shunli moved Xia Muan's hand rhythmically, he kissed Xia Muan's eyes tenderly. Time passed unmeasured, until Xia Muan felt as though his hand might fracture under the strain before Shunli finally released him. Hearing Shunli call his name, Xia Muan turned away, his face a vivid shade of red, even as his body began to respond unconsciously. Shunli chuckled at the sight of the flustered youth, pulling down Xia Muan's hand and unfastening his clothing. Just as Xia Muan attempted to push him away, Shunli's actions rendered him weak. Shunli's movements were skilled and fluid. For a youthful novice like Xia Muan, it was utterly overwhelming. Desire sparkled in Shunli's eyes as he captured Xia Muan's moans, blocking him at the peak of pleasure, his voice low and husky. "Anin, do you want me?" Overwhelmed by longing and unable to comprehend Shunli's words, Xia Muan could only plead, "Yes." Shunli smiled, releasing his hold, allowing Xia Muan to find release. Stripping off his own garments, Shunli leaned in, showering Xia Muan with fervent kisses, deepening the intoxication of the moment. From noon until the moon ascended, Shunli relentlessly troubled Xia Muan, even as the latter softly wept and pleaded for mercy. Xia Muan was unaware of how many times he had succumbed to a state of faintness, only to awaken each time to Shunli's fervent advances, accompanied by the words, "Anin, just one more time." The consequence of such excessive indulgence was a resplendent fever that plagued Xia Muan the following day. With a heart full of concern, Shunli gazed at the frail figure of Xia Muan lying in bed and brought forth the concocted medicine. "Anin, I'm so sorry. It's entirely my fault," he lamented, Observing Xia Muan push the bowl of medicine away, his eyes filled with compassion. "It's truly your fault," Xia Muan retorted, glaring at Shun Li with a hoarse voice. Yes, it's my fault. Please, Enin, drink your medicine quickly so you can recover and then punish me, alright? Shun Li urged, offering the bowl once more. With a cold huff, Xia Muan reluctantly sat up and took a sip of the medicine, only to discover the bitter truth of traditional Chinese herbal concoctions. Having been in good health previously, he seldom fell ill, and when he did, he rarely visited a doctor, let alone consumed herbal remedies. He promptly expelled the medicine, shaking his head in refusal. Shun Li, in a flurry of urgency, offered him a candied fruit, desperate to coax him into compliance. After instructing the servants to sweeten the medicine further, he gently persuaded Xia Muan until he finally consumed it. As Shun Li watched the serene face of Xia Muan in slumber, he felt that his life had not been in vain. From that moment on, Enin would be his everything, and he vowed to protect him fiercely, ensuring that no harm would befall him, not even from himself. Chapter 24. The Ancient Time-Traveling Section 12. While Xia Muan thrived in her new environment, MASU-MANHUA faced a series of misfortunes. In a fit of rage, she hurled items across her room, her eyes clouded with despair. That day, she had invested considerable effort to distract Yishi's maid, ultimately managing to lead her to that room. Her initial intention was to indiscriminately tarnish someone's reputation, but to her surprise, Prince N also appeared there. Yet, this was of little consequence. Even if the individual had been Prince N, it would still serve her purpose without harm. After all, a prince who sullied the daughter of the Yi family would nearly lose all his prestige, wouldn't he? Moreover, the woman who had been wronged was destined for a miserable fate, as long as she could redirect all evidence toward Murong Xiner afterward. No one would trace it back to her. The plan was initially unfolding smoothly, but unexpectedly, the person she had sent to lure the guests into that room was apprehended by Murong Hao. He summoned her into his study and chastised her vehemently, rebuking her for lacking compassion as a legitimate daughter and for her malicious thoughts, not only targeting the legitimate daughter of the Yi family but also plotting against her own sister. With a cold laugh, Murong Wana pondered how Murong had come to know of her schemes. Was it not too late for him to preach about tolerance and magnanimity? The root of Wanu's animosity towards Yi Shi was sheer jealousy. She was envious of the affection showered upon Yi Shi, of her beauty and talent, and even the admiration bestowed upon her by the third prince on multiple occasions. How could she not harbor resentment? She had assumed that, even in the absence of guests, servants would frequent the room, but to her astonishment, Yi Shi was not found there and appeared before her the next day unscathed. Clenching her sleeves tightly at this thought, she was interrupted by the arrival of the second prince. Greetings to the second prince. Murong Wana bowed respectfully. No need for excessive formalities. Xia Ho Chun assisted her in rising, a smile gracing his lips. Might I inquire what troubles my lady Murong? With a dismissive gesture to her maid, Murong Wana poured a cup of tea and asked, "What brings the second prince to seek me?" Xia Ho Chun took a delicate sip of tea and remarked, "I am aware that Miss Murong has been beset by numerous troubles. Do you know the source of your distress?" At this, Murong Wana raised her gaze to Xia Ho Chun. "Are you aware of the situation, second prince? If I were unaware, why would I be here?" He arched an eyebrow in response. After a moment of silence, Murong Wana finally inquired, "What is it that the second prince desires?" Setting his teacup down, Xia Ho Chun looked intently at Murong Wana. "Join forces with me, and I shall assist you in dealing with Prince N." "Prince N? Is he the one behind this?" Murong Wana was taken aback by Xia Ho Chun's assertion. She bore no grudge against Prince N. Why would he wish her harm? In that instant, she completely forgot her previous actions against Xia Muan. Grinding her teeth, Murong Wana retorted, "If that is the case, do not blame me for being ungracious." While the two schemed to eliminate Xia Muan, on the other side, Shun Li and Xia Ho Yuan were far from defenseless. Observing the intelligence brought by the shadow guards, Xia Ho Yuan raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Tehedeske, Murong Wana is truly foolish. She readily follows Xia Ho Chun's lead and aims to target Muan. Since she is so oblivious to her own peril, what purpose does it serve to keep her around?" Shun Li quipped, casting a sideways glance. "She harbors too many secrets. Her notions about terraced fields and water dams, if realized, would greatly benefit the citizens of the south and beyond. Xia Ho Yuan mused, genuinely baffled by how Morong Wanner had come to learn of such matters. As for why no one suspected Morong Wanner was behind these ideas, it could only be attributed to the fact that she had no clear plan or understanding of how to execute them. Could it truly be said that these ideas originated from her? Regardless, we cannot allow them to approach Muin. Xunli uttered after a moment of contemplation. Rest assured, I have control over Morong Wanner subordinates, and things on Xia Ho Chun's end are nearly settled. They shall not come near Muin, Xia Ho Yuan assured, a glimmer of satisfaction in his gaze as he regarded Xunli. Though their acquaintance had begun as a mere transaction, he genuinely felt a bond of brotherhood toward Xunli, for she was a commendable individual. Initially, he had worried that if Xunli were to marry a daughter from a noble family, his own influence would diminish. But to his surprise, Xunli had developed feelings for Muin. If you feel envious, you may seek someone for yourself. Xunli shot a glance at Xia Ho Yuan. That is unnecessary. Shaking his head, Xia Ho Yuan feigned a look of despondency. Is this not the classic case of abandoning friends once one finds a beloved? The two then resumed their discussions within the confines of the room. Meanwhile, rumors began circulating throughout the capital. Prince N. Xia Muin was said to be a short sleeve, favoring men, particularly the renowned General Xunli. It was common knowledge that while some favored men, such preferences were usually kept discreet. Although such inclinations were not openly scorned in the kingdom of Lin, they were certainly not celebrated either. Moreover, the fact that Xia Muin had affections for General Xunli, a figure revered by many, incited outrage among the populace. In their eyes, if General Xunli was akin to a deity, then Xia Muin epitomized a debauched scion. The notion that such a wastrel could be enamored with their idol was utterly intolerable. Consequently, Xia Muin found himself the target of widespread disdain. Yet, Xia Muin remained sequestered within his estate, oblivious to the unfolding turmoil. Although his household was aware of the rumors, they did not dare broach the subject with him. Thus, when summoned to the palace by the emperor, he was completely unaware of the reasons behind the summons. Salutations to your majesty, the Empress Dowager. Long live the emperor. Kneeling upon the ground, Xia Muin couldn't help but lament the excessive formalities of the royal court.
Muin, rise.
Come closer, let your grandaunt see if you have grown thinner. Before the emperor could speak, the Empress Dowager motioned for her personal maid to assist Xia Muin to his feet. You little rascal, the Empress Dowager chuckled, pinching Xia Muin's cheek. Ahem. Xia Ho-yi, observing his mother, suppressed a cough. Your majesty's health is delicate. Summon the imperial physician to attend to you. If you tire yourself, countless concubines will come seeking my counsel on how to chastise the empress. The Empress Dowager replied coolly to Xia Ho-yi's remark. Sighing, Xia Ho-yi recognized his shortcomings towards the empress, knowing that his lack of attention to the third prince, Xia Ho Yuan, had inevitably caused discomfort for his mother. After all, their father had treated them in a similar manner. Mother, I summoned Muin to discuss a matter. I shall send him back shortly, Xia Ho-yi stated. The Empress Dowager cast a glance at her son and then at Xia Muin before gently patting his hand. Go on. Your grandaunt is here to support you. Yes, grandaunt. Xia Muin nodded obediently. In the imperial study, Xia Ho-yi gazed at the youth before him, whose features bore an uncanny resemblance to his cousin, and sighed. Initially intending to scold the boy, he found himself unable to do so. Growing up alongside Muin's mother and being close friends with his father, he had ultimately seen his own child bring about the demise of both. He had not initially intended to spare that wayward son. However, the circumstances had been dire, with foreign invasions and treacherous ministers threatening the realm. If news of the situation had spread, the kingdom of Lin would have faced ruin at his hands. Reluctantly, he had only executed a few conspirators and exiled the former empress's family, managing to suppress the matter. Following this, the Empress Dowager had requested for Muin to be brought closer to the palace, which had helped to quell the situation. Your maternal uncle? Xia Muin gazed at the emperor's somewhat sorrowful expression and could not help but speak. Muin, my dear niece, the emperor inquired, do you truly harbor feelings for Xunli? Upon hearing Prince Xia Ho-yi's question, Xia Muin's cheeks flushed as she softly replied, Yes, dear uncle, I do like Xinli. Observing Xia Muan's demeanor, Xiahou Yi fell silent for a moment before continuing. You must understand, you and Xinli are not the same. He is a hero in the hearts of the people. If you were to be with him, how much hardship would you have to endure? Noticing Xia Muan's expression, Xiahou Yi found it hard to continue and, with a wave of his hand, dismissed her. He thought to himself that perhaps it was time to have a word with Xinli. Chapter 25. The conclusion of the ancient time travel tale. Meanwhile, upon hearing the rumors, Xinli also took action. Thus, another tale began to circulate in the capital. The rumor suggested that General Xinli had known Prince N since childhood and had harbored feelings for him from a young age, which explained Xinli's single status over the years. Due to certain circumstances, the two had parted ways, with Xinli heading to the frontier. Yet he never forgot Prince N. The reason Prince N sought beauty was merely to find the childhood Xinli, for the general had been extraordinarily handsome in his youth. Some were skeptical, claiming that Prince N frequented brothels. At this juncture, the courtesans from those establishments spoke up, asserting that Prince N only visited to listen to music and watch dances, never engaging in any behavior that would be deemed improper. By the time this narrative reached Xia Muan, it had transformed into a deeply moving story. The two protagonists loved each other but were separated for various reasons, and upon reuniting, they faced unjust treatment due to slander from outsiders, leaving them in great anguish, unsure of how to proceed, almost parting ways once more. Xia Muan couldn't help but grimace, wishing to chastise her former self for being so worry-prone. She knew well that Xinli, that rascal, would surely have a solution. Why had she been so foolish to fret over him? What was there to worry about? Afterward, the rumors gradually subsided, and many citizens began to bless the couple, hoping they would remain together. When the emperor sent someone to summon Xinli to the palace, this matter had long reached the imperial court. Even the Empress Dowager urged the emperor not to make things difficult for them. Difficult? How could he possibly be a hindrance? He merely intended to thoroughly assess Xinli. He was simply ensuring that Muan could trust this man who had whisked her away without a word. Xia Muan remained oblivious to the details of the conversation between the emperor and Xinli that day, only noticing that, thereafter, the atmosphere in the capital had shifted dramatically. In a short span of time, panic gripped the entire city. First, the Grand Inspector was found guilty of corruption and malfeasance, leading to countless innocent lives lost. Next, Prime Minister Morong was implicated in treason. Even more alarmingly, it was discovered that the deaths of General Xia and Madame Xia a decade ago were inextricably linked to the second prince and the Duke of Dinggua's family. The emperor was furious and ordered a thorough investigation. Tremors of fear rippled through the ranks of officials, leaving them in a state of anxiety. Over a month later, the emperor issued 3 imperial edicts. The first condemned the Grand Inspector for dereliction of duty and corruption, declaring that, despite his son's heinous acts, he must be punished. All of his family members were to be demoted to a status of shame, barred from entering the court for 3 generations. The second decree stripped Prime Minister Morong of his position for ignoring public sentiment and allowing his daughter to plot against Prince N, declaring his crimes worthy of death and the annihilation of his household. All servants of his estate were to be exiled to the frontier. The third edict charged the second prince, Xia Hochun, with conspiring with the Duke of Dinggua to murder General Xia and Madame Xia with irrefutable evidence. The Duke of Dinggua's family faced total annihilation, and the second prince was demoted to a commoner, banished to guard the imperial tomb. With these 3 edicts, a significant portion of the capital's power structure was affected. Morong Wanner knelt on the ground, observing how much older Morong Hao appeared, surrounded by weeping onlookers, and she could only smile bitterly. In the end, it was she who had lost. Yet she could not accept it. She had arrived here believing herself to be the protagonist, so why did others not follow her narrative? Why were there always individuals who thwarted her? What had she done wrong? They had forced her into this. It must be said that she was overthinking. Regardless of the turmoil on that side, Xia Muan was thriving here.
Ding.
Main task 2 has been completed.
Ding.
Main task 3 has been completed. The host is remarkable, despite not having done much. The tasks were accomplished. System 007 flew out of her mind, circling around Xia Muan.
E.
Does this imply his ineptitude? What does it mean that he did nothing? He had certainly accomplished many things. Without further ado, while Xia Muin was left speechless, Xin Li, after all matters had stabilized, directly sent someone to propose marriage. The proposal was quite grand, with Xin Li's subordinates taking on the role of bearers of gifts, and even the third prince, Xia Ho Yuan, was reluctantly made to act as a matchmaker. Xin Li was making it clear through his actions that he had been the one to fall for Xia Muin first, and was the one to make her his beloved. Xin Li acted swiftly, and before Xia Muin could fully grasp the situation, she found herself engaged. Shortly after the proposal, a good day was chosen for the wedding preparations. The event was lavish, with a long red carpet strewn with flower petals and surrounded by generals. The source of Xia Muin's dissatisfaction stemmed from the wedding attire. For reasons unknown, her wedding dress was fashioned in a feminine style. Xin Li even jested that she looked more beautiful than any woman in it. Upon seeing this, Xia Muin, infuriated, flung the dress at Xin Li's face. Beautiful? How could a man say he found her beautiful? Xia Muin flatly refused to wear that dress, leaving Xin Li no choice but to present an alternative outfit he had prepared, which finally placated her. Even so, her expression still bore traces of discontent. During their wedding, the emperor, empress, and empress dowager all attended, witnessing the child she had raised from a young age getting married. The empress dowager could not help but shed tears of joy. Initially, she had worried that Muin, spoiled as she was, might face difficulties if she married someone who would not cherish her, but to her delight, Muin had chosen someone who truly adored her. Although Xin Li was a man, he treated Muin exceptionally well. This brought her peace of mind, alleviating her concerns about Muin being mistreated by others after her passing. The corridors were adorned with festive red lanterns, and even the entrance to the bridal chamber was decorated with large red characters signifying joy, with red paper-cut decorations adorning the windows. Upon entering the room, Xia Muin was greeted by crimson bedding and dragon and phoenix motifs adorning the canopy.
Now,
tell me why the second prince and the Duke of Dingwa conspired to eliminate my parents, she inquired as she settled onto a stool. Upon hearing her words, Xin Li paused in pouring the wine. Anan, today is our wedding night. He placed the wine cup down, chuckling as he lifted Xia Muin into his arms and set her gently on the bed, loosening his belt and drawing the curtains. After the wedding, the two remained within the confines of their home, wholly absorbed in their private life. Xin Li continued to shower Xia Muin with affection, personally attending to everything concerning her, ensuring no one else interfered. From beginning to end, Xin Li desired for Anan to only have eyes for him, wishing to leave no traces of anyone else in her heart. In the second year following their marriage, the emperor passed away, leaving behind an edict naming the third prince, Xia Ho Yuan, as the new emperor. Upon the issuance of this decree, several other princes expressed disbelief and sought to confront Xia Ho Yuan. Reluctantly, the empress dowager intervened to temper the prince's fury and read the late emperor's will. Not long thereafter, the empress dowager passed away in the longevity palace. Her health had deteriorated following the emperor's death. Despite Xia Muin and Xia Ho Yuan summoning esteemed physicians, her condition did not improve. Until her last moments, Xia Muin remained by her side. Watching the elderly woman who had showered him with love breathe her last, Xia Muin could not hold back his tears. In the ensuing years, Xin Li supported one of his generals, ensuring that he only took orders from Xia Ho Yuan while gradually stepping back from public life. Even after many years, the bond between them remained as strong as ever. Occasionally, Xia Muin would sulk, but Xin Li's gentle reassurances would always soothe her. For Xin Li, Xia Muin is a treasure bestowed upon him by the heavens, a person he is determined to cherish for all eternity. His purpose in life had been to protect the kingdom of Lini and uncover the truth behind the deaths of General Xia and Madame Xia. His existence was meant to be spent on the battlefield until he encountered that youth. Although Xin Li is older than Xia Muin, his robust health and inner strength do not place him ahead of Xia Muin in their shared journey. Gently caressing the now graying hair of the one in his embrace, memories of their time together flood Xin Li's mind. Back then, Muin would laugh and play, unlike now when he lies quietly in Xin Li's arms. A tear falls, and an enigmatic emotion flickers in Xin Li's eyes. Muin, wait for me. I shall find you. Epilogue. Yi Waner, I am Yi Waner. Once an ordinary university student who enjoyed reading novels, often dreaming of a life beyond the mundane. One day, I met with a fatal accident, only to find myself alive again. I was reborn in a strange world, and through the tales of a maid, I learned of my identity as the legitimate daughter of Prime Minister Morong of the Kingdom of Lini, who had lost her mother at a young age and was thus neglected, overshadowed by my father's favoritism towards his concubine and my half-sister, Morong Exiner. In time, I utilized my abilities to bring order among the servants, ensuring their compliance. One day, while I was out, I was accosted, and it was the Prince Oven who sent someone to assist me. It was also on that day that I encountered the one who captivated my heart, the third prince, Xia Hoyuan. Initially, I believed he harbored feelings for me as well, only to discover he frequently mentioned Yishi. Perhaps it was foolish ambition that led me to plot against them, aiming to tarnish Yishi's reputation, forcing her to leave the capital. To cast disgrace upon the Prince of En, driving him away from the third prince, and to ensure all evidence pointed to Morong Exire, thus ruining her life. At that time, I thought I had everything under control, never considering why I would wish to harm others. Despite my belief that I was discreet, the outcome was beyond my expectations. The servant I sent to lure guests was detained by Morong Hao, the Prince of En faced no consequences. And even she remained unharmed. My anger was profound, unable to fathom why they thrived while I faced Morong Hao's wrath and confinement. Subsequently, we collaborated with a singular goal, to destroy the Prince of En, Xia Muan. As I anticipated, rumors about the Prince of En spread throughout the capital, and the populace grew increasingly discontented with him. I smiled with satisfaction, believing that he would ultimately fall by my hand. However, what transpired next caught me completely off guard. Shunli was aiding the Prince of En, even allying with the third prince against us. I can no longer recall the subsequent events. It felt as if my life had reached its conclusion. As I gazed at the crowd hurling objects at us, I pondered the purpose of my existence in this world. Why had I become so greedy? Why did I yearn for that which was not mine? Heaven had granted me a second chance at life. Closing my eyes, I quietly awaited death. Epilogue. Xia Hoyuan I am the third prince of the Kingdom of Lini, my mother being the emperor's consort, yet neither she nor I were favored. In my childhood, my mother often smiled and told me that my dear Yuan should live a simple life, free from the need to vie for anything, as long as I found happiness. At that time, I heeded her words, living without ambition, content to lead my own life. Yet some individuals and circumstances cannot be evaded simply by choosing not to provoke them. I recall vividly the year when heavy snow fell. Concubine May lost her child due to poisoning, and all evidence subtly pointed towards my mother, nearly leading to her disgrace at the hands of the emperor. It was only through the intervention of my grandmother that the truth was uncovered, restoring my mother's honor. From that moment, I understood that to survive in the palace, one must be resolute and avoid any illusions of luck. I began to develop my own influence in secret, and it was during this time that I met Shunli. We forged a pact. He would assist me in building my power, and I would help him uncover the mystery surrounding the deaths of General Xia and Madame Xia. As time passed, I became acquainted with Xia Muan and Yi Waner. I had always known of Xia Muan. He was favored by my grandmother and the emperor, despite not being of royal blood. As for Yi Waner, I was initially intrigued by her, but gradually recognized her ambition. Thus, I began to manipulate her, employing her methods to uncover the misdeeds of Prime Minister Morong. I was keenly aware of Shun Li's extraordinary feelings for Xia Muan, yet I never anticipated they would end up together, nor did I expect the emperor and grandmother to refrain from rebuking them. After their marriage, the emperor arranged my own match with the legitimate daughter of the Yi family, Yishi. Though I did not love her, I held a deep admiration for her capabilities, which were precisely what I required. Shortly after the emperor's passing, leaving a decree to crown me as the new emperor, I realized that my fate had been clear since the day of my betrothal. The Yi family would always remain loyal solely to the emperor. Not long after the emperor's demise, my grandmother also departed. Xia Muan and Xin Li soon left for a journey, and my mother retreated to the Fuan temple for prayers, leaving me and Empress Yi Shi alone in the palace. Observing Yi Shi, who sat reading by my side, I approached and draped a cloak over her shoulders. Perhaps they could not behave like an ordinary couple, yet I would do everything in my power to protect her. Chapter 26. Business Romance Part 1 Ding. The main mission has been completed. At the moment her eyes closed, Xia Muin heard the system's notification. Upon returning to the system space, Xia Muin felt a bit disoriented, furrowing her brows as she gazed at the vast whiteness of the system space. She pondered, he is left. What will Shunli do now? 007, help me.
Ding.
World 2 has been completed. The host's memories will now be sealed. Before she could finish her thought, the cold, mechanical voice of the management system echoed once more. Feeling a bit dizzy, she rubbed her forehead and blinked, wondering what she had wanted help with from System 007. How peculiar. Why could she not recall anything about that task world? Moreover, did the management system just say something? Shaking her head, Xia Muin summoned System 007. 007. May I rest a while before entering the task world? Of course, dear host. Rest assured, I will find a suitable task world for you. 007 cheerfully replied. Nodding, Xia Muin accessed the panel, and a small room materialized within the vast space. Lying on the bed, she soon fell into a deep slumber.
Ding.
System 007 is selecting the task world.
Ding.
Selection of World 3 successful. Transmission of the host begins.
Ding.
Host successfully transmitted. A city, Xia family. Hurry, hurry. The young master will soon be home. You all need to move quickly. Get everything tidied up. The butler commanded as he directed the household staff. How are the flowers arranged? I have mentioned it several times. They need to be aligned neatly with the ones beside them. Turning with some exasperation, Xia Muqing blinked and said, Mother, you know Mu-En's temperament. It's not just you, even with me, she wears a poker face. After years of no contact, she doesn't even think of her sister. Feeling somewhat wronged, Xia Muqing recalled how adorable Mu-En had been as a child, affectionately calling her sister in a soft, sweet voice, only to grow up into someone so HMPF. Why couldn't he Mu-En be more like her? Xia Mu's gaze flicked towards Xia father, who sat on the sofa, a hint of dissatisfaction in her eyes. Can you blame me? Mu-En's temperament changed entirely because of the two of you. Xia father fidgeted with the newspaper in his hands, feeling somewhat uneasy. Exchanging a knowing smile with Xia Muqing, Xia Mu quickly made her way out. A sleek black car pulled up outside the gate, and a pair of fair hands opened the car door. A young man dressed in a casual blue outfit stepped out. With furrowed brows and half-closed dark eyes, a straight nose, and lips pressed into a slight line, he bore an expression devoid of emotion. As Xia Muin exited the vehicle, several people appeared before her, scrutinizing her. Muin! Upon seeing Xia Muin, Xia Muqing rushed over, keeping her gaze fixed on her. Sister. Xia Muin's voice emerged softly, tinged with hoarseness from lack of rest. Muin, why didn't you call for mother first? Xia Mu approached with open arms, embracing her. Her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. Mother, I am no longer a child. After evading the embrace and the kiss that Xia Mu was about to bestow, Xia Muin felt somewhat speechless. Muin, you are not as adorable as before. You loved to be cuddled and kissed by mother when you were little. Apologies, the original owner's childhood memories elude her now. Yes, miss. The butler responded, instructing someone to carry in the luggage. Muin, your room remains just as it was. Hurry and rest. Don't worry about your father. He isn't the least bit concerned about you. Xia father, who had just stepped out intending to see Xia Muin, happened to overhear this remark. He felt rather aggrieved himself. Was he not worried about Muin? Casting a glance at Xia Mu and Xia father, no matter how much Xia Muin felt helpless, her face remained expressionless. Once she returned to her room and lay on the bed, Xia Muin finally reviewed the plot introduction sent by System 007. This story belonged to the genre of business romance. The female protagonist was a secretary, somewhat scatterbrained and possessing only average capabilities. One day, she inadvertently attracted the attention of her boss, the male lead, Xiao Hui. Xiao Hui was a notorious playboy, notorious for his fleeting affections, frequently swapping women as if they were mere accessories. However, after becoming engaged, he had curbed his philandering ways, although he still entertained a couple of flings on occasion. Upon meeting the female lead, he inexplicably chose to make her, Ling Shui, his personal secretary, often teasing her and finding amusement in her blushing responses. Ling Shui, typically absent-minded and lacking emotional intelligence, would merely blush at Xiao Hui's flirtations, failing to grasp his more suggestive comments. Gradually, Xiao Hui found himself captivated by her innocent demeanor. Yes, he was irresistibly drawn to Ling Shui's purity. As a scion of a prominent family and the one in control, Xiao Hui, upon realizing his feelings for the ordinary secretary, remained indifferent. After all, her humble background offered him no advantage. Thus, initially, Xiao Hui viewed Ling Shui merely as a diversion. As for the male supporting character, Xia Muan observed with keen interest that his family background far surpassed that of Xiao Hui. Were it not for his infatuation with the female lead, Ling Shui, he would not have ended up leading a lonely life abroad. To her astonishment, Xia Muan spotted the name Xia Muqing in the plot. Xia Muqing had known Xiao Hui since childhood, and their bond had strengthened through their university years, making them quite close. Xia Muqing often sought out Xiao Hui for outings. Her straightforward nature led her to openly express her likes and dislikes, and she found herself disapproving of Ling Shui's character. After Ling Shui and Xiao Hui got together, she often lamented to him about this, saying if he favored Xiao Chong, he should not come looking for her. As Xiao Chong liked him too, and even had Muqing persuade her, she did not wish to disrupt their friendship. Xiao Hui, upon hearing this, mistook it for Xiao Chong's covert influence over Xia Muqing to drive Ling Shui away. If that were the sole reason, it would not have prompted Xiao Hui to take action against the Xia family. In the end, after navigating various misunderstandings and heartaches, the female lead Ling Shui and the male lead Xiao Hui finally found happiness together. Having finished the plot, Xia Muan felt utterly disheartened. Summoning 007. Xia Muan angrily inquired, "Is this truly a business romance? It is nothing more than a simplistic narrative. The female lead is merely an innocent, unsuspecting flower." Although the task world was chosen by the system, it was also tailored to the host's abilities. From the dense mist, two wispy arms emerged inexplicably, and the system shrugged. "These are my arms." The commentary space suggests that such a system would be more endearing. What do you think, host? Upon hearing Xia Muan's inquiry, 007 seemed delighted, waving its arms enthusiastically. He should have known that this system would inevitably take a turn for the absurd. Chapter 27. The Business Romance Section 2. As Xia Muan meticulously delved into the memories left behind by the original owner, he encountered a tapestry of moments from the latter's childhood. Xia Muan was born when his parents, Mr. and Mrs. Xia, were in their 30s, at which time his sister, Xia Muyan, was already 5 or 6 years old. Being the youngest in the Xia family, he was the object of immense affection. Xia Muan was a delicate and charming child, which led his mother and sister to frequently adorn him in an array of adorable pastel garments, while the rest of the family indulged in playful antics at his expense. During that innocent time, young Muan was blissfully unaware and allowed them to tease him. However, upon entering elementary school, he grew resistant to wearing such attire and distanced himself from those who sought to amuse him. Regrettably, Xia Muan possessed no means of exerting influence, and thus his mother and sister, along with other family members, disregarded his discontent. Over time, the relentless antics of this mother-daughter duo, coupled with the family's antics, sculpted him into the expressionless figure he had become. Within those memories, Xia Muan also uncovered elements not inscribed in the storyline. For instance, the male protagonist, Xiao Hui's aunt, was a close friend of his mother, and their bond was remarkably strong. Furthermore, Xia Muyan and Xiao Hui were university classmates, and their relationship was quite amicable. However, due to Xia Muan's departure abroad during high school, he had only heard of Xiao Hui but had never met him. Upon reflecting on the original owner's memories, Xia Muan was perplexed. Logically, his character had not made an appearance in the narrative. It was only his sister, Xia Muyun, who had. Why, then, had the system bestowed upon him this body? System, why have you made me replace him? Xia Muan posed his query, once more. Host. Although Xia Muan does not appear in the storyline, The male protagonist's actions led to the downfall of the Xia family and the tragic demise of his parents and sister in an aviation disaster while abroad. His resentment towards the male and female leads is profound, significantly influencing the world's subsequent trajectory, causing this space to collapse. Thus, the system has summoned you, of course. This is actually a directive from the management system. 007's voice carried a hint of grievance, as if still troubled by previous events. Hearing this, Xia Muin furrowed his brow. Once again facing the enigmatic management system. What further capabilities did this system possess? Was its existence merely to distinguish whether one had achieved certain permissions? Was it possible that his lack of access was the reason for his ignorance regarding certain matters? Contemplating these thoughts, Xia Muin realized he was not foolish. He simply preferred novels and games, showing little interest in other affairs. With a sigh, he acknowledged his skepticism towards the management system but felt powerless to act against it. Calming his mind, Xia Muin inquired of System 007, "What is my task this time?" Due to the original owner's profound resentment, your tasks are limited to 2. The system will now issue the missions. Mission 1. Prevent the future downfall of the Xia family. Mission 2. Ensure Xia Muyun distances herself from the male protagonist, Xiao Hui. After reviewing the tasks, Xia Muin requested the system to inform him of the current progression of the plot. He could not help but note how fortuitous his timing was. According to the information provided by the system, Xiao Hui was merely beginning his courtship with Ling Shui, and many supporting characters had yet to make their entrance. This indicated that Xia Muin had ample time to fulfill his objectives. However, one troubling aspect remained. At this juncture, Xia Muyun maintained a notably favorable relationship with Xiao Hui. This led Xia Muin to ponder the swift acquisition of the Xia company by Xiao Hui. Logically, even if Xiao Hui had his own people within the Xia company, it was implausible for him to bring down a company slightly weaker than the Xiao family so swiftly. Clearly, Xiao Hui had long harbored intentions to target the Xia family, merely awaiting the opportune moment to act. After considerable reflection, exhaustion washed over Xia Muin, prompting him to snuggle under the covers and gradually drift into slumber. Upon his slumber, his mother and sister quietly entered to check on him, tucking him in before softly closing the door behind them. When he awoke, the sky had darkened. After a quick wash, Xia Muin made his way downstairs. Uncle Lu. Upon reaching the ground floor, he spotted the butler tidying up in the living room. The butler had always held a great fondness for him, as reflected in the original owner's memories. Young master is awake. Lu will ask the kitchen staff to prepare something for you, the butler cheerfully said before heading to the kitchen. Watching Lu depart, Xia Muin turned and entered the living room. His mother was seated on the sofa, intently focused on a television drama, clutching a box of tissues. His sister, on the opposite side, was engrossed in her laptop, her smile oddly peculiar. With a chuckle, Xia Muin returned to the kitchen. He nibbled on some snacks as dinner time approached. The Xia family's dining customs lacked the formalities typical of larger clans, instead radiating warmth and intimacy. During the meal, Mr. Xia observed his wife, who was incessantly serving Xia Muin, feeling a twinge of imbalance within himself as she had never once served him. Understood, Dad. Xia Muin replied, nodding. Days passed in leisurely tranquility for Xia Muin, who enjoyed the diverse culinary delights concocted by his mother and the kitchen staff, leading a life that could only be described as indulgently comfortable. Knock, knock, knock. Xia Muin approached the study door and rapped lightly.
Come in.
Mr. Xia's voice called from within as he perused documents.
Dad.
Moo has arrived. Upon hearing his voice, Mr. Xia lifted his head to regard his son. Moo. A few days ago, I mentioned having you join the company. What are your thoughts? Mr. Xia inquired after contemplating whether to broach the subject with his youngest son. In recent days, he had considered numerous strategies to avert the Xia family's fate. To prevent the original storyline's outcome, it was imperative to eliminate any traitors within the company. The narrative provided by the system indicated that someone within the Xia company had leaked sensitive information to Xiao Hui. Although the original owner had studied management, he lacked practical experience and authority. Yet, Mr. Xia and his daughter possessed the necessary skills. If he could have the system investigate the company personnel, he was confident they would uncover the perpetrator. Once identified, he could discreetly relay this information to his family, ensuring they remained vigilant against potential threats.
All right.
Sensing his father's underlying resentment, Xia Muin's lips twitched. Despite not wanting his mother to concern herself with him so excessively, he too felt a sense of grievance. Yet, he had no choice but to comply. As he exited the study, he encountered his mother, who was searching for him. Moo, my dear, come here. Her eyes lit up upon spotting him. Mother! Xia Muin approached reluctantly. Moo, let's go to the mall together with your sister today. His mother grasped his hand with a smile. Indeed. What if Moo no longer enjoys spending time with mother and sister? She added, releasing his hand and theatrically wiping non-existent tears from her eyes. Regardless of Xia Muin's willingness, his mother and sister successfully coaxed him out. Strolling through the bustling marketplace, Xia Muin observed his mother and sister flitting from one store to another, bewildered. Was every woman's shopping experience fraught with such complications? Moo, come and try on this outfit. Summer's mother exclaimed, holding up a set of men's clothing and gesturing towards Xia Muin. Despite her reluctance, Xia Muin approached with a stoic expression. Taking the garments from her mother's hands, she entered the fitting room. When Xia Muin emerged, clad in the new attire, she noticed a man and a woman conversing with her mother. Moo, Summer's mother, engaged in dialogue with her senior, spotted Xia Muin. Hurry over. Adjusting her clothes, Xia Muin obediently made her way towards them.
Mom,
She thought, catching a glimpse of her mother's slightly discontented gaze. No matter the circumstances, she felt it impossible to call her mother in public, as it made her feel like a child who had yet to grow up. Turning her head with a smile, Summer's mother introduced her, saying, "This is my younger son, Xia Muin. Moo, this is your Aunt Xiao, my senior."
Aunt Xiao.
Xia Muin nodded softly.
Ah,
What a good child. Xiaoyu chuckled, then glanced at her own son. This lad is my eldest, Pei Mufeng. He isn't much older than you. You'll call him Brother Mufeng from now on. In a few days, I'll introduce you to my daughter. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, Xia Muin felt a twinge of surprise. Pei Mufeng? Wasn't he the male supporting character in the story who fancied the female lead, Ling Shui, before eventually distancing himself from the country? Chapter 28. The Romance of Business Part 3. Xia Muin gazed intently at Pei Mufeng for a considerable time, pondering whether this individual truly resembled the male supporting character from the storyline. At that moment, Pei Mufeng, who was being introduced and scrutinized by Xia Muin, found himself in a state of infatuation. Indeed, he felt a flutter in his heart. A flutter for a man. And it was love at first sight. Brother Mufeng. Although she found it somewhat perplexing that Pei Mufeng's mother and her own mother were acquainted, Xia Muin called out obediently. Observing the silent Pei Mufeng, Xia Muin felt a twinge of embarrassment, wondering if she had inadvertently offended this supporting character. Mufeng? Pei Mufeng. Noticing Pei Mufeng's lack of response, Xiaoyu stepped forward and nudged him. Muin is calling you. What are you doing? Coming back to his senses, Pei Mufeng ignored Xiaoyu, who was still standing on his foot, and fixed his gaze on Xia Muin for a long moment before finally speaking, Brother Muin. Before Xia Muin could dwell on her thoughts further, Xia's mother and Zhao's mother commenced their conversation. Feeling a bit helpless as she surveyed her surroundings, Xia Muin suggested they find a suitable place to engage in a more meaningful dialogue. Just as they were about to do so, Xia Muin spotted Xia Muyu approaching with two others in tow. Mom, look who I ran into. Xia Muyu exclaimed as she pulled Xiao Hui closer, smiling at Xia's mother, and then turned to greet Xiaoyu. Aunt Yu. Long time no see. After embracing Xiaoyu, she glanced at her younger brother, Xiao Hui. Upon seeing the person Xia Muyu had brought, Xia's mother expressed her surprise. Aunt Lan. Xiao Hui adjusted his attire and smiled. I had thought you would be quite busy managing your father's company, yet here you are. As he spoke, Xia's mother glanced behind Xiao Hui, inquiring, and who is this? Oh, she is my secretary. I have some matters to attend to today, Xiao Hui explained, glancing at Xiao Yu and the others. The Xia and Pei families belonged to the upper echelons of society. He did not wish for rumors to circulate about him being involved with a woman of lesser pedigree. Ling Shui, standing behind, felt a pang of sadness upon hearing Xiao Hui's words. Why couldn't he openly acknowledge her as his girlfriend? What splendid fortune today. Stepping out, the male lead, male supporting character, and female supporting character, along with him, a mere background character, had all gathered. If he were to buy a lottery ticket now, surely he would win, wouldn't he? Pei Mufeng paid no heed to those beside him, his eyes occasionally darting towards Xia Muan. The moment the young man emerged from the fitting room, he captivated Pei Mufeng's attention, as if something within him was calling out. One must commend Xia's mother's discerning taste. Xia Muan's fair complexion was accentuated by the white shirt he wore, which highlighted his skin even further. The shirt fit him just right, accentuating his slender waist. Below, he donned black casual trousers that showcased his long, powerful legs. A glimmer of light flickered in Pei Mufeng's eyes as he smiled. Now that he was smitten, he felt compelled to keep a close watch on this individual. Xiao Hui did not engage in conversation with Xia's mother for long before excusing himself, taking Ling Shui with him. Striding ahead, Xiao Hui's mood was somewhat sour. His intention for the day was to accompany Ling Shui shopping, yet he unexpectedly encountered the Xia family. To be frank, when his aunt introduced him to Xia Muyu, his father had repeatedly emphasized the importance of fostering a favorable relationship with the Xia family. Thus, he had viewed Xia Muyu as a means to an end. Moreover, his current fiancée was a close friend of Xia Muyu, having grown up together, which further complicated matters. Although she was often abroad and hardly involved in his affairs, ultimately, it was merely because Xia Muyu kept an eye on him. Despite Xia Muyu considering him a friend, he did not reciprocate the sentiment. Business people are inherently self-serving. Were it not for the significance of the Xia family's collaboration, he would not desire a friendship with that domineering woman. Nonetheless, the relationship between their companies entailed mutual benefits. So, he ought to exercise caution next time. After all, being seen with another woman while engaged to his fiancée, especially in the presence of the Xia family, would surely attract the attention of the press. Trailing closely behind Xiao Hui, Ling Shui felt a sense of melancholy. In her dreams, she and Xiao Hui had overcome numerous obstacles and discontentment, yet he always stood by her side to offer support. Furthermore, there was the young master of the Pei family who silently assisted her. In her dreams, after enduring various misunderstandings and entanglements, she and Xiao Hui finally ended up together. With such thoughts, Ling Shui couldn't help but sigh. If only that dream were a reality. Regardless of the sentiments swirling within the two individuals, the atmosphere surrounding Xia Muan was quite pleasant. Xiao Yu and Xia's mother, being from the same university and part of the same club, had fostered a good relationship, although Xiao Yu was 2 years their senior. To recount how Xia's mother and Xiao Yu crossed paths again, one must begin with the collaboration between Xia's father and the Pei family. The Xia family primarily dealt in real estate and fashion, while the Pei family, despite their illustrious heritage, specialized in electronics, apparel, jewelry, and entertainment, with minimal involvement in real estate. Moreover, the Pei family predominantly focused on foreign markets, only recently beginning to expand domestically. Both families expressed interest in collaborating, though nothing had been formally established. One time, Xia's father took Xia's mother to a banquet hosted by the Pei family, where she instantly recognized Xiao Yu. It was then she learned that Xiao Yu had gone abroad due to the head of the Pei family. Even after years apart, their bond remained steadfast. As they shared their stories, both Xia's father and the head of the Pei family became aware of their connection, ultimately leading to a formal agreement between the two families. After quietly absorbing the system's explanation, Xia Muan felt the plot was rather formidable. First, the male lead's aunt, Qin Lan, was a close friend of Xia's mother. And now the male supporting character's mother, Xiao Yu, was both a classmate and friend of Xia's mother. The Xia family's influence was significant, and the plot could shift based on their whims. Truly, the male and female leads were extraordinary. As he observed the trio conversing joyfully on the other side, Xia Muan sipped his coffee in silence. To be frank, he preferred tea over coffee. Since you dislike coffee, why drink it? Pei Mufeng remarked, noticing Xia Muan's grimace after a sip. Xia Muan replied, lifting his head in confusion, his dark eyes locking onto Pei Mufeng's. Caught in the depths of Xia Muan's gaze, Pei Mufeng momentarily lost his train of thought. The perplexity reflected in those dark eyes, coupled with the young man's impassive expression, evoked an unexpected feeling of tenderness in Pei Mufeng.
Cough.
Turning away, Pei Mufeng cleared his throat and inquired, "Do you not like coffee?" Surprised, Xia Muan looked at Pei Mufeng. How did you know? I never mentioned it. I noticed you frowning while drinking coffee, Pei Mufeng replied. Gazing at the coffee in his hand, Xia Muan admitted, I indeed don't particularly enjoy coffee. However, having it occasionally is fine. Nodding, Pei Mufeng chose not to press further. Ordinarily, he was quite talkative, yet he found himself at a loss for words in the presence of this young man. Before Pei Mufeng could unravel his thoughts, the three individuals had concluded their conversation. Xiao Yu glanced at her son, approached Xia Muan, and said, Muan, when you have time, come with Mu Yu to visit Aunt Yu. I would like to introduce my sister to you. Certainly, Aunt Yu, Xia Muan replied, rising and nodding. All right, then Mufeng and I shall take our leave. Xiao Yu smiled at Xia's mother. Off you go, off you go. You always seem so busy whenever I see you. Xia's mother waved her hand, feigning indifference. Pei Mufeng initially hesitated to depart, yet he pondered whether lingering too long in the presence of the youth, whom he had only recently met, might evoke feelings of aversion. Observing the exhilaration radiating from Xia Mu and Xia Muyun, who were fervently selecting outfits for him, Xia Muyun felt a twinge of foolishness for having previously resolved to accompany them on this shopping expedition, fully aware of their exuberant natures. Upon returning to the office, Pei Mufeng found himself gazing at the documents before him, yet his thoughts were consumed by Xia Muyun. Long ago, he had sensed an inexplicable yearning for the arrival of a certain individual. Even though he had no knowledge of their appearance or name, the sensation was undeniably profound. He had once sought a girlfriend, attempting to replicate that elusive feeling with others, but such thoughts were fleeting, accompanied by an instinctive awareness that pursuing them might cause sorrow to that special someone. The mere consideration of their potential heartache tightened his chest with a pang of anguish. Having assumed that after all these years he would likely never encounter that person, fate had conspired to bring them into his life, none other than the son of his mother's friend. Reflecting on this revelation, Pei Mufeng could not help but smile. The individual he had awaited for so long was not to be relinquished easily. Chapter 29. The business romance. Mother Xia and Mother Xiao found a place to sit down and chat with Xia Muyun. Observing the three conversing joyfully across the table, Xia Muyun quietly sipped his coffee. To be candid, he preferred tea over coffee. This might be a habit cultivated from a previous life. Since he held no fondness for coffee, he should refrain from drinking it. Pei Mufeng, noticing Xia Muyun's grimace after a sip of coffee, remarked, If you dislike coffee, you need not drink it. Xia Muyun lifted his head in mild confusion, his dark eyes locking onto Pei Mufeng's. For a moment, Pei Mufeng found himself at a loss for words, captivated by the mixture of curiosity and perplexity reflected in those expressive eyes. Clearing his throat, he asked, Do you not fancy coffee? To this, Xia Muyun responded with surprise. How did you know? He had not spoken of his preferences. I noticed your frown while drinking it, so. Pei Mufeng's gaze was earnest. Gazing down at his coffee cup, Xia Muyun conceded, Indeed, coffee is not to my taste. However, an occasional sip doesn't hurt. Nodding in understanding, Pei Mufeng chose to remain silent. Ordinarily, he was quite loquacious, yet he found himself tongue-tied in the youth's presence. Before he could fathom the reason, the trio had concluded their conversation. Xiao Yu glanced at her son and approached Xia Muyun, saying, Muyun, do come and play with Aunt Yu when you have time. I'd love to introduce you to my daughter. Certainly, Aunt Yu. Xia Muyun stood and nodded in agreement. Well then, Mufeng and I shall take our leave. Xiao Yu smiled at Mother Xia. Off you go, off you go. You always seem so busy when I see you. Mother Xia waved dismissively. Pei Mufeng had initially intended to linger, but he pondered whether staying too close to the youth would be unwelcome. Observing the excited chatter of Mother Xia and Xia Muyun, he couldn't help but wonder if his earlier decision to accompany them on their shopping excursion had been rather foolish, especially given their personalities. Upon returning to the office, Pei Mufeng glanced at the documents in his hand, yet his thoughts drifted back to Xia Muyun long ago. He had sensed that he was subconsciously awaiting someone's arrival. Although he had no inkling of what this person looked like or their name, the feeling was palpably real. He had once sought a girlfriend, attempting to find that elusive feeling in others, but such notions were fleeting, as if the thought of causing that person pain was unbearable. The mere idea of their sorrow tightened his heart with a dull ache. He had assumed that after all these years, he would not encounter that individual. Yet fate had brought them together, his mother's friend's son, no less. Smiling at the thought, Pei Mufeng vowed not to relinquish the one he had awaited for so long. The following morning, Xia Mu and accompanied his father to work. With Xia Mu Yun unexpectedly called away to City B, it was just the two of them heading to the company. The Xia family's conglomerate was named Huayu Group, a title believed to have been inspired by a friend of his grandfather, though the specifics remained a mystery. Upon entering the company, Xia Mu attracted considerable attention, his tall and handsome stature drawing admiration. After all, he was the boss's son. Lin Feng, please prepare the materials needed for today's South meeting and place them outside. Muin, come with me to the office, his father instructed as they stepped into the elevator. His father turned to Lin Feng, indicating, this is my younger son. Xia Muin then gestured toward Lin Feng, and this is Lin Feng, the company's secretary. Hello, I am Xia Muin, he introduced himself, extending a hand to Lin Feng. Greetings. I am Lin Feng, he replied, shaking Xia Muin's hand before turning back to his boss.
Ding.
Just as his father finished speaking, the elevator arrived. Understood, boss. Lin Feng nodded before exiting to gather the materials. I understand, father. Xia Muin paid little heed to his father's directives, for his purpose in the company was solely to uncover the identity of the traitor who had betrayed it. Once he identified the culprit, he could prevent the Xia family's impending downfall and fulfill the original owner's wishes, even if it was not part of the system's assigned tasks. While Xia Mu enjoyed a comfortable day, Xiao Hui was faring well too. In the upper echelons of Hung Tai Company, muffled sounds of passion and breathless whispers emanated from the president's office. A knock echoed through the door, yet the entwined bodies within remained oblivious. Biting her lip, Ling Xue listened to the sounds from inside, feeling a mix of sorrow and anger. She was well aware that Xiao Hui had other women alongside her, but her love for him was unwavering. President, you have a meeting with the representatives of Ruoyu Company at 2 this afternoon.
Ah.
Xiao Zong, your, Little secretary is still outside, the woman sprawled across the desk managed to say.
Ha.
You still have the presence of mind to concern yourself with others? Xiao Hui remarked, gripping the woman's chin while his other hand caressed her arm. I understand. You may leave now to prepare, he said to Ling Xue, who held tightly to her documents, her eyes flashing with jealousy and anger. Jealous of the woman who had captured Xiao Hui's attention, and furious that she dared to approach him, Ling Xue thought bitterly, why must there always be others vying for my place? He is mine. After a prolonged moment, she finally turned to leave as the sounds from the office diminished. Xiao Hui, observing the fully dressed woman beside him, smiled as she approached, wrapping her arms around him. Thank you, President, she giggled, her post-coital glow rendering her even more alluring. Embracing her slender waist, Xiao Hui whispered, if you wish to thank me, prepare for tonight. With that, he released her. I shall wait for you at home, President. She replied with a smile, adjusting her attire before departing. Upon exiting the office, she encountered Ling Xue, appraising her briefly before walking away. I thought that little secretary would be more appealing. She is merely average. Fixating her gaze on the departing figure, Ling Xue suppressed her emotions and knocked on the door. Come in. Is everything prepared? Upon Ling Xue's entrance, Xiao Hui turned to organize his files. Everything is ready, she replied, extending the documents to him. Glancing over the papers, Xiao Hui noted the time and remarked, let us go. It's getting late. We should eat before heading over. After taking a few steps, he noticed Ling Xue had not followed and turned to inquire, why aren't you coming? Looking up, Ling Xue asked, who is that woman? Am I not your girlfriend? If you need something, why not come to me? Chuckling, Xiao Hui approached her. Are you feeling jealous? Do not fret, for you are the sole object of my affection. Let us proceed, as there are pressing matters to attend to today. With that, he embraced Ling Xue and stepped outside. Lowering her head and clasping her hands tightly, a glimmer of discontent flickered in Ling Xue's eyes. If I am the only one you cherish, then why allow other women to draw near? Why not devote your love solely to me? Why must you associate with those other women? Surely, your heart should belong to me alone, should it not? Chapter 30. The business romance at 2 in the afternoon. Representatives from Ruoyu Company arrived at Hung Tai Company. A group of individuals engaged in discussions for several hours before finalizing the contract. Mr. Xiao, may our collaboration be fruitful. Wang Donglin, the representative from Ryu Company, stood and shook hands with Xiao Hui. To a successful partnership. After signing the contract, the group ventured out for a meal together. During the meal, Wang Donglin inquired, I have heard that Mr. Xiao shares a cordial relationship with the young lady from the Xia family? Xiao Hui paused, setting down his glass, and turned to Wang Donglin, contemplating for a moment before responding, Indeed, that is the case. In recent years, since the cooperation between the Xia and Pei families, the Xia family's business has flourished significantly, especially in the last 2 years. They seem to be on the verge of surpassing the Xiao family. Wang Donglin took a sip of his drink and remarked casually. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hui merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. In the capital, no family dares to claim absolute dominance among the 4 prominent families: the Yin family, the Qin family, the Xiao family, and the Xiao family. While these families may appear amicable on the surface, they are engaged in a subtle struggle for power behind the scenes. This dynamic often results in strategic marriages among them, as they also seek alliances with emerging families. Although the Xia family has grown substantially, it has not always been a major player in the capital, ranking slightly lower than the 4 families. Historically, the Xia family concentrated its efforts in City S until the current generation of Xia's father sought expansion into the capital. The ability to elevate the Xia family to a position just below the 4 prominent families in 2 generations commands respect among them. It is important to note that while there is no single dominant family, there are discernible differences in strength. The Xiao family, for instance, is regarded as the weakest among them. Has the Xia family truly advanced to a position where it could surpass the Xiao family? Initially, it was presumed that the Pei family's primary market lay abroad, leading to the belief that they would not invest heavily in domestic affairs, allowing the Xia family to seize the opportunity. The 2 men chose not to pursue this topic further, instead enjoying their drinks and discussing the contract and subsequent work. Reflecting on this, Ling Xue smirked sarcastically, pondering how foolish she had been in her previous life to abandon such a valuable ally as Pei Mufeng. Regaining her focus, she glanced at Xiao Hui, who was engaged in conversation with Wang Donglin, and smiled to herself, resolute that this time she would not allow anyone to take Xiao Hui from her, no matter who it may be. Hello, Mr. Xiao? The voice on the other end of the line sounded groggy, as though the caller had just awakened. Are you aware of the young master from the Xia family? Xiao Hui inquired, opening a document on his computer. Are you referring to Xia Muan? The person on the phone seemed to awaken a bit more at Xiao Hui's question. Yes, that's him. Xiao Hui tapped his desk, a hint of displeasure in his demeanor. I did not send you to the Xia family's headquarters merely to assist them with their work. If you cannot provide me with better intelligence, proving your value to me, I can just as easily take away everything you currently possess. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Mr. Xiao, rest assured, I will thoroughly investigate this matter. The caller's assurances seemed to placate Xiao Hui somewhat. In the narrative, Pei Mufeng is depicted as outwardly refined yet cunning and ruthless toward his adversaries and rivals until he encounters the female protagonist. After meeting her, he transforms, displaying a newfound warmth and consideration for others, particularly for Ling Xue. However, the pivotal question remains, why has Pei Mufeng, who is supposed to meet and fall for the female protagonist, been continuously encountering Xia Muan in various locations? Is he truly so oblivious? To think he could run into Pei Mufeng while discussing business in such a remote area, could that be mere coincidence? Pondering this, Xia Muan looked at Pei Mufeng seated across from him, baffled as to why they kept crossing paths. Moreover, shouldn't this male counterpart be focusing his attention on the female protagonist, striving to win her heart? Do you dislike me? Pei Mufeng's voice was low, his gaze somewhat despondent as he observed Xia Muan's reaction. Not at all, Xia Muan responded, perplexed by Pei Mufeng's demeanor. What had he done to elicit such a reaction? Did his behavior somehow lead Pei Mufeng to believe he was unwelcome? Then you simply do not wish to see me? Pei Mufeng pressed on. Why do you appear displeased whenever I am near? I am not displeased, Xia Muan insisted, feeling exasperated. It was simply peculiar that Pei Mufeng, the male lead, was always appearing beside him instead of pursuing the female protagonist. Noticing Xia Muan's expression, Pei Mufeng stifled a chuckle, realizing that the strategies from the book were indeed effective. After a moment of silence, Xia Muan observed that Pei Mufeng was fixated on him, not uttering a word. May I inquire about your purpose for being here? After some contemplation, Xia Muan finally asked. You may call me Mufeng, Pei Mufeng replied, slightly irked by the formal address. Why must Xia Muan refer to him as Mr. Pei when he had already addressed him by name? Mr. Pei is reserved for those with whom one is not familiar. The two exchanged glances. And it was Xia Muan who ultimately relented Mufeng. Upon hearing his name spoken by his heart's desire, Pei Mufeng's eyes sparkled with joy. I am here to discuss business. As previously arranged with Uncle Xia. Why was I not informed earlier? Xia Muan asked, his curiosity piqued. Pei Mufeng, sensing his confusion, elaborated. Initially, Uncle Xia was to oversee this region, but due to recent developments, I have come to assist. Chapter 31. Business Romance Part 6. Although the region where Xia Muan and the others arrived is relatively remote with inadequate transportation, it boasts pristine mountains and clear waters, adorned by exquisite natural scenery. Many affluent individuals in modern cities yearn to escape the cacophony of urban life, seeking a sanctuary for self-cultivation and tranquility. In this rapidly developing era, finding such a haven proves to be quite challenging. Xia's father became aware of this place solely because a business partner had mentioned it to him. The person who shared this information had considered embarking on the project himself, knowing that despite its remoteness, once developed, it could attract a multitude of wealthy dwellers. However, the location's seclusion rendered the endeavor quite arduous, requiring considerable time and financial investment, far more complex than previous projects. Thus, he decided to extend this favor to Xia's father. Subsequently, Xia's father discreetly dispatched someone to investigate the area and, after careful deliberation, shared the findings with Pei Mufeng's father. After extensive discussions, the two resolved to collaborate on this venture. After a moment of silence, Xia Muan inquired of System 007. Based on the data you have gathered, what do you foresee for the project's future development?
Ding.
The information accessible to the system only encompasses events from the year following the Xia family's downfall. Subsequent developments remain beyond 007's access, requiring an application to the management system for review. Thus, should the host still consider 007's counsel?
Ding.
According to the records reviewed, following the collapse of the Xia family, the male protagonist, Xiao Hui, took over the project, and it flourished thereafter. However, 007 lacks knowledge of events beyond that point. At this juncture, 007 expressed a sense of helplessness, feeling inadequate in assisting the host. I understand. Upon hearing the system's words, Xia Muan pondered whether his father should pursue this project. Observing the young man who had remained silent since her last remark, Pei Mufeng felt somewhat lost. Did Muan hold any reservations about him? Muan? Muan? He softly called the young man's name, fixating intently on Xia Muan. Pei Mufeng, I ask you, do you believe this project can develop successfully? Before Pei Mufeng could finish his thought, Xia Muan interrupted. Taken aback by Xia Muan's inquiry, Pei Mufeng contemplated carefully before responding. Aside from transportation being somewhat inconvenient, everything else aligns perfectly with the criteria our two companies have devised over the years. Therefore, from every perspective, this project is indeed feasible. With a confident smile, Pei Mufeng reassured, you need not worry. If this project were unlikely to succeed, neither I nor Uncle Yi would be here. Upon hearing this, Xia Muan reflected thoughtfully. Indeed, Xia's father possessed exceptional business acumen, and with Pei Mufeng, who was heralded as a business prodigy in the narrative, alongside the system, the project seemed destined for success. Of course, he was determined to prevent any unforeseen complications. I am not worried. I merely inquired. Despite having formulated his thoughts, Xia Muan resolutely refused to admit that he had never considered this aspect from the outset. Noticing the young man's stubborn demeanor, Pei Mufeng chuckled softly. Yes. Muan is not worried. The two lapsed into silence, once more. Gazing out the window at the bustling pedestrians, Xia Muan turned and glanced at the time, asking, It is getting late. I must head to my father's side. Will you accompany me, or do you have other plans? Of course, I will accompany you, Pei Mufeng replied, his lips curling into a smile. I came here primarily for the contract signing. Though he spoke falsely, for his true motive for being here was not merely the contract. A moment ago, Pei Mufeng had been concerned about Muin's opinion of him. Now, it seemed that Muin's impression of him was quite favorable, at least for the time being. If he continued to strive, perhaps one day Muin would choose to be with him. With this thought, Pei Mufeng gazed at Xia Muin with a look of adoration. Shaking his head to dispel such musings, Xia Muin stood and declared, "Then let us depart." Very well. Following Xia Muin's lead, Pei Mufeng felt extraordinarily elated. Although Muin was still somewhat unfamiliar with him, he believed that with time, Muin would come to realize what a wonderful person he truly was. Meanwhile, the secretary, forgotten by Pei Mufeng, felt a mix of despair and frustration. "Boss, have you already forgotten about me, the one you dispatched to investigate young Master Xia's whereabouts?" Watching Pei Mufeng trail behind Xia Muin, the secretary felt a wave of dismay. As Pei Mufeng's confidant, if he remained oblivious to his boss's feelings towards young Master Xia, it would be a grave dereliction of duty. Previously, the secretary had speculated about Pei Mufeng's orientation. After all, Pei Mufeng held a prominent status, was handsome and wealthy, yet surrounded by no women. Indeed, not even a casual companion. Observing Pei Mufeng's acquaintances, it seemed that every person in his circle was accompanied by beautiful women. Although he had his suspicions before, now that his boss had indirectly confirmed such a notion, he felt rather flustered. Regardless of the secretary's internal turmoil, upon arriving at their destination, Xia Muin and Pei Mufeng found that Xia's father and the regional representative had just arrived. After convening in the conference room, discussions regarding the area commenced. "Mr. Xia, Mr. Pei, I trust you are both well aware of the situation in our region. We previously discussed the development of this area, and at this juncture, we have no other demands. Our primary request is singular." One of the representatives seated in the office chair regarded Xia Muin and the others earnestly. "Please, proceed." Pei Mufeng perused the documents before him, having gained insight into their requirements. It is evident that while the youth have migrated to the cities, those remaining wish to stay here, as they are disenchanted with urban life. Thus, we hope that once developed, this area will not mirror the characteristics of large cities. And we implore you to protect the environment to the utmost extent. Xia's father and Pei Mufeng exchanged glances before Xia's father nodded gravely, affirming, "This is certainly our intention. It is precisely why we chose this location, so you need not worry." In light of this assurance, the representatives engaged in further discussions. "As we have previously agreed, our primary purpose in coming here is to finalize the contract. If there are no further objections, we may proceed with the signing." The attorneys from both sides rose to verify the documents. "We have no issues on our end." Xia's father signaled affirmatively. "Neither do we have any additional concerns." "Very well. Then let us proceed with the signing." The attorney reviewed the contract once more before addressing the parties involved. Before long, both sides had duly signed the agreement. Given that this area had rarely been frequented, there were no hotels available, only a few guest houses. Xia Muin and Pei Mufeng opted for a modest yet pleasant guest house for their stay. Standing by the window, observing the pedestrians bustling along the street and the vibrant flowers lining the roadside, Xia Muin smiled contentedly. It must be said that the scenery in this region is truly magnificent. A series of knocks echoed through the air as Xia Muin turned and walked to the door. "Pei Mufeng, what brings you here?" Xia Muin inquired with a hint of confusion upon seeing Pei Mufeng standing at her doorstep. "Oh, it's nothing. I merely came to see if you have settled in comfortably." Pei Mufeng smiled at the young woman before him. "Not bad. Please come inside." With that, Xia Muin stepped aside, allowing Pei Mufeng to enter her abode. After surveying the surroundings, Pei Mufeng turned to Xia Muin, who was pouring water, and asked, "The environment here is quite pleasant. Do you have time to take a stroll together?" Upon hearing Pei Mufeng's suggestion, Xia Muin glanced at the clock while holding the water, and replied, "I can. I also wish to explore this place a bit more." Before long, the two of them set out together. Chapter 32. The Business Romance. As July arrived, the weather began to turn warm. Watching the young man ahead, Pei Mufeng felt his spirits lift. Initially, he had thought that inviting Muin to join him for an outing would be met with refusal, yet to his delight, Muin had agreed. Little did he know, he would come to regret this decision in the days to come. Strolling leisurely forward, Muin was lost in his own thoughts, oblivious to the admiring glances from the girls around him. A group of young ladies gathered together, casting their eyes upon Muin and occasionally giggling softly. With his good looks, Muin's mere glance would send excitement rippling through them. Dressed in a light blue casual outfit, with his hands tucked into his pockets, he exuded an air of relaxed handsomeness. Though his face bore no expression, the occasional lift of his gaze revealed the true thoughts of the young man. After a moment of excitement, the girls finally approached him. "Hello, handsome. Are you here for fun?" One bold girl stepped forward, smiling brightly. "Are you talking to me?" Muin glanced around, softly inquiring. "Of course. Aren't you the only handsome guy here?" The girl clasped her hands behind her back, grinning. Caught off guard, Muin, who was not accustomed to interacting with girls, found himself momentarily speechless. Shouldn't girls be gentle, reserved, and considerate? Why were these girls so forward? Questions like, "Are you married?" or "Do you have a girlfriend?" flooded his mind. Was this really how girls behaved? Did he just hear something out of the ordinary? Pei Mufeng, who had expected Muin to reject the girl, felt a wave of displeasure wash over him as he observed the group surrounding Muin. Why was Muin so popular among girls? It should suffice for him to appreciate Muin's merits alone. And that woman over there. Don't think I didn't see you sneakily taking pictures of Muin. With a furrowed brow, Pei Mufeng strode over to Muin's side, effortlessly wrapping his arm around the young man's waist, pulling him into his embrace. "Is there something you need?" He directed an annoyed glare at the girls, tightening his grip around Muin's waist. Feeling the intensity of Pei Mufeng's presence, the girls recoiled slightly, intimidated by his formidable aura and piercing gaze. "And no, nothing," they stammered, retreating a few steps. Muin, glancing up at Pei Mufeng, was puzzled by his sudden anger. Over the past few days, Pei Mufeng had been attentive to him, and he had never perceived him as the cold-hearted individual described in the story. Everything had been fine until now. Why was he upset? What's wrong? Is the food unpalatable? Xiao Hui asked, observing the frown on Ling Shue's face after a sip of red wine. "Nothing wrong," Xiao Hui replied. "After dinner, come to my place." He squinted slightly, falling silent again as he continued to eat. After their meal, Xiao Hui went to the garage to retrieve his car. Suddenly, his phone rang. "Hello. What's up? Miss me?" Xiao Hui chuckled as he settled into the car.
Xiao.
"I think about you every day. But alas, you have other women around. If I hadn't called, you might have forgotten me. I have no other women. Isn't that little secretary of yours one?" The woman on the other end sounded skeptical. "Do you think any woman can just become my woman?"
Xiao Hui glitchy.
Recalling Ling Shui. "Oh really? So, are you coming over tonight?" "Of course, just wait patiently." With that, Xiao Hui hung up. After the call, Ling Shui felt an overwhelming gloom. It was not supposed to be like this. Xiao Hui should be with her at this moment. Why had he left? Did he have another woman? Meanwhile, Pei Mufeng's gaze remained fixed on Muin, an array of emotions swirling within him. The sight of girls surrounding Muin had ignited a spark of anger in him. Muin should only be by his side. Although he feared that his feelings for Muin might frighten him, Pei Mufeng resolved to express his affections. Straightening up, he turned to Muin and declared, "Muin, I like you." Initially expecting something serious from Pei Mufeng, Muin was momentarily stunned. Did he just hear correctly? Pei Mufeng liked him? Though he might lean towards liking men, he never anticipated that Pei Mufeng, who should have been drawn to the female protagonist, had feelings for him. Muin raised a hand to rub his forehead, questioning, "Are you sure you haven't made a mistake?" "Absolutely. I am certain I like you." Looking into Pei Mufeng's earnest eyes, Muin sighed. "While I may lean towards liking men, I never considered." "Muin," Pei Mufeng interrupted, pausing briefly before continuing. "If that's the case, why not consider me? If you might like men, why not try being with me?" Muin fell silent for a moment. He was unsure when he had started to like men, yet he felt an undeniable connection to someone he loved deeply, even if he had no memories of being with anyone. He had once thought it was merely a fleeting sensation, but after meeting Pei Mufeng, it had become more pronounced. Noticing Muin's conflicted expression, Pei Mufeng exhaled softly. The absence of an immediate rejection suggested he might still have a chance. Muin, we can simply be ordinary partners. If it works, we'll be together. But if it doesn't, I won't force you. Though those were his words. Pei Mufeng had no intention of letting go of the young man before him. After pondering Pei Mufeng's proposal, Muin finally nodded. All right. While I may not like you yet, perhaps we could give it a try. Before Pei Mufeng could express his joy, Muin added, however, our relationship must remain a secret. And if you develop feelings for someone else, you must tell me beforehand. Despite the disappointment of their relationship being kept from others, Pei Mufeng felt a surge of happiness. This was an opportunity granted by Muin. As for the latter stipulation, Pei Mufeng vowed he would never fall for anyone other than Anan. Yes, Anan was the nickname Pei Mufeng had longed to use. With that thought, Pei Mufeng called out, Anan.
Huh.
Muin turned, somewhat bewildered. Anan.
Anan.
Pei Mufeng chuckled at Muin's reaction. As realization dawned on him, Muin silently turned away, the blush on his cheeks betraying his true feelings. Chapter 33. The Romantic Business Saga 8. After placing the gifts intended for Mother Xia and Sister Xia, Xia Muin made her way to the study. She gently knocked on the door.
Come in, Dad.
Sister. Upon entering, Xia Muin was greeted by the sight of her sister, Xia Muyun, standing solemnly before their father. Mumu is here. Xia Muyun turned and smiled at her, guiding her to a chair. After organizing some documents, their father finally settled down and inquired, how have you been? What are your impressions of your time there? Upon hearing Xia Muin's reply, their father nodded and then asked Mumu, are you well acquainted with President Pei Mufeng? A flutter of surprise coursed through Xia Muin at the mention of President Pei, and she raised her gaze to her father. I have only just met President Pei. We aren't particularly familiar. I see, their father mused, turning his head slightly. However, if you can establish a good rapport with Pei Mufeng, do so. Although I have a solid relationship with his father, matters pertaining to your generation should be navigated by you. Understood, Dad. All right, in that case, why don't you listen to your sister recount her experiences in a city? At this, Xia Muyun nodded in agreement. Rising from her seat, she brought forth some documents she had obtained from her company. Mumu, please take a look at these 2 sets of documents. She handed them to Xia Muin before turning back to retrieve her laptop. As Xia Muin carefully examined the 2 sets of documents, she noticed that their contents were nearly identical, with the only distinction being the names of the companies. Puzzled, she looked up and inquired, what is this? One of these documents pertains to our newly established company in B City, while the other belongs to a company that opened last year in the same locale, Xia Muyun explained, adjusting her hair. So one of these documents has been plagiarized? Xia Muin asked, putting the documents away. Indeed. This is precisely why I hurried to B City. Listening to their exchange, their father tapped the table lightly and said, Moon, please explain this to Mumu. All right, Xia Muyun nodded and opened the files on her laptop, then handed it to Xia Muin. Mumu, take a look at these. These data reflect the performance of that company over the past year. The prospects appear quite promising. Given their capabilities, they should have no issue fulfilling the requirements outlined in the documents. After glancing at their father, Xia Muyun continued. The crux of the matter is that this information represents a scheme meticulously devised by the B City company, marking our foray into the fashion sector there. Holding both sets of documents, Xia Muyun smiled and continued. Both companies are relatively new yet possess identical documents. Remarkably, both parties claim that this information belongs to their respective firms and they have similar credentials at the same time. Mumu, does this not strike you as odd? I was initially considering whether someone had plagiarized this contract. But if we follow your reasoning, it certainly seems peculiar. Furrowing her brow in contemplation, Xia Muin raised a question. How did you ascertain that these documents were identical? Xia Muyun chuckled lightly. This is quite serendipitous. The manager of the B City company, Wang Wan, happens to be neighbors with the manager of the other company, Lu Hai, and they have a cordial relationship. One day, Wang Wan noticed discrepancies in the documents. But as everyone was on holiday, she sought out her neighbor. Xia Muyun paused briefly. In theory, such a situation should have been reported to me directly. Yet I underestimated its significance and entrusted her with full responsibility. Little did I know, she went directly to her neighbor. Upon their examination, They discovered that the contents of both companies' documents were nearly identical. When Wangwan realized something was amiss, she promptly notified me, prompting my urgent trip to B City. It is crucial to recognize that B City has been a focal point of national development initiatives in recent years. If we can thrive there, it will undoubtedly benefit our company's expansion into overseas markets. Xia Muan inquired, "Did you uncover any leads during your investigation?" "Indeed, I did uncover some information." At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Xia Muan glanced at Xia Muan with a hint of exasperation, shrugged her shoulders, and followed their father downstairs. Shaking her head, Xia Muan gathered the documents and descended as well. Not long after lunch, Xia Muan had intended to discuss the matter concerning B City with Xia Muyun. But her sister had to leave unexpectedly. Checking her phone, she noticed a message from Pei Mufeng. "Do you have time now? Would you like to go out?" With a smile, Xia Muan tidied herself up briefly before heading out. Upon parking, Pei Mufeng rolled down his window, flashing a friendly smile at Xia Muan. She opened the door and slid into the car, whereupon he drove them to a prearranged location. After a simple meal, Xia Muan decided to share with Pei Mufeng the matter their father had entrusted to her. "Pei Mufeng, take a look at this and offer me your advice. I have no prior experience in such matters." She handed over the documents.
All right.
"Let me see." Pei Mufeng nodded as he accepted the file from Xia Muan. After scrutinizing the contents, he furrowed his brow and asked, "This document pertains to the B City Fashion Exhibition. Are you certain you want me to review it?" "Precisely why I am showing it to you. Do you think you can exacerbate the situation?" Xia Muan retorted, eyes wide. Observing her reaction, Pei Mufeng chuckled and shook his head. Seeing Xia Muan so trusting indicated her growing comfort in his presence, a stark contrast to her previous demeanor. "What are your thoughts? Can you offer any insights?" Xia Muan asked, noticing he had been silent for a while. Unbeknownst to her, she was beginning to resemble her former self, prior to encountering the system in Pei Mufeng's presence. Nodding, Pei Mufeng flicked the document lightly. This file clearly outlines the timeline of the planning proposals from both companies, which are identical. This suggests several possibilities. Either a senior figure from one company provided this information to the other, or the planner of this proposal presented it to both firms simultaneously. As for the third scenario, he paused momentarily before continuing. "It could be that this proposal was designed from the outset to undermine your company." Xia Muan gazed at Pei Mufeng with surprise. "What do you mean? How can it be that it was intended to target our company from the very beginning?" With a light chuckle, Pei Mufeng explained, "Such situations are not common in the business world. After all, it's quite blatant to set a trap for someone. Unless there is a significant, irreconcilable feud between the two companies, such occurrences are rare. Of course, one must remain vigilant against those with ulterior motives." "Please pass the document," said Pei Mufeng. "I am well acquainted with the circumstances surrounding the Xia family's company. The Xia family has made commendable strides in the apparel sector. Should we successfully secure the fashion exhibition in City B, it would undoubtedly yield significant advantages for the Xia family in positioning their brand within the international market. However, even if we do not succeed, it will not detract from the Xia family's current accomplishments in the global apparel arena. That said, there exists a substantial distinction between failing to secure the exhibition and being outright dismissed from it. The former would not greatly impact the Xia family, while the latter would severely tarnish their reputation. Therefore, irrespective of the scenario I previously outlined, if no one notices any discrepancies in this information, when the day of the exhibition arrives, the Xia family may not face significant issues, but their credibility would inevitably suffer to some extent. This is a significant taboo for any businessman." After attentively absorbing Pei Mufeng's words, Xia Muan pondered deeply. 007? Are you there?
Come fort.
She summoned within her mind.
Ding.
007 is here. Do you have any inquiries, host? 007, tell me, has this matter been mentioned in the storyline? Ding, indeed it has, albeit briefly. Elaborate. It merely states that in the end, Xia Muyun uncovered the individual behind the scenes. One of the company's own designers had leaked the information to another firm, which subsequently faced legal repercussions. That is the extent of it. 007 relayed all the information it had gathered to Xia Muan. "I see." Xia Muan furrowed her brow. contemplating the words of Pei Mufeng and 007. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. The situation seemed far more intricate than the system had suggested. Chapter 34. The Business Romance. Part 9. Holding her laptop, Xia Muyun eagerly approached the door of Xia Mu's room and knocked gently. "Come in." Xia Muyun looked up from the documents related to 007 that he was reviewing and continued, "Mu." Xia Muyun entered, placing her laptop on Xia Mu's desk before flopping onto his bed. "Listen to this," she exclaimed, opening her computer. "This was sent to me by the planner, Wang Wan." She discovered that this proposal was indeed purchased by someone from the management of another company. Because this matter involves legal implications, that individual directly informed Wang Wan that it was acquired from one of our designers. Mu, what are your thoughts on this?" Xia Muyun turned to Xia Muyun, her curiosity piqued.
Me?
Xia Muyun pointed to himself and pondered for a moment. "I find this matter rather suspicious. I believe we should conduct further investigation." "All right. I will arrange for someone to look into it in City B." "I knew you would come through, Mu." Xia Muyun clapped Xia Muyun on the shoulder, her joy evident. "Why does my sister have such strength? That really hurt." Xia Muyun didn't linger long and soon exited. Watching her retreating figure, Xia Muyun took out his phone and made a call. Previously, when he discussed this issue with Pei Mufeng, Pei had recommended a private investigator. Now, reflecting on it, Xia Muyun suspected Pei Mufeng might have anticipated the situation. However, he was reluctant to directly seek Pei's assistance. He needed to demonstrate his own capabilities. "Hello?" Xia Muyun spoke softly once the call connected.
Hello.
"Hello." A cacophony of sounds filled the line. The individual on the other end seemed to be in high spirits, their tone lively. "May I ask if this is Detective Xiaomo?" "Yes, I am Xiaomo."
Who are you?
Xiaomo pushed aside a group of people and moved to a quieter spot. "I am Xia Muyun and I learned about you through Pei Mufeng." Upon hearing Xia Muyun's name, Xiaomo recalled Pei Mufeng's earlier call, where he mentioned that his wife might need assistance and urged him to help her. "Oh, I see. What can I assist you with? However, you must understand, my fees are quite substantial." Xiaomo paused, then added, "Of course, since you are acquainted with Pei Mufeng, we can negotiate the price." Xia Muyun considered this and replied, "I would like you to investigate the matters concerning the Xia family's company in City B. Rest assured, I will ensure you are adequately compensated. I do not wish for you to forfeit what you rightfully deserve due to your connection with Pei Mufeng. I hope for a favorable outcome from your investigation."
Ha ha ha.
Xiaomo laughed heartily at Xia Muyun's words. He had been quite curious about the Xia Mu and that Pei Mufeng spoke of, and now he found him quite entertaining. "Are you available now? We can meet to discuss this in detail," Xiaomo suggested, intrigued by Xia Muyun's demeanor. "Sure." Xia Muyun agreed, feeling that a face-to-face conversation would yield better results. After setting up a meeting place, he ended the call. Meanwhile, Xiaomo turned to call Pei Mufeng. The phone rang as Pei Mufeng was reviewing a folder of documents. He glanced at the caller ID and raised an eyebrow. "Xiaomo? What does he want? Hello? What s?
Hey.
Little phone, let me tell you, your wife is quite the character. Do you know how adorable she is when she speaks so earnestly?" Haraha. Before Pei Mufeng could respond, Xiaomo continued, "And is looking for you, right? So, what's the deal?" Upon hearing Xiaomo's words, Pei Mufeng paused in his work and asked, "Oh, really? I'm curious to see what she looks like." "We've arranged to meet at that tea house in the east of the city. I picked the place. What do you think?" Pei Mufeng's forehead twitched, and he clenched his pen tightly. The tea house was renowned as a couple's restaurant. Anyone dining there was presumed to be in a romantic relationship, regardless of their orientation. Xiaomo, ever the instigator. Realizing this, Pei Mufeng quickly shut down his computer and rushed out of the office. He did not want anyone to misconstrue the nature of Xia Muyun's relationship with Xiaomo. Once in the car, a thought crossed his mind, and he smirked. There are certainly those who can keep Xiaomo in check. That person must be aware of Xiaomo's tendencies. Arriving at the designated location, Xia Muyun followed the waiter to the reserved room. Upon entering, he spotted Pei Mufeng and an unfamiliar individual seated inside. The waiter glanced at them with a puzzled expression. "Please leave. Pei Mufeng instructed the waiter as he rose to greet Xia Muan. The waiter complied, closing the door behind him. And then, Pei Mufeng pulled Xia Muan to a seat beside him. Hello. The stranger, Xiao Mo, stood up and extended his hand. I'm Xiao Mo. I know you. Xia Muan replied, smiling. Little Feng? Upon hearing Xiao Mo's words, Xia Muan looked at Pei Mufeng. Yes. He was quite the wild child when we were younger, and since he has Feng in his name, I affectionately call him Little Feng. Xiao Mo explained. Don't mind him. Since we're all family, Xiao Mo will assist you wholeheartedly. Pei Mufeng reassured, glancing at Xia Mu and with a hint of vulnerability. You really don't need to seek him out. You can come directly to me.
Hey, Little Feng, what do you mean by that?
Have you forgotten your brother now that you have a wife? How ungrateful. Xiao Mo exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief at Pei Mufeng's words.
Ha.
If you truly wish to discuss business, why meet here?
Pei Mufeng scoffed.
ISNT the choice of location for business discussions as well? Xia Muan observed the playful banter between the two, noting how they had been at each other since they sat down. Anyone who knows who you are wouldn't dare come here, even for business. If it weren't for an ignorance, he wouldn't be here. Just because I know who you are doesn't mean I wouldn't come here. What if I like this place? I actually enjoy an company. Xiao Mo retorted, casting a glance at Xia Muan.
Who do you say you like?
A voice interjected as Yi entered, having overheard the conversation. He had previously deceived himself into thinking he would spend the day at home, but thanks to the vigilance of his subordinates, he had learned of Xiao Mo's meeting with someone and rushed over.
Anin.
He's handsome, has a great personality, and I quite fancy him.
Xiao Montag Hamblät.
Oblivious to Yi's presence. Watching the unfolding chaos, Pei Mufeng decided to intervene, considering that Xiao Mo's antics might jeopardize Xia Muan's interests.
Ah.
Yi has arrived. Upon hearing Pei Mufeng's words, Xiao Mo turned around, only to find Yi's countenance was exceedingly grim. Silently, Xiao Mo retreated behind Xia Muan. What a surprise. He had clearly stated he would remain at home. Why hide? Noticing Xiao Mo's actions, Yi cast a piercing glance at Xia Muan. To shield Yi's gaze, Pei Mufeng pulled Xiao Mo forward, encircling Xia Muan's waist with one arm, leading her a step ahead.
Hey.
What are you doing? Xiao Mo tugged at the arm around her waist, glaring at Yi in dissatisfaction. What am I doing? Did you not mention you would stay home today? How is it that you ended up at a bar earlier, and now here? Yi's tone bore a hint of irritation, his grip on Xiao Mo tightening. He realized he had indulged her too much, and now she dared to deceive him. Standing beside Pei Mufeng and observing the unfolding scene, Xia Muan felt somewhat bewildered as she looked at him. She had merely sought the assistance of a detective to investigate matters concerning City B. How had the situation escalated to this point? Once the two had concluded their discussion, Pei Mufeng introduced everyone. It was only after this that Xia Muan began to recount the earlier events. After a brief understanding of the circumstances, Xiao Mo agreed to make a trip to City B, with Yi accompanying her, of course. Chapter 35. Business Romance Part 10. Not long after, Xiao Mo and Yi traveled to City B, while Xia Muan remained in the capital. This was primarily due to her father's visit to a small town, allowing Xia Muan to manage other matters at the company with Lin Feng's assistance. Thus, she decided to stay behind. This afternoon, she had arranged to dine with Pei Mufeng, and the time was drawing near. After tidying herself up, Xia Muan stepped out. In her previous life, Xiao Hui treated her exceptionally well, remaining faithful to her alone. However, the present circumstances were starkly different. Contemplating this, Ling Shui glanced at the photos on her phone, captured when she had someone follow Xiao Hui. The images revealed Xiao Hui in an intimate embrace with another woman, a woman Ling Shui recognized. In her past life, this woman had also been around Xiao Hui, but due to her own actions, he had not pursued a relationship with her. Clenching her phone tightly, Ling Shui's eyes darkened. Rising, she paced around the sofa, pondering why Xiao Hui no longer treated her as he once had. Determined to find Pei Mufeng, she reasoned that if he could develop feelings for her as he did in her previous life, it would provide her with considerable support. Perhaps then, Xiao Hui would be more inclined to treat her well. With this thought, Ling Shui smiled, resolute that she would not permit the same situation as her past life to unfold again. Acting on her thoughts, Ling Shui grabbed her phone, completed her grooming, and set out. Ultimately, Xia Muan accompanied Pei Mufeng to his company. Meanwhile, Ling Shui had initially intended to visit the place where she had met Pei Mufeng in her previous life. However, after waiting for so long without encountering him, she reluctantly decided to try her luck at his office. "Hello. Is there anything we can assist you with?" the receptionist asked with a smile, noticing Ling Shui's distracted demeanor. Returning a smile, Ling Shui adjusted her attire and hurried towards Pei Mufeng's direction. As Pei Mufeng conversed with Xia Muan, both were oblivious to Ling Shui colliding with them. She fell into Pei Mufeng's embrace, quickly retreating and apologizing profusely. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Truly, my sincerest apologies." Pei Mufeng surveyed Ling Shui with a disapproving glance but said nothing, instead taking Xia Muan's hand and moving forward. Xia Muan turned to look at Ling Shui, recognizing her as the female lead. How did she end up here? Is this the moment when the female lead encounters the male supporting character? She pondered, glancing back at Pei Mufeng. Does this imply that he will fall for the female lead, Ling Shui? I sincerely apologize. I truly didn't mean it. Ling Shui exclaimed, noticing Pei Mufeng was about to leave. She rushed to stop him, if possible. "May I treat you to a meal as an apology?"
Pei Mufeng halted.
Visibly displeased. "If it was unintentional, why are you blocking our way? And why would you invite us to dinner?" The surrounding onlookers regarded Ling Shui with a hint of mockery. To bump into the boss and claim it wasn't intentional? The boss didn't even pursue it. Yet she insists on treating him to a meal. She must be quite desperate to climb the social ladder. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Ling Shui felt unjustly accused. "I genuinely didn't mean to. I merely wanted to apologize by inviting you to dinner." Xia Muan was taken aback, listening to Ling Shui's words. Is this for real? How could the female lead say such things? Isn't this a line straight out of a novel? Was 007 truly mistaken with the script? Seeing the aggrieved expression on Ling Shui's face and Pei Mufeng's displeasure, the secretary stepped forward with a smile. "Miss, our boss doesn't hold anything against you. This was merely a trivial matter, so you need not be concerned. But I just wanted to apologize." Ling Shui replied softly, observing Pei Mufeng's demeanor. "This cannot be. Why is Pei Mufeng's attitude different from my past life? Chun Wei, you handle this matter. Anan, let us head upstairs." Pei Mufeng instructed his secretary, then took Xia Muan with him to the elevator. Turning to Ling Shui one last time, Xia Muan asked Pei Mufeng, "What did you think of that girl just now?" Upon hearing Xia Muan's question, Pei Mufeng responded in a low tone, "She seems weak and not particularly attractive."
Why?
"And do you find her appealing?" "Not at all. And steer clear of women like her in the future. That girl is associated with Xiao Hui, and he has some conflicting business dealings with our company. I wonder what she was doing here." Xia Muan regarded Pei Mufeng thoughtfully for a moment. "What's wrong?" he inquired, noticing her expression. "Nothing." She shook her head, choosing not to elaborate. Watching the pair depart, Ling Shui felt a twinge of anxiety. She had finally encountered Pei Mufeng, yet before she could say much, he had already left, so different from her past life. "Miss, do you require any further assistance?" Chun Wei inquired, his smile devoid of impatience. "And no, I'm fine." Ling Shui managed a strained smile before turning to leave. After a moment's contemplation, she promptly made a phone call. Once connected, Ling Shui instructed, "Please investigate the young master of the Xia family, Xia Muan. I need to know where he is and who he is with. This must be reported to me." Uncertain of the response from the other end, Ling Shui felt a surge of anger. "Rest assured, I want to ask you to repeat the last task. This time, I need you to keep a close watch on Xia Muan. As for Xiao Hui, you needn't concern yourself with him. He won't be keeping that woman around anymore. An already notorious star, let us see how she makes a comeback. Rest assured, I will transfer your payment. Just ensure you handle my affairs properly." Ending the call, Ling Shui opened her Weibo account. The headline read, "Third-rate actress caught in drug scandal," accompanied by photos of her during the incident. With a soft chuckle, Ling Shui closed her phone and turned towards the company. "This is my office." Pei Mufeng's secretary guided Xia Muan into a spacious office. offering her a seat as Pei Mu Feng presented 2 cups of tea. It's quite large, Xia Muan observed, glancing around. Did you come to my company just to see my office? She asked, puzzled by Pei Mu Feng's insistence on her visit. Shaking his head with a smile, Pei Mu Feng replied, not at all. I wanted to show you this. He opened the desk drawer and handed her a gift. What is this? She inquired, confused as she accepted the item. Open it and see, he urged. Upon opening the box, she discovered 2 matching men's watches. Surprised, she glanced from the watches to Pei Mu Feng, her cheeks flushing slightly. Previously, she had mentioned that they had never exchanged gifts typical of couples. She hadn't expected this gesture from him. After placing a watch on her wrist, Pei Mu Feng said, and please wear this for me. As she affixed the watch onto his wrist, Xia Muan was about to speak, but was gently pulled into Pei Mu Feng's embrace. With one arm around her waist and the other lifting her chin, he kissed her. Hearing her soft sound, Pei Mu Feng slowly released her, still captivated by the moment. The 2 individuals embraced quietly for a moment, and Xia Muan said to Pei Mu Feng, once we have resolved our current matters, please visit my home. Upon hearing this, Pei Mu Feng tightened his hold on Xia Muan, exclaiming, really?
Truly.
I am elated. I am overjoyed. He gently kissed her forehead, pondering what preparations he should undertake to meet Xia Muan's family. Pei Mu Feng gazed at Xia Muan for a long while, realizing he had overlooked such important matters. Unbeknownst to them, half a month had slipped by. Xia's company was flourishing recently, and her father's project had officially commenced. Xia Muyan's designs had been redone, leaving only the garment production to be completed. Everything appeared to be progressing favorably. Following closely behind the woman ahead, Xiao Mo occasionally captured a few photographs. For the past month, he had been investigating the task assigned by Xia Muan. Initially, he thought it was merely a case of betrayal within the company, where confidential information was covertly sold to a rival firm. Logically, if there was indeed a traitor within Xia's company who was responsible for the handover to this traitor, it was improbable that this person would remain elusive forever. Who had deposited the extra funds into Wang Li's account? And the individual from the rival company who insisted that he purchased the document with his own money, who had he acquired it from? Claiming to have made the purchase online but failing to provide further information was highly suspicious. Regardless of his investigative findings or the ledger audits, Xiao Mo found no evidence of interaction between these 2 individuals from their respective companies. How, then, had they managed to exchange information without detection? The Xia family had always been exceptionally diligent regarding confidentiality. Pondering this conundrum, Xiao Mo felt compelled to follow Wang Li, the one who had sold the company's secrets to the rival firm. Grabbing Yi, Xiao Mo pointed out, isn't that Wang Li sitting not far off? I never anticipated encountering her while out today. I wonder who the man accompanying her is. They don't seem like a couple. As he scrutinized them, Xiao Mo suddenly recognized the man beside Wang Li. He seemed familiar, as if they had crossed paths before. Hey, Yi, does that man seem familiar to you? He nudged Yi's arm, gesturing towards the man seated across from Wang Li. Yi turned to observe the man and replied solemnly, if I'm not mistaken, he works for Hung Tai Company. I encountered him during a previous collaboration, and I remember him distinctly due to a scar on his face. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mo lifted his chin. If this man is indeed affiliated with Hung Tai Company and has ties to Wang Li, does that imply he is the mastermind behind this? Could it be that Hung Tai Company is the entity targeting the Xia family? This won't do. I must inform Muan immediately.
Xiao Montag resolvet.
Pulling out his phone to contact Xia Muan, Yi snatched the phone from his hand with a sigh, saying, do you have any evidence linking this man to the incident? If you approach Xia Muan without proof, how can you expect her to believe you? Furthermore, Miss Xia Muyun is friends with Xiao Hui, the owner of Hung Tai Company. You cannot simply relay this information to her without substantiation.
Realizing Yi say point.
Xiao Mo understood that he indeed lacked evidence to convince Muan. Yet, he found himself at a loss for how to procure any. After contemplating for a moment, he fixed a determined gaze upon Yi and declared, I don't care. You must assist me. Very well. I shall help you. However, Yi paused with a smile, ruffling Xiao Mo's hair.
What is it?
But you must explain how you became so close to Xia Muan. You have only met her once, haven't you? Yi's tone was tinged with irritation. Up to this point, Xiao Mo had never referred to him by any nickname, only calling him Yi. True, we have only met once, but we frequently chat and message each other. Xiao Mo chuckled, exclaiming, "Let me tell you, you would never guess." Though Muan appears stoic, she sometimes says the most amusing things. It's true, and I thought only Xiao Feng had a deep affection for her. But it turns out she holds a special fondness for him as well. Unaware of Yi's growing displeasure, Xiao Mo continued. Muan even mentioned that if Xiao Feng dares to break up with her, she would expose their relationship to the world. What do you think is going through her mind? Turning to look at Yi, Xiao Mo suddenly noticed his discontent.
Observing Yi ise interestingly sour demeanor.
Xiao Mo abruptly stated, "I must take my leave. I have matters to attend to." Seizing Xiao Mo's hand, Yi hoisted him up and marched out, leaving Xiao Mo struggling and visibly displeased. What is wrong with this perverse man? What have I done to provoke him? Is it a crime to be kind to my friends? Meanwhile, events in B City seemed to take a new turn, while things were not going smoothly for Xiao Hui. The sound of paper slapping against the desk echoed sharply. What did you just say? He glared at the person standing before him, rubbing his wrist. The individual appeared fearful, their voice trembling. "President, we are encountering issues in B City. The Xia family seems to have caught wind of our activities. Their security system has become more stringent than before, thus. So you are saying you are unable to gather any information from there? Are you implying that the Xia family will still participate in the upcoming October fashion exhibition in B City? Is this your way of illustrating just how incompetent you are?" Rising from his seat, Xiao Hui hurled items off his desk, reprimanding, "Am I paying you to lounge about? You can't even handle such a trivial task? President, please grant me some more time. I assure you, I will infiltrate the Xia company once again and acquire the latest information in the shortest time possible." Xiao Hui tapped his fingers on the desk, arms crossed. "I can afford to give you some time. However, if you cannot provide me with superior news, don't expect to remain here." Yes, I understand, President." The man bowed repeatedly, showering Xiao Hui with words of subservience before being dismissed. A new assistant entered, gathering the scattered items and handing over some documents. "Why is it a man?" Xiao Hui inquired of the secretary. The previous assistant resigned due to pregnancy and family constraints. This is the only candidate who meets the president's requirements. Accepting the documents from the secretary, Xiao Hui fell silent. As he placed the papers on his desk, he realized it had been a while since he last saw Ling Xue. "Where is Assistant Ling?" he asked the new aide, loosening his tie. "You may leave now," he instructed. "Understood, President." The assistant exited, shutting the door behind them, casting a glance back at the office before departing.
Meanwhile,
Ling Xue was feeling somewhat irked due to not having seen Xiao Hui recently. Although she had little expectation of his presence, she could not fathom how he could be so indifferent to her feelings. Contemplating this, Ling Xue suddenly recalled the words of a certain actress who had confronted her earlier. "Do you think Xiao Hui truly cares for you? Don't be foolish. He is merely enamored with your physique. His one true love is me. No matter how I change, he will never abandon me. You should abandon any hope. I shall inform you that I intend to reveal all your misdeeds to Xiao Hui, urging him to recognize the true nature of your malicious character. I am eager to witness whether Xiao Hui will still harbor affection for you thereafter." With this thought, Ling Xue curved her lips into a smile, informing Ah Hui, "Alas, I fear you shall have no opportunity. How could one on the brink of death permit such an encounter with Ah Hui? If Ah Hui truly cherishes her physical form, then let her offer her body to him. As long as he remains by her side, nothing else truly matters to her." After some contemplation, Ling Xue sent a message to Xiao Hui. Upon receiving Ling Xue's text, Xiao Hui felt a surge of joy. After all, who can escape the allure of their own charm? This implies that Ling Xue has indeed fallen for him. With a brief tidying up, Xiao Hui made his way to Ling Xue's residence. The two spent a delightful evening together at home, without the interference of the secondary character, Pei Mu Feng. This affair ultimately reached the ears of Xia Muyun. Consequently, Xiao Hui believed that Xiao Chang was indifferent to their engagement, leading him to take Ling Xue out in various social settings. The attendees of the October fashion show are all members of high society, each backed by different influences. Therefore, to achieve success at the October fashion show, one must ensure that their designs resonate profoundly, captivating those present and highlighting their strengths. Chapter 36. The business romance concerning the Beast City Fashion Exhibition. It involved both Xia Muyun and Xiao Chong, hence Xia's father did not pry further, merely advising Xia Muyun to gain a proper understanding of her strengths and weaknesses during the event. Thus far, the engineering projects on his end were progressing well, with Pei Mufeng occasionally visiting for discussions, though the final decisions rested primarily with Xia's father. Upon receiving a message from Xiao Imo, Xia Muyun's heart calmed slightly. She had long suspected that this matter was connected to Xiao Hui, and to her surprise, it indeed was. After Xiao Imo spotted Wang Li with a man at the restaurant, he diligently pursued an investigation based on Yi's words. The result revealed that Xiao Hui had dispatched individuals to sell information related to the fashion exhibition to both companies. Wang Li was someone Xiao Hui had placed in this company quite some time ago. Wang Li was a capable individual, rising to become one of the primary designers in just a year, and her presence at the exhibition was orchestrated by Xiao Hui. As for the person from the other company, he had resorted to purchasing the plans due to his inability to devise a better solution, subsequently submitting them without modifications. Unbeknownst to him, this was merely a trap laid by Xiao Hui for both companies. Xiao Imo further informed Xia Muyun that, if he was not mistaken, Xiao Hui had been plotting this scheme long before, though he had not anticipated that this time, his plans would be thwarted because of his own actions. Typically, if another detective agency had stumbled upon Xiao Hui's involvement, they would have quailed in fear, considering the Xiao family's formidable reputation. However, Xiao Imo was different. He had harbored an inexplicable disdain for Xiao Hui long before, even when his sister Xiao Chong became engaged to him. Despite Xiao Hui's generally commendable demeanor, save for his flirtatious tendencies, Xiao Imo had not expected to catch him this time. Previously, Xiao Imo had opposed the engagement between Xiao Hui and Xiao Chong. But since he had already irked his father concerning his own inclinations and distanced himself from the Xiao family, he no longer held the authority to intervene. Xiao Chong herself seemed indifferent to Xiao Hui's flirtation, hence Xiao Imo ultimately refrained from voicing his concerns. If Xiao Imo had once been covetous of Xiao Hui, he now felt a burgeoning aversion towards him. In public, he maintained a fade, while privately, he plotted against the man. Given the amicable relationship between Xia Muyun and Xiao Hui, Xiao Imo resolved that he must ensure Xiao Chong ended up with that scoundrel. Upon reading Xiao Mo's message, Xia Muyun summoned 007. 007. Have you made any progress on monitoring the personnel at Xia's company? She inquired. Continue your surveillance. If anything unusual arises, inform me immediately. She instructed, aware that this system could be somewhat unreliable. While Xia Muyun was preoccupied with these matters, Pei Mufeng had also learned of the situation and promptly drove to Xia Muyun's location. Though uncertain of how she would address the issue, he felt compelled to see her, particularly since her sister had a good rapport with Xiao Hui. He could not allow Xia Muyun to develop any sympathy for Xiao Hui due to this circumstance. Naturally, if possible, he intended to resolve these matters on her behalf. Meanwhile, Xia Muyun was busy, and Ling Shui faced her own challenges. Without suitors or Pei Mufeng's assistance, her life was far from smooth. Whenever she encountered difficulties at work, Xiao Hui was never understanding. Any issues she faced resulted in her receiving blame. Recent events had indeed confirmed these 2 points. For reasons unknown, Xiao Hui's company had recently encountered difficulties, particularly concerning the partnership with Wang Donglin's company. This collaboration with Wang Donglin marked Xiao Hui's first major deal since assuming the presidency of the Xiao Corporation. Should Wang Donglin's company decide to terminate the agreement, the Xiao Corporation would bear the brunt of the losses, as they had invested considerable resources into this partnership. Xiao Hui's father had entrusted the company to him not merely because he was his only son, but because he was the most capable among his siblings. Undoubtedly, if Xiao Hui failed to generate profit for the company, he would lose his position as president, as there were other potential successors. Sighing at this thought, Ling Shui lamented her lack of ability to assist Xiao Hui, recognizing that what he truly needed was someone who could support him rather than merely be a source of annoyance. Clenching her fists, she resolved not to allow Xiao Hui to seek out Xiao Chong. Although Xiao Chong had not displayed affection for Xiao Hui in her previous life, Ling Shui was determined to prevent any association between them. Regardless of Ling Shui's deliberations, Xiao Hui was embroiled in his own troubles. In the office of Hung Tai Company, the sound of a heavy object falling resonated sharply in the otherwise quiet room. Shattering a glass, Xiao Hui felt a modicum of relief. Is it true that Rueyu Company insists on terminating the contract? He asked, adjusting his attire and calmly addressing the senior executives present. Indeed, one individual stepped forward, wiping the sweat from his brow. What is the reason for the termination? And what did Wang Donglin say? Xiao Hui inquired, recalling their prior conversation. The secretary hesitated, prompting Xiao Hui to demand, what did Wang Donglin say? He stated that this decision was made by their upper management, and he could not intervene too much. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hui clenched his phone tightly. What a convenient excuse. Last time, we schemed against the Xia family in B City, and although they ultimately discovered our plot, we achieved part of our objective, didn't we? How dare they think the contract can be so easily dissolved? With a cold chuckle, he thought, they underestimate me far too much. And as for the Xia family, I refuse to believe their luck will hold out indefinitely. Dismissing the executives, Xiao Hui retrieved his phone and made a call. Xiao Zong. The voice on the other end answered promptly. What have you been up to lately? Any discoveries? Xiao Hui inquired with curiosity. Nothing out of the ordinary. Xia Muan has been focused solely on her work, aside from spending time with Pei Mufeng, came the reply. Pei Mufeng? I heard he was engaging in a new project with Xia's father. How can he be close to Xia Muan? The president is currently in a small town developing a new project. I do not have the clearance for more details. However, Xia Muan and Pei Mufeng have visited that area previously. Contemplating this information and recalling what he had learned from Wang Donglin, Xiao Hui directed, find a way to infiltrate that project with someone. Once it is delivered, you need not concern yourself with what follows. I shall manage it myself. However, the person on the other end of the line seemed somewhat reluctant. With a cold laugh, Xiao Hui remarked, do you believe you possess any other options? Do not forget. Everything you currently have is bestowed upon you by me. Yes, I shall certainly see this matter through. After issuing a few more instructions, Xiao Hui ended the call. If he could arrange for his own people to be placed within, he would not relinquish that location so easily. With a slight maneuver, he could compel the Xia and Pei families to abandon it, thus allowing him to take over. With this thought in mind, Xiao Hui also considered collaborating with Rueyu Company. A glint of malice flickered in his eyes as he glanced at the documents on his computer. Rueyu Company?
Ha!
Chapter 37. The business romance since discovering the connection between Xiao Hui and the incident in B City. Xia Muan has been contemplating whether she should directly inform her father and Xia Muyun about it. Although she possesses undeniable evidence linking Xiao Hui to the matter, Xia Muyun shares a good rapport with him, and Xiao Hui's aunt is a close friend of her mother. Observing Xia Muan's silence,
Pei Mufeng sensed her inner turmoil.
Why not tell your sister directly? And then, although they are friends, no true friend would ever harm another. Moreover, from what I understand, Xiao Hui does not regard your sister as a friend. If you choose not to inform her now, it is likely that he will turn against you when you confront him later. I know. I will carefully consider how to approach my sister about this, Xia Muan responded, nodding after glancing at Pei Mufeng. Pei Mufeng, smiling as he ruffled her hair, led Xia Muan outside. Meanwhile, Xia Muyun remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil brewing in Xia Muan's heart. At the clothing exhibition in B City, the host stood on stage with a smile. Addressing the audience, this fashion exhibition has concluded. The successful company is Tianqi. Our representatives will collaborate with Tianqi's leadership to launch this successful line into the international market. After concluding, the host exited the stage. Raising her glass of red wine, Xia Muyun congratulated the Tianqi representative. Congratulations. After sharing a few more words over drinks, she turned and spotted Xiao Chong waving at her. I'm sorry. I have to leave now, she said apologetically to those around her, before following Xiao Chong outside. The two found a quiet spot to sit. Observing the unusually quiet Xiao Chong, Xia Muyun felt puzzled. Although Xiao Chong was not typically boisterous, she certainly wasn't this subdued. Sitting beside Xiao Chong, Xia Muyun sighed. Oh dear. Why is the weather so dreary today? Why does my beautiful companion seem so downcast? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chong lifted her head, managing a faint smile. I'm not feeling down. Xia Muyun turned to her, pointing at her face. Then why are you so silent? You look expressionless. Shouldn't it be me who's feeling down today? Did I somehow offend Miss Xiao? She feigned seriousness, contemplating her words. Seeing Xia Muyun's expression, Xiao Chong turned away and whispered, "It's not that. It's just that I feel guilty for not having helped you and for causing you trouble in the past, even leading to your harm."
What are you talking about?
Where did I suffer because of you? I'm not aware of anything. Xia Muyun chuckled, resting her head on Xiao Chong's shoulder.
Nothing. Just looking at the sky.
Xiao Chong replied with a smile. I've come to realize that I am not as naive as I once was. No matter how little I care about Xiao Hui's affairs, in the end, he still caused me harm. The two sat in silence for a moment. Turning her head away, Xiao Chong asked, "What do you think would happen if I called off my engagement with Xiao Hui?" Xia Muyun paused, then brightened. Really? That would be wonderful. She had expected Xia Muyun to offer some words of caution, as they were friends after all. Why the surprise? I told you before that Xiao Hui is a notorious flirt. He could never be devoted to one woman, whether as a friend or otherwise. This is something I absolutely detest about him. That's why I urged you to think it over. Waving her hand dismissively, Xia Muyun continued. But now it seems you've made up your mind. I was indifferent before, because I only needed someone to assist me professionally, while everything else was inconsequential. I never anticipated that I underestimated him. Xiao Chong looked at Xia Muyun in confusion, but said nothing. Sighing, she gazed at the sky and asked, Xiao Yun, do you believe in reincarnation?
Why do you suddenly ask that?
After a long moment of silence, Xiao Chong finally replied, It's nothing. Perhaps I've just been overthinking things lately. As she lay in bed, Xiao Chong continued to ponder Xiao Hui. In her previous life, she had never concerned herself with his affairs until he disregarded the dignity of the Xiao family by being with Ling Xue. It was then that she confronted Ling Xue, not expecting her to fall down the stairs so carelessly. Because of this, Xiao Hui completely disregarded the reputations of both families and called off the engagement, even taking action against the Xiao family. After the Xiao family fell into disarray, the Xia family's projects began to encounter a series of unfortunate events and negative repercussions. 5 months after Xiao Hui's intervention, both the Xiao and Xia families were utterly devastated, with even her brother, Xiao Emo, affected. It wasn't until she learned of Xia Muyun and her parents' tragic demise in a plane crash that she realized her brother was nowhere to be found. In an instant, she felt utterly alone. A few days later, she perished in a car accident as well. Reflecting on this, Xiao Chong felt a wave of sorrow wash over her. She had always prided herself on her intelligence, believing she could manipulate Xiao Hui for mutual benefit. Yet in the end, both she and the Xiao family fell victim to him. With a bitter laugh, she recalled the events that led to the Xiao family's downfall. The rapid defeat of both the Xiao and Xia families was largely due to Xiao Hui's prior arrangements within both families. She had unwittingly facilitated this infiltration. With a cold smile, she resolved that this time, Xiao Hui's plans would come to naught. She would not allow history to repeat itself.
Meanwhile,
Xia Muyun had sent the information about Xiao Emo to Xia Muyun, regardless of whether Xia Muyun still doubted the veracity of the matter. Upon reviewing the details Xia Muyun provided, she was compelled to acknowledge her profound ignorance of Xiao Hui, despite having known him for over a decade.
Indeed,
Wang Li had been introduced to her by Xiao Hui when she first established her company in B City. If Wang Li had not demonstrated exceptional talent, she would not have been appointed as one of the principal designers. Initially, Xia Muyun had been grateful for Xiao Hui's assistance. However, it now appeared that he had never intended to aid her. Pondering this, Xia Muyun felt confused. Logically, Xiao Hui had no reason to act against her, as the Xia family had never posed any challenges to him, and they were not a threat to the Xiao family. Why would Xiao Hui target her? In any case, regardless of how distressed Xia Muyun felt, Xia Muyun had made a new discovery. Although she had been troubled by the incident in B City, she eventually gained clarity. However, Pei Mufeng seized the opportunity to take Xia Muyun out, claiming it was to help her unwind. Initially, they were enjoying their time together. But then System 007 made an unexpected appearance.
Ding.
While monitoring personnel within the Xia company, 007 has identified a suspicious individual. Does the host require further details? Avoiding Pei Mufeng's kiss, Xia Muan felt a twinge of embarrassment and concocted an excuse to retreat into the room. Necessary.
All right. Please hold on.
007 remarked before vanishing once more. Pei Mufeng, with a darkened expression, watched Xia Muan's departing silhouette, feeling a sense of grievance. Things were so pleasant before. Why isn't it avoiding me again? Moreover, did he just hear something? Before long, 007 transmitted the individual S profile. The person's name was Huang Chong, who had switched to the Xia family company 3 years prior. Huang Chong possessed considerable capability and was notably diplomatic, allowing him to ascend the ranks swiftly, ultimately becoming part of the management team. The dossier revealed that Huang Chong harbored no vices nor enemies. On the contrary, he enjoyed an excellent rapport within the company. Even Xia's father's secretary, Lin Feng, held a favorable view of him. Yet, such a person seemed almost too good to be true. Logically speaking, it was improbable for even the most affable individual to garner the admiration of all their colleagues. Yet, Huang Chong had achieved just that.
Contemplating this,
Xia Muan summoned the system once more. 007. What do you deem suspicious about him?
beep.
007 has detected that he is the only one connected to the male lead.
Shall we?
Well, I must concede that the system can be somewhat useful at times. 007. I need you to monitor Huang Chan closely. After perusing the profile, Xia Muan instructed the system. Understood. 007 will carry out the task diligently. Thus, the host can rest easy and pursue romance. The system chirped cheerfully. 007. You are no longer the naive system you once were. Chapter 38. The business romance. Upon returning home, Xia Mu Yun immediately sought out her brother, Xia Muan. However, to her astonishment, before they could discuss anything, she stumbled upon a shocking sight just as she arrived at the company's entrance. Reluctantly accompanying Pei Mufeng, Xia Muan helped him select gifts. Xia's father, a nostalgic man, cherished the art of tea tasting and traditional calligraphy, prompting Pei Mufeng to choose some exquisite tea leaves for him. As for the calligraphy, Pei Mufeng recalled that his own father possessed several fine pieces, which he could retrieve later. Xia's mother, on the other hand, had a fondness for flowers and plants. Lacking knowledge in this area, Pei Mufeng entrusted the selection to Xia Mu, and regarding Xia Mu Yun, Pei Mufeng expressed no concern, as it was well known that she had a passion for racing, a preference he had already taken into account. Despite the internal turmoil Xia Muan felt, her expression remained inscrutable. Trailing behind Pei Mufeng, Xia Muan observed his demeanor, which struck her as reminiscent of a son-in-law visiting his mother-in-law. This thought caused her to reconsider. Why was Pei Mufeng acting as if he were the one visiting his mother-in-law? After a brief shopping excursion, Xia Muan received a call from Lin Feng, indicating some urgent matters in the Human Resources Department needed her attention. Consequently, Pei Mufeng drove her to the entrance of Huayu Group. As he opened the car door for her, Pei Mufeng flashed a smile, smoothing Xia Muan's attire. Seizing a moment when she was distracted, he embraced her waist, lifted her chin, and kissed her. Coincidentally, Xia Mu Yun had just arrived downstairs and witnessed the intimate scene. For a moment, she was rendered speechless, her mind consumed by the sight of her brother Xia Muan, the dazed expression on his face, and her own shock preventing her from exiting the vehicle. Unbeknownst to them, a flash from a camera captured the moment, and Li Jia chuckled to himself, realizing the unexpected relationship between Pei Mufeng and Xia Muan. This development presented him with an advantageous bargaining chip for his employer, whose previous offer now seemed less appealing. Clutching her phone tightly, Xia Muyan struggled to believe the revelation. Although she was aware that relationships between men existed and did not inherently find them distasteful, her close friend Xiao Chong had a similar couple. She never imagined her beloved brother would be drawn to a man, particularly Pei Mufeng. While she admired Pei Mufeng's character, she questioned whether such a relationship could endure, especially considering societal norms and familial acceptance. With these thoughts weighing heavily on her mind, Xia Mu Yun intercepted Pei Mufeng. His puzzled expression indicated his confusion at her sudden appearance. "Let us find a place to talk," she demanded, her demeanor stern. Pei Mufeng, glancing back at the direction Xia Muan had departed, sensed her reaction was likely due to witnessing their kiss. He followed her into a nearby CAF, silencing his phone as he entered. Let us discuss this. When did you and Mu-in become involved? She inquired, setting her handbag aside. Xia Mu-yun's eyes widened in disbelief at Pei Mu-feng's response, realizing that their relationship had begun earlier than she had assumed. Knowing her brother's reserved nature, she suspected that Pei Mu-feng had taken advantage of Mu-en's character to foster this connection. Pei Mu-feng, I must ask, why pursue a relationship with Mu-in? You are the president of Pei Corporation. You could have anyone. Why him? She questioned, taking a sip of her coffee. To Xia Mu-in, I am simply Pei Mu-feng. My sole reason for being with him is love, pure and simple, he replied earnestly. My affection for him transcends gender or status. You may not fully grasp our bond, but nothing can hinder our connection. Have you considered whether your family would accept Mu-in? Remember, he is a man. She pressed. My family respects my choices and would not interfere. I assure you, Mu-in will face no harm or injustice in my household, he asserted, his expression resolute. Sighing, Xia Mu-yun reminded him, despite your relationship, our country does not condone same-sex partnerships. In fact, in certain regions, it's viewed as illegal or immoral. Can you guarantee that Mu-in will not suffer because of this? Mu-in spent time abroad, where same-sex marriage is recognized. However, not everyone is unaccepting. I believe that through our actions, we can earn blessings from those around us, he replied, determined. Do you not realize that if Mu-in were with a woman, he would be obligated to care for her? Would you truly want him to expend his efforts on someone else? Pei Mu-feng continued, at least with me. He need not make sacrifices for my sake. After contemplating his words, Xia Mu-yun recognized the truth in them. Mu-in's character was indeed ill-suited for nurturing others, and she, along with their mother, would struggle to let him care for a woman. Later, lying on her bed, Xia Mu-yun decided to call Xiao Chong. What's wrong? Why are you calling me at this hour? Xiao Chong asked softly, pausing her activities. Xiao Chong, I need to ask you something. And please don't be angry, Xia Mu-yun replied, rolling onto her side. Go ahead, what is it? When you learned that your brother liked men, what was your reaction? Xiao Chong? What happened? Concerned she had misspoken, Xiao Chong interrupted her. Initially, I was shocked. I found it hard to believe my brother could possibly be attracted to a man. I thought some external influence must have swayed him, Xia Mu-yun confessed. But later, after my brother severed ties with the Xiao family, it became evident to me through their interactions that they were genuinely in love. My brother would not have sacrificed so much for that man if it were otherwise. Furthermore, that man would not have quietly stood by my brother's side, protecting him from the shadows. Reflecting on this, Xiao Chong recalled how, after the incident with the Xiao family in the previous life, her brother sought her out. Still the caring sibling she had always known. His affection for her had not waned due to others. Yet, inadvertently, she had caused him pain, ultimately leading to his downfall. Mu-yun, the love between individuals of the same sex is not as bleak as we once believed. Their bond possesses genuine affection, perhaps even surpassing that of heterosexual relationships in certain aspects. At this point, Xiao Chong pondered why her dear friend would inquire about such matters. What prompts your question? After some contemplation, Xia Mu-yun decided to share what she had witnessed earlier that day with Xiao Chong. What did you say? Pei Mu-feng is with your brother? Upon hearing Xia Mu-yun's words, Xiao Chong was taken aback. How could her cousin be involved with Xia Mu-yun's brother, Xia Mu-in? Hadn't he been enamored with Ling Shui in their past life, even going so far as to confront the Xiao family for her sake? Why was this life so entirely different? Chapter 39. The business romance. After her conversation with Xiao Chong, Xia Mu-yun felt a slight sense of relief. Although she still found it hard to accept the reality of their relationship, she at least understood how to approach the situation. She resolved not to act impulsively or create a rift like Xiao Chong and her brother had. A few days passed, and once Xia Mu-yun had calmed her emotions, she inquired with Xia Mu and about Xiao Hui and Pei Mu-feng. Approaching Xia Mu-en's door, she gently knocked and called out, Mu-mu, are you there? Perhaps Pei Mu-feng had mentioned something to Xia Mu-en earlier, for Xia Mu-en appeared unusually nervous and flustered upon seeing her. Once inside the room, Xia Mu-yun feigned ignorance of Xia Mu-en's state and asked, Mu-mu, how did you obtain that information you sent me earlier? Hearing her sister's question, Xia Mu-en sighed with relief. Thankfully, she had not inquired about her relationship with Pei Mufeng. I had someone investigate it for me. Given our relationship, I had him look into it again after learning the details. If you don't believe me, you can always send someone else to investigate, she said, clutching her laptop. Though she hadn't actually had Xiao Imo conduct a second investigation, she believed her sister, due to her amicable relationship with Xiao Hui, would grasp the situation to some extent. Reclining on Xia Mu En's bed, Xia Mu Yun turned her head and softly remarked, I don't disbelieve anything. After all, I have known Xiao Hui for a long time. While I may not fully comprehend his thoughts, I do understand the kind of person he is. She had initially thought that their friendship and the good relations between the Xia and Xiao families would shield them from any animosity. However, she lamented her failure to grasp the complexities of human nature and Xiao Hui's intentions. With a sigh, she acknowledged that the information indicated Xiao Hui's intentions towards the Xia family had been brewing for some time, and his recent actions were undeniably a declaration of war. Although she lacked sufficient evidence to confront him, she knew she must remain vigilant. After a moment, Xia Muyan rose to look at Xia Mu'en and casually asked, What do you think of Pei Mufeng? Well, he is quite admirable. As gentle as jade, a true gentleman, handsome, affluent, and charming, he is the object of affection for many noble ladies, Xia Mu'en replied. After saying this, Xia Muyan sighed again. Mu, what exactly do you see in Pei Mufeng? Why pursue a relationship with him? She gazed earnestly at Xia Mu'en, genuinely perplexed as to why. Despite the numerous suitors vying for their affection, it was this pair that had chosen to be together. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Mu'en responded, Perhaps it's his earnest gaze. When someone looks at you as if you are the only one they cherish in the world, I believe even the most indifferent heart would feel a flicker of emotion. Moreover, I am not devoid of feelings. Observing Xia Mu'en's expression, Xia Mu-yun began to understand her sister's choice. It had been many years since Xia Mu'en had smiled like this. Even during moments of joy, her expression had merely softened. But despite this, Xia Mu-yun couldn't shake off her discomfort. When had her beloved younger brother begun to speak on behalf of others? Mu, have you considered whether your choice is truly the right one? Can Pei Mufeng genuinely love you for a lifetime? Will his family accept your union? And what about our parents? Will they agree with your decision? Furrowing her brows, Xia Mu-yun voiced her deepest concerns. She realized she could not bear to chastise her precious younger brother, yet she felt compelled to express her apprehensions. Dear sister, I am uncertain if my choice is correct, or if I will regret it later. Yet for now, I still firmly believe in Pei Mufeng. After a pause, Xia Mu'en continued, he assured me that he would handle matters with his family. So, sister, could you keep this from our parents for the time being? Once the situation with Xiao Hui is resolved, I will explain everything to them myself. Seeing the worry in Xia Mu'en's eyes, Xia Mu-yun remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. After a while, Xia Mu'en suddenly recalled something and asked, By the way, sister, do you know Huang Chang? Upon hearing this, Xia Mu-yun furrowed her brows and pondered for a moment before responding, Are you referring to the popular Huang Chang from the company? Yes, that's him. What are your thoughts on him? I've only encountered him a few times and found him to be quite amiable. He seems to have good relations with everyone at the company and maintains a low profile, Xia Mu-yun replied, her expression turning curious as she asked, Is something wrong with him? While investigating Xiao Hui, I discovered that he had been in contact with Huang Chang. However, he doesn't exhibit any peculiar behavior. Which is why I wanted to ask you, Xia Mu'en explained. After saying this, Xia Mu-yun shook her head and left the room. Once Xia Mu-yun departed, Xia Mu'en exhaled a sigh of relief. Regardless of the circumstances, her sister believed in her words and was willing to keep her secret, which was reassuring. Once the issues with Xiao Hui were resolved, she would clarify everything regarding her relationship with Pei Mufeng to their father. While Xia Mu'en's worries had been alleviated, Ling Shue's troubles remained unresolved. I am heading to the Xiao family today. I want to be back tonight, Xiao Hui informed Ling Shue as he adjusted his tie. Observing her busying herself with tidying up, he approached and gently kissed her lips. Recently, I need the Xiao family's assistance with some matters at my company. Don't think too much about it. I must be off. All right, Ling Shui replied, forcing a smile while clenching her hands tightly behind her.
Ah oui.
Is the company truly more important to you? Do I exist in your eyes at all? Or is it as those women from your past said, that you have never loved me from the beginning? Am I no different than the others in your eyes? But it's alright, Ahui. It truly doesn't matter. As long as you call off the engagement with the Xiao family, you won't need to go there anymore, nor will you seek Xiao Chong again. At that point, I will be the only woman by your side. Tossing her clothes onto the sofa, Ling Shui smiled as she dialed Li Jia. Have you made any progress on the matter I asked you about last time? Is there any news? Looking at the photos on his computer, Li Jia chuckled. There are some promising leads. However what? Ling Shui pressed. Simply, I hope you can increase the payment, Li Jia replied while toying with a pen. Hearing this, Ling Shui scoffed. I already set the price. Are you now going to go back on your word? Taking a moment to reflect, Ling Shui calmly asked. What amount do you desire? 1 million, Li Jia stated. Upon hearing this, Ling Shui could no longer contain her fury. 1 million? You're asking for too much. I'm merely a lowly employee. Where would I find such funds? If you don't have it, then I suppose you don't want it? Let me tell you. The information I received this time is undoubtedly coveted by many affluent individuals. Were it not for your status as my former employer, I might not have offered you such a price. Humph. Even so, how can I be certain that what you possess is genuinely beneficial to me? With a cold snort, Ling Shui remarked. Take a look at your phone. I still have several copies of that photograph. Reflect on it carefully. However, I must inform you that I will only grant you 1 week to consider. If you cannot provide the funds, I shall sell it to someone else.
With that,
Li Jia hung up the call. Staring at the text message from Li Jia, Ling Shui was taken aback. The message contained a photograph revealing Xia Muan and Pei Mufeng locked in a kiss. Struggling to comprehend, Ling Shui finally realized why this lifetime differs from the last. In this life, Pei Mufeng has fallen for a man, rather than loving her as he did in the previous life. With this thought, Ling Shui sneered. Indeed, no man can be trusted. But that is of little consequence. All I need now is a hui. Others are of no importance. Nevertheless, these photographs must be acquired. Who knows, one day, a hui might find them useful. In the materials you sent me, it was mentioned that the incident in B City is related to Xiao Hui. Tapping his fingers on the table, Father Xia inquired with a furrowed brow. Holding the documents, Xia Muyu nodded affirmatively. According to the information provided by Mu Mu, I also dispatched someone to question Wang Li again. Wang Li admitted that she was sent by Xiao Hui to infiltrate our company in B City. Furthermore, I had someone track the individual who met with Wang Li and discovered that this person frequently visits Xiao Hui's residence. After hearing Xia Muyu's words, Father Xia pondered for a moment. Our Xia family has always adhered to a principle of not offending others. Moreover, our relationship with the Xiao family is quite amicable. Xiao Hui himself maintains a favorable rapport with you. Why would he wish to act against our family? I am not entirely certain. In any case, Xiao Hui's actions are intolerable. I can no longer regard him as a true friend. As she spoke, a sharp glint flashed in Xia Muyu's eyes. Her inherently strong character cannot abide deceit and betrayal. Xiao Hui's conduct is, without a doubt, a clear demarcation of boundaries. Given this, why should she continue to harbor softness toward him? With that in mind, Xia Muyu recalled the individual Xia Muan had previously mentioned. Handing the documents to Father Xia, she said, Father, Mumu informed me that Huang Chong from our company might be involved in some issues. Here are Huang Chong's documents. Should I send someone to investigate further? Huang Chong, there is no need for you to concern yourself with this matter. I will assign someone to look into it. Taking the documents, Father Xia spoke in a low voice. Understood. Nodding, Xia Muyu prepared to take her leave. By the way, I heard that Pei Mufeng has been frequently seeking out Mumu lately. As if struck by a thought, Father Xia asked. Upon hearing her father's inquiry, Xia Muyu felt a jolt in her heart. Yes. What of it, father? Turning her head, Xia Muyu smiled. It's nothing. Pei Mufeng is quite a remarkable individual. It would be wonderful if Mu Mu could learn something from him. Is that so? After hearing her father's words, Xia Muyu let out a sigh of relief. She almost feared that her father had discovered the matter between Mu Mu and Pei Mufeng. After leaving the study, Xia Muyu pondered her next steps. Mu requested her to keep it a secret. Yet, she worried that if their parents learned of Mu and Pei Mufeng's relationship, they might oppose their union. After some contemplation, Xiaomu decided to purchase a few books on homosexuality. Perhaps after reading them, their parents would gain a better understanding of such matters. While Xiaomu realized her course of action, Ling Xue found an opportunity to dissolve the engagement between Xiao Hui and Xiao Chong. December 15th marks the day of Xiao Chong's 25th birthday celebration. It is also the day the Xiao family officially hands over authority to the next heir, Xiao Chong. As one of the 4 prominent families, the Xiao family naturally attracted a plethora of attendees for such a significant occasion. Dressed in resplendent attire, the crowd engaged in discussions about business or comparisons of their successes, while seeking avenues for expansion. Clad in a low-cut evening gown and linking arms with Xiao Hui, Ling Xue smiled as she followed his lead into the Xiao residence. Melodious songs resonated in the air, and people engaged in lively conversation, while the servants diligently attended to their duties, striving to maintain the dignity of their masters. From a distance, Xiao Chong couldn't help but smirk sarcastically upon seeing the pair. Observing Ling Xue's demeanor, she assumed that she had indeed fallen for Xiao Hui. Unfortunately, individuals like Xiao Hui never treat any woman sincerely. With this thought, Xiao Chong scrutinized Ling Xue. If she were so enamored with Xiao Hui, she must be the one wishing for the dissolution of their engagement. What actions would she undertake to disrupt the bond between Xiao Hui and herself? "Miss, everything is ready," the maid standing by announced. "I understand." Nodding, Xiao Chong smiled and adjusted her gown before gracefully descending the staircase. The surrounding lights began to converge on the stage's center. As Father Xiao stepped forward, he welcomed everyone to the Xiao family. "I trust you are all aware of the purpose of this gathering. Today not only marks my daughter's 25th birthday, but also her official assumption of responsibility for the Xiao family. I hope that in the time ahead, you will all be understanding." After his speech, Father Xiao stepped down, followed by Xiao Chong. "Thank you all for joining us today at the Xiao family. My father has clarified the purpose of this event, so I shan't prolong my words. Please enjoy the festivities." With that, Xiao Chong bowed and exited the stage. Observing Xiao Chong's retreating figure, Xiao Hui turned to Ling Xue and, after a brief exchange, made his way toward her. Watching Xiao Hui leave, Ling Xue clenched her fists. Although her expression remained unchanged, her resolve to execute her plan intensified.
"Well,
"You look quite beautiful today." Noticing Xiao Chong approaching, Xiaomu walked over with a smile. Likewise. Returning the smile to Xiaomu, Xiao Chong turned to Xiaomuan and remarked, "This must be Muan. I never expected him to be so handsome." "Miss Xiao." Xiaomuan nodded in greeting. "Indeed, Mu is certainly handsome. You should consider whose brother he is." Xiaomu shot a glare at Xiao Chong, wrapping her arm around Xiaomuan's. "Even if it is self-admiration, do not involve him, please." Xiao Chong was about to say something further when she spotted Xiao Hui. Apologizing to Xiaomu and Xiaomuan, she turned and exited through a side door. What Xiao Chong and Xiao Hui discussed remained unknown to Xiaomu, who was now fixated on Pei Mufeng's hand. Pei Mufeng had also arrived at the Xiao family banquet. Initially, she had seen him fending off those attempting to ingratiate themselves with him, leading Mu away. Unexpectedly, after turning around to grab a glass of red wine, she saw Pei Mufeng resting his hand on Mu's shoulder.
Seemingly noticing Xiaomu's gaze,
Pei Mufeng flashed a smile and drew Xiaomuan closer to him. Watching Xiao Chong leave, Xiao Hui tugged at his tie in agitation. This woman, though neither of them cared about the other's feelings, now that he was urging for a swift marriage, she had the audacity to refuse. With this thought, Pei Mufeng let out a cold chuckle. Were it not for the fact that he genuinely required the Xiao family's assistance, and given that most of the decisions were now in Xiao Chong's hands. Xiao Chong, however, did not come to the aid of the man who had not married her. Otherwise, he would not have broached the subject of marriage first. Grabbing a glass of red wine from a passing servant, Xiao Hui consumed it in one swift motion. Shortly after downing the wine, he felt an overwhelming warmth enveloping his entire being, and his senses began to blur. As a seasoned player in the realm of love, Xiao Hui was acutely aware of his predicament. Hence, he resolved to leave this place immediately. Yet, unexpectedly, As he turned a corner in the hallway, he encountered Ling Shui. Ling Shui had followed Xiao Hui to this spot and then pretended to just stumble upon him from another direction. "Ah Hui, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Let me find a room for you to rest." Without waiting for Xiao Hui's response, she led him into a room. In a haze, Xiao Hui barely registered Ling Shui's words, and as soon as they entered the room, he sees her. Discarding his garments, with one hand, he caressed Ling Shui with the other, instinctively kissing her lips. With a playful smile, Ling Shui wrapped her arms around Xiao Hui's neck. In an instant, the room was filled with a cacophony of moans and gasps. The two engaged passionately in the spacious room, enveloped in an atmosphere thick with desire. It was not until a piercing scream echoed that Xiao Hui slowly regained his senses. Coldly observing the scene, Xiao Chong remained silent, while the members of the Xiao family glared at Xiao Hui with palpable fury. In a flurry of confusion, Xiao Hui hastily covered their bodies with clothing and implored Xiao Chong, "It's not what it seems. Let me explain." Upon hearing Xiao Hui's words, Xiao Chong let out a cold laugh. "You wish to explain? How do you intend to justify your actions? Will you explain why, immediately after discussing marriage with me, you engaged with another woman? Or will you explain how you thought it acceptable to carry on with another woman right before my eyes at the Xiao family banquet?" "No. That's not it." Xiao Hui attempted to speak further, but was abruptly interrupted by Xiao Chong. "No matter your reasons, what you have done is a blatant disregard for me, Xiao Chong. You have shown utter disrespect for the Xiao family. I have never objected to your associations with other women, but now, here," Xiao Chong surveyed the onlookers and continued, "you dare to perform such a repulsive act in front of me. I declare that our engagement is hereby null and void." With that, Xiao Chong turned on her heel and departed. Xiao Hui wished to say more, but then Zhao's father emerged, stating, "Let it be known that the Xiao family has misjudged you. From this day forth, the engagement with Chang'er is annulled." Afterward, turning to the gathered guests, Zhao's father added, "I apologize for the spectacle you have witnessed today. I, Xiao, extend my sincerest apologies to you all." With that, he too exited the scene and gradually, the guests began to leave the Xiao residence. Chapter 41. The business romance. The Xiao family resolved matters with remarkable alacrity. The day after the banquet, they announced their dissolution of the engagement with the Xiao family. The Xiao family did not disclose the reasons for this decision, merely stating that the two young individuals were incompatible in character, thus leading to the annulment. Although the Xiao family was reluctant to sever ties, they found themselves in a passive position, unable to halt the unfolding events in a timely manner. Consequently, the atmosphere within the Xiao family was one of profound gloom.
Affiliales sont.
"You are utterly oblivious," Xiao's father exclaimed, throwing the newspaper onto the floor, his finger pointing accusingly at Xiao Hui. He had previously believed that his eldest son, despite being somewhat disobedient, had enough sense to uphold the family's dignity. To his dismay, it was precisely this son who had brought such humiliation upon the Xiao family in front of others. Xiao Hui stood silently before his father, showing no reaction to the tirade. "Do you understand? The engagement with Xiao Chong was something I painstakingly negotiated with Xiao father. Your usual flirtations might be tolerable, as this was fundamentally a business alliance. Xiao Chong never appeared particularly fond of you. Yet, you dared to act in such a manner at the Xiao family's banquet. On Xiao Chong's birthday.
Xiao.
Do you still intend to retain your position as president of the Xiao Corporation?" Upon hearing his father's words, several men standing behind Xiao Hui exchanged knowing glances, amusement flickering in their eyes. A hint of impatience crossed Xiao Hui's gaze, though his expression remained impassive. "Father, rest assured. I will speak with Xiao Chong again." At this, Xiao Hui felt an unsettling discomfort. Indeed, in his father's eyes, profit was always paramount. Even his own son would be forsaken if he posed a threat to the family's interests. Though he harbored such thoughts, Xiao Hui did not outwardly display his feelings. Despite the appearance of control over the Xiao family, he understood well that many of those around him were individuals his father had strategically placed at his side. He did not possess complete confidence in his ability to govern the family entirely on his own. Raising his head, Xiao Hui stated, "I have a clear understanding of this matter. I would appreciate a bit of time, if you please. And let's not forget, Xiao Chong has never been one to suffer in silence. Indeed, father. Perhaps my elder brother is capable of managing this himself? One of the others chimed in, and the rest nodded in agreement. Though they secretly hoped Xiao Hui would falter, they dared not express it openly, for his authority was considerable. Xiao Hui cast a cold glance at his so-called brothers, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. They believed he was unaware of their intentions. They merely wished for him to mishandle the situation, so they could intervene later, hoping that even if their father did not strip him of his status as heir, he would be less inclined to bestow power upon him thereafter. After a moment of icy silence, Xiao Hui turned and exited the room. As he drove, his thoughts lingered on why he had behaved so recklessly at the Xiao family gathering. That evening, after speaking with Xiao Chong, he had consumed a drink, which he now suspected had been tampered with. He recalled encountering Ling Shui while ascending the stairs, but the subsequent events were hazy at best. The next thing he remembered was waking up to a group of individuals standing at the door, astonished by his presence. Contemplating this, a flicker of doubt crossed Xiao Hui's mind. Why had Ling Shui been there? He then chuckled to himself, knowing her to be a rather scatterbrained individual, and concluded that her presence must have been coincidental. Unbeknownst to Xiao Hui, once a seed of suspicion is planted in one's heart, every action of the individual in question takes on an unusual significance. The following day, Xiao Hui sought out Xiao Chong, hoping to discuss matters earnestly. However, Xiao Chong refused to meet him, instructing her secretary to convey that since their engagement had been annulled, there was no longer any reason for them to meet. Regardless of the circumstances, Xiao Hui understood that Xiao Chong had resolutely decided to sever ties with him. Meanwhile, Xiao Hui's emotional turmoil did not affect Xia Muyun in the slightest. During this time, Xia Muyun found herself in an amusing predicament. Due to the situation between Xia Muyun and Pei Mufeng, she had purchased several books on homosexuality, initially intending to share them with her parents. However, she ultimately left them in her room, unable to summon the courage to present them. As fate would have it, while tidying up, Xia Mother discovered these books. Unable to endure the weight of her mother's gaze any longer, Xia Muyun finally asked, "Mom, why are you looking at me like that? Have I done something to displease you? Why are you looking at me so strangely? I thought I had done something wrong." At this, Xia Mother paused before inquiring, "Xiao Yun, do you have a boyfriend? Have you considered finding one? After all, you're not getting any younger. It's time to settle down with someone." Realizing her mother was likely attempting to set her up, Xia Muyun replied, "Mom, I've already told you, I'm busy with work right now. I don't have time for a boyfriend. Besides, I'm perfectly content being single and free. Why would I want a boyfriend to tie me down?" Xia Mother, instead of conceding, furrowed her brow at her daughter's response. Just as she was about to say something more, she unexpectedly uttered a statement that left Xia Muyun speechless. "Xiao Yun, I'm your mother, and if you truly don't want a boyfriend, I wouldn't oppose you finding a girlfriend. Even though many people still reject homosexuality, I am quite open-minded."
Ugh.
Xia Muyun spluttered, nearly choking on her drink. "Mom, who told you I like women?" She looked at her mother with a mixture of disbelief and amusement. "I was just guessing. You bought so many books about homosexuality. What kind of normal person would do that?" "Mom, let me reiterate.
I like men.
I am not a lesbian, and I didn't buy those books for myself." She took a sip of water to calm herself. After tidying up, Xia Mother raised an eyebrow and asked, "Then who are you buying these books for?" Xia Muyun shook her head. "For no one. I'm planning to launch a new theme related to design. You know how it is. In design, one must be unconventional." Nodding, Xia Mother chose not to press further. Just as Xia Muyun felt relief, her mother unexpectedly remarked as she reached the door, "If you genuinely prefer the same sex, you need not hide it. After all, your mother will always support you." With that, she left, ignoring her daughter's reaction. Watching her mother leave, Xia Muyun sighed and collapsed onto her bed. Meanwhile, Ling Shui found herself in a less than favorable situation. In this climate, Xiao Hui was devoid of the patience he had once shown her, growing increasingly irritable. Their arguments became frequent, and after each quarrel, Xiao Hui would leave, leaving Ling Shui home alone. Rather than feeling saddened by his behavior, Ling Shui found herself reminiscing about their past. She believed that Xiao Hui's current treatment of her was due to external influences. In her mind, Those influences were none other than Xia Muan and Pei Mufeng. After all, one person had never appeared in the previous life, while the other had not loved her in this life as he had in the last, yet, inexplicably, these two individuals found themselves together now. As she opened her phone, a flicker of malice flashed in Ling Xue's eyes, recalling the conditions set forth by Li Jia. She dialed the number with determination. Meanwhile, Xia Mu remained blissfully unaware that the storm of crisis had already begun to descend upon her. Chapter 42. The business romance in the office of the president at Hung Tai Company. Xiao Hui listened attentively to his secretary's report. The Ruyu Company had already issued a document to terminate their partnership. Should the president take a look at it? The secretary inquired cautiously, standing beside him. Did I not instruct you to go to Wang Donglin? What was the outcome? Containing his fury, Xiao Hui tapped on the desk. Yes. Wang Donglin expressed no opinion on Ruyu Company's decision to sever ties with us. Furthermore, after that, when I sought him out, he began to evade me. Ha! Does Ruyu Company take me for a fool? With a cold laugh, Xiao Hui commanded, bring manager Yan to me. Of course, President. Nodding, the secretary exited the room. After staring at the computer screen for a while, Xiao Hui could no longer suppress his anger and hurled everything onto the floor. Just as Yan Feng entered the president's office, he witnessed Xiao Hui's outburst. President? Upon hearing Yan Feng's voice, Xiao Hui turned around and adjusted his attire. How far along are you with the investigation I assigned you? Based on this lead, I found 2 locations. One is related to Xiao Dong, who has had dealings with Ruyu Company, and the other is... Here, Yan Feng paused, hesitating to continue. Listening to Yan Feng's words and glancing at the documents in his hand, Xiao Hui was engulfed with fury. The only reason Xiao Dong interacted with Ruyu's personnel was to disrupt the partnership between Hung Tai and Ruyu, leading to a significant downfall for himself. Yet, he never anticipated that Ling Xue was connected to Wang Donglin. Among the materials in his hand was a photograph of Ling Xue meeting Wang Donglin. Organizing the documents, Xiao Hui inquired, has anything else occurred at Ruyu Company recently? What does the president mean? Wang Donglin looked up, somewhat perplexed. Since Ruyu Company wishes to dissolve our collaboration, it has lost its significance. Putting away the files, Xiao Hui spoke in a subdued tone. You may leave now. After instructing on all matters, Xiao Hui waved his hand to dismiss Yan Feng. Once Yan Feng departed, Xiao Hui cast a gloomy gaze upon the closed files. Rising, he exited the company. Hearing the door open, Ling Xue joyfully approached. Before Ling Xue could finish her sentence, Xiao Hui threw the documents onto the floor. Observing his actions, Ling Xue stiffly smiled and asked, Hui, what is wrong? With a scoff, Xiao Hui glared at Ling Xue. Do you inquire about my well-being? I wish to ask you the same, Ling Xue. I seem to have spoiled you too much, allowing you to forget your own identity. What do you mean?
Take a good look at this.
At Ling Xue's question, Xiao Hui pointed at the documents on the floor. Reaching down to pick up the files, Ling Xue glanced through them, finally understanding Xiao Hui's anger. Hui, you've misunderstood me. I only wanted to ask Wang Donglin to speak on our behalf to the upper management of Ruyu Company to prevent them from terminating our partnership. It's not what you think, Ling Xue explained, looking at Xiao Hui. Moreover, you've broken off your engagement with Miss Xiao Chang. Haven to you? I presume she wouldn't assist you in this matter, which is why I sought out Wang Donglin. Ling Xue's words only intensified Xiao Hui's ire. Assist me? Assist Hung Tai Company? Does this not blatantly suggest that I, Xiao Hui, am incapable of managing the company or my subordinates? Must I rely on a woman for help? Ling Xue, who do you think you are? My wife? The president's wife of the Xiao family? Let me enlighten you. You are nothing but my mistress. And you lack any self-awareness, daring to meddle in my affairs. Do you believe I, Xiao Hui, would be grateful to you? With that, Xiao Hui cast a dark look at Ling Xue. Upon hearing nothing from Xiao Hui, Ling Xue's face drained of color. I merely wanted to help Hui. Why does he speak to me this way? From now on, do not seek me out. I, Xiao Hui, have no connection to you. After stating this, Xiao Hui ignored Ling Xue's expression and turned to leave. With a heart full of sorrow, Ling Xue called after him. Hui, don't go.
Hui?
Don't leave me. This isn't how it's supposed to be. Hui has never been angry with me. He has always treated me the best. Watching the door slam shut, Ling Shui could no longer hold back her tears. In her previous life, she had been so blissful. She had received Hui's love.
Why?
Why is this life so different? With these thoughts, Ling Shui smiled with a sinister twist, since I cannot attain Hui's love. Why should they lead a joyful and blissful life? They are the ones who deserve misfortune. Wiping her tears, Ling Shui rushed into her room and sent out the photographs from her computer. Meanwhile, Xia Muan was blissfully unaware that she had acquired a troubling dilemma. Having rare free time to stroll leisurely down the street, Xia Muan felt remarkably at peace beside the man. Pei Mufeng smiled, enjoying the scenery around them. The two walked leisurely, occasionally drawing curious glances from passers-by, yet they paid little heed until Xia Muqing called. Xia Mu's father cast a sharp glance at Xia Muqing and asked in a low voice, "When did you learn about Muan and Pei Mufeng?" Upon receiving Xia Muqing's call, Xia Muan found herself in a state of heightened tension. Although she had initially planned to confide in her family about her orientation, she never expected to reveal it in such a manner. Originally, she intended to approach the topic gradually. Yet here she was. Not only did her parents likely know, but even her uncle probably was aware. "It's all right. I've said before, whatever happens, I will face it with you. Besides, this matter concerns my happiness." Smiling, Pei Mufeng kissed Xia Muan on the forehead and turned to make a call to manage the situation. Uncle Lu remained at the door, waiting for the group. Seeing Xia Muan's figure, Uncle Lu offered a comforting smile, but upon noticing Pei Mufeng behind her, he snorted coldly. With a mix of amusement and exasperation, Pei Mufeng followed Xia Muan into the Xia household, quickly spotting her father seated in the center of the living room.
"Dad."
Approaching him, Xia Muan called softly. Ignoring her, her father's eyes casually swept over Pei Mufeng, motioning for the household staff to leave. "What brings you here, Mr. Pei? I don't recall extending an invitation to you. A visit? Are you not here because of Muan?" Raising an eyebrow with a smile, Xia's father sipped his tea. Taken aback, Pei Mufeng nodded, confirming it was indeed about Anan.
"Oh."
"If that is the case, why did you just say you were here to visit me?" With a scoff, Xia's father turned to Xia Muan, saying, "Muan, look at this man, two-faced and smooth-tongued. He cannot truly care for you." Hearing her father's words, Xia Muan rubbed her forehead and replied, "Dad, Mufeng is a good person. He genuinely cares for me. If he truly cared for you, your relationship wouldn't have been broadcast online."
"Dad."
No matter how cautious Mufeng is, he couldn't have anticipated something like this. Frowning, Xia Muan argued.
"Indeed, Dad."
They certainly did not wish for this situation either. Nodding slightly, Xia Muyun concurred, "Humph. You all side with Pei Mufeng. Do you not remember that I am your father?" Upon hearing their words, Xia's father snorted coldly. In response, Xia's mother, standing nearby, could no longer contain herself and interjected, "Enough of this. We've watched over this child, Mufeng, for the past few years and found him quite admirable. Weren't you the one who wanted him to be Muyun's boyfriend? What's this? You were quite satisfied when you thought of him as your son-in-law, yet now you've changed your mind?" Hearing Xia's mother's remarks, the others looked at Xia's father in astonishment. Clearing his throat artificially, Xia's father averted his gaze and fell silent. Seated on the sofa, Xia's mother finally spoke. "We will not oppose the relationship between the two men, as long as you young people have made your decision. However, I have but one request. Pei Mufeng, I hope you can manage things well with your parents. I do not wish for Mu to suffer any harm in this regard. Otherwise, regardless of whether you are from the Pei family or another, I and you will not let you off lightly." Upon hearing this, Pei Mufeng looked earnestly at Xia's mother and assured her, "Rest assured, I will ensure that Anan suffers no harm." After gazing at Pei Mufeng for a moment, Xia's mother smiled and said, "That is good." In the time that followed, Pei Mufeng did not linger long at the Xia residence before departing. After his departure, Xia Muan pondered how such matters could be resolved so effortlessly. Once back at the Pei household, Pei Mufeng briefly recounted the events. Pei's father and mother had long been aware of Pei Mufeng's orientation and were not surprised by the news of their relationship. They merely instructed him to investigate the matter thoroughly. Chapter 43. The conclusion of the business romance, although the affair between Xia Muin and Pei Mufeng had been momentarily contained, their relationship nonetheless became widely known. Within the upper echelons of society, there were many who favored men and numerous individuals surrounded by men, yet none attracted attention as fervently as Xia Muin and Pei Mufeng. Following the incident, Pei Mufeng intended to have all photographs deleted, but to his surprise, someone exacerbated the situation, transforming it into a larger spectacle. As Xia Muin walked away, a group of girls in the distance gathered to converse. Xia Muin is so dashing. If it weren't for how perfectly he matches with Pei Mufeng, I might have been tempted to pursue him myself. One girl gazed wistfully at Xia Muin's retreating figure. Indeed. But Pei Mufeng is quite handsome as well, appearing gentle in nature. He hails from an illustrious family and possesses great capabilities. I often pondered what kind of woman could possibly be worthy of him, and I never imagined it would be someone from our company.
Upon hearing this,
the other girls shook their heads in resignation, clearly well acquainted with her disposition. This minor episode soon faded. On one side, Xia Muin's situation remained stable, while on the other, Pei Mufeng's circumstances were more direct. Due to the online photographs and their respective statuses, Xia Muin and Pei Mufeng found themselves pursued by photographers each time they ventured out. Although their relationship had been unveiled, they still detested being followed. Consequently, they became exceedingly cautious whenever they left their homes. While both the Xia and Pei families were aware of their union, they refrained from addressing the online discussions or calling for a press conference to clarify matters. As someone was stirring the pot behind the scenes, negative commentary began to surface online regarding Xia Muin and Pei Mufeng, which even began to affect their company. Originally, Pei Mufeng planned to formulate a strategy once he had the results of his investigation, but unforeseen events disrupted his plans. Within a few days, various negative reports about Rueyu Company emerged, tarnishing the company's reputation. Pei Mufeng had yet to fully comprehend the internal affairs of Rueyu when the results of his earlier investigation arrived. As he perused the information submitted by his subordinates, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. He had presumed that the individual who leaked their photos was someone he had offended in the business realm, yet it turned out to be Ling Shui, Xiao Hui's assistant. As he continued to read, Pei Mufeng confirmed his earlier suspicions. The person disseminating the photographs was indeed Ling Shui, while the one instigating the situation from behind was Xiao Hui. Having previously harbored suspicions towards Xiao Hui due to the incident in B City, Pei Mufeng realized he had overlooked this critical detail. Meanwhile, the Xia family also uncovered this information. As Xia Muin examined the documents in her hands, she had to admit that despite her long acquaintance with Xiao Hui and her belief that she understood his character, she had failed to grasp the essence of the man. After some contemplation, Xia Muin decided to call Xiao Hui. It remained unclear how their conversation unfolded, but afterward, Xia Muin noticed Xia Muin was in a foul mood. Regardless of how events transpired, the collaboration between the Xia and Xiao families came to an abrupt end, severing any diplomatic ties. The fallout from the dissolution of the Xia and Xiao relationship impacted those who had previously collaborated with them. During this time, online discussions regarding Xia Muin and Pei Mufeng reignited. Observing the developments and the online discourse, Xiao Hui chuckled to himself. Indeed, everything was within his control. Even if the Xia family recognized the discrepancies, what could they do? It was too late. He had already prepared for this outcome. Knock, knock, knock. The secretary gently tapped on the door. President, Miss Ling wishes to see you. Do you wish to meet with her? Upon hearing this, Xiao Hui sneered. Although he was surprised by Xia Muin and Pei Mufeng's relationship, he was taken aback to discover that Ling Shui was the one responsible for leaking their intimate photos. It seemed Ling Shui had engaged in such behavior on numerous occasions. While she often appeared innocent in his presence, he now understood that such demeanor was merely an act. With this realization, Xiao Hui spoke firmly. Let her in. Understood, President. The secretary nodded and exited. Before long, the office door swung open with force. Ling Shui, you needn't pretend in front of me. You know very well what kind of person you are. Xiao Hui stood up and addressed her, his gaze icy. I never imagined I would be ensnared by a woman. Upon hearing his words, Ling Shui's eyes reddened. Hui, it's not like that. Please, let me explain. You needn't explain. I have no need for your words. From this moment forward, We have no relationship whatsoever. Please leave. After stating this, Xiao Hui called for someone to escort Ling Shui out. As Ling Shui stared at the imposing building before her, resentment bubbled within her. It was because Xiao Hui valued this company because he was the heir of the Xiao family that he treated her this way. With a cold laugh, she turned and departed. Just when Xiao Hui thought he could relish his triumph for a few days, the situation took a dramatic turn. Xia Muan and Pei Mufeng held a press conference, openly declaring their relationship to the world without reservation. Contrary to everyone's expectations, their public revelation did not incite disdain. Instead, they garnered a legion of fans online, who inundated their social media with affection and requests for more updates. In the aftermath, the Xia family began to retaliate against the Xiao family. Subsequently, the Pei and Xiao families also extended their support to Xia Muan. Even the Yin family intervened on her behalf, despite the lack of prior relations. Ultimately, the Xia family emerged victorious in their confrontation with the Xiao family, leading to the latter's decline from the ranks of the four great families in the capital. Xiao Hui vanished from public view entirely. Once all matters were resolved, Xia Muan finally understood the reasons behind her parents' lack of opposition to her relationship with Pei Mufeng and why the Yin family chose to assist the Xia family. Despite their limited interactions, this revelation traced back to Xia Muan's maternal grandfather, who was the younger uncle of the current head of the Yin family, and the brother of the family patriarch. In his prime, Xia Muan's grandfather was a formidable figure who complied with familial arrangements and married a woman from another family. Although their union was devoid of affection, they welcomed Xia Muan's mother, who was named in Yuyan at birth, in the second year of their marriage. While everyone expected them to lead a mundane existence, fate took a turn when the woman abandoned her child and left China with another man when Xia Muan's mother was only 5 months old. This betrayal fostered in her father an inexplicable aversion to women, leading him to form a relationship with another man when Xia Muan's mother was merely 2 years old. In that era, society harbored a deep-seated disdain for homosexuality. Despite the Yin family's efforts to dissuade him, they ultimately expelled him from the family. When he departed, Xia Muan's father took her with him and renamed her Anyu. Anyu had lived with her father and his beloved partner since childhood, forging deep bonds among them. Thus, Summer's mother harbored no aversion towards the matter of homosexuality. Summer's father, being the youngest, was particularly cherished by the family. Despite the head of the Yin family issuing a decree forbidding any visits to him, some still sneaked away to see him. This situation persisted for 14 years. When Summer was 16, her father departed from this world due to health issues. At that very moment, the man who had cared for her offered her some heartfelt advice before following suit. Consequently, the members of the Yin family held Summer in even greater affection, even going so far as to create obstacles during the courtship between Summer's father and mother. As Summer listened to her narrative while perusing the materials sent by 007, she found herself somewhat speechless. How could such a formidable network of relationships within the Summer family have led to such a dire outcome in the original storyline? Once these matters were resolved, Summer and Pei Mufeng had scarcely enjoyed a moment of leisure when the people from the Summer family in S City arrived, along with a few from the Yin family. Their purpose was solely to test whether Pei Mufeng would genuinely cherish Summer and protect her for a lifetime. After Pei Mufeng and Summer dealt with these visitors, both families began to prepare for the couple's wedding. It was not about the number of guests, but rather to have close friends and family witness the occasion. Following their marriage, the couple experienced a happiness far surpassing their previous lives. Pei Mufeng lavished even more affection on Summer, who, in turn, learned to care for others. Under Pei Mufeng's attentive care, Summer gradually forgot the initial feelings she had upon first meeting him. Summer's life was simple yet filled with joy, as she worked alongside Pei Mufeng or traveled together. However, such blissful lives are often fleeting, and despite Summer's reluctance, she eventually departed from this world. Unbeknownst to her, after her departure, Pei Mufeng's eyes reflected a blend of joy and sorrow. Beep. Congratulations to the host for completing the primary mission of averting the original fate of the Summer family. Beep. Congratulations to the host for accomplishing the second primary mission of distancing Summer Muyan from the male lead, Xiao Hui. The management system flashed briefly, sealing the host's memories. Memories sealing successful. Following this, the cold, mechanical voice fell silent once more. Beep, congratulations to the host for concluding the third world. The unique voice of 007 reemerged. Beep. System 007 begins to select the host's task world. Beep, task world selection successful. Transmission of the host is now commencing. Beep, host transmission successful. Chapter 44. The Supernatural Chronicles of Campus. Walking along a road shrouded in a haze of white, Xia Muin turned about, surveying his surroundings, an unsettling heaviness clouding his mind. How had his previous self accomplished the task in another realm? Where was the system? Why did it not manifest immediately this time? He closed his eyes and shook his head, dismissing these thoughts as a dull ache began to throb in his head. During the brief interlude of his closed eyes, Xia Muin caught a faint whiff of pungent disinfectant. When he finally opened his eyes, he was greeted by a ceiling enveloped in a stark white. Blinking in confusion, he attempted to rise. "You're awake. Is there any discomfort in your body?" A nurse approached, noticing his movement. "No," he replied, shaking his head, his voice hoarse. The nurse nodded, jotting down notes before advising him to inform them promptly if he experienced any discomfort. "All right," he acknowledged, watching as the nurse exited the room. Reaching up, he touched his aching forehead, pondering the circumstances that had led to his current state. Had the original owner of this body been involved in a brawl? 007. Are you there? After feeling slightly more at ease, Xia Muin inquired within his mind. Please send me the details of this world's plot and the information regarding this body. Understood. I have dispatched the information to the host. Please review it. 007 responded before vanishing once more. As he opened the system panel, Xia Muin began to peruse the narrative. This world revolved around a campus setting. Yet it was far from merely mundane, for it was steeped in supernatural occurrences. These phenomena had given rise to individuals with extraordinary abilities and institutions dedicated to such matters. The female protagonist of this narrative was a soon-to-graduate student from the Spirit Martial Academy, a member of the Supernatural Investigation Team. The plot commenced with her probing into a series of murders. Initially, the police of City Z handled the case, but as their investigation deepened, they uncovered perplexing details, including testimonies of ghost sightings. As a result, the higher authorities assigned this case to the Supernatural Investigation Team, which included the protagonist, Su Qianyue, a spirited and endearing girl who was adored by her peers due to her charming appearance. During the investigation, she inadvertently opened a black box cradled by a ghost while chasing it, releasing the male protagonist, Mu Cheng, who had been sealed within for millennia. Su Qianyue mistakenly believed Mu Cheng to be the murderer, prompting her to employ a family heirloom in an attempt to eliminate him. However, rather than being vanquished, an inexplicable contract was forged between them. It turned out that Mu Cheng was not a mere ghost but a fox spirit sealed for thousands of years. After the contract was established, Mu Cheng, compelled by circumstance, became her protector. Consequently, Su Qianyue swiftly unraveled the murder case. Their coexistence blossomed into a shared life, during which Su Qianyue learned of the reasons behind Mu Cheng's entrapment. As a fox spirit who had cultivated for a millennium, he had inevitably developed some undesirable tendencies, leading him to the mortal realm where he occasionally influenced fates and even affected court officials, albeit on a minor scale. His playful nature led him to assume the role of a national advisor, unwittingly stirring up significant trouble. As a creature of his kind, Mu Cheng was acutely attuned to the presence of other powerful beings. The emergence of two formidable spirits in the same locale resulted in inevitable interactions, often meddling in human affairs. Following Mu Cheng's extermination of another spirit, he was sealed by the once revered Master Wu Yuan, who believed him to be in the wrong. Despite knowing that Master Wu Yuan had long since perished, Mu Cheng harbored resentment for his prolonged imprisonment. Upon his release, Mu Cheng compelled Su Qianyue to utilize her powers to locate a reincarnation of Master Wu Yuan, who bore an uncanny resemblance to him and subsequently orchestrated his demise. The revelation of a spirit having slain a human prompted the Supernatural Investigation Team to seek Mu Cheng's elimination, yet Su Qianyue defended him, even siding with him against the entire team. This allegiance resulted in Su Qianyue's expulsion from the academy and her disownment by the Su family. Amidst the ensuing chaos, love blossomed between the two, even as City Z faced relentless assaults from vengeful spirits. In a desperate bid The investigation team and various families sought to collaborate with Mu Chung, wishing to overlook past misdeeds. As a being of immeasurable age, Mu Chung's involvement ensured victory. This upheaval culminated in the complete downfall of the illustrious Xia family of City Z. Once these matters were resolved, Su Qianyue and Mu Chung began a life of happiness together. After absorbing the entire narrative, Xia Muin closed the system panel and commenced the integration of the original owner's memories. The original Xia Muin was the youngest child of the Xia family, which ultimately faced annihilation in the narrative, thus receiving abundant affection from all family members, from parents to siblings and even nieces and nephews. This indulgence had fostered a spoiled disposition within the original owner. However, due to Xia Muin's kindness and innocent demeanor, those around him felt a complex mixture of affection and exasperation. It seemed that as long as the Xia family remained intact, he would face no significant challenges. Yet, the system had chosen this identity for him. Contemplating further, Xia Muin requested 007 to provide him with a comprehensive dossier regarding this world. Upon meticulous review of the material, he discerned the reason behind the system's selection of this body. Coincidentally, Xia Muin bore an uncanny resemblance to Master Wu Yuan, the one who had sealed Mu Chung, and the individual Su Qianyue had identified as potentially being the reincarnation of Master Wu Yuan was also within the Xia family. This connection led to Mu Chung's fateful decision to take Xia Muin's life. Following Xia Muin's demise, the family, unable to accept this reality, initiated an investigation into his death, which ultimately led them to Su Qianyue and Mu Chung. Realizing the identity of their beloved's murderer, the Xia family found themselves powerless to exact vengeance, for they were not a family steeped in supernatural matters and lacked connections in that realm. The inability to avenge Xia Muin left the family in a state of deep despair until one day when a mysterious figure approached them, offering to fulfill their desire for revenge. The Xia family, without hesitation, agreed, unaware of the grave consequences that awaited them. The majority of the family succumbed to the fate of mindless, vengeful spirits, while the remainder became pawns in the hands of others. Subsequently, Mu Chung, Su Qianyue, and the investigation team united to confront these spirits. After successfully vanquishing them, the Xia family's downfall ensued. With a heavy sigh, Xia Muin could not help but feel sorrow for the original owner's fate. Originally, Xia Muin's life was destined to be splendid. However, merely due to her resemblance to another individual, she and the entire Xia family were thrust into a calamity of considerable magnitude. 007. Could you enlighten me on the nature of this mission? Xia Muin inquired, gently touching her bandaged forehead.
Beep.
Main Task 1. Establish a favorable relationship with the male lead. Mu Chung. Avert the original protagonist's fate.
Beep.
Main Task 2. Identify the individual from the original narrative seeking collaboration with the Xia family and ensure he pays the price. The system chirped, gazing at Xia Muin with an encouraging demeanor. Upon hearing the system's words, Xia Muin felt somewhat exasperated. After all, she bore an uncanny resemblance to Mu Chung, who had been her adversary in a previous life. It was imperative for her to avoid him. Yet now, she was commanded to cultivate a rapport with him. 007. Are you certain you are not leading me astray? Rest assured, the 007 will assist you diligently.
Ha!
When have you ever truly aided me? Xia Muin narrowed her eyes, a cold smile gracing her lips. Wah, clearly, 007 assisted you greatly in the previous world. 007 remarked, wiping away imaginary tears with its misty arms, sounding quite aggrieved. Assisted me? I have no recollection whatsoever. Xia Muin waved her hand dismissively, her frustration evident. Before long, she was startled by the sound of numerous footsteps echoing in the corridor. Suddenly, the door to her hospital room swung open with great force, and a throng of individuals surged into the chamber. Muin, are you all right? Does your head still ache? Is there any discomfort in your body? A middle-aged woman grasped Xia Muin's hand, her concern palpable. Get away. Another woman shoved the first aside and turned anxiously towards Xia Muin. Xiao En, does your head still hurt? Are you feeling unwell? Please tell your second sister if anything is amiss. Yes. Muin, if you feel unwell, do not hesitate to inform your second sister. A chorus of voices chimed in, their worry evident. Xia Muan observed the crowd, suddenly recalling that in the memories of the original protagonist, these sisters were indeed quite fond of her. With a touch of resignation, she shook her head and reassured them. Sisters, I am truly fine. I feel much better. Is that truly the case? Yes, indeed. Xiao, then, do not deceive us. Sisters, I genuinely am well. Dodging the outstretched hands of her sisters, Xia Muan shook her head and inquired, Sisters, what brings you here? Upon hearing her question, the sisters remembered their purpose for visiting. Of course, we came to check on you. Subsequently, under the attentive care of her sisters and nieces, Xia Muan was discharged from the hospital. Chapter 45, The Supernatural Chronicles of Campus Z City, is a metropolis shrouded in the shadows of power. In this realm, those devoid of influence must tread carefully through their daily toil, while the privileged bask in the glow of authority, casting a long shadow over the less fortunate. Yet, alongside the powerful, there exists another group that roams freely within Z City, the individuals steeped in the supernatural. The Xia family, as the preeminent clan of Z City, boasts a lineage rich in heritage. Despite the multitude of direct descendants, the family has never witnessed a fracture among its members. Having witnessed the discord that wealth can sow among relatives, the Xia family established a code. Every member possesses an equal share of the family assets, fostering mutual oversight and encouragement. Any transgressor of this ancestral decree is promptly disowned. It is this adherence to tradition that has fortified the Xia family's stature. Before the elegant yet cozy villa before her, Xia Muan felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. She had just escaped the confines of one affluent life, only to find herself ensnared in another. This thought piqued her curiosity. Each body she inhabited appeared to possess a commendable status, as if orchestrated by an unseen hand. Yet, 007 had assured her that the choice of both the mission world and the host body was purely random. Mom, Xiaoan is here, Xia Xiaoyan exclaimed, tugging at Xia Muan's arm. While her mother's physique was commendable, her eyesight sometimes failed her, leading to frequent mix-ups with her younger brother, who bore a striking resemblance to Xia Muan. Surveying the gathering, Xia Muan marveled at the sheer number of family members surrounding her. Grasping Xiaolan's hand, she winked and smiled. I am quite obedient. Mom, it's windy outside. Let us head in. With a gentle pat on Xia Muan's hand, Xiaolan nodded, and the group proceeded indoors. Upon entering the living room, Xia Muan was inundated with various inquiries from her siblings and nieces and nephews, all expressing concern for her health and whether further examinations were needed. After navigating the barrage of familial affection, Xia Muan finally exhaled a sigh of relief. She wondered how the original owner of this body managed to handle such overwhelming concern. While their affection was genuine, Xia Muan felt ill-equipped to bear their attentions. Unbeknownst to her, this was merely the beginning of her trials. Glancing at the object her second sister had handed her, a remnant of the car accident, she felt a sense of familiarity with the black box it contained. Rising, she approached it and peeled back its exterior layer. 007, what is this? Xia Muan called out, prodding the enigmatic black box.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. You've captured the male lead. 007, the plot hasn't even commenced yet. Can I discard him? Xia Muan turned to her companion, perplexed. With a resigned gesture, 007 replied, Host, do not forget your primary mission. You bear a striking resemblance to the male lead, MASU-MANHUA's past adversary. Xia Muan glared at 007. Then why assign me this body? It's tantamount to courting disaster. That's not my doing. It's the management system's arrangement. 007 retorted, pouting in protest. Had she known, Xia Muan would have anticipated 007's unreliability. Ignoring the system's grumbling, she fixated on the black box. Within it resided the male lead, Mu, to whom she was bound to provide care and support, as he would directly influence her life and the Xia family's fate. Having recuperated at home for half a month due to the accident, Xia Muan was now poised to embark on her academic journey as the new school year commenced. Unlike other members of the Xia family, the original Xia Muan possessed an unusual constitution, perpetually attracting various spirits. Though these entities posed no significant threat to her existence, they frightened her family, prompting them to leverage their connections to enroll her in the Spirit and Martial Arts Academy, hoping she would acquire skills to shield herself from these apparitions. The Spirit and Martial Arts Academy, dedicated to cultivating talent in the supernatural realm, had a complex and intricate background. Despite its location in Z City, it maintained a degree of separation from the local populace, which explained why the Xia family had not enrolled Xia Muan during her formative years. Unfortunately, the original Xia Muan had little interest in the academy, resulting in minimal attendance. Now, as she regarded the silent black box resting on her desk, Xia Muan resolved to attend the academy, hopeful that she would glean valuable knowledge. As for the male lead, she decided to bring him along to the academy to prevent any unforeseen complications later on, despite her ongoing confusion about his presence. After a brief tidying up, Xia Muan had breakfast and, amidst her family's reluctant farewells, departed for the Spirit and Martial Arts Academy. Accompanied by a student who guided her to her dormitory, she observed her surroundings intently. "Here is your dormitory. My room is adjacent to yours." Due to the academy's unique structure, each student has their own apartment. Entry into another's apartment is prohibited without the owner's consent. "Since you are new, I will be your initial mentor, so feel free to approach me for assistance," the student, Zheng Rong, stated as he handed her the key. Taking the key, Xia Muan nodded appreciatively. "I understand. Thank you, senior." Waving off her gratitude, Zheng Rong added, "One more thing to note. There are no grade distinctions here, only differences in ability. Those with lesser abilities must address the more capable as senior brother or senior sister. When encountering older and more powerful individuals, we must respectfully refer to them as predecessors. The terms senior and junior hold no significant weight in this academy." "Understood. Thank you, senior," Xia Muan replied with a smile, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. After Zheng Rong departed for an urgent matter, Xia Muan found herself alone in her room. It was well-kept and spacious. She placed her belongings down and organized her space, drawing from the independence she had cultivated during her years away from home. Setting the black box on her desk, she turned to make her bed, unaware of the faint glow emanating from the box behind her. Meanwhile, on the other side, the female lead, Su Qianyue, was approached by a short-haired girl, who rushed over and embraced her.
"Hey, Qianyue."
"What's the matter?" Su Qianyue evaded the girl's embrace and inquired with a frown. "Spill it. What is going on?"
"Xuyandueri."
"Didn't a newcomer arrive at the academy? Rumor has it they have connections up top and are here to learn how to distance themselves from spirits," the girl revealed.
"And?"
Su Qianyue raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "The seniors want you to teach them. After all, you excel in this area and have some free time," the girl said, circling around Su Qianyue with a teasing grin. "Certainly." With a smile, Su Ting replied, "I will send you that person's information later. You can go find him yourself. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now." With that, she turned and walked away.
"All right."
"I understand. Don't forget to stay safe."
Su Chien you reminded. Watching suting is departing figure. Got it.
As soon as the words left her lips, Su Ting had vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Xia Mu remained blissfully unaware that after encountering the male lead Mu Yu and the supporting character Zheng Rong, she was soon to meet the female lead Su Qianyu. Chapter 46. Campus Supernatural Tales 3. Since arriving at this academy, Zheng Rong had informed him that, given his circumstances, he did not meet the criteria for being taught by a faculty member. Thus, his instruction would be entrusted to senior students instead. The name Zheng Rong echoed in Xia Muan's mind, stirring a sense of familiarity. It seemed he had encountered it before. Suddenly, realization struck him, and he sat upright. Summoning the system. 007. Is Zheng Rong the same Zheng Jirong from the Zheng family? Xia Muan inquired, bringing the system before him. Please hold on, host, I will check. The system responded. Upon its emergence, 007 addressed Xia Muan, furrowing his brow at 007's words. Xia Muan deduced that Zheng Rong was the male supporting character in the narrative, the very Zheng Jirong who ultimately led to the downfall of the Xia family in his quest to assist the heroine. Indeed, in the storyline, there is no character named Zheng Rong. Only Zheng Jirong exists. He is the second son of the current head of the Zheng family. Although Zheng Jirong belongs to the Zheng lineage, he is notably reclusive, seldom making public appearances. In fact, even some members of the Zeng family have rarely encountered this so-called second young master. Zeng Jirong's first appearance in the story is prompted by the heroine Su Qianyue, who, while investigating a series of murders, discovers a potential connection to a member of the Zeng family and seeks pertinent information. However, accessing such information is no simple task, and just as Su Qianyue finds herself at an impasse, Zeng Jirong steps in to assist her in acquiring the needed materials. It is through her investigation that he realizes the murders indeed involve certain members of the Zeng family. Upon learning of this, some within the Zeng family attempt to intimidate Su Qianyue into ceasing her inquiries, but Zeng Jirong intervenes, persuading the family head to allow the investigation to continue. In summary, Zeng Jirong embodies the archetypal male supporting character, appearing only when Su Qianyue requires his aid. Though he harbors feelings for her, he never expresses his affections, silently aiding her throughout the narrative, even risking his position within the Zeng family to support her endeavors. It is only after Su Qianyue unites with the male lead, Muyu, that he fades from the story. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Xia Muin's gaze inadvertently drifted to the wall. Truly, Zeng Jirong was the quintessential eternal supporting character. Yet, what folly it was to remain silent about one's affections while witnessing the object of one's desire in the company of another. Meanwhile, Zeng Rong was engaged in conversation with the heroine, Su Qianyue. "Senior Zeng, you seem quite busy lately," Su Qianyue remarked, tilting her head as she observed him organizing materials. Raising his head to meet her gaze, Zeng Rong smiled with mild exasperation. "Busy, perhaps, but not as busy as you. You are the true busy bee. Now, tell me, what brings you here today?" Pouting slightly, Su Qianyue replied, "I indeed have a matter to discuss. It pertains to the new student we talked about previously." She paused, conveying the implication that she needed to instruct him in certain techniques, thus requiring an understanding of his fundamental qualifications. Setting aside his current task, Zeng Rong glanced at the time and noted, "I have some free time now. Let's go find him. You can ask him directly."
All right.
"I'll accompany you." Su Qianyue agreed, with a nod. The two briefly tidied up before heading to locate Xia Muin. A series of knocks interrupted Xia Muin, who had been engrossed in his phone. Setting it down, he approached the door and opened it. "Senior Zeng, please come in," he greeted. Offering a polite smile to Zeng Rong, though now aware of his true identity, he chose to feign ignorance. Zeng Rong nodded as he entered, with Su Qianyue following suit. Turning to Su Qianyue, Xia Muin asked, "Senior Zeng, who is this?" "This is the one who will teach you techniques. You may call her Senior Su," Zeng Rong replied, then gestured to Su Qianyue. "This is the individual you were inquiring about. His name is Xia Muin." Surprise flickered in Xia Muin's heart upon hearing Zeng Rong's words. The narrative had not mentioned Su Qianyue as the one to instruct him in these arts. Though taken aback, he maintained a composed demeanor, smiling at Su Qianyue. "Senior Su, Xia Shidi." Su Qianyue returned the smile, nodding in acknowledgement. The trio engaged in light conversation, with Xia Muin learning the reason behind Su Qianyue's role in his instruction, while she understood his motives for attending Lingwu Academy. Their similar temperaments fostered a rapport, leading to an effortless exchange of ideas. Unbeknownst to them, a small black box on the desk occasionally emitted a faint glow. That evening, Xia Muin joined Zeng Rong and Su Qianyue for a meal. During their outing, he encountered a small ghost. Yet, rather than being frightened, Xia Muin inadvertently terrified the little specter, causing it to weep. Observing the ghost, who appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old and quite adorable, Xia Muin instinctively bent down to pat its head. The ghost ceased its sobbing, staring blankly at him. "Little friend, why are you following me?" Xia Muin inquired gently. Father, the ghost cried out in a high-pitched voice. Realizing the ghost was still quite young and endearing, Xia Muin decided to adopt a kinder approach. He leaned closer and asked, "What is your name?" The ghost timidly shrank back, replying, "I don't know my name." "Then why do you call me father? You look just like my father, so you must be him," the ghost declared with conviction. Xia Muin could hardly contain his exasperation. "Who told you that looking like someone means they are your father?" "My father." The ghost tilted its head, gazing at Xia Muin. Unable to argue further, Xia Muin sighed. He pondered whether to send the ghost away, fearing it might encounter malevolent spirits elsewhere. After some deliberation, he resolved to let the little ghost accompany him, reasoning that caring for it would not be a financial burden. All right, you may stay by my side, but you must not wander off to scare people, understood? Xia Muin instructed, locking eyes with the ghost. I understand, father. The ghost nodded eagerly. Xia Muin frowned, asserting, Do not call me father. Address me as big brother. After a brief pause, he added, How about I give you a name? Since you will follow me, let us call you Xia Luo, all right? Xia Luo, Xia Luo. Thank you, father. The ghost chirped, gleefully nodding. Do not call me father. If you do, you cannot stay with me. Xia Muin insisted, maintaining a stern expression. Yes, father. Big brother. The ghost whimpered, pouting. Upon returning to the Xia residence, Xia Muin was once again enveloped in the warmth and concern of his family members. Opening the place where the original owner had stored belongings, Xia Muin began searching for the items he needed. In the memories of the former host, his mother, Xiaolon, had gifted him a jade pendant. The jade pendant was purchased at a considerable price by Xia Mu's mother when the original owner first began to perceive the spirits. However, as it merely served to ward off the ghosts from Xia Muin rather than causing them to vanish entirely, Xia Muin subsequently ceased to wear it, opting instead to store it away. Yet, unbeknownst to the original owner, the current version of myself, now entwined within the narrative, possesses this vital knowledge. This jade pendant is, in fact, a spatial storage device, an object that is exceedingly coveted by those who practice the arcane arts, yet remains elusive in the present world. The utility of such a spatial storage device may seem trivial to the uninitiated, but for practitioners of the mystical arts, its value is immeasurable. Naturally, such a remarkable artifact could hardly be destined for mere cannon fodder. Thus, in the end, this jade pendant ultimately became the possession of the protagonist, Su Qianyue. After a considerable search, Xia Muin finally located the jade pendant. Chapter 47. Campus Supernatural Tale. For upon returning to Lingwu Academy, Xia Muin diligently followed Su Qianyue to learn the fundamentals of various mystical arts. Engrossed in the books left by the protagonist, Xia Muin immersed herself in her studies, while Su Qianyue busied herself with her own matters nearby. Suddenly, the ringing of a mobile phone interrupted the silence, prompting both of them to look up. Glancing at her phone, Su Qianyue answered the call. Boss, what's the matter? Isn't there a serial murder case that recently surfaced? It seems rather peculiar. The higher-ups have instructed us to investigate. When will you come by? After a moment's thought, Su Qianyue nodded. Understood, I'll head over right away. With that, she ended the call and began to gather her belongings. Although Xia Muin suspected that the protagonist was going to look into the serial murder case, she still inquired, Sister Su, are you heading out? Looking up at Xia Muin, Su Qianyue replied while packing, Yes, I have some matters to attend to. If you have any questions about those books, you may consult Brother Xingrong or wait until I have time to explain. Once she finished gathering her essentials, Su Qianyue departed for the police station. Based on the external injuries of the victims, the forensic experts deduced that they may have died from sheer terror. Hearing this, died from fright? But if they died from fear, why would someone chop off parts of their bodies? In response, Su Qianyue acknowledged the possibility that isn't entirely implausible. However, such occurrences aren't necessarily the work of ghosts.
Why have we been summoned this time?
Rumor had it that during the investigation of this case, several police officers had reported sightings of spirits, and those individuals had inexplicably encountered misfortunes. Although the incidents were minor, they stirred a sense of unease, prompting the need for our investigation. With a slight pout, Su Qianyue added, But we'll have to await the boss's conclusions for the specifics. Shortly thereafter, the leader of the supernatural investigation team nodded to those around him and stepped out with them. Striding over, Su Qianyue asked, Boss, any updates? In response, Qi Jing addressed his team, The police have gathered the life histories of these individuals. You should first retrieve their records and then thoroughly investigate their residences. The bodies were all discovered in their homes. If it truly was a vengeful spirit, there would surely be traces left behind. Understood, they replied.
All right.
Let us get to work. Qi Jing nodded and waved them off. Clutching the documents in her hand, Su Qianyue walked along, pausing intermittently. She had obtained the information of a victim who had died just 2 days prior. His name was Li Ming, aged 45, a car repair shop owner with no spouse, children, or girlfriend, living alone. Upon arriving at Li Ming's residence, Su Qianyue detected a faint metallic scent of blood. Although Li Ming bore minimal external injuries, his entire right arm had been severed and was now missing. However, the forensic examination indicated that he had not lost much blood. Why, then, did the room still carry the scent of blood? Opening the door, Su Qianyue recited a spell while holding a talisman. She cast the talisman into the air and surveyed her surroundings. The room was filled with the scent of blood, yet there were no visible traces of it. After rummaging through the drawers, she found nothing of use. Just as she intended to check other rooms, she suddenly flung out a talisman and spun around, demanding, "Who is there? Show yourself." After a thorough scan of the area, she found nothing amiss. Just then, a gust of wind swept by, causing Su Qianyue to leap back. Facing the object before her, she felt exasperated. Had she come here to uncover useful information? She had anticipated encountering a ghost. Yet what stood before her was a peculiar black box. As she pondered this, the box lunged towards her once more. MASU, trapped within the confines of the box, aimed for Su Qianyue, seeking her to lift his seal. Initially, upon gaining consciousness, he had mistaken her for the reincarnation of a certain individual, intending to eliminate her, only to find himself sealed. Over time, MASU realized that she was not the reincarnation he had thought. Her aura bore no resemblance to that of the one he sought. He also came to understand Xia Muin's true character, adorably cute yet somewhat spoiled, suggesting she was cherished at home. Amused by this thought, MASU smiled. Though Xia Muin was indeed spoiled, there was a certain charm in her demeanor. After narrowly evading another assault from the box, Su Qianyue grew irritated. "Hey, I say, if you want to fight, at least show yourself. Why do you keep using that box to chase me? Do I look easy to bully?" Seeing the box come to a halt, Su Qianyue smiled. "Now, that's more like it. Come out, and we can have a proper contest." However, before she could finish her sentence, a crimson streak marred her face. "You despicable creature!" Su Qianyue exclaimed, covering her wound and glaring at the box. After wounding her, MASU felt the seal weakening, and his strength began to return. Pointing at the box, Su Qianyue intended to say more, but noticed it glowing brightly. Following the light, a fiery red fox materialized before her, its vibrant fur, long bushy tail, and piercing green eyes fixated on her palm, with delicate white paws revealing sharp claws. Slightly bemused, MASU glanced at his palm, feeling perplexed. After the seal was lifted, shouldn't he have returned to his original form? Why had he reverted to his true shape instead? Equally bewildered was Su Qianyue, who had anticipated an encounter with a ghost, only to find herself facing a small fox. Was she, a member of the supernatural investigation team, outsmarted by a tiny fox? As she retracted her hand, MASU glanced up at Su Qianyue, narrowing his eyes. The blood of this woman could lift his seal, suggesting a connection to the one he sought. However, now that he had returned to his original form, he had no means to inquire further. It was best for him to leave. Resolute, MASU turned and departed the premises. Observing the fleeting red figure, Su Qianyue found herself bemused. The fox had injured her and fled? She hadn't even had a chance to speak. Shaking her head, Su Qianyue turned back to search other rooms. Despite her thorough efforts, she still found nothing of significance in that room. Meanwhile, after leaving Li Ming's home, MASU wandered outside, only to notice many people casting odd glances his way, with a few even pursuing him. After a hard-fought escape, MASU concealed himself in a nearby alley. Had it not been for his transformation and loss of magical power, would he have been pursued by mere mortals in such a manner? Glancing at the tightly shut door, he peered out the window. Noticing the open window, Xia Muin chuckled, realizing the cleverness of the little fox for entering through it. Approaching the small fox, Xia Muin felt an unexpected fondness. Indeed, there was something delightful about the softness of its fur. Although unaware of which household this beautiful little fox belongs to, now that it has arrived here, it shall be considered mine. From now on, I shall take care of it myself. Meanwhile, MASU, who was resting and intending to restore his magical powers, remained oblivious to the fact that someone had touched his fur. It is well known that MASU despises one thing above all else, having his hair touched. Therefore, when Muyu awakened, he was greeted by a large face before him, accompanied by the enticing aroma of a meal. Chapter 48. The Campus Supernatural Tale 5. Xia Muin felt quite at ease. After all, Su Qianhua used to come every day to quiz him on incantations. Now that there was no one to urge him to practice, he enjoyed a leisurely existence. Suddenly, a notification from the long-absent system chimed in, congratulating him on triggering a side quest to investigate a series of murders alongside the female protagonist. Pausing his meal, Xia Muin couldn't help but feel speechless. He hadn't seen Su Qianhua for several days, and he had been behaving himself. The most he had done was take the little fox out for a stroll. How could he possibly trigger a side quest? As he sat on his bed, he pondered how he might persuade Su Qianhua to take him along in the investigation of the murder case. As a novice in the realm of the supernatural, Xia Muin believed that even if he wished to participate, the female protagonist would never take a rookie like him into such dangerous matters. After a moment of contemplation, he summoned System 007 and inquired about Su Qianhua's location. Shortly thereafter, he received a message with her whereabouts. Smiling, Xia Muin quickly gathered his belongings and gently patted the little fox. I have to step out for a bit. You stay here and behave, all right? With that, he set out. Watching Xia Muin leave, Muyu flicked his fur in disdain. After a moment of thought, he decided to follow Xia Muin. It wasn't out of concern for the man, but rather a fear that if something were to happen to him, he would have to find another master. After all, spirits could pose dangers that mere humans could not confront. Upon arriving at the location indicated by System 007, Xia Muin found himself amidst a crowd. The police tape was strung out far and wide, with officers stationed around the area. Yet, the presence of the police did little to deter the throngs of onlookers. Oh dear, I heard someone died in there. As he squeezed into the crowd, Xia Muin caught snippets of the conversations around him. Indeed, it was quite gruesome. I heard they even chopped off the victim's leg. This revelation caused the people nearby to frown in dismay. An elderly woman beside Xia Muin shook her head, saying, "Who did this person offend? Not only was there a murder, but they also mutilated the body. What kind of grudge could warrant such brutality?" A murmur of agreement rippled through the crowd, their sympathy for the deceased evident. Xia Muin craned his neck, searching for Su Qianhua amidst the chaos. He spotted her intently surveying the surroundings, meticulously examining every detail, including the flora and fauna, yet she found nothing unusual. After a nod, Qi Jing turned to the gathered crowd and remarked that there were no leads elsewhere. "By the way, what did the coroner report?" he asked, glancing at Su Qianhua and her companions. "All right then, I'll head to the precinct with Xiao Si. Su Qianhua, you and the others stay here and keep looking. Understood?"
Captain. Su vianyo affirmet, gathering her belongings.
As Qi Jing departed with his team, Su Qianhua sighed and resumed her investigation. Seizing the moment when the police were distracted, Xia Muin slipped past the cordon. "Su Shiji," he called out, waving to Su Qianhua with a smile. As the officers moved to intercept him, Su Qianhua stepped in. "Wait." "He asked my junior, and with me." Pulling Xia Muin aside, she asked, "What brings you here?" "Host, this area is part of the Xia family's business." System 007 chimed in, prompting a moment of realization for Xia Muin. Nodding, Su Qianhua accepted his explanation without doubt, having known of his background when she sought him out. As the youngest male of the second generation of the Xia family, Xia Muin was indeed cherished and renowned for the protection he received. Looking around, Xia Muin flashed a charming smile. "Su Shiji, I know what you're investigating. Could you take me along?" Su Qianhua frowned at his request. "No. Our captain has made it clear that those not part of the supernatural team cannot participate.
Besides,
You haven't team mastered these skills yet. What would you do in a dangerous situation?" "Su Shiji, I promise I'll be fine.
plus,
Being with you means I can learn so much. There are things your team might not uncover, and I could assist you in those areas." Surprised, Su Qianhua turned to him. "Assist me?"
how?
After a moment of contemplation, she conceded, recalling that the information she had obtained from the police had yielded little of use. Perhaps Xia Muin could indeed be of help. "I can agree to this. However, whether you can shadow the supernatural team depends on our captain's approval." Elated by her response, Xia Muin nodded enthusiastically. Regardless of the captain's decision, he was determined to stay by Su Qianyue's side. While Xia Muin's spirits soared with the prospect of the task ahead, Mu Yu, who trailed behind him, was far from pleased. Hidden in the nearby bushes, he watched Xia Muin converse with Su Qianyue, feeling a twinge of annoyance. He claimed to have urgent matters, yet here he is, chatting with this woman. Discontentedly tugging at the grass, Mu Yu grumbled. Left at home, while he gallivants with a woman in broad daylight. What a disgrace. Oblivious to the absurdity of his thoughts, Mu Yu remained unaware of his own biases. Having spent considerable time in this world, he was familiar with its customs. Unlike the era he once knew, gender equality prevailed here, and engagements were no longer bound by parental arrangements. In this world, everyone, regardless of age or gender, had the right to pursue their own happiness, rendering notions of gender separation obsolete. Yet, despite his understanding, witnessing Xia Muin laughing with another woman undeniably stirred feelings of discontent within him. Was it dissatisfaction with his master's choice, or was he merely reluctant to share his position at home with another? With this thought, Mu Yu glanced up at Xia Muin, who had already turned to leave. Clearly, he should not have followed this boy. Xia Muin didn't even require his concern. Setting his belongings down, Xia Muin cradled the little fox in his arms, softly asking, "What's wrong, little fox? Are you unhappy because I've been away?"
I am sorry.
I truly had matters to attend to today. The little fox nestled against him, yet Mu Yu could not shake his displeasure. What could possibly be the matter? Is it not merely a quest to seek out women? Observing the unresponsive little fox, Xia Muin gently stroked its fur, coaxing it not to feel disheartened. Perhaps next time I venture out, I shall bring you along? Upon hearing Xia Muin's words, Mu Yu finally lifted his head to gaze at her. Noticing the little fox's reaction, Xia Muin smiled and said, "Very well, I shall take you with me next time. However, you must be on your best behavior." In response, Mu Yu playfully scratched at Xia Muin with his paw. Sharing a soft laugh, Xia Muin chose to remain silent, simply cradling the little fox in her arms for quite some time. Chapter 49, Campus Supernatural Tales 6. Seated quietly on the sofa, engrossed in a book, Xia Muin occasionally stroked the soft fur of the little fox lying beside her. Several days had passed since she had made a request to the protagonist, Su Qianyue. Yet the latter had not permitted her to accompany her on any outings. It seemed likely that the leader of the supernatural group disapproved. Shaking her head, Xia Muin dismissed the thought. After all, side quests were not obligatory. Reflecting on this, Xia Muin recalled the male lead from the storyline. After placing the black box that sealed him on her desk, she had not paid much attention to it, only to later realize that she had not seen the box since. Initially, she assumed that Su Qianyue had lifted the seal, allowing Mu Yao to leave with her. However, thus far, she had heard no news of Su Qianyue accompanied by anyone unfamiliar. Concerned, Xia Muin called out to the system in her mind, 007. Has the male lead seal still not been broken after all this time?
Ding.
According to the system's assessment, the male lead Mu Yao's seal has indeed been lifted, and he is currently by the host's side. Xia Muin was taken aback upon hearing 007's words. By my side? But I haven't encountered anyone resembling Mu Yao recently. Subconsciously, she glanced at the little fox curled up beside her. Yet, she realized that besides this unknown fox, there were no unfamiliar faces around. It was worth noting that Mu Yao's true form was said to be a fox that had cultivated for a millennium. Her hand hesitated as it stroked the little fox, and a sense of unease crept into her heart. Could this little fox truly be the male lead? Was she, in fact, petting Mu Yao's head? Would he seek to silence her later?
Ding.
Congratulations, host. You have successfully identified the male lead Mu Yao. 007 chirped joyfully in Xia Muin's mind. Do not think I am oblivious to your tone of schadenfreude. But, did Mu Yao not revert to human form immediately after the seal was lifted? How could he remain in his original shape? Upon hearing Xia Muin's inquiry, 007 tilted its head. Is that so? I am not certain.
Indeed.
She should not have inquired of the system. It either lacked information or was bound by some management constraints. Could she still complete her tasks joyfully? In the original narrative, Mu Yao was portrayed as a formidable figure with a clear sense of justice. Those who treated him well would receive his kindness 1,000-fold, while those who wronged him would face an equally severe reckoning. Observing Xia Muin's continued silence, Mu Yao nuzzled her palm with his head. As she felt the soft fur beneath her hand, Xia Muin suddenly realized that the male lead was not as he appeared in the story, at least not in his presence. While lost in thought, Xia Muin suddenly felt the jade pendant she carried radiating warmth. Big brother. Summer Luo pouted, sounding somewhat aggrieved. I am a bit hungry. A ghost can feel hunger? Xia Muin stared at Summer Luo for a long moment, pondering the absurdity. Just then, Mu Yao stood up, his attention drawn to the unexpected figure that had emerged in the room. Who is this? How are they connected to Xia Muin? The aura radiating from the little ghost suggested that he was no mere pushover. Summer Luo, equally astonished, had been avoiding the individuals at Lingwu Academy by remaining within her father's jade pendant. To her surprise, upon her brief absence, inexplicable individuals had begun to linger around her father. A fox and a ghost exchanged intense glares, neither willing to avert their gaze. This standoff left Xia Muin feeling somewhat speechless. As she prepared to speak, her phone suddenly rang. Approaching her phone, she discovered it was a call from Su Qianyue. Hello. Senior Sister Su, is there something you need? Xia Muin answered after connecting the call. On the other end, Su Qianyue responded, Junior Brother Xia, regarding what you mentioned earlier. Our leader has agreed. By the way, where are you now? I am at the police station. If you have time, do come over. Understood. After hanging up, Xia Muin glanced at the two beside her. I am heading out. Little fox, stay at home. Summer Luo, if you're hungry, go find something to eat. No way. Summer Luo protested, visibly displeased. The little fox shook its head in disagreement as well. Seeing their reactions, Xia Muin felt exasperated. What should she do now? Was she truly meant to bring both of them along? Upon arriving at the police station, Xia Muin cradled the little fox and proceeded to find Su Qianyue. Seeing Xia Muin approach, Su Qianyue immediately walked over. Junior Brother Xia. Hearing Su Qianyue call her, Xia Muin glanced around before smiling and replying, Senior Sister Su. You can simply call me by my name. Nodding, Su Qianyue continued, Muin, let us head inside. As she glanced at the little fox in Xia Muin's arms, Su Qianyue felt a sense of familiarity. This fox seemed to be the very one that had attacked her previously.
Noticing Su Qianyue's gaze.
Mu Yao lifted his head to briefly regard her before lowering it once more. He exuded an air of arrogance, disdain, and indifference. Yet beneath it all lay a subtle threat. What was the true nature of this fox? The last time, it had harmed her with the black box, and now it brazenly threatened her again. Clearly, this was no ordinary spirit. Contemplating this, Su Qianyue discreetly scrutinized Xia Muin. He appeared to be merely a wealthy young master, unaccustomed to such matters, yet he frequently encountered ghosts. To her astonishment, he was now accompanied by such a formidable creature. In light of this, allowing Xia Muin to assist in the investigation seemed a prudent decision. Shaking her head, Su Qianyue dismissed her thoughts. Though her abilities were commendable, she would stand no chance against such a spirit. Moreover, it appeared that this creature had no intention of harming Xia Muin. Therefore, she could choose to keep this information to herself. However, from this point onward, she would need to remain vigilant regarding the fox. Unaware that the protagonist and male lead had already interacted, Xia Muin silently observed them. After a brief moment, Su Qianyue finally spoke. The reason our leader has agreed to let you accompany us is that we discovered another body yesterday. The manner of death remains consistent with the previous case. However, the last victim had their right arm severed, while this time, it was the left. Upon hearing Su Qianyue's words, Xia Muin tilted her head and inquired, could it be a vendetta? Such actions typically indicate personal animosity. We have considered that possibility and conducted a thorough investigation. However, the results were unsatisfactory, suggesting that someone might be obstructing our inquiries. Xia Muin felt puzzled by this revelation. Logically, there should not be anyone attempting to hinder their investigation at this juncture. Why had someone intervened now? Was the narrative subtly shifting without her awareness? After a moment of contemplation, Xia Muin pressed on. What do you mean? 5 individuals have already lost their lives, and we are uncertain if more will follow. Yet, Our investigation has yielded no progress whatsoever. All leads seem to have severed 5 years ago. Thus, our leader agreed to your involvement, as the Xia family possesses greater resources in this area than we do. Nodding slightly, Xia Muin signaled her understanding and followed suit into the room. Upon entering, she was surprised to discover that there were indeed quite a number of individuals from the paranormal team present. As Su Qianhua ushered people inside, Qi Jing rose and approached them. "Hello. I am the leader of the paranormal team." He extended his hand as he spoke. Gazing at the group with a smile, Xia Muin held her little fox tightly. The imposing aura of this team leader was truly formidable, and she couldn't help but worry about what would happen if he uncovered the true identity of the little fox. Patting Xia Muin reassuringly, Su Qianhua said with a smile, "Muin, you need not be afraid. Our leader is just like this. While his presence may seem intimidating, he is actually quite amiable." Nodding, Xia Muin returned a sweet smile. Subsequently, Qi Jing proceeded to explain the situation to Xia Muin once more. After hearing the entire account, Xia Muin addressed Su Qianhua and the others, saying, "While I can enlist the Xia family to assist in investigating this matter, you must understand that if this incident is indeed a case of vengeful spirits, we can only trace back to those who have wronged others. The specifics will require your involvement. We understand that. As long as you can identify any suspects, that will suffice." After leaving, Qi Jing glanced at the little fox in her arms. If he wasn't mistaken, that fox must be a creature of the supernatural. However, when did such beings come to coexist so closely with humans? Chapter 50. The Supernatural Tales of Campus 7. Though it seemed peculiar, the Xia family decided to investigate the matter that piqued Xia Muin's interest. After dinner, the family gathered to watch television. Xia Yan glanced at the little fox nestled in Xia Muin's arms, puzzled. Since when did his uncle take a liking to foxes? "Uncle, is this fox yours?" Indeed, it was his little fox, but Xia Muin was unaware of its true identity as the male lead. Otherwise, she wouldn't have invited such trouble upon herself. Ever since she learned that this little fox was Muyu, the male protagonist, she found herself anxious not only about upsetting him but also about inadvertently causing him distress in other ways. At that moment, the others, having overheard their conversation, turned their heads. "Xia Muin, when did you get a fox? Is it clean? Could it harbor any diseases?" Xia Muin's elder brother expressed his concern. His younger sibling had always had a penchant for keeping pets, yet he could never care for them properly. More than once, his pets had even harmed him. This was precisely why their mother prohibited Xia Muin from having pets. To think that after such a short time, she had acquired another little fox.
Muyu,
who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly lifted his head upon hearing the conversation. How audacious these humans were to slander him so. They were utterly ignorant. Gently stroking Muyu's fur, Xia Muin felt somewhat exasperated yet understood her brother's worry. "Brother, you need not fret. I stumbled upon this fox by accident. I will take good care of it. But Xia Muin, you didn't treat your previous pets any better, and they ended up hurting you. Isn't it true that fourth sister said this fox doesn't appear to be domesticated? No matter how well you treat it, it might still retain some wild instincts. What if it injures you?" Xia Muin's second sister voiced her concerns. Shaking her head, Xia Muin reassured, "It's all right. Fourth sister, look. The little fox has been quite docile beside me, hasn't it? Nothing will happen." Although she was not particularly keen on keeping the male lead around, this was indeed one of the main tasks assigned by the system. It was a mission that must be accomplished. Moreover, having Muyu close by could potentially enhance her rapport with him. Upon hearing Xia Muin's words, Muyu gradually lay back down. Humph. These people only sought to tarnish his reputation. How infuriating. Fortunately, Xia Muin did not believe them. Otherwise, he would not let it slide so easily. Seeing the skeptical expressions on their faces, Xia Muin cradled Muyu and declared, "Really? Just watch. Isn't he obedient? Brother, sister, you can rest easy." Setting Muyu down, Xia Muin turned to Xia Luo and asked, "Xia Luo, what's the matter?" With a slight frown directed at the little fox, Xia Luo felt somewhat aggrieved. "Ever since you got this fox, you've not been kind to me. Do you prefer foxes over me now?" In response, Xia Muin felt helpless. Approaching Xia Luo, she ruffled his hair and said, "No, you're overthinking it." Xiao Luo nodded but kept his gaze fixed on Muyu. Muyu followed Xiao Luo's stare. After all, Xiao Luo wouldn't dare act out in front of Xiao Muan. He had noticed that Xiao Luo was particularly attentive to Xiao Muan. Any new presence beside her would render him sulky for the entire day. One might think he was Xiao Muan's spouse. After comforting Xiao Luo, Xiao Muan decided to attend to her own matters, for she had promised Su Qianyue. Host 007 is here. The familiar figure of the system, 007, floated beside Xiao Muan. Though she had grown accustomed to 007's appearance, she still found it slightly unsettling. 007. Could you assist me in investigating this case? Given its connection to spirits, I worry that those involved might overlook certain locations.
Beep.
The host's request does not comply with the management system's regulations. System 007 cannot comply. The cold, mechanical voice replaced the system's previous tone. Upon hearing this, Xiao Muan cast an annoyed glance at the source of the sound. This management system certainly had many restrictions. What can 007 assist me with then? Is there nothing you can do? She scoffed, glaring at the voice's origin.
Beep.
007 can assist the host in monitoring everyone and investigating matters, but cannot utilize the system's abilities to probe into non-human affairs. Nodding, Xiao Muan replied, I understand. Please proceed with the investigation.
Beep.
The host's request has been accepted by 007. The cold mechanical voice faded, replaced by 007's familiar tone once more. Although Xiao Muan felt some dissatisfaction, she did not express it outwardly.
Speak. Who are you?
Why are you beside my father? Xiao Luo glared at Muyu, seething with anger. Ignoring Xiao Luo's discontent, Muyu leaped onto the bed beside Xiao Muan. Seeing Muyu's actions only fueled Xiao Luo's ire further. You don't even know how long you've lived. How could you deceive my father's affections like this? At this remark, Muyu could no longer suppress himself. Transforming into his human form, he retorted, What do you mean? How am I deceiving your father's affections? Humph. If you weren't in the form of a fox, do you think my father would treat you so kindly? You, an ancient creature, reduced to the guise of a little fox. In response, Muyu unleashed a gust of wind. You call me an ancient creature, yet are you not one yourself? Although you appear as a child of 7 or 8, you cannot fool me. Furthermore, a ghost like you has been able to exist for so long without harm. You certainly don't present yourself as you do in front of him. He gestured to Xiao Muan, who lay on the bed, taking note of the pointed finger. Xiao Luo fell silent. Humph. Now you have nothing to say? Muyu crossed his arms defiantly. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Luo declared, So what? I still won't harm my father, but you might. Besides, my father treats me well even knowing my true form, but you are different. He has no idea you are a creature of the supernatural. At Xiao Luo's words, Muyu paused. Indeed, Xiao Muan remained oblivious to his true identity. Reflecting on this, Muyu glanced at Xiao Luo. Perhaps it wasn't he so certain. After all, Xiao Muan had shown kindness to Xiao Luo, a ghost, so why would she fear him? A creature of the supernatural? Thus, when Xiao Muan awoke, her eyes met the faces of the two before her. Startled, she sat up, clutching her blanket and retreating slightly. Xiao Luo, what are you doing? She exclaimed, pointing at him, then turning to Muyu. And who are you? How did you end up in my home? Casting a discontented look at Muyu, Xiao Luo added, Father, it's his fault. Looking at Muyu, Xiao Muan pressed, You still haven't told me who you are or how you came to be in my home. This is the male lead host. The statements from the system and Muyu coincided, leaving Xiao Muan momentarily speechless. You're that little fox. Though she was aware of Muyu's true identity, Xiao Muan did not overtly react. Nodding, Muyu reclined slightly, observing Xiao Muan. Initially, he had intended to leave as soon as he regained his human form, but now he found himself reluctant to depart from Xiao Muan. Even though Muyu had never personally encountered matters of romance, he possessed a certain understanding of his own heart. Clearing his throat somewhat awkwardly, Xiao Muan glanced at Muyu and inquired about his intentions. Observing Xiao Muan's discomfort, Muyu smiled faintly and replied, I have no particular plans.
So what do you mean?
She pressed. At present, I intend to stay in your home. That is precisely what I mean, he said with a smile, disregarding the discontent evident on Xia Luo's face as he turned his attention back to Xia Muan. However, you must not let my family know about this, Xia Muan cautioned, gently ruffling Xia Luo's hair. Of course, I am well aware of that. After that, the group fell into a comfortable silence, although Xia Luo still appeared somewhat displeased. Over the ensuing days, Xia Muan frequently took Mu Yu and Xia Luo out for leisurely strolls and occasionally visited Su Qianyue to check on any developments regarding ongoing investigations. Chapter 51. The Supernatural Tales of Campus 8. As time hastened, the series of murders remained unresolved. Anxiously pacing, Su Qianyue felt a growing sense of urgency. The death toll continued to rise, and yet she possessed no critical information. The rising fatalities had instilled fear in the hearts of Z City's residents, all of whom dreaded stepping outside for fear of being slain. In the midst of her contemplation, Xia Muan arrived, bearing news gleaned from the Xia family and the system. Tossing the documents onto the table, he addressed everyone, stating that this was the information they had uncovered. Observing Xia Muan, Qi Jing and Su Qianyue each took a copy of the material to peruse. As they diligently examined the documents, their expressions grew increasingly grave. Although they had anticipated the gravity of the situation, witnessing the details firsthand was still shocking. Xia Muan's investigation had yielded comprehensive findings. The victims had once traveled 15 years prior to the distant city of B, and due to a lack of witnesses or physical evidence, the police officer assigned to the case had perished in the line of duty, leaving the case in B City unsolved. The murdered individuals in Z City were connected to 3 families that had been eradicated in B City, and some of them had accomplices. According to Xia Muan's inquiries, these individuals had merely been hired to execute the deeds, and as time passed, the investigation had only uncovered their actions, with no trace of the mastermind behind it all. After reviewing the preliminary information, Qi Jing and Su Qianyue exhaled in relief. Not only had they discerned the reasons behind the occurrences, but they also had leads on the whereabouts of others who had yet to be killed. It seemed they would soon uncover the murder. Rising with a smile, Qi Jing remarked, "Thank you for your assistance in this matter." "Of course," responded Xia Muan. Qi Jing then glanced at him, asking, "Did you not bring your fox with you this time?" Taken aback by Qi Jing's inquiry regarding Mu Yu, Xia Muan momentarily faltered, uncertain of the question's intent. Despite his uncertainty, he was well aware of the reason for Mu Yu's absence. Ever since he had learned of Mu Yu's true identity, Mu Yu had been residing in his home in human form, and he, bound by the tasks assigned by the system, could not simply evict him. Subsequently, Qi Jing dispatched his men to locate the remaining individuals based on Xia Muan's information. Accompanied by Su Qianyue, Xia Muan surveyed their surroundings upon arriving at the secluded neighborhood. The desolate area was devoid of any passers-by, which struck him as peculiar. "Su Shiji, do you not find this place somewhat strange?" he inquired, observing the eerie silence. Su Qianyue turned to survey the surroundings. "Indeed, it feels unsettlingly quiet here." "I concur. It gives me an ominous feeling," she replied. Suddenly, a cry pierced the stillness. "Help! There's a ghost." Both turned swiftly towards the source of the voice and hurried towards it. Upon entering the area where the sound originated, they beheld a woman, her hair disheveled and her body smeared with blood, shrouded in a faint mist, dragging an axe toward a man seated on the ground, trembling violently, his body marred by numerous abrasions. Seeing the woman approach him, the man was gripped by terror. In response, Su Qianyue hurled a talisman and swiftly positioned herself in front of the woman. Meanwhile, Xia Muan rushed to the man, intent on assessing his injuries, but was unexpectedly shoved away. Do not come near. There's a ghost," the man cried, retreating in fear from Xia Muan's touch. The woman evaded Su Qianyue's attack, lifting her gaze to meet Su Qianyue's eyes. Upon closer inspection, Su Qianyue noted the woman's features. One eye intact, yet filled with resentment. The other hollow and vacant, her forehead and face marred by numerous wounds and blood, not a single part of her body unscathed. The sight of the woman's disfigurement caused Su Qianyue to turn her head away, feeling a pang of sympathy. This must have been how the woman appeared in her final moments. One could only imagine the torment she had endured in life. Yet, despite her compassion, Su Qianyue understood that she could not permit a spirit to harm the living. Turning to the frightened man behind her, Su Qianyue addressed the ghost. Please, cease your killings. This will not benefit you. I know not what grievances you hold against him, but these matters should be left to the police. You have departed from this world. There is no need to linger here in vengeance and stain your hands with more blood. The ghost scoffed. If I do not kill him, who will avenge me? Who will seek retribution for my family? The police? You think they are the arbiters of justice? Those who took our lives continue to roam free. Do you understand? That day was meant to celebrate my 10-year anniversary with my husband, yet those monsters invaded our home and slaughtered us all, including my infant child. Did they ever consider our plight? I begged them to spare my child, but they struck regardless. I am filled with rage. I despise them. As the ghost's anger intensified, she declared, but it matters not. I can now exact my revenge. I have waited 15 years for this moment. I shall kill this beast. Anyone who dares to stop me shall meet the same fate. With that, the ghost lunged at Su Qianyue. As Su Qianyue dodged the ghost's assault, she contemplated whether she could halt the spirit's wrath. The ghost's resentment was palpable, far beyond what an ordinary person could contend with. The passage of time had transformed her hatred into an obsession, rendering her a formidable foe. With Xia Muan possessing no knowledge of any protective arts, Su Qianyue deemed it prudent to reason with the ghost. Not all police are unjust. Was there not an officer assigned to the B City case? He perished in the line of duty, yet. Perished in the line of duty? He was murdered by others. As the ghost's words echoed in her mind, Su Qianyue continued to evade the ghost strikes while keeping a watchful eye on Xia Muan. Her talismans and spells were proving ineffective against the spirit, and if the ghost persisted in her murderous intent, she would soon exhaust her resources. Observing Su Qianyue's movements, the ghost abruptly halted her assault, a chilling smile gracing her lips. Before Su Qianyue could decipher the ghost's intentions, a cry of pain erupted from Xia Muan. Having been comforting the terrified man, Xia Muan had unwittingly drawn too close to the spirit. When he realized the danger, it was too late. The ghost had already lunged at him, and in his haste to protect the man, he was struck by the ghost's weapon, leaving a wound on his arm. Upon witnessing Xia Muan's injury, Su Qianyue intended to rush to his side, only to be obstructed by another female specter. Two female spirits entwined around Su Qianyue, preventing her from advancing. Meanwhile, Xia Muan found himself in a dire predicament. Initially believing that this venture would be devoid of peril, he was taken aback to encounter genuine danger. While vigilantly evading the spectral onslaught, he also had to shield a terrified man beside him, who kept pleading for her not to approach. This situation proved to be rather chaotic. Before long, Su Qianyue began to falter. Though she had not sustained any grave injuries, the minor wounds were numerous. In stark contrast, Xia Muan's plight was far more distressing. His arms, face, and legs bore several wounds. While not particularly large, they bled profusely, and coupled with the blood of the man nearby, he resembled a veritable specter of blood. Clutching the sight of his recent injury, Xia Muan dodged the male ghost's attacks, leaning against the man as he gasped for breath. At that moment, he remained oblivious to the rigid and trembling form of the man behind him. When Xia Muan finally sensed something amiss, he was abruptly hurled through the air by a tremendous force, catching a glimpse of the dagger lodged in the man's chest. Meanwhile, Muyu, engaged in a confrontation with Xia Luo, felt a surge of unease. Recalling the mark he had previously left on Xia Muan, a jolt of apprehension surged through him. That mark only reacted when Xia Muan found herself in peril. Could it be that she was in danger? With this thought, Muyu disregarded Xia Luo entirely and hastened to follow the mark to find Xia Muan. Observing Muyu's sudden departure, Xia Luo promptly trailed after him, though he remained unaware of the urgency behind Muyu's actions. Upon tracing the mark to Xia Muan's location, Muyu was met with a scene that struck terror into his heart. Xia Muan was launched high into the air, while a malevolent spirit brandished a knife aimed directly at her. Her body was marred with numerous wounds and bloodstains, presenting the image of one on the brink of death. Without hesitation, Muyu soared to catch Xia Muan in his arms, his eyes glinting with fury as he swiftly vanquished the malevolent spirit. Embracing Xia Muan, Muyu was overwhelmed with fear and sorrow, but predominantly with self-reproach. The fear stemmed from the thought that had he not arrived in time, would Xia Muan have perished? The sorrow arose from the sight of her numerous injuries. The self-reproach was rooted in his failure to protect her adequately, allowing her to be harmed by other entities. At that moment, Xia Luo, having just arrived, witnessed this alarming tableau. Seeing his father wounded ignited a fierce rage within him. How dare a nameless ghost inflict harm upon his father? Such recklessness could only lead to death. Meanwhile, the unseen puppeteer orchestrating these spirits experienced considerable backlash as well. With a violent cough, Wei Jin clutched his pained chest, his eyes filled with malice and resentment. He could only ponder who had sabotaged his plans. Ultimately, he vowed that this individual would pay a heavy price. Chapter 52. The Supernatural Campus Chronicles 9. Feeling a sense of trepidation at Mu Yu's demeanor, Xia Muan chose to remain silent. After placing Xia Muan on the bed, Mu Yu set up a formation, forcefully ejecting Xia Luo, who had followed them. Concerned for Xia Muan's injuries and infuriated by Mu Yu's unreasonable behavior, Xia Luo stomped his foot outside the door.
Then,
Xia Luo remembered the one who had harmed Xia Muan's father. Although it was a ghost that had attacked, there was undoubtedly a person orchestrating these events. Having injured his father, he was determined to uncover the identity of the fool who dared to act so recklessly. With this thought, Xia Luo glanced back at the room before turning to leave. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the room had grown somewhat tense. Pressing a hand against his still painful injury, Xia Muan shrank back at the sight of Mu Yu's unfriendly expression. At that moment, Mu Yu was genuinely intimidating. With a brooding gaze fixed on Xia Muan, Mu Yu retrieved some ointment and approached him. Silently applying the medicine, it wasn't long before Xia Muan's wounds began to heal significantly. Watching Mu Yu tidy up, Xia Muan awkwardly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Mu Yu, thank you for saving me today." Upon hearing Xia Muan's words, Mu Yu stepped closer, locking eyes with him. Their proximity was striking. Xia Muan could even discern the minute pores on Mu Yu's face. After observing Xia Muan for a moment, Mu Yu finally lowered his gaze and asked, "Do you realize how close you came to death today?" Fury flickered in Mu Yu's eyes as he questioned whether Xia Muan had ever considered his own safety. Did he truly believe these matters were trivial? Do you not understand how easily ghosts can manifest around you? Are you unaware of the formidable presence behind the investigation you are pursuing? At this, Mu Yu managed to temper his anger slightly. Had it not been for the fleeting curiosity he had about Xia Muan, which led him to place a mark on him, he feared that had he not rushed over today, he might never see Xia Muan again. With this realization, Mu Yu resolved to remain by Xia Muan's side from now on, to prevent any further harm from befalling him. Moreover, the individual controlling the ghosts would not simply let them be. Noticing a slight softening in Mu Yu's expression, Xia Muan felt less afraid. Although he was uncertain why Mu Yu was so angry, the current interaction suggested that their relationship was quite amicable. Mu Yu was not oblivious to his own heart. The more he learned about Xia Muan, the harder it became to let go. He bore a striking resemblance to the one who had sealed his fate, yet he found himself irresistibly drawn to Xia Muan, just as he was now. Unable to let go or detach himself from this connection, Mu Yu turned to look at Xia Muan, who was sitting quietly on the bed, and smiled. He mused that he couldn't let Xia Muan bear the burden alone. After all, the true instigator should also face consequences. With this thought in mind, Mu Yu approached and gently cupped Xia Muan's face, kissing him in the midst of Xia Muan's surprise. What began as a mere brush of lips soon escalated as Mu Yu could not help but deepen the kiss, delving into Xia Muan's mouth with his tongue. This sudden action left Xia Muan momentarily stunned, rendering him a passive recipient of the kiss until Mu Yu's tongue invaded his mouth. Pushing Mu Yu away in shock, Xia Muan stammered, you. He struggled to articulate a coherent thought. With a playful glint in his eye, Mu Yu cheerfully asked, "What about me? How can you do this?" Xia Muan retorted, only to realize how juvenile his words sounded. "Why not? I like you." Mu Yu's previous reading had indicated that if one had feelings for another, a bold kiss was warranted, perhaps even a dramatic wall or bed push. "What do you mean by liking me? I'm a man. Though I do find myself attracted to men, that does not imply I would fall for a demon." Xia Muan glared at Mu Yu, snorting dismissively. While he was perplexed as to why the character originally meant to fall for the female lead, Su Qianyu, would profess feelings for him, he resolutely maintained that a romance with an ancient demon was out of the question. Muyu's expression darkened immediately upon hearing those words. Not interested in me? Then who do you wish to like? Unaware of the danger lurking in Muyu's tone, Xia Muan pondered, I don't know. We're just not suited for each other. Besides, you're thousands of years older than me. You might even be older than I can fathom.
At this,
Muyu's anger subsided slightly. As long as he was not currently enamored with someone else, he felt somewhat relieved. As for age, Muyu thought, such trivialities could easily be disregarded. Despite being slightly older, this merely indicated that he could better care for Mu and in the future. If 007 had heard this, he would surely scoff at the notion of being slightly older. Wasn't it several hundred years indeed? Could he not be a bit more modest? Age doesn't matter. I am determined to be with you. Should you dare to associate with anyone else, I will eliminate them and confine you, ensuring you belong solely to me. His voice turned harsh with the final declaration. So, this was the true nature of the male lead's character in the narrative? How had the female lead endured such a man? With a troubled expression, Xia Luo approached Xia Muan, scrutinizing him closely. Upon confirming that there were no visible injuries, he finally exhaled in relief. Father, you scared me to death today. I'm glad you're all right. Sitting beside Xia Muan, Xia Luo pouted, gently ruffling Xia Luo's hair. Xia Muan reassured him, it's all right. I'm here, aren't I? And don't forget, you promised to call me Big Brother. But I don't care, you're still my father. From now on, you must take me with you whenever you go out. Xia Luo declared provocatively, casting a challenging glance at Muyu, who had his sights set on his father. Clearly, Xia Muan was still the one he cherished most. Even after an eternity, the little ghost remained just that, a little ghost, still possessing a childlike innocence. Ignoring Xia Luo's provocations, Muyu began preparing a meal for Xia Muan. While Xia Muan dealt with his two companions, Su Qianyu was recounting her recent experiences. Upon hearing her words, Qi Jing furrowed his brow and asked, Are you saying that a demon and a little ghost saved you and Xia Muan?
yes.
However, to be precise, they primarily saved Xia Muan. I was merely an incidental beneficiary. Su Qianyu said, pouting slightly. Propping her chin on her hand, Qi Jing's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Initially believing that only a demon accompanied Xia Muan, he was pleasantly surprised to learn of the existence of a little ghost as well. How delightful. Shaking off these thoughts, Qi Jing inquired, Did that man say anything before he died? Did he have any accomplices? The two female ghosts I fought against possessed their own consciousness and harbored deep resentment. Furthermore, one of them even articulated her motive for revenge. Most importantly, their attacks were highly coordinated, indicating that someone was orchestrating them from behind the scenes. Yet, so far, we have made no progress in this regard. Nodding in agreement, Qi Jing acknowledged, You make a valid point. It appears that if we wish to uncover the identity of the person behind these events, we must investigate the 3 notorious family annihilations that transpired in City B years ago. It stands to reason that the mastermind is still involved in the investigation. Otherwise, it would be illogical for him to focus solely on eliminating this minor pawn while allowing the true orchestrator of the incident to continue living. Subsequently, Qi Jing dispatched members of the paranormal team to conduct further inquiries. Meanwhile, in a secluded villa belonging to the Zheng family, a diminutive middle-aged man paced anxiously. Until another middle-aged man, unable to tolerate the disturbance any longer, interjected, What are you doing? Your incessant pacing is only adding to my irritation. Upon hearing this, the smaller man approached, his voice hoarse. I am troubled. How many lives have already been lost? Since that event, everyone involved has perished. Those entities will inevitably come for us. As he spoke, the shorter man trembled with fear. With a cold chuckle, the taller man retorted, What is this? Now you know fear? You certainly did not exhibit such trepidation when we undertook that task. Besides, what are you truly afraid of? Are you frightened that those spirits will come to take your life? Worry not. With the paranormal team present, they will not harm us. Furthermore, if your fear is so great, why not seek out Zheng Jirong and ask him for an amulet for protection? After delivering this parting shot, the man rose, chuckling derisively.
And departed.
The night was still long, and he had no time to linger with someone so cowardly. Chapter 53. The Campus Supernatural Chronicles in the Household. There exists a versatile male protagonist, Muyu, who assists with various tasks alongside a charming young companion who is always available for conversation. Life has become exceedingly comfortable. Ever since Muyu confessed his affection for Xia Muin, he has been diligently caring for him in every aspect. It is undeniable that Muyu, with his striking looks and high intellect, embodies the ideal partner that many women dream of today. Alas, despite Xia Muin's growing fondness for Muyu, he finds it difficult to fully accept the notion of being involved with a supernatural being. Although he harbors many positive feelings towards Muyu, the idea of a relationship with a creature of the otherworldly remains daunting. Muyu, fully aware of Xia Muin's reservations, chooses to remain silent, continuing his attentive care. Unbeknownst to Xia Muin, he is increasingly reliant on Muyu. However, Muyu's true intention is to cultivate Xia Muin's dependency on him, ensuring that he cannot bear to be without him. While Xia Muin is oblivious to this subtle manipulation, Xia Luo has taken notice. Thus, whenever Muyu attempts to enjoy a moment of solitude with Xia Muin, Xia Luo invariably intervenes. Moreover, as Xia Luo resides within a jade pendant that Xia Muin carries, Muyu often feels a wave of irritation, longing to reprimand the mischievous spirit. Yet, he must conceal his displeasure in front of Xia Muin, resulting in frequent quarrels and altercations within the household, though all of this occurs without Xia Muin's knowledge. While Xia Muin enjoys a leisurely life, Su Qianyu is ensnared in a whirlwind of busyness. With the demise of a previous suspect, their leads have once again dwindled. Fortunately, there has been a breakthrough regarding the fiery symbol Su Qianyu had previously discovered. Holding the documents provided by Su Qianyu, Qi Jing inquires about developments. This mark is one I noticed earlier, Su Qianyu explains. When I first encountered it, I found it peculiar. After visiting other crime scenes, I discovered similar fiery patterns. She opens the file. Look at these two symbols. Don't they bear a striking resemblance? Rising to examine them, Qi Jing nods, acknowledging the similarity. With a smile, Su Qianyu continues. One of these symbols was found at a crime scene, likely sketched by the victims in their final moments, though hastily drawn due to time constraints. Strangely, this pattern seems to have escaped the notice of the police. Pausing briefly, she adds, as for the other symbol, according to the individuals Xia Muin introduced, it represents a family crest, likely belonging to a lineage of great antiquity. I traced this clue further. But, Chief, do you know whom I discovered? Knocking on the table, Qi Jing urges, do tell. With a slight pout, Su Qianyu, despite her dissatisfaction with his demeanor, reveals. The Zeng family. The Zeng family of City Z, which has existed for an indeterminate length of time. Surprised, Qi Jing's movements falter momentarily. This is indeed intriguing. The involvement of the Zeng family adds layers to this case. He concludes, we must continue our investigation. For the puppeteer behind the spectral murders will not easily relinquish their grip on those entangled in this web. Understood. I plan to visit the Zeng family. Su Qianyu states, her eyes twinkling with determination. Qi Jing gives her a knowing look, acknowledging her intent, and departs. Watching him leave, Su Qianyu rolls her eyes, reflecting on his lack of understanding of women's emotions, a trait that may explain his perpetual singlehood. With a huff, she gathers her belongings and exits. The Zeng family is a prominent clan in City Z, whose lineage extends far beyond that of the Xia family. Unlike the harmonious Xia household, the Zeng family epitomizes a lineage where only the strongest survive. Whereas the Xia family's success stems from unity, the Zeng family's longevity is attributed to the formidable strength of its patriarch. Though the clan boasts numerous members, the true heirs are few. Primarily due to fierce competition for leadership. The struggle for dominance within the Zeng family is brutal. Any adult may vie for the position of patriarch, with victory ensuring prosperity, while defeat often results in dire consequences, death or severe injury. In some cases, the aftermath is so harrowing that existence becomes a torturous ordeal. Thus, only those with exceptional prowess dare compete for the title. It can be said that few who enter this fray emerge unscathed, yet those who do are invariably the strongest. Such is the reason the Zeng family has flourished in City Z. As Su Qianyu gazes upon the ancient yet opulent Zeng residence, she inhales deeply, marveling at the grandeur that evokes both awe and trepidation. After surveying her surroundings, she steps inside. Seated somewhat awkwardly on the sofa, Su Qianyu shifts uncomfortably. Senior brother Zeng. She greets him with a stiff smile, realizing that Zeng Rong, her senior, is none other than the second young master of the Zeng family. Although their names differ by just one character, she had previously been unaware of his illustrious family background. Nodding in acknowledgement, Zeng Rong maintains his stoic demeanor, a reflection of his upbringing. Yet, a flicker of amusement dances in his eyes as he observes Su Qianyu's reaction. You've grown quite charming, Su sister. Just as Su Qianyu ponders what to say next, the current head of the Zeng family, Zeng Jiming, descends the stairs. Father, head of the Zeng family. Both Zeng Rong and Su Qianyu stand in unison. Please, be seated, Zeng Jiming gestures, instructing a servant to prepare tea. Once seated, he points to Zeng Rong, introducing him, Miss Su. This is my second son. Like you, he is also a student at the Lingwu Academy. Senior brother Zeng is quite the notable figure at the academy, far more accomplished than I, Su Qianyu acknowledges with a smile. Zeng Jiming then inquires, what brings you to our humble abode today, Miss Su? Why do you presume I have an ulterior motive for my visit? Perhaps I simply wish to meet the esteemed head of the Zeng family, she replies playfully. Zeng Jiming chuckles heartily. If you wish to visit me, you could have come alone, without the need for an invitation from the Su family. The Su family's reputation is vastly different from that of the Zeng family. While we hold sway in City Z, the Su family entertains only the most distinguished guests, who isn't aware that the Su family is the inheritor of the Taoist tradition. Smiling, Su Qianyu counters such humility from you, head Zeng, who in City Z is not familiar with the illustrious name of the Zeng family. Upon hearing this, Zeng Jiming smiled lightly. Just as the two were conversing, a servant brought in the tea. After taking a delicate sip, Zeng Jiming inquired why Miss Su had come today. What could this possibly mean? At this, Zeng Jiming raised an eyebrow, clearly puzzled about how this related to Su Qianyu's visit to the Zeng family.
Now,
we have discovered that individuals from your Zeng family were implicated in the events of that year. After all, every crime scene bore items reminiscent of your family crest. Therefore, Miss Qianyu's visit today is indeed for this matter. Upon hearing these words, Zeng Jiming's expression darkened. Are you suggesting that there is a murderer among the Zeng family? This is merely a conclusion drawn from the investigation. The truth remains to be uncovered, and I must continue my inquiries. Thus, I kindly ask the head of the Zeng family for your assistance, allowing me to conduct a thorough investigation. Should there be no wrongdoing, I shall certainly restore your family's honor. Miss Su, do you take this for your own Su family? How could our esteemed Zeng family harbor such individuals? With a cold laugh, Zeng Jiming remarked. Sitting on the sofa, Zeng Rong interjected, Father, what Sister Su says holds merit. It is wise to investigate. Moreover, 15 years ago, you were not yet the head of the Zeng family. That period was fraught with turmoil within the Zeng clan, and it is not uncommon for some to stray from the path. Reflecting on Zeng Rong's words, Zeng Jiming pondered. Indeed, 15 years ago, due to the sudden passing of the previous patriarch, the struggle for leadership commenced much earlier than anticipated. Many were ill-prepared, and it was inevitable that some would engage in unsavory dealings while seeking allies or pursuing other ventures. After all, it was not only the Zeng family that faced chaos during that time. The city of Z had also seen its fair share of shocking incidents. However, since this matter reached as far as City B, it suggests that the individual involved is no ordinary person. Yet, the identity of this person remains a mystery. Contemplating this, Zeng Jiming nodded. Regardless of who this individual may be, their actions have ultimately been uncovered. Nevertheless, he could not allow this person to remain at large. He gestured for Zeng Rong to accompany Su Qianyu to investigate the matter further. Before they departed, Zeng Jiming instructed Zeng Jirong to keep him informed of the investigation's findings. Chapter 54. The Supernatural Tales of Campus 11. However, given the considerable time that has elapsed since the heinous massacre, most individuals connected to that tragedy have perished. Only a few of the masterminds remain, leaving Su Qianyu at a loss for relevant evidence. Furthermore, the elusive orchestrator behind the serial killings remains undetected. It appears that the string of murders has temporarily ceased, yet Su Qianhua understands that this fleeting tranquility is but a mere prelude to the impending storm. Following this calm, a greater upheaval looms on the horizon. Should they remain uncertain of who among those individuals is the true architect, the city of Z is destined to face yet another wave of chaos. While Su Qianhua grapples with these thoughts, Xia Muan finds herself in a rather comfortable situation. Idly lingering at home, she is unexpectedly prompted by the System 007 to complete a side quest. Host. The resolution of the current serial murder case has lagged significantly behind the plot timeline. If you do not accompany the protagonist in investigating this matter, the management system may intervene. 007 reminds her, displaying a hint of melancholy. The management system typically refrains from appearing, but whenever it does, it invariably imposes penalties. Although the side quests are not mandatory, neglecting them still incurs certain repercussions. Ultimately, the fault lies with her own wavering resolve. The allure of Mu Yu's perfection nearly ensnared her. Shaking her head, Xia Muan observed Mu Yu, who was engrossed in his tasks, alongside Xia Luo, who was watching a romantic drama. Upon seeing Xia Muan dressed and ready, Mu Yu inquired in a deep voice, "Where are you headed?" "Yes, Daddy, where are you going?" Xia Luo echoed, curiosity evident in her expression. "I was investigating the serial murder case alongside senior sister Su Qianhua. Thus, I wish to ascertain the progress of their investigation," Xia Muan explained, stepping back a pace. "Su Qianhua? The same woman who was attacked by those spirits with you last time?" Mu Yu's eyes momentarily flickered, with discontent at her words. He was well aware of the dangers surrounding that incident, yet he had allowed Muan to accompany her, failing to safeguard her adequately. Had it not been for the mark he left previously, Muan might have met a dire fate. Reflecting on this, Mu Yu couldn't help but harbor some resentment towards Su Qianhua. Even though she had previously lifted his seal, her connection to that troublesome individual could not be overlooked, especially since she was among those who endangered Muan. Although she did not intend to harm her, the association was troubling. Noticing Mu Yu's reaction, Xia Muan speculated that he might harbor a flicker of interest in Su Qianhua. Recalling the moment he kissed her, she lowered her head in contemplation.
Indeed.
The protagonist often possesses an undeniable allure for the leading lady. Perhaps if she brought Mu Yu along, he might develop feelings for Su Qianhua, as the plot suggested. Dismissing her discomfort, Xia Muan declared, "That's her. Mu Yu, why don't you accompany me?" At her words, Mu Yu nodded. If Muan were to seek Su Qianhua alone, he would certainly shadow her discreetly. However, since she invited him, he would join her, eager to discern if she held any affection for Su Qianhua. Of course, if Muan truly liked that woman, he not wishing to dwell on that thought, Mu Yu cast a spell to change his attire. When Su Qianhua and her companions encountered Xia Muan, they were captivated by Mu Yu, standing beside her. As Mu Yu's true form was that of a fox, his human guise inadvertently radiated certain fox-like characteristics, such as his crimson hair and slightly dark red eyes. Before stepping out, Xia Muan felt that Mu Yu's appearance was particularly striking, prompting her to ask him to conceal his hair and eye color. Nevertheless, even with these adjustments, he remained exceptionally distinguished. It must be said that in this world, Mu Yu was undeniably handsome. Clad in a white casual outfit, with long black hair and a slight smile gracing his lips, his eyes were adorned with a beauty mark, exuding an air of nobility interspersed with an alluring charm. Observing the reactions of those around them, Mu Yu scoffed. Humans, it seemed, were ever so fixated on appearances. Approaching, Xia Muan greeted them before following Su Qianhua onward. Turning to Su Qianhua and Zeng Rong, who trailed behind her, Xia Muan inquired, "How is the investigation progressing?" Blushing slightly, Su Qianhua chastised herself for feeling embarrassed in front of someone she knew. "Which individuals? Has senior sister Su investigated them?" Upon hearing Xia Muan's question, Su Qianhua frowned. Without the protagonist's assistance, it was rather alarming that she had only now begun to look into the Zeng family. Was the narrative truly so delayed? Or had Muan's presence stifled the dynamics between Su Qianhua and Mu Yu? While Xia Muan conversed with Su Qianhua regarding the case's developments, Mu Yu and Qi Jing exchanged glances, each emanating an air of danger. Qi Jing scrutinized Mu Yu, who in turn assessed Qi Jing. Qi Jing was not originally from Z City, as his residence lay at the border between Z and A cities, making him not entirely beholden to either. Nevertheless, the Qi family was a force that neither city dared to offend. As the heir of the Qi family, Qi Jing had been exposed to spirits and supernatural beings from a young age. Thus, when he first spotted the small fox in Xia Muan's arms, he instantly recognized it as a creature of the supernatural, aided by Mu Yu's unmasked aura. However, even with his suspicion of the fox's presence, he was taken aback to find it right before him. Meanwhile, Mu Yu was assessing Qi Jing, noting his righteous demeanor, suggesting a commendable character. "Why are you by Xia Muan's side?" Qi Jing raised an eyebrow, questioning Mu Yu. With a scoff, he continued, "You are a supernatural being, while Xia Muan is but a human. You must realize that your presence could bring her trouble. Moreover, you have feelings for Xia Muan, do not?" Qi Jing fixed his gaze on Mu Yu. "And what of it? Even if I do harbor affection for her, what does it matter that I am a supernatural being and she is human? Do you think you can thwart us?" Mu Yu retorted, running a hand through his hair, a hint of displeasure glimmering in his eyes. "Looking at Xia Muan, she does not seem to share your sentiments," Qi Jing stated sternly. "Do not forget that should you two become involved, there will undoubtedly be traditionalists who oppose your union. While I shall refrain from excessive interference, your current ostentation may attract unwanted attention." Pondering Qi Jing's words, Mu Yu replied, "I understand. Thank you for the warning. However, as for future matters, I hope you will refrain from meddling." "Naturally. Yet, you must assist me in investigating this case," Qi Jing declared, stating his condition. Agreed. Meanwhile, the two reached an accord, and Xia Muan finalized discussions with her group. Su Qianyue revealed that the individuals they suspected held significant positions within the Zeng family, with two of them occupying particularly high ranks, one being Zeng Jirong's elder uncle, the current head of the Zeng clan, and the other Zeng Jiming's 14th uncle. Remarkably, the age difference between these two was surprisingly minimal. Zeng Jiming's 14th uncle was born through artificial surrogacy, making him considerably younger than his other siblings. Coincidentally, at that time, Zeng Jiming's elder brother was only 2 or 3 years his junior, leading to a close companionship between Zeng Jiwei and the 14th uncle during their childhood. From an early age, Zeng Jiwei was very obedient to the 14th uncle. Due to his youth, the 14th uncle was unable to compete for the position of family head. However, this did not diminish his ambitions. Instead, it afforded him additional time for preparation. The sudden demise of the previous family head was also inextricably linked to this individual. Although there was a strong expectation for the 14th uncle to ascend to the position, for reasons unknown, it was Zeng Jiming who ultimately succeeded. In any case, regardless of any doubts that Xia Muan may have, their singular objective remains clear: to uncover the mastermind behind the orchestrated murder in City B all those years ago. Chapter 55. The supernatural tales of campus. The conversation between Qi Jing and Mu Yu illuminated the path Mu Yu needed to take. As an ancient entity who had existed for countless years, Mu Yu was acutely aware of the tribulations that arose when one of his kind mingled with humans, particularly for the Fox clan. Qi Jing's words held merit. Although Xia Muan harbored a slight affection for him, she had yet to truly express her feelings. If he wished to be with Muan, he first had to confront the old guards still lingering within the various clans.
Unbeknownst to Mu Yu,
Xia Muan was engrossed in an investigation alongside Su Qianyu into the matters concerning Zeng Jiming's 14th uncle and Zeng Jiwei. After extensive inquiries and with the assistance of Mu Yu and Xia Luo, they had established a connection between the incidents in City B and Zeng Jiwei's group. While they uncovered the truth, Zeng Jiwei and his associates were in a state of panic. "What should we do about the 14th uncle? Su Qianyu and her team are already onto us," exclaimed the short man, pacing anxiously, his heart racing. "But that individual may not let us off easily," Zeng Jiwei replied, frowning as he approached the 14th uncle. Upon hearing Zeng Jiwei's words, Zeng Shi scoffed derisively. "Isn't it your underlings' lack of caution that has brought us to this point? If they were capable, would we find ourselves in such a predicament?" Before Zeng Jiwei could respond, the lights in the room extinguished abruptly. "Who?" Both men stood, their voices sharp with alarm. Turning, Zeng Jiwei perceived a shadow not far from him. As he stepped closer, he inquired, "Who are you? How did you come to be here?" The figure seemed amused by Zheng Jiwei's inquiry.
Who do you think I am?
Weren't you just pondering over it? A flicker of dread crossed Zheng Jiwei and Zheng Shixi's eyes as they muttered, You are that child of the Lin family?
Ha!
It's quite commendable that you've remembered me all these years. Lin Yi retorted coldly, rising and gesturing for the room's lights to illuminate once more. Stepping back, Zheng Shixi regarded Lin Yi solemnly. Have you come here for vengeance? Surveying the surroundings with an impassive expression, Lin Yi replied, What do you think? Gazing out the window, he continued, I have indeed come for revenge. Do you have any idea how many lives I have taken for this day? How many years I have waited? But it matters not. I have finally found my enemies and can avenge my parents and those innocent souls. Wouldn't you agree? The two men exchanged glances, malice glimmering in their eyes. If they could not escape, then they would eliminate this person. Ignoring their movements, Lin Yi slowly rotated a teacup in his hand. Do you know? That night, my vision was clouded with blood. My ears rang with screams and pleas for help. But it was futile. Those people were merciless. All they knew was how to accomplish their missions and kill. As they stealthily approached Lin Yi, the two men raised heavy objects to strike him down, only to have their weapons flung aside by a sudden force. Confronted by the vengeful spirits hovering in the air, the two men pressed against the wall in fear. Seeing their reaction, Lin Yi chuckled. What? Are you frightened? Just seeing the souls of those you murdered terrifies you? What will you do when they truly seek their revenge? With a wave of his hand, Lin Yi summoned the spirits to encircle them.
Moment late.
The room was filled with their anguished screams, yet outside, no one reacted to the chaos within. When Su Qianyu and her companions arrived at the Zheng residence and entered the room, they were met with the sight of the two men being assailed by the vengeful spirits. Quickly tossing out talismans, Su Qianyu and her group moved in. Covering Xia Mu'an's eyes, they approached Zheng Jiwei and his companion, observing closely. Mu Yu shook his head. The two had already been slain by the spirits, and their demise was gruesome. With a wave, he moved their bodies to another location and looked up at Lin Yi standing across from him. It is because of you that Mu'an was harmed. Even if seeking vengeance, it should not come at the cost of others. With a cold smile, Mu Yu advanced toward Lin Yi, gripping his neck, dissatisfaction flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, Qi Jing had also subdued the spirits around them. Unfazed by the grip on his neck, Lin Yi laughed maniacally. They are finally dead. They should have met their end long ago. You merely prolonged their lives by a few years. Ha ha ha. Observing Lin Ye's demeanor, Mu Yu flung him aside, wiping his hands disdainfully, and sought solace beside Xia Mu'an. They're dead. All dead. Ha ha ha. Lin Yi cackled, reveling in his madness. Approaching Lin Yi with scrutiny, Su Qianyu shook her head. This person has lost his sanity. What should we do? Perhaps we should let senior brother Zheng handle this, Xia Mu'an suggested, fidgeting with her nose as she glanced at Su Qianyu. Upon hearing Xia Mu'an's words, Su Qianyu turned to Zheng Jirong, her gaze firm, as if to say she would not leave until he spoke. Zheng Jirong sighed. This matter traces back to the former head of the Zheng family. After assuming his position, he remained vigilant against Zheng Shixi. However, due to his caution, he refrained from any overt actions. Despite his wariness, he still granted some authority to this subordinate who had not participated in the struggle for leadership. With power came ambition. Once he realized the former head was not closely monitoring him, he set his plans in motion. At this, Zheng Jirong sneered. They believed their schemes were foolproof, unaware that someone had caught wind of their actions. Fearing exposure, they silenced that individual. Yet that person disclosed the matter to his family, leading to the murders in City B. Listening to Zheng Jirong's account, Su Qianyu inquired, but why target the three families? It was merely out of apprehension. The three families are all related. Ultimately, they brought this upon themselves. Amidst their discussion, they remained oblivious to the glimmer of azure in Lin Ye's eyes as he was taken away. With a gleam of intrigue, Mu Yu's lips curled upward. It seemed the situation was more complex than it appeared.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, for completing the side quest. The long silent 007 announced. Ignoring 007's remarks, Xia Mu'an felt uncomfortable under Mu Yu's grasp. Completing the side quest brought her relief, although it bore no significant consequences. She would rather confront the management system than forego the side quest. As Muyu closed the door, before Xiao Luo could emerge, he removed the jade pendant and cast it aside. Before Xiaomu could voice her concerns about Muyu's actions, she found herself pushed against the wall. Muwen, I truly like you. So please, like me back.
Can you?
Muyu murmured, burying his head in Xiaomu's shoulder. Feeling the warmth radiating from him, Xiaomu's cheeks flushed. Though she hadn't admitted it aloud, she cared deeply for Muyu.
Muwen.
Then promise me, will you? With a hint of grievance. She nuzzled against Xiaomu, while Muyu's eyes sparkled with delight. Anin's demeanor clearly indicated that she held him in high regard. The way he uttered her name left Xiaomu momentarily stunned. It seemed as though someone had once called her by that endearing name in a similarly affectionate tone. Yet, why was there no trace of memory lingering in her mind? At this thought, a flicker of contemplation crossed her eyes. Indeed, she was quite concerned about her lost memories. Noticing her reaction, Muyu felt a pang of injustice. What's wrong, Anin? Do you disagree? Or is there something I have done amiss? His originally enchanting voice carried a tinge of hurt, which softened Xiaomu's heart. No, you're doing wonderfully. It's just that I am utterly inept. Merely a person spoiled by my family. How could you possibly like someone like me? With a sigh, she voiced her doubts. In response, Muyu smiled gently. That is precisely because you are truly remarkable, Anin. My affection for you is merely a natural progression. Lowering her head in contemplation, Xiaomu nodded. She realized that her feelings for Muyu had indeed blossomed. Since he had now expressed his sentiments, perhaps she should acquiesce to them. Seeing Xiaomu nod in agreement filled Muyu's heart with joy. The atmosphere between the two was undeniably warm and tender. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Luo, having been cast aside by Muyu, simmered with indignation. Chapter 56. The Supernatural Chronicles on Campus 13. Ever since Xiaomu agreed to be with Muyu, the two have been inseparable, entwined in each other's company day after day. As an onlooker, Xiao Luo felt a twinge of dissatisfaction witnessing Muyu's continuous displays of affection before him. Previously, he had been unceremoniously cast aside to allow his father to confess his feelings, which could be chalked up to his own inattentiveness. However, now Muyu dared to monopolize his father's attention right in front of him. Did he take him for a fool? Although he was indeed a ghost, that did not grant Muyu the liberty to act so arrogantly. With this thought in mind, Xiao Luo cast a cold glance at Muyu, who was trailing just behind Xiaomu. Despite his father's newfound relationship with Muyu, they were still merely a couple. Should Muyu falter in any regard, Xiao Luo could certainly present his father with a more suitable partner. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Xiao Luo made frequent appearances before the pair, often interrupting their intimate moments. Xiaomu found Xiao Luo's antics mildly amusing. After the previous incident, Xiaomu had learned some details about Xiao Luo, such as the fact that he had been deceased for many years, yet for reasons unknown, lingered on Earth for an extended period. This prolonged wandering had caused Xiao Luo to forget his own name and identity, the only thing he could recall being the visage of his father, which prompted him to call Xiaomu father upon their meeting. Initially, Xiaomu had taken in the little ghost out of pity for his untimely demise at such a tender age, and Xiao Luo's adorable appearance had tugged at Xiaomu's heartstrings. However, as time passed, Xiaomu grew increasingly fond of Xiao Luo. With his cute looks and pleasant demeanor, he could not fathom why he had met such a tragic and so young. To Xiaomu, Xiao Luo's behavior now merely seemed like the capriciousness of a child upset. Xiao Luo rarely displayed such traits in his presence, and thus, Xiaomu silently observed his little antics without comment. Muyu was also aware of Xiaomu's sentiments, which is why he tolerated Xiao Luo's interruptions. If it were not for his feelings for Xiaomu and his concern for Xiao Luo, he would have long since cast this little ghost aside rather than allow him to disrupt his time with Xiaomu. Despite Muyu's desire to expel Xiao Luo, he refrained from doing so, choosing instead to indulge Xiao Luo's whims, much like Xiaomu did. While the three of them enjoyed their comfortable lives together, Su Qianyue was facing her own troubles. "What are you saying?" Su Qianyue exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock as she looked at her father. Z-City is currently shrouded in a dark aura, and it is unclear what malevolent force is at play. Clenching her fist, she furrowed her brow. After confirming her father's words, confusion filled her eyes as she questioned, why would Z-City be enveloped in such a dark presence? What does this mean? With a sigh, her father shook his head, admitting, I am not entirely certain of the specifics. It appears we may need to convene a meeting. Those elders who have remained within the family are likely to emerge. Dad, is this really that serious? Su Qianyue asked. Her brow knitted in concern as she observed her father's demeanor. Although she did not fully grasp his warning, she nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Mu Yu's gaze darkened as he looked out the window. Although he belonged to the demon race, he was well acquainted with the nature of dark energy. After all, the demon and magic races had long been embroiled in conflict over territory and resources. However, logically, this situation should not have arisen. His presence here was a consequence of being sealed by that wretched individual. Since the seal had been lifted, he had not encountered a single demon. How had the magic race managed to infiltrate this place? Even though Xia Muan had not met the fate foretold in the narrative, he feared that the individual who had previously sought collaboration with the Xia family, eventually leading to their ruin, might resurface. Furthermore, the recent changes in Z-City instilled a sense of unease within him, prompting him to express his concerns to Mu Yu. With this in mind, Mu Yu managed a light-hearted smile and asked, So, Anan, if I were to meet your family, should I prepare any gifts? His eyes sparkled with joy as he looked at Xia Muan. Indeed, after enduring countless interrogations, Xia Muan sorrowfully realized that his family, whom others perceived as refined, gentle, and talented, were, in fact, a group of superficial admirers drawn to beauty. They exhibited little resistance to those who were particularly charming or handsome. Upon hearing Xia Muan's explanation, Mu Yu felt a flicker of anxiety. Nevertheless, as an ancient demon, he stoically concealed his emotions. Yet, in his actions, regardless of his internal grievances, Xia Muan continued to comfort Mu Yu. Thus, Mu Yu ultimately approached the Xia family with a mixture of trepidation and excitement. Upon arriving, he was greeted by a throng of people standing at the entrance. Following closely behind Xia Muan, Mu Yu felt the intensity of the gazes directed at him. Big brother, second brother, fourth brother, second sister, fourth sister, fifth sister. As he called out along with Xia Muan, he noticed that the previously warm stares had turned somewhat piercing. Mom is inside. Come in quickly, Shaoan. Xia Muan's second sister completely disregarded Mu Yu, seizing Xia Muan's hand and pulling him inside. Unaware of what had provoked this reaction from the family, Mu Yu could only watch Xia Muan's retreating figure with a sense of injustice. Suppressing a roll of her eyes, Xia Muan inwardly sighed. Although her family was aware of her cohabitation with Mu Yu, she had never disclosed their romantic involvement. Now, it seemed, Mu Yu had inadvertently revealed it himself. Entering obediently, Xia Muan engaged in conversation with her family for a while before formally introducing Mu Yu. Mom, brothers and sisters, this is Mu Yu, my boyfriend. She beamed as she clasped Mu Yu's hand, their fingers intertwined, her eyes shimmering with joy. At the mention of her relationship, the family's expressions turned serious as they fixated on Mu Yu. No matter how powerful Mu Yu was, being scrutinized by so many, especially Xia Muan's family, rendered him increasingly anxious. Seeing Xia Muan's reaction, the Xia family understood that she was earnest about this relationship. However, while they acknowledged this, they felt the need to assess Mu Yu further. After all, Xia Muan was someone they had cherished and protected since childhood. They could not allow her to simply be swept away. In any case, Xia Muan soon found herself surrounded by her sisters and nieces. They bombarded her with inquiries, asking if she had truly thought it through and whether Mu Yu was dependable enough, even suggesting they could introduce her to some good men. Xia Muan was left in a state of bemusement. Meanwhile, Mu Yu was taken aside by the male members of the Xia family, where he faced various forms of persuasion and scrutiny. After finishing her conversation with her sisters and nieces, Xia Muan was ushered off to bed, leaving her oblivious to Mu Yu's predicament. It was not until the following morning that Xia Muan awoke to find Mu Yu standing at her door, sporting dark circles under his eyes and a look of woe. What happened to you? She chuckled, unable to contain her laughter, with a gaze that seemed to accuse her. Muyu replied, "It's nothing.
Come on, let's go eat."
Seeing Muyu's expression, Xia Muin burst into laughter once more. Is it truly that amusing? It is not as though your brother's nephew harbors any trust in me. He insists on a duel. Not a one-on-one confrontation, but rather a solitary battle against a multitude. The crux of the matter is that I must not exert myself too forcefully. Otherwise, they might report my actions to Anan and then I.
Upon contemplating this,
Muyu instinctively touched the wounds on his face. Ouch! Their strikes were indeed quite forceful. However, this also signifies that I have passed the scrutiny of Anan's family.
does it not?
In the ensuing days, Xia Muin and Muyu remained at the Xia residence, occasionally allowing Xia Luo to venture out when the house was vacant. Chapter 57. The supernatural episodes on campus. Xia Muin and Muyu did not linger at the Xia residence for long. As the peculiar occurrences in City Z prompted Su Qianyue to summon them to Lingwu Academy. Nodding in acknowledgement, Su Qianyue turned to follow Xingrong to arrange the necessary matters. As they walked, Xia Muin pondered the recent events. Unlike the original storyline where the Xia family cooperated with others until their downfall, the strange occurrences in City Z had transpired prematurely, filling Xia Muin with unease. On Xia Muin's right, Muyu observed her reaction with a sense of helplessness. He was unaware of the secrets Xia Muin harbored, however. He respected her silence and remained steadfast in his belief that he would protect her under any circumstances. The two strolled quietly along the path, each lost in their own thoughts. In a solemn, ancient chamber, adorned with antiquated decor, the heads of various prominent families and their lesser-known elders sat in a circle. Despite their differing appearances, a shared gravity marked their expressions. The elder at the forefront surveyed the assembly before speaking in a low voice about the recent anomalies plaguing City Z. Although no major incidents had yet unfolded, the populace was undeniably unsettled. According to their investigations, the disturbances were attributed to the forces of the Demon Clan. He paused, allowing the weight of his words to sink in. Many years prior, the Demon Clan had vanished from this region, so why had they resurfaced now? This inquiry cast a contemplative silence over the assembly. Furthermore, reports indicated that Xia Muin, who accompanied Su Qianyue, possessed an aura of demonic energy. Upon hearing this, Su Zhou slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "What do you mean by that? Please do not take offense, Su family head. I harbor no doubts about Miss Su. However, certain individuals warrant scrutiny," the man replied, disregarding Su Zhou's ire. "But Xia Muin belongs to the Xia family. While they may not operate like us, their strength is comparable, and they possess many capable individuals. If we were to investigate their cherished young master, it would." Another voice chimed in, echoing concerns about offending the Xia family. The debate continued until an unassuming figure rose to speak. The demonic energy surrounding Xia Muin may not originate from him but rather from those around him. We ought to investigate his associates instead, thereby avoiding conflict with the Xia family. At this point, the man turned to Elder Lin. It is widely known that the Demon Clan and the Beast Clan have always been at odds. Should we uncover a member of the Beast Clan during this investigation, we must eliminate them. Elder Lin contemplated this for a moment before nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, Xia Muin and Muyu remained oblivious to the discourse, unaware that Muyu's identity was on the verge of exposure. Even if he were aware, he would merely find amusement in it, for he perceived humans as inherently fragile, save for Anan. The unresolved situation in City Z left everyone feeling uneasy. Lingwu Academy mirrored this uncertainty, as the lack of clarity and restrictions on leaving the premises left many perplexed. Recently, Xia Muin and Muyu had encountered persistent trouble, as they were followed by unknown figures for several days. It was only when Su Qianyue rushed to find them that Xia Muin learned the reason behind it. Breathless, Su Qianyue approached them and, once her heart rate stabilized, informed them, Muyu's identity has been exposed, and several families are preparing to capture him. You must leave this place at once. Upon hearing her words, understanding flickered in their eyes. So those trailing them were after this? Why, with such urgency? Did they not address the current issues plaguing City Z? Regardless of their thoughts, Su Qianyue was insistent that they flee. Just then, a large group of individuals surrounded them. "Bold demon, reveal your true form," one of the assailants shouted as they closed in on the pair. Xia Muan rolled her eyes internally at the absurdity of the situation. Stepping forward to shield Xia Muan, Muyu chuckled softly. I thought there was something of significance at hand, but it appears this is the matter at hand. I am indeed a demon, but what of it? Do you intend to slay me? He brushed a hand through his long hair, his tone deceptively gentle. Yet his smile was unsettling. Seeing Muyu's smile, the group instinctively recoiled. Demons were notorious for their difficulty in coexistence, and this one appeared formidable, leaving them uncertain about his temperament. Indeed, the Beast clan has always been at odds with the Demon clan. How could he simply remain here? They murmured in agreement, with many harboring thoughts of eliminating the demon before them. Muyu, amused by their words, turned his gaze to Xia Muan, who appeared exasperated. He pulled her into his embrace, declaring, I, Muyu, act solely according to my own will. Now that I have found someone dear to me, I have no desire to engage with you ignorant fools. It would be wise for you to depart. With a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes, he concluded his statement. Since his conversation with Si Jing, he had concealed his aura, yet it seemed there were still those intent on uncovering him. He pondered the motives of the individual who had drawn attention to him, contemplating whether they underestimated him. After speaking, Muyu regarded the lingering crowd with growing irritation and unleashed his imposing presence. His formidable demonic power and unmistakable intent to kill instilled fear in the onlookers, causing them to tremble as they exchanged wary glances at Xia Muan and the others. With clenched jaws, they ultimately retreated, unwilling to confront the formidable presence before them. The weather remained ominous, casting a foreboding pall over the land. The growing unease reached a crescendo with the emergence of corpses, as the grisly sight of the dead and the nightly screams added to the terror-gripping city Z. The relentless appearance of these horrors drove the inhabitants into a state of panic. In response, Lingwu Academy and various families dispatched personnel to confront the situation, resulting in significant losses. Despite their efforts, the terror persisted, and the citizens of City Z began to despair, yearning to escape the city. However, as the number of those seeking to leave increased, they gradually realized that the means of departure seemed increasingly elusive. Those who attempted to exit City Z found their bodies turning up lifeless on the streets the following day. As the situation grew more dire, the elder statesmen began to take action. Even so, the situation in City Z could only be temporarily alleviated. In the midst of their hopelessness, someone remembered Muyu. When Su Qianyue and Qi Jing arrived to seek him out, they found Muyu engrossed in teaching Xia Muan's younger sibling, Xia Luo, how to paint. Observing their approach, Muyu patted Xia Muan's head, instructing her to remain while he stepped outside alone. Uncertain of what discussions transpired within, when Xia Muan finally beheld Muyu, it was evident that his countenance was far from pleasant. What troubles you? She inquired, her concern for Muyu palpable. The dissolution of her seal by Su Qianyue was no mere coincidence. It was intricately woven into the schemes of that old man, Wu Yuan. Su Qianyue was, in fact, a reincarnation of a fragment of Wu Yuan's spirit, who was originally meant to safeguard him through countless generations. Yet, fate twisted unexpectedly, allowing Su Qianyue to unravel her own seal instead. As these thoughts crossed Muyu's mind, his mood darkened further. Wu Yuan had indeed calculated accurately. Upon discovering the truth, he felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate Su Qianyue. However, he was taken aback to realize that Wu Yuan had left a contingency in place. Though the seal had been lifted, a contract had been forged. It was no wonder that he reverted to his original form immediately upon the seal's removal. Muyu pondered this, entirely unaware that his intentions would never reach fruition. Chapter 58. The Supernatural Chronicles of Campus 15. Ever since Muyu was compelled to assist those individuals, he has been absent from Xia Muan's side, leaving her feeling somewhat disoriented in his absence. Consequently, she is taken to wandering about with Xia Luo each day. Following Muyu's request, Elder Lin dispatched individuals to protect Xia Muan, yet Xia Luo, dissatisfied, unleashed his powers and chased them off in a fit of anger. Observing this entire spectacle, Xia Muan was astonished to discover her son possessed such formidable abilities. The situation in City Z has escalated alarmingly, yet for reasons unknown. The disturbances have not drawn the attention of higher authorities, exacerbating Elder Lin's concerns. The malevolent energy shows no sign of abating. Rather, It incites the rampant behavior of spirits. While accompanying Qi Jing and his group in systematically eliminating these entities, Muyu found himself growing increasingly impatient. How many days had it been? Since agreeing to assist this group, he had scarcely seen Anan. Although he yearned to bring her along, the safety of his surroundings was questionable. Moreover, he sensed an inexplicable connection between these occurrences and himself. After efficiently resolving matters at hand, the group promptly set off for other locations. Lying on his bed, plagued by boredom, Xia Muan idly scrolled through her phone. Concerned for her well-being, her family called multiple times each day. To assuage their worries, Xia Muan answered every call, reassuring them that she was indeed well. Suddenly, the phone rang. Xia Muan answered, her voice muffled as she rolled over with her pillow. Hello? A voice on the other end dripped with disdain. Are you Xia Muan? Had she inadvertently offended someone? Why did this person sound so irritable? I am. How may I assist you? She inquired, sitting up with irritation.
Ha!
I have no business with you. Merely heard you know Muyu. So I thought I'd drop a line. Of course, I have a surprise for you. With that, the man abruptly hung up. Perplexed, Xia Muan tossed her phone aside and reclined on her bed. Initially, she dismissed the stranger's call until her elder brother's call revealed that something had occurred at the Xia residence. Rushing home, Xia Muan was met with ominous traces of blood upon entry. Panic surged within her as she hastened inside. She could not fathom why the Xia family had come under attack, given their discreet manner of conduct in City Z and lack of enmity with anyone in their professional dealings. Seeing several individuals tending to their wounds, Xia Yan pulled Xia Muan aside. I have no idea why our family was targeted. The assailants were not even human. His eyes burned with fury as he spoke. It's incomprehensible that someone would resort to such vile means. Had it not been for the talents we recently recruited due to Uncle's situation, the damage could have been far worse. Xia Muan recalled the man who had called her earlier. Could the attack on the Xia family be linked to him?
Yet.
Why would he contact her? Regardless of Xia Yan's concerns, she made her way to Lingwu Academy. Xia Luo, do you have any idea what attacked the Xia family? She asked, furrowing her brow as she walked beside the unnoticed Xia Luo. Can you trace their scent? I can. Should I pursue them? Xia Luo tilted his head, blinking innocently. Yes, but I'm coming with you. However, Xia Luo pouted, but Muyu said I must protect you and ensure you don't encounter danger. Rolling her eyes, Xia Muan retorted, are you listening to me or to Muyu? To father? Then take me with you. After calming Xia Luo, they set off together. Yet, Xia Muan was unprepared for the complexity of their assailants, leading to both her and Xia Luo being captured. As Muyu dealt with the last batch of vengeful spirits alongside Qi Jing and the others, an unsettling sense of panic gripped him. Placing a hand over his chest, he furrowed his brow. It had been ages since he felt this way, as though something precious to him was in peril. Thinking of Xia Muan, he realized he hadn't been by her side for days, leaving her with only Xia Luo for company. What if something had happened to her? Stopping in his tracks, Muyu vanished from the scene. The onlookers shared a knowing smile. Muyu truly cannot bear to be away from Muan, Su Qianyue remarked, leaning against Zheng Rong with a teasing smile. Indeed, Zheng Rong replied, affectionately ruffling her hair. Hovering in the air, Muyu used his spiritual senses to scan the Xia residence, yet he found no trace of Xia Muan. Concern creased his brow as anxiety filled his heart. Something must have happened to Anan. However, the mark he had left on her showed no signs of distress, indicating she was not in immediate danger. After contemplating, Muyu turned and made his way to Lingwu Academy. Regardless of whether Anan's disappearance was linked to those at the academy, he would not rest until he uncovered the truth. Unbeknownst to Xia Muan, who was confined in a dimly lit room, she felt a rising tide of worry for Xia Luo. After all, upon her initial capture, Xia Luo had been inexplicably affected by the dispersal of some spirits. Fingering the jade pendant around her neck, she bit her lip. If only Xia Luo were with her now, they could have sought refuge together. But alone, she feared for Xia Luo's safety should their captors return. Days passed, and when Xia Muan finally glimpsed the sun again, she realized her situation had worsened. bound and forcibly led forward. She locked eyes with a concerned and remorseful Muyu across the room. The black-clad man nudged Xia Muin, chuckling at Muyu's expression. Muyu, who would have thought you'd find yourself at the mercy of a mere mortal? Muyu retorted coolly, Guiyu, I never anticipated you would resort to using a mortal to threaten me. No wonder you remain forever beneath me. Guiyu, unfazed, tightened his grip on Xia Muin's arm. This must be your partner, correct? Tell me, what would happen if I were to accidentally crush him today? His eyes glinted with malice.
Oh.
And I almost forgot about another little spirit. Muyu's gaze sharpened as he replied, Our grievances are ours alone to settle. There is no need to involve others. Today, you have caused the demise of so many innocent lives, and do you not fear that all your cultivation will be obliterated in an instant? Listening to the conversation between the two, Xia Muin couldn't help but curl her lips in disdain. So, all the events depicted in the original narrative were instigated by these two individuals? After a while of dialogue, those surrounding Muyu began to display signs of impatience. So many lives have been lost in Z City, all merely because this person sought to draw out Muyu. This individual's heart is exceedingly ruthless. It is utterly intolerable to allow this person to remain unharmed. Chapter 59, The Conclusion of the Campus Supernatural Tale. A group of individuals engaged in conversation, only to erupt into a brawl at the slightest provocation. Muyu swiftly maneuvered, brandishing his talisman and thrusting it toward Guiyu, all the while cradling Xia Muin in his arms. Evading Muyu's strike, Guiyu retreated a considerable distance, observing Muyu's protective embrace of Xia Muin with a smirk. It was evident that Muyu held a deep affection for Xia Muin. Regardless of Guiyu's thoughts, he was determined to confront Muyu today. As Muyu moved away, Xia Muin grew increasingly anxious. Xia Luo was still in that man's grasp. What would happen if Muyu engaged him in combat? Noticing Xia Muin's concern, Su Qianyu approached with a reassuring smile. Fear not. He will be fine. You need not worry. Muyu is exceedingly formidable. Upon hearing Su Qianyu's words, Xia Muin turned, though her anxiety persisted. That may be true, but Xia Luo remains with that man. I'm worried he may harm him. Xia Luo? Is that the little imp who previously chased away those we sent to protect you? Though he seems quite small, Xia Luo has existed longer than we have. Comfortingly patting Xia Muin's shoulder, Su Qianyu continued, since he managed to defeat those we sent. It stands to reason that his abilities are commendable. Perhaps he will find a way to escape on his own. Worry not. Besides, there is still Muyu. Let us hope so, Xia Muin murmured, stroking the jade pendant around her neck, nodding in agreement. Despite Xia Luo's impressive powers, a lingering worry gnawed at her. After all, that man had previously faced Xia Luo with a disinterested demeanor, capturing him with apparent ease. How powerful could he be in Muyu's estimation? Contemplating this, Xia Muin posed a question to 007. 007, was there any mention of this Guiyu in the original narrative? His presence seems unprecedented.
Indeed.
Guiyu had not been part of the original plot. His sudden emergence raised questions. What was his connection to Muyu? Why did Muyu not display surprise upon encountering him? As Guiyu deftly dodged another attack from Muyu, he cast a glance towards Xia Muin.
Muyu.
I never anticipated you would develop feelings for a human, especially a man. Guiyu chuckled. I've gone through great lengths to find you. We must engage in combat to determine supremacy. There is no such thing as simply walking away. Furthermore, while my involvement in the current situation in Z City is somewhat tangential, I assure you, I did not instigate it.
Not you?
Muyu narrowed his eyes, lips pressed tightly together. Certainly not. I am as perplexed by this as you are. However, I can assert that these events are directed at you. My capture of Xia Muin and the little imp was merely due to their association with your aura. Waving dismissively, Guiyu released Xia Luo. If you doubt my words, ask this little imp. Xia Luo, somewhat disgruntled, kicked the ground and shot a glare at Guiyu before darting to Muyu's side. He speaks the truth. This matter may genuinely be unrelated to him. Pulling at Muyu's sleeve, Xia Luo explained, Father and I previously visited the Xia family. Those attacks were orchestrated by spirits. Thus, I brought Father along to investigate the incidents of the Xia family. During our pursuit, I detected their aura and led Father to follow. However, midway, he appeared. Xiao Luo pointed an accusing finger at Gui Yu. Then, inexplicably, he captured both father and me. Besides, he lacks the unpleasant aura that usually accompanies such encounters. Hence, I believe he is not involved. Contemplating Xiao Luo's words, Mu Yu bowed his head in thought. If Gui Yu was indeed uninvolved, then his desire for a contest with Mu Yu was genuine. A sudden realization dawned upon Mu Yu, his eyes widening. If Gui Yu's appearance was an accident, then his capture of Xia Muin and Xiao Luo was also fortuitous. The individual behind the recent disturbances in Z City would surely take advantage of Mu Yu's distraction with Qi Jing and his cohort. With this thought, Mu Yu swiftly departed. Xia Muin is with Qi Jing. If those individuals intend to harm Qi Jing and Lin Golao, Xia Muin would undoubtedly be in jeopardy. As Mu Yu turned to leave, Gui Yu and Xiao Luo exchanged glances before following him. Upon Mu Yu's arrival at Qi Jing's location, chaos reigned. Signs of battle and the remnants of magical confrontations attested to the turmoil that had unfolded, yet no trace of the previous occupants remained. Witnessing the devastation, Mu Yu's expression darkened. Xia Muin had been harmed without his knowledge, and he had failed to protect her in time. Gui Yu and Xiao Luo, having accompanied Mu Yu, observed the scene. Xiao Luo stepped forward, scrutinizing the surroundings. The attackers here are the same as those who assailed the Xia family. Where's father? He queried.
Terminto Mu Yu.
Your father was here previously. Gui Yu replied, shaking his head. It appears he is in grave danger. Just as he spoke, a sharp blade hurtled toward Gui Yu, leaving a gash across his face. Touching the blood on his cheek, Gui Yu retreated slightly, crossing his arms and leaning against a nearby tree, watching the two with a smirk. Ignoring the exchange between Mu Yu and Gui Yu, Xiao Luo meticulously examined the area. Approaching a faintly glowing spot, Xiao Luo's eyes brightened. Mu Yu, look. This is father's jade pendant. Holding the item aloft, Xiao Luo beamed. Father's pendant can contain living beings. Perhaps he is within it. Let us investigate. Handing the pendant to Mu Yu, he urged. Mu Yu inspected the pendant, already aware of its uniqueness, yet astonished it could contain life. Nodding, he swiftly entered the pendant. Inside, Mu Yu discovered the space was not particularly vast, approximately 90 square meters. A small water pool occupied one corner, while the rest was covered in grass. Lying on the ground were familiar faces, yet he could not locate Xia Muin. After searching in vain, he and Xiao Luo decided to bring the others outside. Seated quietly on a stone, Mu Yu bowed his head in silence. The connection to the mark he had left on Xia Muin had abruptly ceased. As Su Qianyu opened her eyes, she immediately spotted Mu Yu seated nearby. Mu Yu. About Muin. She began, but her words faltered. Meeting her gaze, Mu Yu stroked the sword in his hand. The intensity of his stare instilled fear in Su Qianyu. It was devoid of emotion, rendering her as insignificant as an insect in his eyes. 007. Could you elucidate the current predicament? My mission remains unfulfilled. Summer Muin glared at 007 with a mixture of frustration and indignation.
Ding.
The host's mission has indeed been accomplished. As for the present circumstances, they arise from peculiarities in the previous world, leading to a malfunction within the system. Consequently, this world has reached its conclusion, 007 explained slowly. But if I simply vanish, what will become of Mu Yao? What will happen to the Xia family? After all, I am a living being. Regarding these matters, the management system will personally intervene to resolve them. Upon hearing this, Summer Muin hesitated. While the management system might address these issues, her feelings for Mu Yao were...
Ding.
The system detects that the host's emotions are highly unstable.
Ding.
The system commences the sealing of the host's memories. The voice of 007 morphed back into a mechanical tone, and the already unconscious Summer Muin remained oblivious to the developments.
Ding.
Memory sealing successful. The system 007 will select a task world for the host. After this statement, the mechanical voice fell silent. After a prolonged moment of stillness, Mu Yao finally opened his eyes. Unlike before, the gaze he now bore was imbued with warmth. Regardless of the circumstances, the fact that Anin remained unscathed was sufficient for him. As for the ensuing events in this world, he entrusted them to the management system. Since Enin had departed from this realm, what reason did he have to linger? With this thought, Mu Yao glanced at Xiao Luo and Guiyu. This world, after all, was rather dull. Perhaps it would be more entertaining to let these two. He narrowed his eyes, smiled, and then turned to leave. Meanwhile, Xiao Luo and Guiyu remained unaware of the myriad troubles that awaited them. Chapter 60. The Ancient Jianghu Tale Ding. Main Task 1. Establish a good rapport with the male protagonist and alter the original fate of the previous host. Completed.
Ding.
Main Task 2. Identify the individual who collaborated with the Xiao family in the original storyline and ensure he pays the price. Uncompleted.
Ding.
As the host has one main task pending, a penalty will be imposed in the next world.
Ding.
System 007 begins to select the task world for the host.
Ding.
The selection of the task world is successful. The host is now being transported.
Ding.
The host has been successfully transported. A tapestry of flowers and grass blanketed the entire valley, occasionally interrupted by the melodious chirping of birds. Not far from the flora lay a tranquil lake, at the heart of which stood a quaint thatched cottage. Facing the cottage, a wooden bridge stretched across, yet it did not connect to the dwelling itself. Should one wish to enter the cottage, they would need to employ their lightness skill to soar across. This thatched cottage resided in the very center of the valley, known as the Medicine Valley. Surrounding the lake, a plethora of medicinal herbs thrived, while the exterior of the cottage displayed several strands of sun-dried herbs. As the name suggests, the Medicine Valley was abundant with medicinal plants, primarily used for healing ailments, though some were specifically cultivated for other purposes. Decades ago, this secluded valley caught the attention of a wandering physician in the Jianghu. Upon discovering the abundance of medicinal herbs, he felt a profound sorrow for their neglect. After thorough observation and inquiry, he learned that the valley's remote location and sparse population had deterred any visitors. Consequently, this valley remained ownerless. Upon grasping these circumstances, the physician chose to settle there. Each day, he foraged for herbs and would venture to a nearby town every few days to treat the sick. Gradually, his reputation grew, attracting numerous patients, including individuals of noble status. To avoid complications, he took on an apprentice and retreated deeper into the Medicine Valley, emerging only once every few months. However, as time passed, news of the physician's whereabouts spread, leading many to seek him out. Unfortunately, some attempted to force their way into the valley, inadvertently damaging many herbs. In response, the physician established several illusions around the valley to deter intruders. Ultimately, to escape the disturbances, he left the valley and returned to a life of wandering, reminiscent of his youth. Before departing, he imparted all his knowledge to his apprentice, leaving behind a compendium of his life's work. He cautioned his disciple that as a physician, one must always be aware of their responsibilities and the proper use of their abilities within the Jianghu. The apprentice adhered to his master's teachings and was eager to assist others. As a result, the physician's absence did not spell the end for the Medicine Valley. Rather, its fame continued to flourish. Today, the valley is under the stewardship of the revered medicine immortal, Xia Muan. In the Jianghu, the medicine immortal is spoken of with utmost respect, and his master, the previous owner of the valley, is often referred to as Yao Lao, a name that has obscured his original identity. Yao Lao was a master of the healing arts, though his temperament was notoriously capricious. In moments of joy, he would save several lives, yet in times of displeasure, even the most earnest pleas would not sway him to act. As time wore on, Yao Lao grew weary of solitude, prompting him to take on two disciples, one of whom was the medicine immortal, Xia Muan. Unlike his master, Xia Muan possessed a remarkably reserved demeanor. When he intervened, regardless of the severity of the injuries or the nature of the poison, he guaranteed survival. At this moment, Xia Muan sat upright on his bed, troubled. In his former identity, he had enjoyed a life of relative ease, issuing commands that others dutifully fulfilled.
Now,
he found himself inhabiting the role of the esteemed medicine immortal, a figure of great significance within the realm of healing. How could he possibly navigate this new existence without attracting undue attention? With a gentle rub of his forehead, Xia Muan finally rose to wash up. Once refreshed, he instructed System 007 to relay the memories of his predecessor and the narrative of this world. Setting aside the plot summary, He closed his eyes to absorb the memories of the former host. Though the original was an orphan, he possessed a remarkable intellect and an innate talent for medicine, which endeared him to Yao Lao despite the latter's harsh demeanor. From the age of 7, he had studied under Yao Lao, learning the intricacies of healing and botany until he ventured out alone at the age of 14 to treat the sick. By now, his medical expertise was indeed formidable. Within the original's memories, Xia Muan discerned the reasons behind his predecessor's aloof nature. Having endured significant hardship and neglect in his youth, the original had seldom received assistance until encountering Yao Lao. On one occasion, after being bullied, the original was pushed into a freezing pool during winter, a harrowing experience for a child lacking any inner strength. Reflecting on this, Xia Muan inquired of System 007 whether the penalty mentioned earlier pertained to his inability to speak. Not at all. The inability to speak is an inherent issue of the original host and does not fall under the system's penalties, replied 007 cheerfully, gesturing animatedly. Then what shall my punishment be? And why did I only complete one main task in the previous world? Upon exiting the system space, Xia Muan resumed his exploration of the original's memories. Growing up in the Medicine Valley, the original had garnered the title of Medicine Immortal through his medical prowess. Due to his personality, not everyone could command his assistance. Those seeking his help were required to offer something in exchange or make a promise for future aid. Only in rare instances, when confronted with unfamiliar ailments or poisons, would he act without conditions. After organizing the original's memories, Xia Muan shook his head in resignation. This new identity posed considerable challenges. Fortunately, the system could directly restore the original's abilities to him. Otherwise, he would be at a loss. Realizing that today marked the original's scheduled clinic day, he felt a pang of concern. The original had a habit of conducting consultations in a nearby village every 2 months on the 15th day.
And today was precisely that day.
Rising to gather the necessary items, Xia Muan planned to visit the nearby city after the clinic concluded. Having endured a lonely upbringing, coupled with Yao Lao's ineptitude in caring for a child, the original had developed a rather unrefined approach to living, prioritizing mere sustenance and shelter. There are 2 primary points of significance. First, the silver needles utilized for acupuncture in the original owner's medicinal practices, and second, the unchanging attire of a white robe that the original owner donned throughout the years. After tidying up her belongings, Xia Muan cast a glance around the humble cottage. Indeed, if she wished to reside here, she would need to procure quite an array of items. With a sigh, Xia Muan grasped her possessions and stepped outside. Gazing at the lake before her, she gracefully employed her lightness skill and departed from the place. It is worth noting that aside from her exceptional medical skills, the original owner was also renowned in the martial world for her remarkable agility. Those within the medicinal valley, in addition to their profound medical expertise, often possessed impressive lightness skills, much like the original owner or her master. However, now, the original owner's agility had been bequeathed to Xia Muan. With a smile, as she exited the valley, Xia Muan casually gathered some herbs along the way. Chapter 61. The Ancient Jianghu Tale 2. As she strolled leisurely along the path, Xia Muan couldn't help but marvel at the original owner's popularity. Shortly after her arrival in the village, a multitude of villagers emerged to express their concern and greetings. Fortunately, they were aware that the original owner could not speak, thus refraining from overwhelming her with words. After Xia Muan had tended to their ailments and prescribed remedies, she finally departed from the village. As she walked, Xia Muan began to peruse the plot summary. This time, the system had selected a task world set in the ancient Jianghu. Reflecting on her current identity as a healer, Xia Muan mused that indeed, it was a world of martial arts. The plot primarily revolved around the female protagonist, Ruan Xiangyu, the daughter of the current leader of the Martial Arts Alliance. Ruan Xiangyu's mother had passed away shortly after giving birth, leaving her with an elder brother, Ruan Masheng. Having lost her mother at a tender age, her father and brother, along with others, showered her with affection, nurturing her vibrant, innocent, and kind-hearted nature. As Ruan Xiangyu matured, her father Ruan Peng and brother Ruan Masheng became increasingly protective of her. Given her father's status as the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance and her brother's reputation as one of the 4 gentlemen of the Jianghu, Ruan Xiangyu developed a keen interest in martial arts from an early age. However, Ruan Peng, aiming to shield his daughter from the chaos of the Jianghu, forbade her from engaging with such matters. Eventually dissatisfied with her father's and brother's restrictions, Wan Xiangyu clandestinely fled her home with her childhood friend, Song Cheng. It was during this escapade that she encountered the male protagonist, Feng Qingyu, the leader of the demonic sect. At their first meeting, Wan Xiangyu was unaware that Feng Qingyu was the much-despised leader of the demonic sect, perceiving him instead as a young master from a wealthy family. Although Feng Qingyu harbored suspicions about Wan Xiangyu's true identity, he chose not to investigate further. Moreover, her charming disposition piqued his interest. Coincidentally, rumors spread throughout the Jianghu that the demonic sect's leader had committed heinous acts, slaughtering an entire village, including innocent children, in pursuit of dark powers. Upon hearing this, Wan Xiangyu and Feng Qingyu set out to uncover the truth behind the allegations. While investigating, they fell into an ambush. In an effort to protect Wan Xiangyu, Feng Qingyu was injured and poisoned, resulting in their separation from Song Cheng. Ultimately, Wan Xiangyu and Feng Qingyu were forced to leap off a cliff together. With Xia Muan's aid as a healer, Wan Xiangyu recovered swiftly, yet Feng Qingyu's poison remained untreated, and his injuries required rest. The two spent over a month in a medicinal valley, during which Wan Xiangyu's attentive care caused the typically flirtatious Feng Qingyu to develop feelings for her. They eventually confessed their affections, culminating in a deepening bond. However, mere days later, news emerged that the leader of the demonic sect had once again massacred a village. The previous accusations had gone unverified, leading the Jianghu populace to merely suspect the demonic sect without direct confrontation. This time, however, eyewitnesses could attest to the events. What Feng Qingyu did not anticipate was that Wan Xiangyu failed to fulfill her promise. The Jianghu warriors launched an assault on the demonic sect, resulting in significant losses for them. Feng Qingyu felt betrayed by Wan Xiangyu, leading him to reject her when she sought to explain. Their misunderstanding only deepened, resulting in a tumultuous cycle of love and conflict. Sensing something amiss, Xia Muan approached Wan Xiangyu to reveal the truth. After learning the facts, Wan Xiangyu implored Xia Muan to cure Feng Qingyu's poison. However, Feng Qingyu believed that Xia Muan was complicit in Wan Xiangyu's perceived betrayal, further complicating their relationship. Meanwhile, Feng Qingyu remained in the demonic sect nursing his wounds while dispatching individuals to investigate the truth behind the attacks. The real culprits behind the assault and village massacre bore no connection to the demonic sect, but were instead linked to those who fancied themselves righteous. The mastermind behind this treachery was Yan Ke, the leader of MASU-MANHUA Villa, who had once saved Feng Qingyu. Initially, Wan Xiangyu found it hard to believe this revelation, as MASU-MANHUA Villa had always maintained a stellar reputation, particularly under Yan Ke's leadership, known for his loyalty and discernment. Yet, regardless of her disbelief, the investigation pointed unequivocally to Yan Ke. Realizing his secret had been uncovered, Yan Ke plotted to eliminate Wan Xiangyu and frame Feng Qingyu for the crimes. Anticipating that the leader of the martial arts alliance would convene a meeting to attack the demonic sect, allowing him to kill Feng Qingyu without leaving a trace. Though Yan Ke's plan was cunning, he did not foresee the interference of Xia Muan and Feng Qingyu. Upon revealing the truth to Wan Peng, they unveiled Yan Ke's sinister ambitions. Following the exposure of Yan Ke's machinations, MASU-MANHUA Villa crumbled, yet Yan Ke himself vanished without a trace. Although Wan Peng disapproved of his daughter's affection for a member of the demonic sect, he ultimately acquiesced to their union. Recognizing that Feng Qingyu had not committed any atrocities and had even aided them in vanquishing a villain. Despite his ideal son-in-law being Song Cheng, he consented to the marriage. On the day of their wedding, Song Cheng, heartbroken, isolated himself to drink. Just as Wan Xiangyu and Feng Qingyu exchanged vows, Yan Ke appeared unexpectedly, intent on killing Feng Qingyu. However, lacking the skill to succeed, he turned his attention to Wan Xiangyu. To his surprise, Feng Qingyu intervened to shield her from the fatal blow. In the end, Yan Ke met his demise, not at the hands of others, but at the hands of the innocent Wan Xiangyu. Regardless of Wan Xiangyu's pleas to Xia Muan for assistance, the healer could only express her powerlessness. Following Feng Qingyu's death, Wan Xiangyu underwent a drastic transformation, becoming cold and unrecognizable, even to her father and brother. Ultimately, she succumbed to the demonic sect. At this juncture, The storyline seemed to reach its conclusion. Yet, after reviewing the events, Xia Muan remained perplexed as to why she had assumed the identity of the healer, Xia Muan. 007. The plot summary contained little more than this. The antagonists are dead, the male lead is deceased, and it appears that the supporting character, Xia Muan, has not faced any significant consequences. Why have I been brought into this narrative?
Beep.
The female protagonist is the original owner's benefactor from her childhood. Hence, the original owner believes that the female protagonist deserves a happier fate. Consequently, the original owner attributes her misfortunes to the male lead, viewing his presence as the cause of her benefactor's suffering. At this point, 007 fell silent. Then, what was the rationale behind selecting this world for me? Xia Muan inquired, raising an eyebrow. Observing 007's demeanor, Xia Muan sighed. Speak, what is this mission?
Beep.
Main Task 1. Protect the female lead and avert her destined misfortune.
Beep.
Main Task 2. Assist the female lead in finding a lifelong companion.
Beep.
Main Task 3. Discover a partner with whom to share one's life. After hearing the system's tasks, Xia Muan couldn't help but feel a sense of exasperation. 007. Why is the third main quest centered around this? It is because the original protagonist believes that love is a beautiful thing, yet unfortunately, they cannot find that special someone. Thus, Xia Muan shook her head in helplessness, surprised to discover that such a solitary person as the original protagonist harbored such sentiments within. Chapter 62. The Ancient Jianghu Chronicles 3. As she fiddled with the herbs, she pondered over the unfolding narrative. 007. You have yet to inform me of the current developments in the storyline. Reflecting on any forgotten matters, Xia Muan inquired within her mind. Upon hearing 007's response, Xia Muan lowered her head in contemplation. If she remained in the valley, she would have to wait until the plot reached the point where the protagonists leaped off the cliff before she could rescue them. However, if this were to happen, the female lead, Ruan Xiangyu, might very well fall for the male lead, Feng Qingyu, which could jeopardize her mission. 007. Please locate the whereabouts of the male and female leads. Xia Muan commanded, lifting her gaze towards 007. Understood, host. At that moment, the protagonists she was concerned about were dining in a tavern. Brother Feng, I've heard that the cuisine here is quite delightful. You should give it a try. A young woman clad in pink leaned on the table, supporting her chin with her hands, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Her delicate features were slightly flushed, and her large, expressive eyes flitted from side to side, occasionally getting tangled in her flowing hair, prompting her to pout in displeasure. Observing this, the young man seated beside her affectionately tucked her hair behind her ear. The man across from her, who had been silent until now, finally unfolded his fan, revealing a visage that could captivate hearts. With slightly furrowed brows and enticing peach blossom eyes, he exuded an aura of charm that was irresistible. The tear mole at the corner of his eye added to his allure, and his thin lips curved into a subtle smile as he tilted his head, his long eyelashes casting delicate shadows on his cheeks. Dressed in crimson, he stood out even more, surpassing the beauty of Pan and putting away his fan. Feng Qingyu chuckled lightly. Since this tavern comes highly recommended by Xiangyu, the food must surely be exquisite. I shall indulge today. With that, he disregarded the displeased expression of the man beside the young woman and continued to enjoy his meal. Upon hearing Feng Qingyu's words, Wan Xiangyu's eyes sparkled with delight. She had initially assumed that someone of Brother Feng's stature would only dine in the most luxurious establishments, and that his presence in this tavern was already a favor to her. To her surprise, it seemed he was quite indifferent to such trivialities.
Indeed.
This was the true demeanor of a nobleman. With that thought, Ruan Xiangyu felt a surge of happiness and promptly urged the waiter to bring forth the tavern's specialties. However, her companion, Song Cheng, felt a pang of discontent. Regardless of the fact that this man had previously assisted Xiangyu, he still harbored no fondness for him. Only a naive person like Xiangyu would be so trusting of him. As he contemplated this, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossed Song Cheng's eyes. Just as he was about to voice his concerns, he overheard a conversation from another table. Brother, have you heard? The demon sect has once again committed heinous acts. A burly man clad in gray attire exclaimed to his companion. I am aware of this matter. The man nodded, continuing to eat. Ever since the new leader took over, the demon sect has become increasingly brazen. Just a few days ago, it was reported that the sect leader massacred an entire village in pursuit of dark powers. Not a single child was spared. Indeed, the bloodshed was immense. I've heard that the ground was soaked in blood, and even the nearby river ran red. In my opinion, the leader of the martial arts world should convene a gathering and send forth capable warriors to strike at the demon sect, eliminating those fiends before they can commit further atrocities. Absolutely, my friend speaks wisely. A group of people openly shared their thoughts, occasionally receiving agreement from others. Hearing their words, Wan Xiangyu blinked and turned to Feng Qingyu. Brother Feng, is the demon sect leader truly as wicked as they claim? Song Chung set down his chopsticks and replied, the demon sect has always held a notorious reputation in the martial world. If there weren't some truth to these rumors, they wouldn't be labeled as the demon sect in the first place. He paused briefly. As for the leader, I know little. He became the leader 5 years ago. And since then, the sect's actions have become increasingly audacious. According to Brother Song, the people of the demon sect are indeed not to be trusted? Wan Xiangyu gazed at him with wide eyes. Feng Qingyu couldn't help but chuckle at this. It is said that the Song family scion is known for his integrity and a fierce disdain for evil. Yet I did not expect him to be swayed by hearsay. Taking a sip of tea, Song Chung remarked, even if some rumors may be exaggerated, my understanding is limited. However, if the demon sect has not committed these atrocities, then where do such tales originate? Listening to their exchange, Wan Xiangyu looked from one to the other and proposed, since you both seem uncertain, why don't we investigate this matter ourselves? To see if it was indeed the demon sect that perpetrated these deeds? Song Chung frowned slightly at her suggestion. If Xiangyu was determined to investigate, she would undoubtedly go, just as she had when she wanted to sneak out of the house. But if she truly encountered members of the demon sect, what would happen then? Uncle Ruan had never allowed Xiangyu to learn martial arts. With a sigh, Song Chung contemplated this. Seeing their lack of response, Wan Xiangyu's spirits dimmed. What's wrong? Is it not permissible? We are merely going to investigate, not confront the demon sect. Glancing at Song Cheng's reluctant acquiescence, Feng Qingyu lowered his gaze, lost in thought. Brother Feng? Hearing Wan Xiangyu's voice, Feng Qingyu lifted his head. Miss Ruan, your suggestion aligns perfectly with my thoughts. After finishing their meal, the three prepared to set out. Meanwhile, Xia Muin had also discerned the whereabouts of the protagonists. Once Wan Xiangyu and her companions mounted their horses, they rode directly towards their destination. Faced with the gruesome scene of bloodstains and the stench of carnage in the village, Wan Xiangyu averted her gaze in sorrow. Close beside her, Song Chung gripped his sword tightly, assuming a defensive stance. Leading the way, Feng Qingyu meticulously surveyed the area. There were no signs of struggle, only scattered footprints and items strewn about, suggesting that the villagers had attempted to flee during the attack. Reflecting on this, Feng Qingyu scanned the surroundings again, but found no bodies. It seemed that someone had buried the villagers, which was regrettable, as they could not ascertain the identity of their attackers from the wounds on the corpses. As she clutched the fabric of Song Cheng's garment, Wan Xiangyu moved closer to Feng Qingyu. Just as they approached, Feng Qingyu's voice rang out sharply. Who goes there? Show yourself. Narrowing his eyes, Feng Qingyu surveyed the vicinity, suddenly fixing his gaze on a tree not far away. Sighing inwardly, Xia Muin felt somewhat speechless. She had endured much to catch up with the protagonists, initially believing they would not arrive so soon, hence taking a moment to rest in the tree. To her surprise, Wan Xiangyu and the others had arrived much faster than anticipated. Grabbing her basket filled with herbs, she descended from the tree and tidied her attire. Upon seeing the figure before him, Feng Qingyu momentarily froze. The newcomer donned a flowing white garment, their stern brows slightly furrowed, and their deep, enigmatic eyes fixed upon him. Lips pressed into a thin line, seemingly displeased by the interruption. The slightly desolate expression on her face revealed a hint of surprise, as if she had not anticipated anyone's presence here. Gazing upon Xia Muin's visage, Feng Qingyu felt a flutter in her heart, an incessant whisper proclaiming, "It is this person. Indeed, this is the one I have been awaiting." Not far from Feng Qingyu, Wan Xiangyu and Song Chung observed the sudden arrival and promptly approached. Noticing Xia Muin's attire and the medicinal basket she held, Song Chung began to form speculations within himself. With cupped hands, he introduced himself. I am Song Chung. You seem somewhat familiar. Might you be the renowned medical immortal, young Master Xia Muan? Upon hearing Song Cheng's words, a flicker of astonishment crossed Xia Muan's eyes. How did Song Cheng come to know of the original owner? The memories of the original owner contained no mention of such a figure. Or perhaps the original owner had encountered Song Cheng before but failed to remember his name. Your Excellency? Raising his gaze, Song Cheng softly addressed Xia Muan. After glancing at the others, Xia Muan nodded in acknowledgement. It is indeed young Master Xia, Song Cheng replied respectfully, bowing slightly in deference. Observing their exchange, Wan Xiangyu tugged at Song Cheng's sleeve, perplexed. Elder brother Song, do you know him? After hearing Song Cheng's words, Wan Xiangyu nodded and then flashed a smile at Xia Muan. Xia Muan sighed inwardly. Song Cheng's words had jogged his memory. However, the truth of the matter was not as Song Cheng had suggested. The original owner's decision to save Song Cheng's father stemmed merely from the fact that her newly developed antidote had no immediate application, and by coincidence, she encountered Song Cheng's father. As Feng Qingyu struggled to suppress her inner turmoil, she beheld Wan Xiangyu and Song Cheng happily surrounding the individual. Observing the warmth in Xia Muan's eyes juxtaposed with the smiles on Wan Xiangyu's face, Feng Qingyu's expression darkened. She approached and subtly separated the two, fixing her gaze upon Xia Muan. Your presence here must indicate your interest in this matter. If so, let's investigate together, she suggested, a smile gracing her lips. Is the male protagonist not sensing something amiss? Should he not question why he is here? Furthermore, he had not shown any interest in this matter, had he? Despite such thoughts swirling in his mind, Xia Muan remained composed, merely nodding in agreement with Feng Qingyu's proposition. Chapter 63. The Ancient Jianghu Tale for Muan. The cuisine here is quite exquisite. You should give it a try. Feng Qingyu spoke amiably to Xia Muan while diligently serving him dishes. Meanwhile, Wan Xiangyu and Song Cheng, seated across from them, exchanged wide-eyed glances at Feng Qingyu and then at Xia Muan, both harboring the same thought. Ever since being in the company of brother Feng Qingyu, they had never witnessed him treating anyone with such kindness. Indeed, the medical sage was truly exceptional. Observing the somewhat enchanting smile on Feng Qingyu's face, Xia Muan merely nodded with composure, continuing to savor his meal. Of course, if one were to overlook the dullness in Xia Muan's gaze as he regarded the delectable food, Feng Qingyu might genuinely believe that this individual was indifferent. As he dined, Xia Muan's thoughts drifted towards the male lead. Where was the promised charisma? Where was the famed romantic allure? Where was the assurance of treating no one differently? Indeed, 007 seemed intent on leading him astray. As he pondered this, Feng Qingyu recalled the information gathered by his subordinates regarding this person, feeling a pang of sympathy for Xia Muan. If only he had encountered an sooner, perhaps and would not have endured so much suffering in his youth. Nor would he have contracted typhoid, damaging his voice and rendering him unable to speak. Nevertheless, it mattered not. He had now found an inn, and he vowed to treat him with utmost care, ensuring that an would never again suffer even the slightest harm. Had Xia Muan been privy to Feng Qingyu's thoughts, he would have promptly concocted a lethal poison to ensure this individual never entertained any other notions. Alas, Xia Muan remained oblivious to Feng Qingyu's sentiments. Thus, when he perceived the mixed emotions of pity and affection in the male lead's gaze, he couldn't help but question whether Feng Qingyu was indeed unwell. Once their meal concluded, Wan Xiangyu broke the peculiar atmosphere. Brother Feng, we found no useful clues in the village. What should we do next? After speaking, Feng Qingyu turned to Xia Muan, inquiring if he agreed. At this point, Xia Muan felt a twinge of confusion. Logically, with Feng Qingyu's martial prowess, it seemed impossible for him to have been injured or poisoned by those individuals. It was known in the Jianghu that the leader of the demonic sect possessed skills only second to the martial alliance leader Wan Peng, Wudong's master He Yuan, and Shaolin's master Liao Wu. Yet, in the narrative, the original protagonist had been harmed by a mere minion of the antagonist, which seemed utterly implausible. Feng Qingyu observed the young man, who appeared lost in thought, and sighed inwardly. And it was so unsuspecting, so unguarded, easily revealing such an unreserved side. However, he was fortunate to be the one by Anan's side. The mere thought of anyone else in that position ignited a fierce anger within Feng Qingyu. After discussing the matter further, they leisurely made their way toward the village. Shortly after their arrival, it became evident, as Feng Qingyu had foretold, that individuals had indeed come to this village. Initially, Wan Xiangyu presumed these newcomers might be Jianghu figures, but upon seeing a group clad in black, searching for something, she realized the situation was far from ordinary. The four remained silent, observing the movements of these individuals, when suddenly, Wan Xiangyu gasped.
Ah!
She jumped behind Song Cheng, pointing at the spot where she had just stood, stammering, "There's a snake. Help me." As Song Cheng attempted to cover Wan Xiangyu's mouth, he noticed the black-clad figures advancing toward them. Feng Qingyu swiftly turned, launching a silver needle that struck the snake dead, then glanced at Wan Xiangyu with a flicker of displeasure in his eyes. Feeling a tug at his sleeve, Xia Muin turned to Feng Qingyu, who offered a reassuring smile. "Do not worry, Muin. These mere lackeys are no match for me." How could I not be concerned? In the original narrative, you and the female lead were driven to leap off a cliff by those very lackeys you dismiss.
What are you?
Why are you here?
Speak.
Did you kill the villagers? Wan Xiangyu inquired, peeking from behind Song Cheng as the black-clad figures encircled them. Regardless of Xia Muin's internal sarcasm, he secretly gathered his internal energy, positioning himself closer to the female lead. Above all, the female lead must not come to harm. Xia Muin's demeanor, however, appeared quite different in Feng Qingyu's eyes. Witnessing the one he cherished drawing near to that foolish woman, Feng Qingyu felt a mix of sadness and indignation. He was clearly the one who treated him the best. Why didn't he choose to protect that foolish woman instead of him? Evidently, Feng Qingyu had yet to realize that he himself possessed formidable martial skills. Upon hearing Wan Xianyu's question, the leader of the black-clad individuals flashed a menacing glint in his eyes. Nodding to his companions, they charged at the group. Feng Qingyu lowered his gaze, abruptly unfurling his fan. If these people sought death, he would not show mercy. Song Cheng unsheathed his sword, resolutely guarding Wan Xiangyu, ensuring she remained unharmed by the black-clad figures. Though Xia Muin excelled in lightness skill, it did not imply he was incapable of killing. Subtly scattering some powder, Xia Muin remained by Wan Xiangyu's side, his gaze fixed on Feng Qingyu. However, as he did so, Xia Muin found himself entranced. Clad in flamboyant red, his black hair danced in the wind, his smile unwavering, yet his movements were unprecedentedly fierce. With delicate hands, he wielded a jade fan, mercilessly reaping the lives of those individuals. As if sensing Xia Muin's gaze, Feng Qingyu turned to him, raising an eyebrow with a captivating smile that radiated charm. Observing Xia Muin's dazed expression, Feng Qingyu couldn't help but chuckle softly, and truly was endearingly charming. Snapping back to reality, Xia Muin felt a rush of embarrassment and turned his head away. Indeed, Feng Qingyu was the male lead, and his appearance was strikingly exceptional. Even he had nearly been bewitched. Noticing Xia Muin's averted gaze, Feng Qingyu squinted slightly and smiled meaningfully at a black-clad individual charging at him with a sword.
Ah!
Brother Feng, be careful. Wan Xiangyu, still hidden behind Song Cheng, cried out at the approaching figure. Upon hearing Wan Xiangyu's voice, Xia Muin rushed toward Feng Qingyu. But he was a moment too late. Wrapping one arm around Feng Qingyu's waist, Xia Muin flung a pouch. As the black-clad individuals saw Feng Qingyu injured, they signaled each other and swiftly attacked again. Observing their movements, Song Cheng's expression darkened significantly. It appeared these black-clad individuals had accomplices, but their own situation was precarious. After a moment's thought, Song Cheng lifted Wan Xiangyu and said to Xia Muin and Feng Qingyu, "Young Master Xia, follow me." He then took off, cradling Wan Xiangyu as they fled. After quickly tending to Feng Qingyu's injury, Xia Muin leaped after Song Cheng, following his lead. The black-clad individuals exchanged glances, and the leader coldly commanded, "Pursue them. They are headed toward a cliff. Once we regroup, eliminate them. We cannot allow this matter to escape even a whisper." Understood. As Xia Muin and Song Cheng reached their destination, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The plot was indeed formidable. Despite his involvement, they still found themselves at the cliff's edge. Setting Wan Xiangyu down, Song Chung seemed equally taken aback at their unexpected arrival at the cliff. Gripping his sword tightly, he stood protectively over Wan Xiangyu. In contrast to Song Cheng's anxiety, Feng Qingyu exhibited an unusual sense of delight. Anin's hands were remarkably warm. It would be delightful to embrace oneself with them indefinitely. In high spirits, Feng Qingyu was entirely unconcerned by the group of cloaked figures before her. The leader of the black-clad men glanced at his companions and commanded them to advance. No sooner had he spoken than the group surged forward. Song Chung shielded Wan Xiangyu, while Feng Qingyu protected Xia Muan, and the skirmish ensued at the precipice. Observing Feng Qingyu's bleeding arm, Xia Muan couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, the members of the demonic sect, watching their leader with amusement, found it utterly astounding that someone could actually submit to him. Suddenly, a notification rang out. Due to the host's failure to complete a main mission in the previous world, a penalty would now be enacted. The long-dormant mechanical voice re-emerged. Before Xia Muan could comprehend the situation, darkness enveloped her, and she inexplicably tumbled backwards. Muan, sensing instability behind her, Feng Qingyu turned to see the figure of the person plummeting off the cliff. With a pang of fear, she leapt after them. Brother Feng, Brother Xia. The voice of the female protagonist echoed in her ears. Xia Muan blinked in confusion. Wasn't it supposed to be the male and female leads who fell from the cliff? Why had it turned into her own descent? This curse system. She vowed never to forgive it for this betrayal, thoughts racing through her mind as she slipped into unconsciousness. Chapter 64. The Ancient Jianghu. Chapter 5. In a state of drowsiness, Xia Muan felt as though he had entered a dream. In this dream, he was a university student, the illegitimate child of a prominent family. He had an elder brother, yet that brother seemed to harbor disdain towards him, never bestowing a kind glance upon their encounters. However, the dream shifted, and Xia Muan found himself cohabiting with a man who appeared to be his beloved and, intriguingly, a close friend of his brother. This man treated him with utmost tenderness, indulging his every whim and affectionately calling him Anin or Anin darling. Eventually, his brother resolved their misunderstandings. Yet the man began to exhibit jealousy, often playfully teasing him in bed. Xia Muan felt an overwhelming sense of happiness in this dream, for the man truly loved him with an intensity that penetrated to his very core. Yet, joyous moments are fleeting, as he sensed the man's life waning. Tears streamed down Xia Muan's face, and he instinctively clutched his chest, questioning why his heart ached so profoundly. This scene had never unfolded in his mind before. It was merely a dream, so why did it evoke such sorrow? The pain felt as if it could tear his heart asunder. Feng Qingyu held Xia Muan's hand tightly. Feeling his warmth, his eyes brimming with concern, lips pursed, gaze lowered, and a hint of exhaustion etched into his features. Even his usually raised brows furrowed tightly. Heaven knows the panic and fear that gripped him upon witnessing Anin tumble off the cliff. The dread of losing him forever was overwhelming, as if such a circumstance had occurred before. Sensing Feng Qingyu's distress, Xia Muan let out a soft hum, gradually opening his eyes. Upon hearing Xia Muan's voice, Feng Qingyu lifted his gaze, his face illuminated with a smile. Anin, you have finally awakened. Feeling somewhat disoriented, Xia Muan blinked at the man before him, whose features were marked by fatigue, yet filled with worry, and warmth surged within him, momentarily overlooking the fact that Feng Qingyu had called him Anin. Sitting up, Xia Muan nodded at Feng Qingyu. Do you feel any discomfort? Concerned that Xia Muan might have other injuries, Feng Qingyu appeared somewhat flustered. Shaking his head, Xia Muan then noticed the numerous wounds adorning Feng Qingyu's body. His clothes had been severely torn while he had shielded Xia Muan from further harm during the fall. Once a vibrant red, they were now stained dark crimson with blood. Pulling Feng Qingyu closer, Xia Muan gestured towards the man's injuries, frowning slightly. Observing Xia Muan's expression, Feng Qingyu chuckled softly. It's nothing, Anin. These minor injuries pose no issue. Xia Muan shot him an irritated glare. Though the original narrative did not specify the severity of the male lead's injuries, this man had harmed himself for his sake. Xia Muan could not simply disregard it. Moreover, as this thought crossed his mind, Xia Muan glanced at Feng Qingyu, sensing an uncanny resemblance between him and the man from his dream. Yet, Their appearances bore no similarity whatsoever. Still, his heart felt an inexplicable connection. Retrieving some medicinal supplies from his belongings, Xia Muan proceeded to tend to Feng Qingyu's wounds. The original plot had suggested that Feng Qingyu would succumb to poison, yet Xia Muan saw no signs of it at present. Contemplating, Xia Muan decided to take Feng Qingyu's pulse. Allowing Xia Muan to examine him without protest, Feng Qingyu's eyes sparkled with affection and mirth. Surely, Anan harbored feelings for him as well? However, upon taking his pulse, Xia Muan was taken aback. His expression turned grave, and his gaze towards Feng Qingyu was laced with concern. Externally, Feng Qingyu appeared unscathed, yet internally, his body was succumbing to decay. Unbeknownst to Xia Muan, Feng Qingyu was aware of the poison coursing through his veins. Yet, seeing Xia Muan's expression, he suspected that the amount of poison within him was significant. Otherwise, with Anan's medical prowess, he would not display such a countenance. However, if it meant that Anan would focus solely on him, then what did it matter if he bore a little poison? After all, he had lived this way since childhood, hadn't he? Completely oblivious to Feng Qingyu's thoughts, Xia Muan felt frustrated that the man seemed so unconcerned about his own well-being. Despite being poisoned so severely, why had he still jumped to save him? Moving his body, Xia Muan realized he felt perfectly fine and decided to rise. Once up, he discovered that Feng Qingyu had somehow located a small wooden cabin. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, the narrative favors the male lead." Laying Feng Qingyu on the bed, Xia Muan meticulously attended to his wounds. As he focused intently, Feng Qingyu's eyes softened, a smile gracing his lips, and he unknowingly drifted into slumber. Casting a glance at Feng Qingyu's tranquil face, Xia Muan covered him with a blanket and turned to leave. He recalled that in the original narrative, the protagonist had rescued the male and female leads in this very valley. Thus, there should be some herbs around. Now that Feng Qingyu was injured and the poison threatened to escalate, he had to assist him. 007. Please examine the terrain here and see if there are any medicinal herbs. While mentally instructing 007, Xia Muan scanned the surroundings for any herbs that might help detoxify Feng Qingyu. While Xia Muan and Feng Qingyu were relatively unscathed, the female lead, Wan Xiangyu, was in a state of agitation. Any news? Have we received any updates? She rushed towards the newcomer, her voice laced with urgency. Not yet. But our people have descended the cliff to search. News should arrive shortly. Upon hearing this, Wan Xiangyu stomped her foot in frustration. What should we do? It has been so long without any word on their condition. She paced back and forth, her anxiety palpable. Meanwhile, Song Cheng, seated nearby, sighed. Ever since Feng Qingyu and the other had fallen, Xiangyu had been deeply worried about their well-being. When the medical sage had fallen, Feng Qingyu had followed suit. Had he not restrained her, she might have leapt after them. At that moment, the black-clad assailants had attacked. Just when he thought he could not protect Xiangyu, a group of individuals appeared and swiftly dealt with the attackers. After the chaos subsided, Song Cheng discovered that these individuals were Feng Qingyu's bodyguards. They had since settled in the area, searching for the whereabouts of Feng Qingyu and the other while investigating the identity of the black-clad figures. Brother Song, what should we do? Feng Ge and Xiaoge can't possibly be in real danger, can they? Wan Xiangyu circled anxiously, seeking counsel from Song Cheng. Feng Qingyu possesses formidable skills, and I am familiar with that cliff. Although it appears daunting, there is a lake below. Furthermore, while Xia Gongzi lacks martial prowess, his agility is commendable. The cliff is adorned with numerous trees. They should not be in any life-threatening peril. At worst, they may sustain some injuries. Comfortingly ruffling Wan Xiangyu's hair, Song Cheng reassured her. Upon hearing his words, Wan Xiangyu nodded in agreement. I hope Feng Ge and Xiaoge are safe. After speaking, Wan Xiangyu sat gloomily in her chair, lost in thought. Song Cheng couldn't help but chuckle at her demeanor. It seemed that Xiangyu's nature had not changed much. The only difference was her newfound ability to care for others. Unbeknownst to the female protagonist, Wan Xiangyu was worrying about them, while Xia Muan was currently preparing medicine for Feng Qingyu. With the assistance of 007, Xia Muan had discovered some herbs that could temporarily suppress the poison within Feng Qingyu's body. As for the antidote, after some contemplation, Xia Muan resolved to first control the toxicity afflicting Feng Qingyu and gain a clearer understanding before seeking the antidote mentioned in the narrative. This thought led her to recall the original plot regarding Feng Qingyu's poisoning. It appeared that Feng Qingyu had not been poisoned by the sinister figures in black, but rather, it was the poison within her own body that had erupted once more. While mulling over these matters and concocting the medicine, Xia Muan remained oblivious to Feng Qingyu's presence behind her. Leaning against the front of the bamboo house with arms crossed and a smile dancing in her eyes, Feng Qingyu observed Xia Muan diligently preparing the medicine. Upon awakening and finding herself alone, she had felt a twinge of concern. But hearing sounds from this direction had led her to believe that Anin was nearby. She certainly did not expect to witness such a scene. Once she finished pouring the medicine, Xia Muan turned around to find Feng Qingyu leaning nearby. Surprised, she blinked at Feng Qingyu, seemingly taken aback by her swift recovery. "Is this for me?" Feng Qingyu asked playfully, raising an eyebrow as she approached Xia Muan. Staring at Feng Qingyu's enlarged visage, Xia Muan found herself momentarily stunned before nodding in affirmation. With a light laugh, Feng Qingyu leaned closer to Xia Muan's ear and whispered, "Thank you, Anin." In doing so, her lips inadvertently brushed against Xia Muan's ear. As Feng Qingyu turned to leave with the medicine, she noticed Xia Muan's flushed ears and evasive gaze. Leaving behind a bewildered Xia Muan, touching her slightly heated ears, Xia Muan felt her heart race. This sensation was strikingly reminiscent of the feelings evoked by the man from her dreams. Chapter 65. The ancient Jianghu saga. Xia Muan and Feng Qingyu did not linger in the valley for long before being found by Feng Qingyu's subordinates. After a brief moment of tidying up, they followed the group out of the gorge. Upon arriving at their destination, Wan Xiangyu hurriedly approached, pulling Song Ling along with her. "Brother Feng, Brother Xia, are you both unharmed?" Before they even drew near, Xia Muan heard Wan Xiangyu's voice. Once inside the room, Wan Xiangyu released Song Cheng's hand and scrutinized Xia Muan and Feng Qingyu with earnest concern. "Brother Feng, Brother Xia, are you injured?" Noticing the worry in Wan Xiangyu's eyes, Xia Muan's gaze softened. He shook his head, indicating that he was unscathed, and then pointed to the wounds on Feng Qingyu's body. Following Xia Muan's gesture, Wan Xiangyu turned her attention back to him and asked, "Brother Xia, is Brother Feng's injury serious?" "Not serious." Observing the interaction between Xia Muan and Wan Xiangyu, Feng Qingyu's expression darkened. Why didn't he treat this woman with such kindness? Clearly, she was not as attractive as he was, nor did she possess any martial prowess. She was delicate and frail, what made her worthy of Anin's affection. Although Wan Xiangyu was oblivious to the change in Feng Qingyu's demeanor, Song Ling was keenly aware. Could it be that Feng Qingyu had developed feelings for young Master Xia? Wan Xiangyu had only exchanged a few words with him, yet Feng Qingyu's jealousy was so apparent, suggesting he had indeed taken a liking to the healer. Upon this realization, Song Ling glanced at Xia Muan. It seemed that the healer was oblivious to Feng Qingyu's feelings. Perhaps this was merely a one-sided infatuation on Feng Qingyu's part? As Feng Qingyu's expression grew increasingly grim, Wan Xiangyu continued to converse with Xia Muan, who occasionally jotted down notes on paper, prompting Song Ling to shake his head. Did these two truly lack any awareness of the situation? The cold aura radiating from Feng Qingyu was palpable, even to those at a distance, yet the healer and Wan Xiangyu remained blissfully unresponsive. With a sigh, Song Ling observed Feng Qingyu's threatening gaze and stepped forward to pull Wan Xiangyu away from her conversation with Xia Muan. "Did you not say you wanted to go out today? Let's not linger any longer." Before Wan Xiangyu could react, he guided her out the door. Just as they were about to leave the room, Wan Xiangyu called back, "Brother Xia, please take care of Brother Feng's wounds." Watching the pair depart, a hint of amusement flickered in Xia Muan's eyes as he wrote, "Miss Wan is very concerned about you." Upon hearing Feng Qingyu's remark, Xia Muan looked at him in confusion. "What do you mean by using me as an excuse to converse with me? Surely, it is genuine concern for your well-being?" After pondering for a moment, Feng Qingyu inquired, "And have you developed feelings for Wan Xiangyu?" Though he feigned indifference, Feng Qingyu was deeply troubled by the thought of Anin expressing affection. Despite his puzzlement at Feng Qingyu's question, Xia Muan candidly wrote, "Yes." Upon reading these two simple characters, Feng Qingyu felt a surge of anger, yet before he could voice his frustration, he noticed Xia Muan's subsequent words. She is like a sister to me. Upon reading the latter statement and observing the warmth in Xia Muin's gaze, Feng Qingyu's expression softened slightly. If Anan regarded Wan Xiangyu as a sister, he could temporarily set aside his jealousy. However, he resolved that she should not be allowed to spend time alone with Anan in the future. In the following days, Xia Muin diligently assisted Feng Qingyu in treating his wounds and controlling the toxins within his body. When Feng Qingyu's condition had improved sufficiently, rumors began to circulate regarding the second massacre of a village by the leader of the demonic sect, as detailed in the original storyline. Upon hearing Wan Xiangyu's account, Feng Qingyu lifted his gaze to Song Cheng. Today, while we were out gathering medicine, we overheard some alarming rumors, which is why Xiangyu, he sighed, explaining. Brother Feng, you must not be aware. While I was out with Brother Song today, I heard that the leader of the demonic sect has once again slaughtered an innocent village. And there are witnesses. Wan Xiangyu exclaimed, her voice tinged with frustration. I had previously thought the leader of the demonic sect was not so heinous. But it seems I was mistaken. Seating herself angrily, she took a sip of tea. Fortunately, there are witnesses this time. Otherwise, I might have been misled into helping that so-called leader of the demonic sect find the true culprit. This time, the demonic sect has no excuses left. Realizing she had spoken too freely, Wan Xiangyu quickly added, I mean, our martial arts alliance leader will surely bring justice for the innocent citizens. At her words, Feng Qingyu raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing at his lips. Another village has been slaughtered by the demonic sect's leader? Here I am, the legitimate leader of the demonic sect, recuperating, while an impostor continues to commit murders, attributing the blame to me. Do they not understand that I have never tolerated such petty tricks? Casting a glance at Feng Qingyu, Xia Muin felt a twinge of concern. However, Feng Qingyu's injuries had not yet healed, and the toxins within him remained uncontrolled. Their relationship was still merely that of friends. Observing the expressions of the group, Song Qing shared further news he had gathered. As far as I know, this incident has not only alarmed the martial arts alliance leader, but has also drawn the attention of the imperial court. Twice now, innocent civilians have been slaughtered. It is only natural for the court to intervene. Upon hearing Song Cheng's words, Wan Xiangyu snorted dismissively. That is the demonic sect's own doing. Yet, I find this matter rather suspicious. The demonic sect has always acted brazenly. If they truly committed these atrocities, they would not leave survivors to bear witness. Song Qing shook his head. Moreover, the timing of this incident is too coincidental. It is said that the martial arts alliance leader has not yet made a decision regarding an assault on the demonic sect. Yet news of the sect leader's massacre has surfaced. Listening to their discourse, Xia Muin remained quietly observant, as was the nature of the original character. Wan Xiangyu, unwilling to heed Song Cheng's insights, clung stubbornly to her perspective. Meanwhile, Xia Muin discreetly monitored Feng Qingyu's expression, noting his lack of discontent. Contemplating her mission, Xia Muin mused that she had likely found an approach. Wan Xiangyu and Song Cheng, as childhood friends, shared an unbreakable bond. The recent peril they faced had only deepened Wan Xiangyu's reliance on Song Cheng, who gazed at her with a mixture of adoration and protectiveness. Thus, Xia Muin resolved to play matchmaker between Wan Xiangyu and Song Cheng. As for the method of matchmaking, what better way than to reveal true feelings amidst adversity? With a wave of her hand, a cloaked figure promptly appeared before Feng Qingyu. Master. The individual knelt, hands clasped respectfully. What progress has been made in the investigation? Feng Qingyu casually toyed with a teacup that Xia Muin had previously used, while the other hand absent-mindedly played with his hair. Oh, is that so? A smirk graced his lips as he took a sip of tea. Paching, Kunlun Mountain lacks the audacity to oppose our demonic sect. They would never dare to kill under the guise of my authority. Upon hearing Feng Qingyu's words, Paching raised his head. Does the master mean? Without elaborating further, Feng Qingyu glanced toward the door and commanded, this matter is entrusted to you. You may leave. Yes. Paching rose and swiftly vanished from the room. Gently tapping the table, Feng Qingyu chuckled softly. When did Anan learn to eavesdrop? A teasing remark prompted Xia Muin to hesitate at the door, uncertain whether to enter or retreat. After a moment's contemplation, she resolutely pushed the door open. Observing the flicker of vexation in Xia Muan's eyes, Feng Qingyu's gaze glimmered with a hint of amusement, though her expression bore a semblance of grievance. What is it? Doesn't it know my true identity and look down upon me? Noticing the undertones of distress and concern in Feng Qingyu's voice, Xia Muan could not help but exhale a sigh. She had always been aware that this person was the leader of the demonic sect. However, he was not malevolent, and thus she held no disdain for him. Moreover, the more time she spent in his company, the more she felt a sense of fulfillment. How could she possibly regard him with contempt? Shaking her head, Xia Muan approached and handed over the medicinal ointment she had been holding. Witnessing her gesture, Feng Qingyu felt a wave of relief wash over her. Although she had long recognized Anan's presence and had intentionally revealed her identity to her, she remained apprehensive that Anan might harbor unfavorable opinions due to her status as the leader of the demonic sect. To her delight, Anan's attitude remained unchanged. What are your plans moving forward? Xia Muan scribbled on a piece of paper. Naturally, we shall uncover the truth. You will accompany me, Wan Tiyu? Feng Qingyu whispered softly in Xia Muan's ear as she wrapped her arms around her waist. In the ensuing days, Feng Qingyu continued her recuperation, while rumors of a campaign against the demonic sect began to circulate throughout the martial world. Chapter 66. The Ancient Jianghu Tale 7. Since rumors spread that the leader of the demon sect had once again massacred an entire village, and that there were survivors who witnessed the atrocity, the people of the Jianghu have grown increasingly incensed towards this malevolent sect.
Meanwhile,
a gathering of heroes and brave souls convened in the residence of the Wulin Alliance leader. The actions of the demon sect's fiends have become ever more brazen. They do not even spare the ordinary folk. This has drawn the attention of the imperial court. If we do not eradicate the demon sect soon, allowing them to run rampant, the Jianghu will surely descend into chaos. A burly man clad in brown, with a bushy beard, slammed his hand on the table. His voice laced with anger. His words struck a chord with those around him, prompting several to echo his sentiments. Indeed. Leader, as long as the demon sect remains, our Jianghu will never know peace. Yes, leader. Although we previously lacked evidence when the sect's leader slaughtered a village, we cannot rely solely on hearsay to confront them. But now we have witnesses. If we let this pass, will it not imply that they regard us, the righteous souls of the Jianghu, as mere trifles, or that we cower before their notorious reputation? Leader, the sect's leader has indeed claimed the lives of 2 villages, over 100 souls. Such vile scoundrels cannot be allowed to persist. It is a matter of our honor. As these voices rose, Wanpeng felt a headache coming on. Ever since he assumed the role of Wulin Alliance leader, the Jianghu had been relatively peaceful, with even the demon sect behaving themselves. Though their demeanor was somewhat arrogant, it had not escalated into a major incident until now. Since the news of the village massacre emerged, these individuals had been clamoring for him to convene a Wulin assembly to rally heroes from all corners to confront the demon sect. However, he was reluctant to engage in such a confrontation. First, the sect's power structure was intricate, and no one truly understood its extent. Second, the sect's leader was a formidable opponent, their prowess nearly equal to his own. Besides him, the other 2 high-level masters were unlikely to participate in this endeavor. And as for the others, their skills were mediocre, and while there were indeed a few experts, they were few and far between. Moreover, the members of the demon sect were notorious for their brazen tactics and mastery of poison and other deceitful arts. To devise a plan against the demon sect required careful deliberation. Haste could lead to ruin. Leader, you must speak. We are all ready to heed your command. The crowd turned their attention back to Wanpeng. Rising to his feet, Wanpeng spread his arms, signaling for calm. At his words, the bearded man grew displeased. Leader, with witnesses to the village massacre, what further investigation is needed? The demon sect has long been a source of shame for the Jianghu. If they did not commit this heinous act, who else would dare to be so depraved? Indeed, leader. Observing the crowd's growing agitation, Wanpeng glanced at his son. Nodding, Wan Mashing stepped forward. Please, everyone, allow for a moment of quiet. The leader wishes for a thorough investigation into this matter. After all, none of us truly comprehend the extent of the demon sect's power. If we rashly attack them, what if we fall into their trap? Furthermore, None of our spies sent to investigate the sect's strength have returned with news. Pausing briefly, Wan Mashing continued, I understand your frustrations. I too have little love for the demon sect's ways. However, attacking them is not a matter to be taken lightly. It requires meticulous planning. Moreover, the current emperor places great emphasis on evidence. The officials present are not naive. Although the rumors point to the demon sect's leader as responsible for the 2 village massacres, the court will undoubtedly require concrete proof. If we mishandle the situation, it will escalate beyond mere Jianghu affairs. Hearing Wan Mashing's words, the crowd gradually quieted. His reasoning was sound. Without the court's involvement, this would remain a matter for the Jianghu to resolve, adhering to their own customs. Yet, with the officials now engaged, the situation transcended simple Jianghu matters, necessitating a different approach. Realizing this, the gathering soon dispersed. Once they had all departed, Wan Peng turned and made his way toward the study, with Wan Mashing following closely. Father, about this matter. Wan Mashing began, but Wan Peng interrupted. I understand, my son. The two fell silent, continuing their walk in contemplation. Approaching the study door, Wan Peng finally turned to ask about Wan Xiangyu. Masheng, have you heard any news of Xiangyu? Since my sister ran away, you have hardly eaten or slept, worried she might come to harm out there. Wan Masheng replied. While he too was concerned, the presence of his sister's friend, Song Cheng, alleviated some of his worries. I wish I could be unconcerned, but Xiangyu has rarely ventured beyond our doors. She lacks any martial skills to defend herself. Her fascination with Jianghu affairs could lead her to encounter unsavory characters. And if something were to happen, how could I explain it to your mother? Shaking his head, Wan Peng could not quell his anxiety. Had I known this would occur, I should have heeded Xiangyu's wishes, trained her in martial arts, and let her gain experience in the world. At least then I could have sent someone to protect her. Now, without a word from her, I know not how she fares, let alone how to safeguard her. Understanding his father's thoughts, Wan Masheng sighed, choosing not to respond. Meanwhile, Wan Xiangyu, the very subject of their concern, was in an inn, eavesdropping on nearby conversations. Brother Zhu, long time no see. Please, take a seat. A voice called from a nearby table. Brother Lin, it has indeed been a while. What brings Brother Zhu here to seek me out? Brother Lin, you may not be aware, but the leader of the demon sect has slaughtered 2 villages. This has stirred the court, and the alliance leader has dispatched his men to investigate the truth of the matter. Upon hearing this, Wan Xiangyu exchanged glances with Song Cheng. The court is involved? What secrets could be lurking behind this? I cannot say, which is why I must trouble you to assist me in this matter. Brother Zhu, you need not speak of such formalities between us. Then allow me to drink 3 cups to atone for my oversight. Once the 2 men departed, Wan Xiangyu turned to Song Cheng. Song Go, what does the court's involvement mean? Are father and the others still seeking the truth? Hearing her question, Song Cheng lowered his head in thought. I know Uncle Ruan's disposition well. This is merely an attempt to draw out the demon sect's response. But as for the court, could there be more to this than meets the eye? In the dimly lit room, only a few faint lights flickered, illuminating the figure standing in the center, head bowed in contemplation. Suddenly, a shadow darted in and halted before him. Have the matters been resolved? The voice was deep and slightly hoarse, yet unmistakably belonged to a young man. Noticing his master's silence, the intruder continued, Our people encountered some resistance during their cleanup. Although 2 fell into the abyss, the other 2 were rescued by the cultists. At this, the man finally lifted his gaze, casting a cold stare at the kneeling figure. You could not even manage this trivial task. Perhaps it is time to reconsider your subordinates. The cloaked figure responded in a subdued tone. After a long pause, the man coldly inquired, What of Wan Peng? There has been no progress. He still refuses to attack the cult. Moreover, the court has taken an interest in the matter. The cloaked figure hesitated. Master, should we reconsider our plans? Before he could complete his thought, he was abruptly flung aside by an unseen force. My affairs do not require your oversight. Your sole responsibility is to fulfill your duties. The man scoffed, disregarding the trembling figure as he continued. Proceed with the plan as intended. Additionally, I have heard that Wan Peng's daughter has escaped the manor. Locate her, eliminate her, and frame the cult for it. I am eager to see how the self-righteous leader of the martial world reacts upon learning that his daughter perished at the hands of the cultists. Understood. I shall take my leave. The man observed the cloaked figure, who nodded and departed. Once the figure had exited, the man approached the desk, where a painting lay. The artwork depicted a person clad in white, with an aloof expression and dark hair held back by a single white jade pin. The figure's brow was slightly furrowed. Lips pressed together as they arranged various herbs on the table. The man gently caressed the painted visage, his eyes filled with tenderness. Senior brother,